Hey dear, do you have any paper? A coquettish voice drifted out from the cubicle. Jiang Ning was certain he had been reborn. But right now he was in a very awkward predicament. If he handled it badly, he would surely end up exactly like in his previous life. He would be branded a pervert and degenerate, expelled from his third-rate university, ruined, and then forced by his family to drink an evolution potion before dying in agony. And he would never have the chance to go back and confess to his fairy-like master who had doted on him and secretly loved him for so long. Jiang Ning could tolerate everything else except that. In this life, I will leave no regrets. Jiang Ning vowed silently. At this moment, his location, the women's restroom of Yuqing Grand Hotel. You heard it right, the women's restroom. Jiang Ning stood outside the stall. The girl inside who had just asked him for paper was Han Ru, the pure campus belle of a top university, the young lady of the Han family admired by thousands. Jiang Ning was already betrothed to her. As the young master of the Jiang family, their statuses matched, and before they were even born their elders had arranged the child marriage. I do. Jiang Ning unzipped his backpack, took out the Code of Edicts and Rites, tore out 2 pages, and slipped them under the stall door. I don't have tissue. I tore out 2 pages for you. Make do with them. 2 seconds later, a shrill scream came from inside the stall. 2 crumpled pages were thrown out over the top of the door. What does it burn? Jiang Ning nudged the ball of paper with his foot. He could tell at a glance that they hadn't been used. Are you blind, you bastard? The girl stomped her feet in frustration from inside the stall. That's the code. The code. The code. Are you trying to get me arrested and sent to a prison workshop? The Edict Hall's rules were clear. No matter whether you were a martial or cultural student at a first-class or third-rate university, you had to memorize the 10 prohibitions in the Code of Edicts and Rites before you could stay enrolled. Moreover, being caught defiling the Code of Edicts and Rites meant prison time. Jiang Ning knew it all, but he had been reborn. After all, he had traveled through Blue Star as a soul and returned with experience. Why should he swallow this nonsense? The girl suddenly thought of something. Hey, you tore off pages 3 and 4 for me. What about the first 2 pages? I wiped myself with them just now. His frank answer almost made the girl laugh. Those 2 pages contained the first prohibition of the code, no master-disciple romance. Violation was a grave crime. Anyone daring enough to use those pages for wiping definitely had dangerous thoughts. Idiot. Now I've got something on you. A sly glint flashed in the girl's eyes, but her tone stayed sweet. Dear, you've got some nerve. I'm not as bold as you. Go find me some paper, won't you? If you can't find any, bring that love letter you wrote me and use it. Jiang Ning hesitated for 2 seconds, then turned away without looking back. If you're that timid, why bother wiping it all? Just wait for yourself to air dry. Han Ru's delicate face was completely stunned. Only after the footsteps faded did she snap out of it and let out a frantic scream. Ah! Jiang Ning, get back here. If you dare leave me here, I won't get engaged to you today. I'm calling off the marriage. That was right. Today was their engagement banquet. Outside, the hall was already filled with guests. Both were freshmen in university, and according to the agreement, they were to be married this summer. But Han Ru was 100 times unwilling to marry Jiang Ning. What she adored was the Jiang family's fake young master, not Jiang Ning. The Jiang family now had 2 young masters, one real, one fake. The fake young master was a baby swapped at the hospital 18 years ago, while this guy was the real heir who had been brought back from the mountain only a year ago. He had wasted all those years on the mountain apprentice to a master and couldn't even awaken his martial fate star. The fake young master, by contrast, was handsome and imposing, the only elite in the aristocratic academy with 5 fate stars. Any fool knew who to choose. Jiang Ning walked to the door, listening to the unladylike yelling behind him, and snorted. Calling off the marriage. Finally speaking your mind. In his previous life, before the 7th day, right after his miserable death, this girl had already thrown herself into the arms of the fake young master Jiang Zishuan. She euphemistically called it honoring the spirit of the contract. She would become a Jiang daughter-in-law no matter what, to give the Jiang family an explanation. Just then a hotel cleaner hurried over. Seeing the roll of tissue in her hand, Jiang Ning quickly stepped forward to stop her. Hello, auntie. Are you going to put paper in the women's restroom? My buddy and his girlfriend are playing a little game in there, and I'm keeping watch. Could you not go in? As he spoke, Jiang Ning gave her a knowing wink. The middle-aged auntie understood immediately and flushed. Then, I'll go in half an hour later. Jiang Ning answered without thinking. Not enough. Half an hour isn't enough for them. At least 3 hours. 3 hours. The auntie was shocked, thinking young people really were vigorous these days. Why couldn't some of that energy be spared for her own old man? Just help me out. Jiang Ning searched his pockets, pulled out 100 yuan in cash, and pushed it into her pocket. Fine, fine. The auntie didn't want to walk in on an awkward scene. Under Jiang Ning's coaxing, she pocketed the money and slipped away. I'll come back later to clean. Auntie, tell your co-workers not to disturb us either. I understand. After a moment, Jiang Ning added, oh, and my buddy's girlfriend can be a little expressive, so she might get loud. If you can't stand it, just cover your ears. Got it. After that, Jiang Ning headed to the lobby alone. Before leaving, he unfolded the yellow warning sign the auntie had left and placed it at the women's restroom entrance. It read cleaning in progress out of service. Jiang Ning arrived at the lobby where the banquet had already begun. A richly dressed middle-aged couple walked toward him. The man said grimly, "Where is your fiancée?" Jiang Ning spread his hands. "Don't know. Probably fallen into a toilet pit somewhere." "Brat, how dare you talk like that?" Zhang Longhao was furious. In the years since he had been brought back, this man had never given him a kind look. Jiang Ning was used to it. The noble lady looked at the bag in his hand and asked in surprise, "Son, what are you doing? Today is your engagement banquet. You're still going to class." Jiang Ning gave a false smile. "I wonder who told the school to discipline me strictly. I went to ask for leave this morning, and they wouldn't approve it. It slipped my mind." Tang Rou flushed. She had indeed instructed them, but it was only to correct her son's bad habits. No matter how many times the school stressed that he was obedient, sensible, and free of bad habits, Tang Rou refused to believe it. She just thought they were flattering her. The child had been lost for 17 whole years, or of course he had been corrupted by all sorts of people. How could he have no bad habits? The Jiang family was prominent in Yuqing and could not afford another disgrace. Faced with such perfunctory excuses, Jiang Ning could not be bothered to explain. He was used to it. 3 beautifully dressed young women came over, and beside them was a pale-faced young man surrounded like stars around the moon. The 3 were Jiang Ning's elder sisters. The latter was the fake young master Jiang Zixuan. On meeting his third sister, Jiang Tingjio looked around at the festive decorations and said with sarcasm, "Xiaoru must have done something terrible in her past life to end up in the hands of some people. 'Tis how pitiful. If it were me, I'd rather smash my head into a wall than marry someone I don't like." His eldest sister Jiang Yushi scolded, "Jiao Jiao, stop it." His second sister Jiang Shunning warned sternly, "Aining Xiaoru is our good friend. If you ever dare bully her, I won't let you off." Mother Tang Rou said with a smile, "That's right, son. Xiaoru is a good girl. You couldn't enter a martial academy and could only study liberal arts, yet she doesn't despise you. You can't let her down in the future." Jiang Longhao blustered, "He wouldn't dare. I promised the Han patriarch. If this brat ever makes Xiaoru suffer, the Han family doesn't even need to lift a finger. I'll break his legs myself." Listen, just listen. Were these family? In his previous life, Jiang Ning had been blinded by longing for this belated affection and never dared to have any improper hopes toward the fairy-like master who loved him most. In this life, Jiang Ning would never grovel again. Jiang Zixuan, who had been obediently hiding in the back, suddenly stepped forward with his fists cupped. "Congratulations, brother Aining, on your marriage." Jiang Ning gave a cold laugh. "You've got it backwards. I should be congratulating you." Jiang Zixuan's face stiffened. "Brother Aining, I don't know what you mean." Seeing this, Jiang Tingjio looked ready to overturn a table. "Fine. Since you don't want face, I'll spell it out for you. That's right. Xiaoru has told me more than once that the one she truly likes is Zixuan." "What? You couldn't hold on to this engagement yourself, and now you blame Zixuan." The moment she said this, the guests around them fell silent. Everyone knew that the Jiang family had never treated these 2 young masters fairly, and this marriage was no exception. The Jiang family obviously preferred the fake young master Jiang Zixuan to marry Han Ru. Jiang Longhao and Tang Rou, as well as Jiang Yushi and Jiang Shunning, were silent too. Clearly Han Ru had cried about this to them before. Yet at the same time, Han Ru had insisted pitifully that she must respect the spirit of the contract. So they somewhat regretted bringing Jiang Ning back a year ago. No matter how you looked at it, Zixuan was a better match. "Well said." Jiang Ning laughed. First he gave Jiang Tingjio a thumbs up. "Since you don't want face, you said that. Don't cry foul when the game starts." In his previous life, Jiang Ning had cared too much about these people's face, which was why Han Ru was able to blackmail him again and again by threatening to break off the engagement, including just now when she had coaxed and dragged him into the women's restroom. Not giving his third sister a chance to retort, Jiang Ning looked at Jiang Zixuan and said mockingly, "As for you, don't think I don't know what you and Han Ru are up to." "Brother Aining, I." Jiang Zixuan tried to defend himself. "It's fine." Jiang Ning cut him off. "The 2 of you are in league together, and you really do suit each other. But if you still have the nerve to take in the woman I throw away after today, I'll give you a thumbs up." The crowd looked confused, not understanding what he meant. "You bastard." At that moment, amidst an angry cry, Han Ru stormed over. Her delicate face was redder than a monkey's bottom, leaving everyone stunned. What happened? Why is the soon-to-be bride so red in the face? That girl is known for being a proper lady. Who could have made her this angry? Han Ru rushed up to the family through the gaping crowd. Pointing at Jiang Ning, she sobbed, He's a pervert. He went into the women's restroom and peeked at me. I don't want to live anymore." She even made to bang her head against the corner of a table as if to become a martyr of chastity. But how could the Han elders ignore that? Several women immediately caught her. Her father Han Changming stepped forward and said to Jiang Longhao's family in a deep voice, "Master Jiang, my daughter is betrothed to your son, but before she is married into your house, your son cannot do whatever he pleases. Moreover, my Han family is a scholarly house. My daughter is well-bred and will never marry a man of bad character." If Master Jiang does not give my daughter an explanation today, even at the cost of breaking the engagement, my Han family will sever all ties with you. Ungrateful wretch. Kneel now. Zhang Longhao was so enraged that he roared like a hippo, demanding Jiang Ning kneel in public and giving him no face at all. But in Jiang Ning's eyes, this man did not exist. He strolled over to the crying girl and sneered. You accuse me of going into the women's restroom and peeking at you. You just make it up out of thin air. With tears in her eyes, Han Ru urged, everyone, if you don't believe me, check the surveillance footage. The crowd nodded. Right. Whether Jiang Ning had entered the women's restroom could be seen clearly from the hotel corridor cameras. Han Changming immediately ordered go. Pull up the footage and put it on the big screen. Soon the hotel manager sent the corridor surveillance video to the screen that had been playing celebrity blessing videos. To save time, they fast-forwarded it. But from beginning to end, Jiang Ning was nowhere to be seen. Han Ru froze. How can that be? Just now he and I clearly. Jiang Ning stepped forward, his eyes narrowed. Clearly what? Han Ru suddenly realized before going in he must have used a pole to angle the camera away. But she couldn't keep pressing this, or her tricking Jiang Ning into the restroom would be exposed. Han Ru stepped back and gritted her teeth. Fine. I won't hold this against you. Then she still pointed at Jiang Ning, but spoke to the crowd. But this man is a heretic. He actually wants a master-disciple romance. As soon as she said it, everyone's eyes flew wide open as if this were 1,000 times more shocking than the restroom incident. And it made sense. Going into the women's restroom was at most indecent. But a master-disciple romance was illegal. The first clause of the Code of Edicts and Rights stated it plainly. If it got out of hand, it could even alert the edict hall. Ungrateful wretch. Is this really true? Zhang Longhao roared again. But once again Jiang Ning ignored him. Having lived a second life, Jiang Ning was no longer cowering. He was just playing the part to the fullest. After he dealt with this little schemer, it would be time to stun everyone. Jiang Ning took another step forward. Proof. Although Han Ru stepped back again, her eyes showed that she was sure she had him cornered. Puffing her cheeks, she feigned shame and anger. You have filthy, dangerous thoughts. To satisfy that perversion, you wrote me a love letter asking me to play some master-disciple role-play with you. Then she fanned the flames again. If you don't believe me, search him. The love letter is in his backpack. Jiang Ning really wanted to slap her. Damn it. Hadn't the role-play been her own idea? She had even forced him to confess in the form of a love letter. Without waiting for anyone to push him, Jiang Ning pulled open the zipper of his backpack and dumped everything on the floor like beans from a sack. Come on, search all you want. He tossed the empty backpack aside and turned out his jacket and trouser pockets. Han Ru's eyes widened. You didn't write me one. I did. Then where is the love letter? I used it to wipe myself just now. Han Ru felt a wave of intense humiliation. Before she could think of how to explain, Jiang Ning spoke. You and that brat's tricks should be all used up now, right? Han Ru dared not answer. She really had nothing left. Since you're out of tricks this time, it's my turn, isn't it? Han Ru tried to look at Jiang Zishuan for help, but Jiang Ning had already stepped forward, cornering her. Because I didn't get you any paper just now, there are only two possibilities for you at the moment. Either it's already air-dried, or you didn't need it at all. As he spoke, Jiang Ning abruptly reached out and shoved hard. The innocent girl in the floral dress tripped over a chair and fell. I bet it's the second one. Oh. A piercing scream erupted, as if the hotel's ceiling were about to collapse. The cameraman at the scene felt his heart race as he began to scheme. He wanted to seize the opportunity to extort the Han family by deleting the footage. Jiang Ning had guessed correctly. Bastard. How dare you push me? Don't look. All of you close your eyes. Don't look. Han Ru screamed, mortified and furious to the point of death. With the banquet about to start, she was stuck on the toilet, her cries unanswered by heaven or earth. What else could she do but take off her skirt to use as toilet paper? What else could she do? Was she really going to wait until it air-dried before coming out? Not only would that take a long time and delay the execution of the engagement cancellation plan, but if she came out with that smell, who would still be able to eat at the banquet? She was wearing a skirt today. That little smell simply couldn't be contained. So sacrificing the small for the big was the wise choice. This was inspired by a woman in a movie who took off her skirt to tie her hair. But Han Ru could never have expected that Jiang Ning would be so prescient, completely predicting all her predictions. Han Ru rolled a few times on the ground, covering herself with her left hand, while frantically pulling down her skirt, which had spread out like a peacock's tail. Then she lay face down on the ground, covering her face with both hands, and burst into tears. Whoa. Now she had no face to show anyone. The guests were already dumbfounded. Then came the murmurs. At the engagement banquet, Miss Han's indecent exposure will definitely spread throughout the city by tomorrow. Earlier, Han Mingxiang had declared that to marry off his precious pearl, he would demand a bride price of 100 million yuan, even if there was already a betrothal with the Jiang family. Now forget 100 million. Even if she brought a dowry, no one would want her. From now on, whichever family married this girl would be laughed at for a lifetime. Hearing those harsh words behind him, Han Ru's grandfather's vision went black, and he fainted on the spot. As a father, Han Mingxiang lost all face and trembled with rage. You unfilial daughter. You want to drive me to death." The words he had just spoken now came back like a boomerang, smashing hard against his old face. A scholarly family. A well-mannered daughter. Now the Han family had truly become a laughingstock. Those comments, each word like a steel needle, pierced Hanru's heart. "I don't want to live anymore." She cried on the ground for a long time, but seeing no one came to comfort her, she again slammed her head toward the edge of the table. Earlier pushing into the crowd was an act, but this time she was clearly serious. The three Jiang sisters screamed in unison no. As best friends, they should have been the first to comfort Hanru. But today's scene. This girl had really lost face in a big way. The most important privacy of a young lady had been exposed to so many people, and this girl usually presented herself as innocent. They were also afraid of being embarrassed together. But just as everyone thought there would be a bloody scene, a palm firmly stopped the flying forehead. It was Jiang Ning. Everyone was stunned. "You were the one who made her lose face in public. Why are you suddenly acting like a savior? Don't rush." Jiang Ning spoke calmly, as if answering everyone's thoughts, or as if addressing the girl he was holding down. You forgive me." Hanru looked up, her face streaked with tears, her eyes full of hope. Han Mingchong and the other Han family members' breathing quickened. Yes, the one who tied the knot must untie it. Since things had come to this, if they could obtain the young Master Zhang's forgiveness, at least they could salvage some face for the Han family. If Jiang Ning would personally promise to overlook past grievances and still be willing to marry Hanru, that would be even better. Han Shangming secretly vowed that if this kid really played along, he would have the bride price he demanded from the Jiang family, only asking for 50 million. Zhang Longhao and his wife were also conflicted. For the sake of reputation, they couldn't accept this daughter-in-law anymore. But if they thought bigger, this could actually be an opportunity. Forgiving Hanru publicly would not only earn a reputation for magnanimity, but also give them leverage over the Han family in the future. Weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Longhao began frantically, signaling Jiang Ning with his eyes. Similarly, the third sister Jiang Tingjio was also fiercely making faces at Jiang Ning, her lips moving. Judging by her lip movements, she seemed to be saying, "If you dare ruin Xiaoru, I will no longer recognize you as my brother." But all these hints were ignored by Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning moved his fingers up through her hair, clutching the girl's head tightly, like a master interrogating a servant, and said with a mocking smile, "Don't rush. If you want to faint, you have to wait until I finish speaking." Hearing this, Hanru's pretty face flushed red. Yes. Although she had hit hard, she had chosen the angle well. She didn't foolishly hit a corner, but a flat part of the table edge. She had wanted to cry herself into a faint, but perhaps her face wasn't as thin as she thought. After crying for a while, she was still full of energy. So she steeled herself and decided to take a physical approach to fainting. If she could just pass out like her grandfather without consciousness, no matter how harshly you guys cursed, I wouldn't hear it. At worst, I'd have a bump on my head, and it would hurt for a few days. Anyway, I won't listen. But this guy seemed to have predicted her again. Jiang Ning didn't give her a chance to argue. He announced directly to the public, "That marriage certificate, I just used it as toilet paper. From now on, you are divorced by me, kicked out, and no longer my fiancée Jiang Ning's." Saying this, Jiang Ning shoved her hard toward the fake young master Jiang Zishuan and said with a mocking smile, "Go on. Now you two can continue your collusion." The girl bumped into Jiang Zishuan's knee. Instinctively, she looked up, hoping Jiang Zishuan would help her, but all she got was his fearful retreat. Jiang Zishuan, as if afraid that the girl's bottom wasn't clean and would smear shit on his pants, hastily withdrew his foot, letting her stumble and fall to the ground. Bang! As a result, Hanru, caught off guard, hit her sharp chin hard on the hard floor, blood spilling everywhere, and she fainted on the spot. "Ambulance! Call an ambulance!" The crowd panicked. Looking at the injury, it seemed the jawbone was exposed, and she needed a plastic surgeon immediately. If not handled properly, her V-shaped face would turn into a pancake face. I didn't mean it." Jiang Zishuan was terrified and hastily defended himself. "And I want to clarify one thing, Hanru and I are innocent. We haven't done anything to betray Brother Aining. Someone had made the shoes stink and then threw them to him. What did he take him for? A trash recycling station?" Yet at this moment, he couldn't go and argue with Jiang Ning, otherwise he would confirm his ambition to marry Hanru and usurp his place. Everyone showed contempt. This guy was really a scumbag. At the same time, they secretly admired Jiang Ning. It was said that the true young master brought back a year ago was a coward, letting his family boss him around without daring to talk back. He didn't seem like that. He easily tore apart Hanru's hypocrisy and lies. If the family continued to despise the true young master and protect the fake one, were they sure they wouldn't regret it in the future? Jiang Ning walked to the hotel entrance, suddenly stopped, and said something astonishing, "But this little slut didn't lie about one thing. I, Jiang Ning, am indeed deeply in love with my fairy master. I'm going back to find her now. If we get married in the future, everyone is welcome to the wedding feast." With that, he left without looking back. The hall fell into dead silence. After a few breaths, someone tremblingly exclaimed, "This young master really has dangerous thoughts. This is too crazy." Jiang Longhao and his wife and the three sisters were filled with dread, looking as if a demon had appeared in their home, living in constant fear. Back at the Jiang family villa, upon entering they saw the butler Uncle Fu practicing Tai Chi. In this world martial arts were prevalent. A prominent family like the Jiangs even had servants who were martial artists. Unlike his previous life, when after his tragic death his soul transmigrated to Launching, where he lived for over 20 years, a place that only studied finance and technology. Young Master Jiang Ning is back. Uncle Fu quickly stopped and came forward to greet him. Go ahead with your work. I'm leaving. Out of their usual cordiality, Jiang Ning was still polite to Uncle Fu. Leaving. Uncle Fu watched Jiang Ning walk into his room with astonishment, his eyes full of reluctance. But upon reflection, Uncle Fu could understand Jiang Ning. He was clearly the true young master, but after returning for over a year, he had been treated coldly in every way. He was suspected of stealing, suspected of molesting his second sister's personal belongings, and his allowance was pitifully low. He lived a worse life than the fake young master's little finger. Moreover, Uncle Fu had overheard that the family had apparently ordered a bottle of evolutionary potion. This was clearly knowing that young Master Jiang Ning couldn't awaken his martial destiny, yet forcing him to become a monster. Bang! As Uncle Fu was lost in thought, the door was suddenly kicked open violently. Jiang Longhao was the first to rush in, his face full of anger. Where is that rebellious son? He's back in his room. Uncle Fu noticed that the lady behind the master, as well as the three young ladies, also had extremely grim expressions. Uncle Fu cautiously asked what happened to young Master Jiang Ning. Jiang Longhao was furious. What happened? That rebellious son disgraced us today. He made a scene in public, unilaterally called off the engagement, and destroyed decades of friendship between the Jiang and Han families. He also brazenly declared that he likes his own master. What does he want to do? Get us raided by the teaching order hall. Before the man could finish, Jiang Ning had already walked out of his room. He was holding a pen and paper. Seeing this, Jiang Longhao exploded with rage. Rebellious son, get down on your knees. After causing such a big disaster, do you think writing a self-criticism can get you off the hook? Self-criticism. Jiang Ning laughed, slapping the paper and pen heavily on the table. Come, let's sign a written agreement to avoid future entanglements. The whole family leaned in to look and almost fainted. There at the top of the paper was written in bold, agreement to sever relations. Ning, you're abandoning us. Mother Tang Rou gazed blankly at her son, unable to believe he would even entertain such a thought. Yes. Jiang Ning spoke firmly. From now on we will never cross paths again. Ning, are you threatening us? Eldest sister Jiang Yusher was no longer pleased. Although she harbored some suspicions about Jiang Zishuan, she hadn't taken them too seriously. Even if it turned out that Ning had indeed been framed by Zishuan, the worst she'd do is a mild reprimand. After all, Zishuan was simply too exceptional. At such a young age, he had already condensed 5 life stars with his martial arts achievements far surpassing everyone else's. He was the family's pride and hope. Taking it too seriously was out of the question. As for Ning, if he was found to have been wronged, they would simply treat him better from then on. Second sister Jiang Shunning hugged Jiang Zishuan even tighter, rolling her eyes at Jiang Ning. Save it. If we were intimidated by you, would you next demand that we exile Zishuan? I'm telling you, don't even think about it. Jiang Shunning owed her life to Jiang Zishuan. He had once brought her a mysterious medicinal brew when she suffered qi deviation during cultivation. She held that debt of gratitude close to her heart. So even though Jiang Zishuan wasn't her blood relative, she doted on him dearly. By contrast, her own brother Jiang Ning, good for nothing, ill-mannered, a thief, and on top of that a pervert. He annoyed her in every possible way. If you consider this a threat, then I suppose it is, Jiang Ning said indifferently, picking up the pen and signing the paper first. For a year this so-called family affection had only brought him exhaustion. Now Jiang Ning just wanted to sever ties quickly, put an end to it all, and return to his goddess master. If he had to be someone's simp, why not devote himself to his goddess master, who looked at him with nothing but affection? Why stay here and take abuse? Seeing her son sign, with such decisiveness and zero hesitation, Tang Rou's expression darkened. She began pleading with him bitterly. Ning, must you force us to choose between 2 options? Zishuan is your younger brother. Even if he provoked you somewhere, he's still just a child. You can overlook his immaturity. A child? He may be immature, but what about you all? Aren't you grown adults? Jiang Ning resisted the urge to curse and dropped all pretense of respect toward his mother. This kid has been targeting me behind everyone's back, and as his mother you claim to have noticed nothing. You're just pretending not to see. Tang Rou had no rebuttal. Over the past year, she had indeed grown distant from her own son. It couldn't be helped. Whenever she went for afternoon tea with the wealthy matrons, bringing Zishuan made her feel proud. But the one time she exceptionally brought Ning, she faced endless gossip behind her back. Yet she believed she hadn't mistreated the boy at all. She provided him with fine food and shelter at home. Wasn't that enough? Watching her mother struggle under Jiang Ning's accusations, third sister Jiang Tingjio immediately scolded. You claim to have studied under a master, yet you can't even show basic respect to your elders, shouting at your own mother like that. Jiang Ning didn't hold back, retorting sharply, for someone who calls themselves human, you sure don't speak like one. Why are you being so aggressive? Even if Zishuan did something wrong, 2 hands are needed to clap. Aren't you also at fault, you little brat? Stick out your face then. Let me slap you and see if it makes a sound. Why you? This is mutiny, complete rebellion. Father, hear this. He actually wants to hit me. Jiang Tingjio had always been the family's most argumentative and sharp-tongued member. But after their verbal battle left her completely drained, she exploded with rage. Rebellious child, are you attempting mutiny? Jiang Ning had merely raised his hand in demonstration, yet Jiang Longhao, protective of his favorite son, erupted in fury, releasing all the resentment he'd built up throughout the evening. He surged to his feet, flipping the coffee table and hurling it at Jiang Ning. Bang! Jiang Ning was caught completely off guard. Even if he had been prepared, how could someone without an awakened martial fate possibly dodge the explosive power of a 7th-grade martial artist? His vision went black, and he felt as though struck by a speeding truck, inescapably sent crashing to the ground. The entire family froze in shock at the sudden violence. By the time they snapped out of it, Jiang Ning was coughing blood and had already fallen unconscious. Jiang Long, how do you want to kill your own son? Tang Rou panicked and cradled Jiang Ning in her arms, shrieking at her husband. Jiang Longhao stared at his trembling hands, regret flickering in his eyes. I thought he was going to hit Tingjio. I lost control for a moment. Father, third sister is at least a 2nd-grade martial artist. How could Ning possibly harm her? Eldest sister Jiang Yushi fumed. She rushed over to examine Jiang Ning's injuries, and what she saw shocked her. Ning was badly hurt. Uncle Fu, come quickly. Ning is injured. Jiang Yushi shouted upstairs. Only the elderly butler Uncle Fu possessed any medical knowledge in the household. Uncle Fu, who had been tidying the warehouse, immediately removed his apron and rushed over at once. After examining him, Uncle Fu's expression turned grim. The young master's injuries are severe. There's no time to rush him to the hospital. We must quickly channel true energy into him. His words caused everyone in the room to stiffen. Every member of the Jiang family was a martial artist except for Jiang Ning himself. Channeling true energy wouldn't challenge them, but it would harm their own bodies. Who will do it? Jiang Longhao asked, heavily scanning his family. As the one who had wounded his son, Jiang Longhao should have taken responsibility as the father. But he claimed he had a long trip planned for next week, and if his health suffered, he might not handle dangers on the road. Third sister Jiang Tingjio was out of the question. She despised Jiang Ning so thoroughly that she would never heal him. When their father's gaze fell on her, she snorted and turned away. I'm approaching the bottleneck of the 3rd grade, eldest sister Jiang Yushi said nervously. If I channel true energy to Ning, I fear. Her cultivation had miraculously advanced rapidly since last month. She felt she might soon break through to the 4th grade. I have my period, Jiang Shuning blushed. Though she faced no pressure to break through, she hadn't been feeling well these past few days. Mother's wrinkles are already numerous enough. Tang Rou touched her foundation-covered cheeks, her gaze evasive. Though she never said it aloud, everyone understood. She feared channeling true energy to her son would accelerate her own aging. I'll do it. Jiang Zishuan rolled up his sleeves, putting on an expression of brave sacrifice for his brother Ning. No. The entire family chorused in unison. Tang Rou reproached with deep gratitude. Zishuan, we know you're sensible, but this would delay your cultivation progress. Absolutely not. Oh. Jiang Zishuan obediently sat back, down, a flicker of triumph in his eyes. Everything was proceeding exactly as he'd planned. Watching the family pass blame, while a life hung in the balance, even Uncle Fu felt chilled to the bone for Jiang Ning. Let me do it, Uncle Fu sighed helplessly. In this household, his cultivation was the lowest. Saving Jiang Ning's life would leave him recovering for years. But he was already old, and his cultivation had nowhere left to go. Then hurry, Uncle Fu, Tang Rou said, overjoyed. Their son would be saved without them losing any energy. After this, Uncle Fu, go to the company tomorrow and draw $500,000 from accounts to recover, Jiang Longhao declared, waving his hand generously. Sigh. Uncle Fu muttered to himself. He acted out of genuine affection for the boy. The child was clever, kind, and never treated him like a servant. Otherwise, why would he risk so much for mere hundreds of thousands? When Jiang Ning finally opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in his bedroom bed. Ning, you're finally awake. You gave us quite a scare, Tang Rou said, still trembling with fear as she held him close. Thankfully, we acted quickly and channeled true energy into you. Stop causing trouble now, we're all family. Couldn't you just sit down and discuss things properly? Eldest sister and the others gathered around the bed, chattering away. Meanwhile, Uncle Fu, the one who had played the most crucial role in saving him, was pushed aside at the doorway, unable to interject a single word. Jiang Ning detached himself from his mother's embrace with an expressionless face, threw off the covers, and swung his legs over the edge of the bed. To their bewildered stares, he dragged his weakened body toward Uncle Fu and bowed deeply. Uncle Fu, I will remember this kindness. When the opportunity arises, I will repay you. Though unconscious, he hadn't completely lost awareness. He knew Uncle Fu had saved him. As for the others, never mind. Jiang Ning didn't bother saying anything more. Ning, where are you going? You haven't recovered yet. Don't run around like this. Mother Tang Rou hurried after him, leading the charge. They had assumed that after brushing against death, Jiang Ning would finally stop his rebellion. But judging by his actions, it seemed he intended to cut all ties with them anyway. Walking behind him, Jiang Tingjiu muttered under her breath, "Hey, what did he mean by that? Don't we have any kindness owed to him either? We fed him well for so long, and he repays us like an ingrate." "Shut up." Eldest sister Jiang Yushi shot her a glare, refusing to let her fan the flames further. Soon Jiang Ning returned to the living room with his bag. The shattered glass and wood splinters covering the floor had already been completely cleaned up by the servants, as if nothing had happened. Jiang Longhao sat there smoking a cigar, casually chatting with Jiang Zishuan about which martial arts academy to apply to, acting as though nothing had occurred. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, Jiang Longhao's temper flared instantly. "So you really want to cut all ties with us, is that it?" "Exactly," Jiang Ning answered without hesitation. Fine, fine, fine. You've grown bold. This temple is too small to hold a rebellious son like you." Enraged, Jiang Longhao laughed bitterly, signed the paper with a fierce stroke, and threw it at him. Jiang Yushi seized the agreement form quickly. "Ning, act mature for once. You're not a child anymore." Tang Rou pleaded through tears. "Ning, please don't leave. Mother can't bear to lose you." "Can't bear to lose me. Fine. Then let this kid drink the evolution elixir." Jiang Ning, utterly exhausted, turned toward Jiang Zishuan and made a demand he knew they would never accept. "Agreed. Get out. Get out of my house right now." True to form, Jiang Longhao erupted in fury, leaping to his feet and pointing at the door. "My son, how can you behave like this?" Tang Rou looked as though her heart was being torn apart, caught in the middle. "Ning, you know your brother Zishuan is a genius who has already awakened his martial fate. He doesn't need the evolution elixir. But you're different, Ning. This is your only path forward. You have to understand, we're doing this for your own good." Tang Rou continued her heartfelt persuasion. "For my own good." Jiang Ning's long-suppressed fury finally boiled over. "You never even asked for my opinion. Is that for my own good? Do you have any idea what happens when someone drinks this elixir? Do you understand it will cost your son and your brother his life? Do you realize you're about to destroy a peerless genius blessed with 7 life stars? Wipe out the hope that could elevate the Jiang family to prominence in Great Xia, and even to the pinnacle of the world." Jiang Ning had originally kept this secret. In his previous life, on his deathbed before his tragic demise, his life stars had finally awakened, and all 7 of the most extraordinary ones at once. In other words, if these people had shown a bit more patience and given him more time, the Jiang family would have gained a peerless genius. Yet clearly no one would believe his words. "I look at you bragging," Jiang Tingjiu sneered. 7 life stars. Pinnacle of the world. I think you've got your dreams mixed up. Fine. A genius like me isn't worthy of people like you." Heartbroken and defeated, Jiang Ning snatched the paper from Jiang Yushi's hands and turned to leave. Tang Rou tried to chase after him, but her 3 daughters held her back. "Mother, don't follow him. Let him cool off for a few days." Eldest sister Jiang Yushi said sternly, "He's never faced the harsh realities of society. A little suffering will do him good." "Exactly. I can't believe he'd actually leave this family to go back to hardship." Second sister Jiang Shuning also looked irritated, thinking Jiang Ning was playing hard to get. It would be best if he never came back at all. Third sister Jiang Tingjiu seemed genuinely relieved at the prospect of Jiang Ning not returning, and she brazenly comforted their mother. "Mother, you're still young. You could always have another child." Just then footsteps approached from outside. It was Jiang Ning, having turned back. Seeing this, eldest sister Jiang Yushi and Jiang Shuning exchanged smug looks. He had regretted it after all. "Ning, you're not leaving." Tang Rou's face lit up with joy as she went to meet him. Jiang Ning didn't enter the house. Instead, he stood at the doorway and extended his hand toward eldest sister Jiang Yushi. "Miss Jiang, could you please return my book to me?" "Book?" Jiang Yushi remembered. Some time ago she had been in a sour mood due to slow cultivation progress. Ning had indeed given her a miscellaneous book to keep herself entertained. Its contents were utterly obscure, some secret technique, or just scribbles impossible to understand. She only glanced through it when bored. "TCH, who cares about your tattered book? Here." Jiang Yushi quickly ran back inside, retrieved the book, and tossed it at Jiang Ning grumpily. Taking the book, Jiang Ning turned and left without a word. A year ago, when he descended the mountain, his goddess master had given him 2 items for protection, a medicinal herb and this very book. The herb had been used months ago to brew a medicinal soup. When second sister Jiang Shuning suffered chi deviation, he couldn't get it back. Now he and this family were even with no debts owed on either side. "Ning." Tang Rou called out loudly, but this time there was no response. Jiang Ning truly departed without looking back. "Woo woo. Brother Ning really left." Jiang Zishuan sniffled dramatically. Though secretly thrilled, he couldn't resist casting a resentful glance at Uncle Fu's back. If it weren't for that meddling old man, he would have won handily tonight. Humph! Stepping out of the Jiang mansion gates and breathing in the fresh air, Jiang Ning felt incredibly light. He would not regret what he had done today. If genuine affection couldn't be reciprocated, then he would find someone worthy of it. Dozens of kilometers from Cloud City lay an ancient town. Highway town nestled between mountains and sea, a renowned tourist destination. And in the mountain ranges behind the small town, countless miracles had been said to have occurred since ancient times. Halfway up the mountain stood a Taoist temple, its gate plaque bearing 3 characters, Tianyin Temple, shabby and isolated from the world. A graceful figure clad in white sat alone on the eaves, chin resting on her hand in a pensive trance. Her long hair cascaded like a black waterfall, her skin was pale as snow, her eyebrows elegantly arched, her nose straight and refined, her crimson lips succulent, her slender neck like a swan's. Her beauty was ethereal and peerless, complemented by breathtaking curves. Any man who caught a glimpse would undoubtedly feel hungry. Su Qingxian had just experienced a dream. In it, her disciple had confessed in person that he no longer wished to remain at university, that he loved her and wanted to break free from worldly chains to be with her. Upon waking, she found sleep impossible. But could such a shamelessly audacious disciple truly exist in this world? Su Qingxian rested her chin on her hand, her beautiful eyes clear and profound, filled with tender emotion, gazing at the bright moon in the sky as she murmured wistfully. Just then a familiar silhouette dashed through the night into the courtyard. Ning. Overjoyed, Su Qingxian leapt from the eaves, her robes fluttering like a celestial maiden descending to earth. Before she could reach out to ask after him, he lunged forward, wrapping his arms tightly around her. His lips crashed against hers with passion, giving her no chance to resist. Wait. Wasn't this kid supposed to be at university? Why did he suddenly return? Umph! A startled, delicate cry erupted from the courtyard. This wicked disciple. Her enchanting gasps were like a pool of spring water stirred by ripples spreading through the mountain forest. Su Qingxuan's phoenix eyes widened, her whole body numb, as if struck by lightning, her consciousness completely blank. This must be a dream. If it is a dream, well, it's fine to sink into it. Good dreams are easily broken, vanishing like smoke in an instant. She had long grown accustomed to it. But just as she was about to give up the struggle, her opponent became even more aggressive, as if a cunning tongue was trying to pry open her pearly teeth and come in to wreak havoc. No, it's not a dream. That rascal has really come back. Umph. Su Qingxian let out a startled, delicate grunt, and instinctively quickly pushed this wicked disciple away, speaking with a hint of anger. You rascal, how dare you be so disrespectful to your master? Master, I missed you. Jiang Ning stepped forward, his voice trembling. In his master's eyes, he had only been away for a year. But for him, it was 28 years of soul-penetrating, launching, longing day and night. For some reason, seeing him looking so haggard, Su Qingxian also felt a sense of déjà vu, as if an era had passed. The anger that had just risen to her brows quietly dissipated, and she quickly asked with concern, Rascal, didn't they treat you well? Why did you come back? Her tone was impatient, but in fact during this past year, she had been worrying about this rascal every single day. Several times she wanted to go down the mountain to visit, but she was afraid of being presumptuous and disturbing his family. Not good. Jiang Ning let out a deep nasal sound. In front of his goddess-like master, Jiang Ning didn't need to pretend. He recounted all the injustices he had suffered over the past year without any concealment. After hearing this, Su Qingxuan's beautiful eyes flared with anger, and she instinctively pulled him into her arms. They were so heartless. If I had known this, I should never have. She trailed off, hesitating. Obviously, a year ago when the Jiang family came up the mountain to find him, she was extremely reluctant to let Jiang Ning go. But thinking that they were his family, she could only helplessly let him go. Now I've cut ties with them completely, I won't leave again. Jiang Ning lay on his master, rubbing his forehead against her fragrant softness, intoxicated and unable to extricate himself. His master's embrace was so warm, so fragrant, so soft, so ample. From noon until now, all the heartache and exhaustion had been healed by the goddess's gentle closeness. He wished time could stay forever at this moment. Su Qingxian then realized that after a year her disciple had grown taller, already half a head taller than herself. Rascal, don't be presumptuous. She quickly withdrew her hands in embarrassment, scolding him with a cold, angry tone. Then she saw that her disciple's pants had a big hole, his exposed knee was bleeding, his shoes were worn out, and he looked travel-worn. She couldn't help but be startled. How did you end up like this? I had no money in my pocket. From 7 in the evening until now I ran all the way for 4 hours, 30 kilometers to get here. Jiang Ning scratched his head. The road was dark and slippery, and I accidentally fell a few times. What a fool. Go make your bed. Su Qingxian scolded him with a mixture of exasperation and humor. Jiang Ning nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Back then she clearly couldn't bear to let him go, but she stubbornly held back and didn't keep him. In private, she must have secretly wiped away many tears. Now that he had returned, she was clearly overjoyed inside, but still pretended to be nonchalant. My master is so tsundere, so adorable. Jiang Ning chuckled inwardly and walked straight to his original room. The door creaked as he pushed it open. Everything in the room was as before. The room was very clean. Clearly his master had been cleaning it regularly. The bedding mat, the little wooden carvings he had made out of boredom, and his old clothes. None of them had been thrown away, all neatly stored. She has been waiting for me to come back. A wave of warmth surged through Jiang Ning's heart. As soon as he lay down, he heard a slight sound from the rooftop. It seemed his master had something on her mind again. Probably his impulsive, audacious kiss had unsettled her Tao heart. Jiang Ning wanted to say that in his previous life on launching, the young people were much more passionate and unrestrained when reunited after a long separation. On the eve, Su Qingxian sat alone facing the bright moon, a trace of confusion flickering in her beautiful eyes. That wicked disciple had been so presumptuous, repeatedly taking liberties with her. She didn't know who had taught him these things. She came alone to the rooftop, hoping to use the night's cold wind to calm her own heart, which had also begun to stir with unease. Suddenly a song drifted out from the window below. It turned out that Jiang Ning was lying on the bed humming softly to himself. A cloud falls into the palm, vast thousands of miles, where to go? Only remember you at parting, still youthful and spirited. Su Qingxian sat on the rooftop, propping her delicate cheek on her hand, listening to the moving melody and the profound lyrics, gradually falling into a trance. She lowered her head and murmured softly, "Ning, what is the name of this song?" "This song is called Since We Parted, Master. Do you like it?" Jiang Ning, with his hands crossed behind his head, gazed at the ceiling and smiled gently at the person above him through the roof in a moderate voice. This world was not only technologically backward compared to launching, but also even more impoverished in terms of entertainment and culture. The second young lady of the Jiang family, Jiang Ning, was a somewhat famous member of a girl group. The album that the Jiang family spent a fortune on for her was no more than the level of vulgar pop songs like Buddhist Girl or Meow on launching. Since we parted? Su Qingxian was startled. Jiang Ning nodded gently. Since we parted, I recall our meetings. How many times have I dreamed of you? Tonight, I hold the silver lamp, still afraid this meeting is a dream. Still afraid this meeting is a dream. Su Qingxuan's heart trembled and waves surged within her. And these waves could never be calmed again. That night, Su Qingxian could not sleep again. She sat quietly on the rooftop, watching over the soundly sleeping Jiang Ning. An invisible aura completely enveloped the entire house, preventing even mosquitoes from approaching, as if it had cordoned off a world for two, forbidding any third party to enter. She had already given that family one chance. This was her precious disciple, the apple of her eye. Since that family did not cherish him, well, no one would ever take him from her side again. In the morning at the Jiang family villa, the family members came downstairs one after another. The dining table was laden with a hearty breakfast. The Jiang family members were usually very busy. Only on weekends like today did they have time to gather as a family for a meal. Fubo, go call that rascal down for breakfast. As soon as Zhang Longhao sat down, he instinctively shouted, "What time is it now?" He's still not up. The third sister, Jiang Tingio, took a savage bite of bread, her mouth pouting high. All day long he's like an old master, even needing to be called for meals. The second sister, Jiang Shuning, said indignantly, "After so long he hasn't learned any of the family rules, but has picked up plenty of bad habits." Mother Tang Ro held her forehead, looking very troubled. The whole family, as if still half asleep, followed the head of the household in chattering criticisms. It could only be said that this kind of family criticism session against Jiang Ning had been happening almost every day for the past year. So much so that scolding Jiang Ning had become a conditioned reflex for them. Especially during meals, Jiang Ning was always late, greatly irritating everyone. Master, Madam, and the three young Mrs. Young Master Jiang Ning left last night. It wasn't until Fubo's helpless voice sounded behind them that the whole table suddenly fell silent. Zhang Longhao's face darkened, and he asked knowingly, "That unfilial son really hasn't come back yet?" Fubo shook his head, sighed helplessly, and revealed a more painful truth. Actually, the reason young Master Jiang Ning was always late for meals was that he didn't want to ruin your appetite. You always liked to find fault with him at the table, either complaining about the sound he made while eating or about his lack of table manners. Over time, he preferred to eat your leftovers rather than come out early to annoy you. At these words, the whole table fell silent. What Fubo said was true. Having been educated in aristocratic etiquette since childhood, they really couldn't stand Jiang Ning's little mannerisms while eating. The third sister, Jiang Tingio, had even cruelly said to his face that his eating habits were disgusting. But who would admit their own fault? Zhang Longhao looked displeased. "Fubo, are we abusing him? If this unfilial son doesn't bother to learn table manners, who is to blame?" Fubo was speechless. Even the household servants knew that Jiang Ning was not unwilling to learn those table manners. It was just that no one was willing to teach him seriously. Fubo knew he couldn't argue with the head of the family, so he could only tactfully remind them of a fact. Before leaving last night, young Master Jiang Ning left behind the villa keys and the access card. Hearing this, Mother Tang Ro's face turned pale instantly. Ning really doesn't want us anymore. The third sister Jiang Tingio said disdainfully, Mom, don't worry. He's just trying to scare us. He knows this family can't be moved away, so he's putting on this self-injury act. His aim is to make us give in. If you don't believe me, just wait. As long as we stay calm, within 3 days he'll come back, dejectedly begging us to forgive him. This unfilial son doesn't have a penny to his name, so he can't make much of a stir. If we fall into his trap, he'll become even more unscrupulous in the future. Zhang Longhao spoke with conviction and didn't take it too seriously. That's right. Tang Ro had never been assertive, and after being analyzed by her husband and daughter, she was clearly convinced. But 7 days quickly passed. Instead of Jiang Ning coming home to admit his mistake, they saw a news report in the newspaper. It said that someone had found a floating corpse in Panlong River in Jiangxing. The whole family was now completely panicked. Ding dong. That day Jiang Zishuan was not at home. The doorbell of the villa's courtyard suddenly rang. Fubo went out to check and came back flustered. Master, Madam, it's bad. There are patrol officers here looking for us, saying it's about young Master Jiang Ning. Ning. Mother Tang Ro's eyes went dark and she collapsed onto the sofa. No matter how much she disliked Jiang Ning, this child was still a piece of her flesh. If he were gone just like that, how could she live for the rest of her life? Jiang Yushi and the other sisters trembled uncontrollably. Could Ning really have this unfilial son? Zhang Longhao was also shocked. Soon Fubo led the patrol officers into the house. The leading officer immediately asked, Are you the family of Jiang Ning? I am Jiang Ning's father. Where is the child? Now, Zhang Longhao greeted them with a heavy face, already starting to calculate how to arrange his son's funeral to minimize the negative impact of this incident. After all, the Jiang family had a listed company. If this matter were to be publicized, it would surely be seen as a scandal by the outside world and deal a heavy blow to the stock price. Mr. Jiang, you admit you are Jiang Ning's father now. Where were you before? The patrol officer was furious. Fine, come over and sign. Zhang Longhao was about to pick up the pen to sign, but when he saw the title of the document, he froze. Missing persons case, filing confirmation. Wasn't it a body identification form? Zhang Longhao was puzzled. Officer, if the person is already dead, what's the point of filing a case? The patrol officer looked confused. What? After all this fuss, the two sides were not on the same page at all. It turned out that the other party had come to investigate after receiving a report from Jiang Ning's friend. It was said that Jiang Ning had been missing for 7 days and his family couldn't be reached. To be safe, they had to report the case. In the end, the patrol officers conducted investigations, and after much effort finally found out that Jiang Ning was actually the young master of the Jiang family. As for the person in the news, it was unrelated to their family. After the misunderstanding was cleared up, Zhang Longhao smiled apologetically. I'm really sorry for the trouble. After seeing off the patrol officers, Tang Ro was displeased. Zhang Longhao, why did you close the case? This unfilial son ran away from home on his own. He wasn't lost. If this blows up, aren't you ashamed? Zhang Longhao was very irritated. He had closed the case based on the principle that family scandals should not be publicized. I don't care. I want Ning back now. If anything happens to my son Zhang Longhao, I won't let you off. Throwing tantrums had always been Tang Ro's trump card. After the false alarm, she was truly scared. Call Ning and ask him to come back. The eldest Jiang Yushi also spoke up. Who will call? Tang Ro looked at everyone. I'm not calling anyway. The third sister Jiang Tingio immediately refused. She even disagreed with surrendering so quickly. I'll call him. The second sister Jiang Shunning reluctantly stepped forward. She wasn't soft-hearted, she just felt that if this fuss continued, this family really couldn't be lived in. She realized that since Jiang Ning was brought back, this family had never been at peace. In the past, that person clearly knew everyone disliked him, yet he still tried every means to please everyone, which was extremely annoying. Now he had turned the tables and staged this little retreat to advance trick. What a troublesome fellow. It had prevented her from calming down and focusing on creating new songs these past few days. Second daughter, tell Ning that Mom knows she was wrong. Tell him not to be angry with Mom and come home quickly. While she was dialing, her mother Tang Ro kept nagging. I know. Jiang Shunning grew more and more annoyed. Just thinking that after that guy came back, he would steal her things again to do some filthy deeds, she felt disgusted. For this, Jiang Shunning even harbored a malicious thought. Why wasn't that guy the one who jumped into the river in the newspaper? Just then a familiar cell phone ringtone sounded in everyone's ears. That was Jiang Ning's ringtone. Ning is back. Tang Ro was overjoyed. But when they listened carefully, the ringtone was clearly coming from Jiang Ning's room. A group of people rushed into the room in a panic. Indeed, when Jiang Ning left, he had even left behind the phone that the family had bought for him. As for other items, he didn't take a single one. Oh, I remember now. When Ning left, he was wearing the same old clothes that he had on when he was first brought into the family. The eldest sister Jiang Yushi suddenly remembered something. Looking at the pile of clothes that Jiang Ning had folded and placed on the bed, they were pitifully few. Tang Rou covered her mouth, her eyes reddening. In the past, she had always complained that this son of hers was too rustic, didn't know how to dress, and embarrassed her when she took him out. But with only 2 or 3 sets of clothes, that child could only wear them back and forth. How could he dress up? Didn't any of you buy him new clothes? Jiang Longhao frowned. I thought the second sister would buy him some. The third sister, Jiang Tingjiu, quickly defended herself. I thought the eldest sister would buy him some. The second sister, Jiang Shunning, also quickly shifted the blame. You know I'm usually very busy with work. How could I have time to pay attention to him? The eldest sister, Jiang Yusher, blushed and looked at her mother, Tang Rou. I thought Mom was taking care of all these things for him. When it came to herself, Tang Rou was too ashamed to shift the blame any further. For over a year, she had devoted all her energy in this area to her adopted son, Jiang Zishuan, simply because as a socialite, she needed to frequently take her adopted son to various high-class events. This was about her face. As for her biological son, Jiang Ning, she had always thought that the daughters in the family were all spendthrifts and would surely take care of this younger brother, so she didn't need to worry. It's not like the family didn't give him money. Can't this guy buy his own clothes? He must have hidden the new clothes on purpose to make us feel sorry for him. The second sister, Jiang Shunning, was still trying to excuse herself, completely forgetting that the monthly allowance the family gave Jiang Ning was barely enough to keep him from starving. How could he have spare money to buy clothes? She began to rummage through the cabinets, trying to find the so-called evidence. But instead of finding any hidden new clothes, she found a small wooden box in Jiang Ning's cabinet. Judging by its shape, it looked like a medicine box. But when she opened it, it was empty. Just as Jiang Shunning was about to toss it aside, she suddenly detected a faint scent lingering in the box. This scent was so familiar. Jiang Shunning brought it closer to her nose and sniffed again. In an instant, she froze. She remembered. Not long ago, when she had gone astray in her cultivation, the mysterious herbal soup that Zishuan had brought in for her to drink had the same scent. She still remembered that right after the incident, Ning was frantic, saying he would find a way to help her. But at that time, she had just suspected Jiang Ning of stealing her jade bracelet and was very angry with him. She didn't want to see him at all and directly drove him away. Later, Jiang Zishuan brought in the herbal soup without mentioning that it was related to Jiang Ning. Could it be? Jiang Shunning suddenly covered her mouth, her mind trembling with fear. Second sister, what's wrong with you? Asked the third sister, Jiang Tingjiu, with a puzzled expression. She had thought her sister was looking for evidence of someone's wrongdoing, but she suddenly stopped. I'm fine. Jiang Shunning's face was pale as she fought back the tears welling in her eyes, stumbling out of the door. Second sister seems unwell. I'll go check on her, said the eldest sister, Jiang Yusher, who seemed to have guessed something and quickly followed. Once in the villa's courtyard, Jiang Shunning tried to take a deep breath of fresh air to calm herself, but behind her came the voice of her eldest sister, Jiang Yusher. I need to tell you something. Brace yourself. Jiang Yusher then secretly revealed the secret she had witnessed that night. How Jiang Zishuan, startled, instinctively clamped his legs together. After hearing this, Jiang Shunning felt the world spin. Could it be that the sordid act Jiang Ning had supposedly committed with her underwear was also a lie? How ridiculous that she had been kept in the dark, mistaking a villain for a benefactor and a benefactor for an enemy. Tears streamed down her face, and Jiang Shunning completely broke down. Where is Ning? I have to find him and clear his name. Wu. Accompanied by her eldest sister, Jiang Yusher, Jiang Shunning drove swiftly to the school. But in the classroom, Jiang Ning's seat was already empty. A layer of dust settled on the desk. Are you really relatives of Jiang Ning? In the hallway, the homeroom teacher looked at the 2 beautiful women before him, visibly excited. These 2. One was the president of the Jiang Group's listed company, the other a famous celebrity. Both frequently appeared on television. Their sudden visit flattered the teacher immensely. In the classroom, cheers erupted. Jiang Shunning, goddess. Goddess, can I have your autograph? Goddess, I love you. A group of students pressed against the windows, screaming for Jiang Shunning. Teacher, you've misunderstood. Actually, we. Seeing this, Jiang Yusher immediately tried to make an excuse. She didn't care about herself, but her second sister, being a famous star, being recognized in such a setting, could easily attract scandalous gossip. That's right, I am Jiang Ning's second sister. But before she could finish, Jiang Shunning readily admitted it, her eyes filled with hope. Where is my brother now? This scene was not unfamiliar to Jiang Shunning. As the most dazzling pearl of the Jiang family, she was beautiful and a singer. Once when she came to pick someone up at the school gate, Jiang Ning shouted, second sister, in the crowd, and the students immediately erupted. At that time, Jiang Shunning's lips curled higher than the sky. She knew that from that moment, she had become a god in her brother's eyes. But she was furious, then thinking Jiang Ning had ulterior motives. After he got in the car, she coldly warned him, don't ever tell your classmates I'm your sister again. I can't afford the shame. Jiang Shunning still vividly remembered the heartbroken, dim look in Jiang Ning's eyes at that moment. Now thinking back, she wanted to slap herself. Wasn't it only natural for a brother to feel proud of his sister's achievements? But she hadn't even allowed him to bask in the slightest light. Ultimately, it was deep-rooted prejudice that had blinded her. Even the bond of blood between siblings had become tainted with arrogance and suspicion. Jiang Ning silently vowed that when Jiang Ning returned, she would make amends in every way possible. Even if Jiang Ning wanted her to hold a private mini-concert at school for his classmates, she would not refuse. The homeroom teacher, flustered, quickly shook his head. Jiang Ning hasn't come to class for 7 days. We don't know where he is. Jiang Ning panicked, clutching the teacher's hand tightly, sobbing. Teacher, please don't hide Ning from me. I beg you, give me back my brother. I already know I was wrong. I want to see Ning now. Calm down, Ning. The school really doesn't know where Ning is. Don't make a scene. Come home with me and calm down. I'll have the company send people to search for him. Seeing her second sister mentally unstable and starting to act out, Jiang Yushi had no choice but to pull her away, wanting to leave quickly. The teacher hesitated but couldn't help catching up and stopping them, looking at them with suspicion. Are you really Jiang Ning's biological sisters? We already told you, why keep asking? Jiang Yushi grew impatient. Sorry, I didn't mean anything. I just wanted to say a few fair words for Jiang Ning. If you don't want to hear it, fine. The teacher sighed helplessly and turned to go back. Jiang Yushi suddenly had a bad feeling. Whatever the teacher was about to say would probably be very harsh. Better not to hear it. Otherwise, given her second sister's current mental state, she would only fall apart further. Teacher Su, I hope you'll keep your mouth shut and not spread our family affairs, or our company's legal department will make you regret it. Tinjio, let's go. Jiang Yushi said coldly, throwing out a threat and pulling Jiang Ning away. Big sister, let her speak. But Jiang Ning's stubbornness flared up, and she pulled her hand away forcefully. The teacher was also intimidated by the commotion and could only sigh tactfully. I think for a wealthy family like yours, there's really no need to be so harsh with your own child. Harsh. The sisters exchanged glances. In the past, Ning had indeed been neglected at home. But at school, although he wasn't lavishly supported, the necessary fees and the money for his meal card had never been stingy. It wasn't to the point where the teacher would use the word harsh to plead for him, was it? The teacher sighed in bewilderment. A monthly food allowance of 300 yuan really isn't enough to eat. You should know that even the monthly subsidy for poor students is 600 yuan. What a! Ning only has 300 yuan per month for living expenses. The sisters could hardly believe their ears. Jiang Yushi immediately retorted angrily, you're lying? Our family gives Ning 300 yuan per month for living expenses. How could it be only 300? She even suspected that Jiang Ning had conspired with his teacher behind their backs, trying to make them feel guilty. The teacher, thinking that as a teacher he didn't have to curry favor with these two, hardened his heart and shot back. This is common knowledge among all the students in the class. If you think I'm lying, you can go to the finance office and check Jiang Ning's past meal card recharge records. Also, to be honest with you, this child basically had to borrow money from teachers and classmates every month just to barely get by. I even have over 1,000 yuan worth of IOUs from Jiang Ning. I'm not saying this to ask you to pay up. But as his teacher, I sincerely advise your family, if you really don't like this child, just send him to an orphanage. There's no need to treat him so cruelly in the name of family. If you don't change your ways, the school will consider reporting your family to the authorities for child abuse. After hearing the teacher's bitter complaints, the two sisters stood frozen, stunned into silence. They had no face left to doubt the truth of these words. And the teacher dared to say this, so he must be clear in his conscience. They could easily verify it by asking around. Ning. Jiang Ning covered her face and wept bitterly. Could it be that Zishuan skimmed off his food allowance? Jiang Yushi also turned pale. As shrewd as she was, she immediately thought of the root of the problem. The family did give Ning 300 yuan for food every month, but that money was not given to Ning directly. Nor was it directly deposited into Ning's meal card. To recharge the card, one had to go to the school. The whole family found it troublesome, so they simply let Jiang Zishuan, who attended the nearby elite school, go once a month on the first day to do it. They had never suspected that Jiang Zishuan would play tricks on this matter. No, there were signs. Half a year ago, Ning had tearfully asked their parents to increase his living allowance, saying the money wasn't enough for meals at school. Naturally, he was scolded by his parents. Afterward, helpless, Ning privately approached them, hoping to borrow some living expenses from his sisters. And they had also refused him harshly. Even the reason they gave was the same as their parents. What do you need money for? We give you so much every month, and it's still not enough to feed you. Do you want to go out and waste it with those shady people again? Dream on. I don't have any. Recalling her own cruel words, Jiang Yushi wished she could crawl into a hole. She had been such a jerk. She wouldn't blink an eye at spending tens of thousands on a bottle of wine for a small gathering with friends, yet she wouldn't lend her own brother 1,000 yuan for food. And besides the matter of borrowing money, Ning's increasingly gaunt face over the past year, since he was brought back, had clearly signaled the problem. Yet they had blamed Jiang Ning for being picky and causing his own malnutrition. At that time, Ning had no one to turn to. How desperate he must have felt. If it were her suffering such abuse from her family, she would probably have been as miserable as that young man and jumped into the Panlong River. So Ning was living in hell every day in this family. No wonder he insisted on cutting ties with us that night. The more Jiang Yushi thought, the more her nose stung. And Jiang Shunning beside her had already dissolved into tears. The teacher had left. The words, "If you really don't like him, just send him to an orphanage," echoed in Jiang Shunning's mind, causing a sharp pang in her heart. "Big sister, are we just beasts in human clothing?" Jiang Shunning asked, staring blankly with tear-filled eyes, doubting her own existence. Even if Ning had committed the worst crime, he didn't deserve to be brought home and subjected to such hellish torment, did he? We will surely be punished. Tinjio, don't think like that. When Ning comes back, we can make it up to him double, Jiang Yushi said, seeing her sister on the verge of collapse, offering what she thought was the most reasonable solution. In fact, Jiang Yushi was also comforting herself. She was a strong woman. Even at this point, she could still hold back her tears. She even managed to think, why didn't Ning tell us earlier, to gain a modicum of self-forgiveness by shifting the guilt. Just like before, even though she knew the teacher's next words would reveal a bloody truth, she still used the excuse of taking care of her sister's emotions to bury her head in the sand like an ostrich. In her logic honed over a decade in the business world, no problem was unsolvable. Everything could be stopped or remedied. Just like with Jiang Ning. She admitted she hadn't fulfilled her duty as a sister and had wronged her brother too much, but since it had already happened, she could just make it up to him doubly. Eventually, Jiang Ning would bask in her affection, and over time, he would surely forget the unpleasantness of the past. But where is Ning now? Jiang Shunning leaned against a pillar in the hallway, looking around in confusion. She also wanted to make amends, but a desperate voice in her subconscious told her that once Jiang Ning left, he would never look back. "Dear daughter, what's wrong with your eyes?" In the Jiang family living room, seeing her second daughter come in, with red eyes, Jiang Longhao and his wife looked surprised. Jiang Shunning walked past her parents without a word and returned to her room. She didn't want to talk to anyone, as she just wanted to close the door and cry her heart out. The couple had no choice but to look at the eldest daughter, who had just parked the car and followed in. "We went to Ning's school," Jiang Yushi said, sitting down with a sigh. "What did the school say?" Tang Rou immediately looked concerned. "Same as the police. Ning hasn't been back to school lately. That rebellious son's skipping class. When he gets back, I'll skin him alive." Jiang Longhao was furious. Jiang Yushi hesitated, then asked tentatively, "Mom, how much living allowance do you give Ning each month?" 3000. "What about it?" Tang Rou said, as if she were being generous. "I asked the servants. They said college students these days need 1500 a month to get by. Giving 3000 isn't too little, is it?" Jiang Yushi hinted, 3000 is not little, but Mom, have you ever thought about how much of that 3000 actually ends up in Ning's meal card? Sure, I don't understand what you're saying," Tang Rou said, puzzled. "Didn't he use the 3000 for food? Did he go fooling around with those shady people and waste it?" Jiang Yushi rubbed her forehead, feeling helpless. Now she understood. All the problems stemmed from the family's prejudice against Ning. Her mother, naive as she was, would never think ill of Zishuan. She cut straight to the point. "Mom, I remember you always gave Ning's living allowance to Zishuan to have him recharge it at school, right? Today we heard from the school that Zishuan has only been putting 300 yuan into Ning's meal card each month." "What a—" Tang Rou's face turned pale. I don't know." Tang Rou, foolish as she was, could tell something was amiss, but her first instinct was to shirk responsibility. "Don't know? Even outsiders can't stand it anymore." Jiang Yushi grew more incensed as she thought about it. "Dad, Mom, don't tell me you've never once checked on Ning's living conditions." Jiang Longhao's face darkened as he retorted, "If he had difficulties, why didn't he speak up earlier? Who's to blame?" Tang Rou muttered a weak defense. "If this child were as ambitious as his younger brother Zishuan, why would we have to avoid him?" Jiang Yushi pressed her forehead, utterly exasperated. Jiang Yushi tapped the table. "Dad, Mom, have you even understood the key point here? It was Zishuan who arbitrarily deducted Ning's living expenses, causing him to go hungry for the past year. Let me make it clear. How do you plan to handle this?" The couple fell silent. They had already grasped the eldest daughter's intent. She wanted to seek justice for Jiang Ning and hold them accountable to Zishuan. But they had no idea how to punish Zishuan. Or rather, they had never intended to punish him at all, so they feigned ignorance. "Then what do you want?" Jiang Longhao said dismissively. "Just make it up to him. Do you have to make a public spectacle? Besides, the national college entrance exams for literary and martial academies are coming up soon. Zishuan is determined to win the martial academy. At this critical juncture, don't let such trivial matters distract him." Tang Rou ventured cautiously, Sure, your father is right. Our family has rarely nurtured someone like Zishuan, a dragon among men. Send someone to bring Ning back quickly. In a few days, we'll take a family trip to the Maldives, have a happy summer vacation, and all misunderstandings will vanish." Last summer, the whole family had gone abroad together, leaving Jiang Ning alone at home on the pretext that his visa couldn't be processed in time. But in truth, with the Jiang family's influence, obtaining a visa for Jiang Ning would have been easier than drinking water. Tang Rou still remembered the longing in the child's eyes, and her conscience had been pricked. She thought this trip could make amends. I see. Faced with her parents' placating attitude, Jiang Yushi felt helpless and a surge of irritation. She wanted to speak up for Jiang Ning, but found herself powerless. When one shines too brightly, the minor flaws in one's character are easily overlooked by those around them. In the end, it was her younger brother who was too mediocre. If only Ning could awaken his martial destiny. Even if it were just 1 star, people wouldn't treat him so dismissively. Night fell. The 7 destiny stars in the sky each emitted an unusual radiance. Jiang Ning sat cross-legged in the courtyard meditating in stillness. Gradually, he felt something stir and abruptly opened his eyes. In an instant, his pitch-black pupils like film absorbed the light of the 7 destiny stars, imprinting them deeply into his body. He immediately thrust a palm forward, and a wisp of energy burst from his palm. Though extremely faint, it still knocked down several leaves from a distance. I have finally awakened my martial destiny. Jiang Ning exhaled a long breath of turbid air, filled with emotion. Awakening meant meditating on the 7 destiny stars in the night sky, replicating them within his body to form a source of energy. From this moment on, he too was a martial artist. It never worked before, but succeeded as soon as I returned. Jiang Ning rubbed his nose. Could it be because I missed my goddess master so much and the reunion suddenly cleared my mind? Who cares? It's not a bad thing. Jiang Ning felt no shame in being infatuated with his goddess master. In his past life, there were many regrets, but the greatest was failing her. In this life, Jiang Ning would love her with all his being. Master, I have awakened. He rushed to the meditation room to deliver the good news to his master, who was quietly sitting in meditation. I know. A soft voice came from inside the room. A moment of silence followed. Su Qingxian spoke slowly again. Awakening martial destiny is only the first step. Soon you will light up all the destiny stars. Be wary of the dangers within. Oh. Hearing his master's indifferent yet earnest teaching, Jiang Ning felt a little disheartened. Indeed, awakening the destiny seat was merely the gateway to the martial path. The measure of a martial artist's talent lay in how many destiny stars could be lit within the seat. The key was gaining the recognition of the stars and condensing the corresponding star souls. The number of star souls lit in the martial destiny seat indicated how many destiny stars had acknowledged you, and thus the power you could wield. Therefore, the world judged a martial artist's talent on a scale of 1 to 7 stars. According to the script of his past life, shortly after awakening, he would rapidly light up all 7 destiny stars. This was an extraordinarily rare 7-star prodigy talent. But seeing his master's calm demeanor, she seemed to have anticipated this. I wanted to surprise her, but Jiang Ning shook his head helplessly and walked away silently. He longed to push open the door and chat with his master. But his master seemed reluctant to see him. Though they lived under the same roof, the time they spent face-to-face in the past 2 days was pitifully little. His goddess master acted as if she were suffering from depression, locking herself in the meditation room all day. Only during meals did they share a few moments. When he tried to engage her in conversation, she would only reply with "OMM" or "I know." This left Jiang Ning somewhat disheartened. He returned to his room, lay down, and gradually drifted into slumber. Su Qingxian pushed the door open, gently placed the washed and dried clothes into his wardrobe, folding them neatly. Seeing the kicked-off blanket, she covered him up again before quietly leaving. A moment later, Jiang Ning slowly opened his eyes. What does she really think of me? He was certain his master also had feelings for him. But that didn't mean she would join him in breaking the barrier between them. With her nature, perhaps, she would bury this love deep in her heart forever. Troublesome. Could it be that I made her shy that night when I kissed her? Jiang Ning wore a pained expression. She was already a cold and aloof beauty, and now she's even more introverted. So, how can I cheer her up? Jiang Ning began to think seriously, and soon his eyes brightened. Tomorrow marks the 8th anniversary of my apprenticeship with her. I'll give her a special gift, a big surprise. The next morning, Jiang Ning woke up and strode toward the meditation room. He knocked gently on the door. Master, I'll go for a stroll down the mountain. Don't wait for me for lunch. After he had gone far, Su Qingxian, who had been sitting in meditation, slowly opened her beautiful eyes. She opened her palm, revealing the sachet clutched in her hand, her gaze growing dreamy. Today is the 8th anniversary of Ning becoming my disciple. What is Ning like? Jiang Ning left the temple, picked up a woodcutter's axe, and headed into the mountains. He said he was going to the town, but before that he had to retrieve something. Jiang Ning arrived at the valley, found the waterfall, followed the stream, downstream 100 paces, and plunged into the dense forest. My little treasure, I'm here. His eyes gleamed like a man sneaking out for a secret rendezvous, a silly grin on his face. 6 years ago, while playing nearby, he had stumbled upon a jade dragon ginseng. At that time, the ginseng wasn't mature enough, so he hid it and planned to dig it up when it was ready. Battling through brambles, Jiang Ning pushed a dozen meters into the thicket and suddenly spotted human footprints on the ground. His heart sank. No way. Which bastard stole my treasure? Jiang Ning clutched his chest, his breath hitching in pain. He bent down, gently parted the weeds, and saw the jade dragon ginseng intact. His mood immediately lifted. But wait. Someone had indeed been here. The pine needles and twigs he had covered the ginseng, which showed clear signs of tampering. Even the stone slab he had placed on top, inscribed with his warning, had been turned over. Back then, young and reckless, fearing someone else would get there first, he had foolishly carved a message on the slab. This is the treasure of Jiang Ning, little master of Tianyun Temple. Dare to steal it, and I'll come back to settle the score. Now looking back, the childish threat was laughable. Yet surprisingly, it seemed to have worked, deterring the petty thief who had stumbled upon it. Giggle. I was such a genius back then. In the mountain forest, Jiang Ning let out a snorting laugh like a pig. He took the ginseng and jogged down the slope, soon arriving at the town at the foot of the mountain. Haiwa Town was a uniform site of ancient architecture. Compared to the neon lights and towering buildings of the city, it was more like an old town out of sync with the times. Wooden boats, horse-drawn carriages, tea houses, opera stages, blacksmiths, tailors. Everything seemed stubbornly stuck in centuries past, unwilling to connect with the modern era. In the past, Jiang Ning would often sneak down from the mountain to explore. He would listen to storytelling at the ancient tea house, watch operas at the star-picking tower, and when hungry, he would slip into the cloud fragrance house for 2 skewers of beef offal. In those years, he had caused plenty of trouble. He had let loose the horse of Boss Chun from the Flying Dragon Trading Company, broken the antique vase of shopkeeper Gong from the curio house, ignited the fireworks store of Miss Wei from the auspicious cloud fireworks shop, and once even blundered into the crematorium of the rebirth hall, accidentally scattering the ashes of a freshly cremated body. This led to people constantly complaining to his goddess master. Strangely enough, his goddess master always seemed to smooth things over. Jiang Ning quickly climbed the steps, and soon an old building shaped like a pagoda with glazed tiles on the roof came into view. The sign above the door read, "Returning Spring Hall." This was the only pharmacy and medical clinic in Haiwa Town. When the master and disciple needed money, his goddess master would gather herbs from the mountains and send Jiang Ning to trade them here. As soon as he entered, Jiang Ning saw Boss Ji dozing behind the counter. The man, like a greedy brown bear catching the scent of honey, wrinkled his nose and suddenly opened his eyes. Catching sight of the jade dragon ginseng in Jiang Ning's hand, his eyes lit up. "Little disciple from Tianyun Temple, you finally brought this treasure." Huh? Jiang Ning's face showed a big question mark. Boss Ji hastily covered up, "Ahem. I mean, what good stuff did your master send you to sell today? Here, name your price." Jiang Ning placed the ginseng on the counter. 168,000. Boss Ji blurted out almost instantly. Jiang Ning was taken aback again. The price matched his own expectations almost exactly. He had a strange feeling that Boss Ji had anticipated his arrival with the ginseng. "How about it? Are you satisfied with the price?" Boss Ji chuckled. "Throw in a packet of lotus seeds. I'll cook porridge with them." Satisfied with the deal, Jiang Ning pocketed a packet of lotus seeds from the counter before leaving. After he left, Boss Ji picked up the ginseng and let out a relieved sigh. This brat finally dug it up. I was afraid I'd lose control and take it myself. Just then, the pharmacy assistant Xiao, who poked his head out from behind the curtain, looking sneaky and dissatisfied. "Boss Ji, when we went herb gathering that day, why didn't we just dig it up when no one was around?" Later, even if the kid made a fuss without evidence, he couldn't do anything. Boss Ji turned and glared. "No one around. You're too naive." At that moment, just as he was about to dig, a terrifying chill suddenly descended from behind, forcing him to seriously reconsider the arrogant threat carved on the stone slab. Just then, a young man in a suit walked in. Boss Ji quickly greeted him. "Shally, the batch of herbs you ordered is already packed." This man was a representative from a large company in the city, a frequent customer who bought herbs from returning Spring Hall, a major client. But Shally seemed distracted, gazing back at the figure descending the steps outside. He asked Boss Ji who was that person. "The little disciple from Tianyun Temple on the mountain." "Thank you." Excited, Shally hurried out, ignoring the herb loading, and immediately dialed a number. "Hello, President Jiang. This is Li Yuanfa from the Herb Procurement Department. I have an urgent matter to report. I found traces of your younger brother. Where is he?" Jiang Yushir, who was brewing coffee in her executive office, became excited. After days of searching, there was finally news. "Haiwa Town. Haiwa Town." Jiang Yushir's expression changed. Aining had indeed gone back to his master. Could it be that Aining really wants to date his master? Recalling Jiang Ning's outrageous words on his birthday, Jiang Yushir shuddered at the thought. No, absolutely not. This will ruin Aining and the Jiang family. "Secretary, arrange a car. I need to go out immediately." She had to stop it. Descending the steps of the medicine hut, Jiang Ning strolled along the streets. It was noon, and the thoroughfare bustled with lively crowds. The aroma of all kinds of snacks wafted through the air until Jiang Ning's stomach began to rumble in response. So Jiang Ning tossed his head and ducked into a rice noodle shop. "Boss, 2 liang of pork offal rice noodles plus a braised duck leg. Make it quick." Coming right up. Soon steaming hot food was set on the table. Jiang Ning wolfed it down, savoring the hearty, down-to-earth flavors. Aren't you the little apprentice of Tianyun Temple? Didn't your wealthy family take you back to enjoy a life of luxury? The pot-bellied boss chatted with him while bustling around the stove. Seeing him eat like a starving ghost, the boss couldn't help but tease what tired of your cushy life as a young master. Sneaked back to taste hardship and count your blessings. Jiang Ning wiped his mouth with a paper napkin and heaved a sigh. Don't even mention it, Master Wang. Talking about it only brings tears. Indeed, the Jiang family's daily meals were extremely lavish. But he could only enjoy such meals at home on weekends and holidays. And even then he had to endure their disdain, scolding, nitpicking, and merciless ridicule at the dinner table. As for school, even eating his fill was a luxury. He received only 300 yuan a month for living expenses, enough to make even a dog shake its head. Back when Jiang Ning went up the mountain to study under a master, Master Wang was already running this soup noodle shop. Jiang Ning often patronized his business, and could be said to have grown up under Master Wang's watchful eye. From Jiang Ning's gaunt face and sallow complexion, Master Wang had sensed a few troubling signs. Master Wang smiled and said nothing, deliberately picking the plumpest, biggest braised duck leg for him. After eating his fill, Jiang Ning went to the street corner, glanced up at the storefront bearing the words Yuxing Studio, and swaggered inside. Yuxing Studio was a shop in town for rare curios and antiques, also dealing in jewelry and accessories. There were no customers at the moment. A voluptuous, graceful woman in a porcelain blue patterned cheongsam sat behind the display counter, preening and touching up her makeup. Yo, little apprentice of Tianyun Temple, long time no see. You scared sister to death. Jiang Ning's silent entrance had given the woman a fright. Jiang Ning walked straight to the display counter, his gaze involuntarily drifting to the puppet in the glass case to the left. The puppet's appearance was hardly special. Shaped like a squat winter melon, it could even be called hideously ugly in a young woman's eyes. And yet, ugly as it was, the puppet concealed extraordinary wonders within. Once when Jiang Ning was browsing in the shop, he had happened to see the puppet sweeping the floor for the seductive shopkeeper and clearing away the teacups left by customers. At the time, Jiang Ning had been so stunned that he could not speak, wondering if a child was hidden inside. It was only after asking that he learned it was actually an exquisite mechanical device. In Jiang Ning's memory, technology in this world was extremely backward. Up to now, even smartphones were capped at 8 gigabytes of storage and 512 megabytes of RAM. Yet in certain respects it seemed to conceal mysterious things that even Earth in 2024 could not hope to match. Little apprentice of Tianyun Temple, have you saved up enough money yet? Yen Ryu looked at his infatuated expression, stretched lazily, and moistened her red lips. Sister is in a good mood today. If you want it, I'll waive the odd change. With such a captivatingly seductive manner, most ordinary customers would long since have been bewitched into opening their wallets. Forget the discount, dear sister. Can you just give it to me? Jiang Ning looked at this vixen and laughed with unbridled greed. Dream on. Yen Ryu rolled her eyes dramatically. Every time this kid came, he would stand there admiring the little immortal boy for ages, making no effort to conceal his liking. The reason she was eager to get rid of it was helplessness. This mechanical doll, named Little Immortal Boy, had been made by a master hermit in the mountains, and its internal structure was far from perfect. It had been fairly obedient before, but recently, for unknown reasons, it had begun to show violent tendencies, injuring several of her customers one after another. She had no choice but to seal its mechanism and lock it securely in the display case. A couple of days ago she had gone to ask that master, but he also said there was nothing to be done, either destroy it or find it a master who could tame it. She reasoned that perhaps only the immortal lady at Tianyun Temple had such extraordinary ability. Since this kid had taken a fancy to Little Immortal Boy years ago, she might as well do him a favor and sell it to him cheaply. After hesitating, Yen Ryu took another step back, wincing with heartache. At most I can give you 50% off. Goodness, that step was genuinely tempting. After all, in Jiang Ning's impression, this vixen was someone with her eyes fixed on money. She would squeeze every last drop out of anyone who walked through her door. Forget it. I'll come back for it when I'm richer. Jiang Ning shook his head and withdrew his covetous gaze. It was true that he had been smitten with the thing at first sight. He had even boasted to the vixen that he would save up enough money to buy it. But today Jiang Ning's goal in coming here was not the Little Immortal Boy. Jiang Ning turned to the glass cabinet on the other side, pointed at the shining necklace inside, and haggled, dear sister, can this chain be a little cheaper? It was a platinum necklace. Jiang Ning wanted to buy it and give it to his goddess-like master as a gift in the evening. His master had a very beautiful amber pendant that, ever since its chain broke, had been strung on a red cord. That platinum necklace paired with the pendant would be absolutely perfect. Jiang Ning could imagine, even with his eyes closed, how breathtaking his goddess master would look wearing it. Yen Ryu saw the love-struck expression on his face, and a strange gleam suddenly flashed in her bewitching eyes. She thought to herself, could this kid be thinking of? That bold guess was so shocking and absurd that even she found it hard to believe. She pretended to be nonchalant, and said with a smile, I can sell the Little Immortal Boy cheap, but this necklace won't do. This shop has clearly marked prices. honest pricing for young and old alike. With no other option, Jiang Ning took out all the banknotes he had received from selling the Jade Dragon ginseng and counted them out onto the table one by one. 100, 200, 300, 5,000, 10,000, 167970 yuan in total. See, that's all I have, still 2,000 short. In the end, the money Mr. G had given him was indeed accurate to the cent, not a single yuan more. Moreover, he had spent 30 at Master Wang's place for the earlier meal. The necklace had a clearly marked price of 169999 yuan. Still 2029 yuan short. Jiang Ning truly could not dig out any more. I'll pay for it. Yan Ryu was about to speak when suddenly a voice came from outside the door. Ning. Immediately afterward, Jiang Yusher rushed in, her face brimming with excitement. Yan Ryu glanced up at the Bentley parked at the entrance, a faint smile curling at the corner of her mouth. She thought to herself that the brat's moneybags had arrived. Jiang Ning took half a step back, evading the woman's attempt to grab his hand, and demanded coldly, "Miss Jiang, what are you doing here?" At the title Miss Jiang, Jiang Yusher's heart twitched painfully. When others called her Miss Jiang, it was out of respect. But this was her own biological brother. What Jiang Yusher heard now was only estrangement and sarcasm. Jiang Yusher bit her lip and called out with reddened eyes, Ning, these days since you left home, we've been worried sick, fretting over you day and night. Especially your second sister. She already knows the full story about that medicinal soup. She's hoping you'll come back soon so she can apologize to you in person. She knows. Jiang Ning was surprised. Back when the second Miss Jiang had gone into chi deviation while cultivating, he had still harbored illusions about this family, and he had been so anxious he nearly cried. Yet she had found him disgusting and viciously driven him out of her room, forbidding him from caring for her. Even so, he had hastily brewed the life-saving herbs his goddess master had given him and sent them over. Unexpectedly, when she learned that he had brewed the medicine, she feared poison and would not even smell it. In the end, it was that kid Jiang Zishuan who carried it in. Afterward, that kid indeed said not a word about Jiang Ning, took all the credit for himself, and falsely claimed that he had replaced the bowl of medicine, that none of it had anything to do with Jiang Ning. Ridiculously, that someone actually believed him completely. Whom your second sister knows now. Come home with me quickly. Jiang Yusher also knew that Jiang Ning had suffered tremendous injustice in this matter. Hearing him ask for confirmation, she thought he had been moved, and a hint of a smile crept onto her brow. This time, she had rushed over without notifying anyone at home, especially not the second sister Jiang Shunning, because she had to stop Ning from doing that absurd, foolish thing. For that reason, she had even prepared for a war of words with her own brother. Right now, the second sister's emotions were spiraling. If she came along, she might only make things worse. But now it seemed Ning was after all still a child, longing deep down for his family's approval. With just a little trick, revealing a bit about the second sister, she had easily gained the upper hand. The second sister had always been Ning's idol. Jiang Yusher knew that very well. Good, so now you know. However, there was not the slightest joy on Jiang Ning's face. His eyes remained full of coldness. Then, you and I are even. My year of free food and lodging at your house in exchange for the second Miss Jiang's life. That's not a bad deal for you, is it? Ning you. Jiang Yusher's smile froze. It had never crossed her mind that Jiang Ning had only confirmed the matter in order to settle accounts with her. At that, Jiang Yusher could no longer hold back. She demanded furiously, "Fine, we'll set that aside for now. Let me ask you, are you really going to do that absurd thing with your master?" Ning, I'm telling you, I won't allow you to act recklessly. In this world, love between master and disciple was taboo. Jiang Ning had long known the storm would come. But as for Miss Jiang's present barrage, Jiang Ning really didn't take it to heart. What right do you have to control me? What I do next has nothing to do with you. Jiang Ning shot back without politeness. I'm your eldest sister. Jiang Yusher raised her voice so loudly that the rafters of Yan Ryu's shop seemed to tremble. As an ice-cold strong woman, she rarely lost her temper like this. Eldest sister. Sorry, that ended long ago. Jiang Ning mercilessly exposed her hypocrisy. When I was starving at school and tried to borrow some meal money from you, why didn't you say you were my eldest sister then? Back then, when I was beaten and kicked by your best friend's bodyguard, because of you, you watched coldly from the sidelines and kept kicking me while I was down. Why didn't you say you were my eldest sister then? Also, that bottle of evolution potion. You had it specially made through your connections, didn't you? If I hadn't run fast enough, I'd already be dead at your hands, you executioner. Do you realize that? I'd like to ask, what kind of eldest sister is as cold and heartless as you, not even treating her own brother as a human being? Listening to Jiang Ning's needle-sharp accusations, Jiang Yusher's delicate frame trembled uncontrollably. I really am guilty and regretful about not lending you money for food. She lowered her head in shame, but quickly raised it again and said crossly, but as for being beaten by Ruan Yun's bodyguard, weren't you asking for it? If I hadn't been there to stop it, you would have been arrested and thrown in jail. Even now, recalling that incident, Jiang Yusher still burned with anger. At the time, she had invited her close bestie Ruan Yun to dine at an upscale Western restaurant. Ning, for some inexplicable reason, had acted like a stalker and followed her the whole way. When she caught him, not only did the guy refuse to admit he was wrong, he shamelessly insisted on eating with them. Think about it. Two girls having a private meal, and you, a grown guy, insist on being a third wheel. How disgusting was that? Even if he had never eaten fancy Western food, that was no excuse for such gluttony. She found it utterly detestable, but she couldn't withstand his groveling, so in the end, she ordered a steak for him. Afterward, she and her bestie went to sing karaoke, and the guy followed them all the way like a piece of sticky candy. Then something even more outrageous happened. In a bad mood, she had drunk too much and soon passed out. When she woke up, she saw her bestie nearly stripped naked, sobbing that Jiang Ning had tried to force himself on her, and she herself was also disheveled with only one of Jiang Ning's clothes draped over her. In her bestie's words, the guy not only tried to assault her, but had no intention of sparing his own sister. Back then, seeing that he was wearing nothing but a pair of boxers, she had wanted to strike him dead on the spot. Her bestie quickly called the bodyguard over and gave the guy a vicious beating. "111, call the police. Our Jiang family has produced this kind of scum, and I will never shield him. Call the police. Report him for rape. Let him rot in prison. Forget it. No matter what, he's still your brother. Boo-hoo. 111, you're too kind." Now, looking back on the harsh words she had hurled in her fury, Jiang Yusher did not think she had been in the wrong. In fact, if it hadn't been for her connections back then, that someone would still be locked up in prison eating jailhouse meals right now. How dare he have the nerve to bring it up? I really did ask for it. I damn well shouldn't have meddled in other people's business like a dog chasing a mouse. Faced with the blazing anger in Miss Jiang's eyes, Jiang Ning was not hurt, because his heart had already died the moment she stubbornly refused to listen to his explanation. A dog chasing mice, meddling in other people's business. Jiang Yusher raised her voice again. What? After doing something so utterly inhuman, you think you're justified? If you know I'm scum, then why are you still here? Do you enjoy debasing yourself? Jiang Ning did not want to waste another breath on this woman, and said bluntly, "Miss Jiang, please get one thing straight. We no longer have any relationship whatsoever. So you have no right to lecture me. Whatever I do in the future, I won't consider your family's feelings. Please take back that aloofness and coldness you used to show me, and stop bothering me from now on. Understand?" With that, Jiang Ning turned and left. As he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. Jiang Yusher craned her neck, thinking Jiang Ning still had something to say to her. But unexpectedly, Jiang Ning only glanced back at the shopkeeper Yin Ryu. "Keep that necklace for me. I'm still 2,000 short, and I'm going to get the money right now." "Jiang Ning, stop. Come back here." Jiang Yusher's delicate frame trembled, her face drained of all color. Yet no matter how loudly she cried out, Jiang Ning paid her no mind. There was a time when Jiang Ning cared most deeply about the feelings of his several older sisters. He would brave torrential rain at the dead of night, running out to buy them ice cream, all just to earn a single smile from them. Jiang Yusher stomped her foot and pointed angrily at the display case. "I want this necklace. Wrap it up." She had just seen Jiang Ning show such obvious attachment to it. Perhaps it was a sense of revenge driving her. Since this boy refused to obey her, she would give him a taste of his own medicine. A necklace worth over 100,000 was as easy for her to buy as a bottle of water. "I'm sorry, madam. Your brother has already reserved this necklace. I'll pay double." "That won't work either. You?" Yin Ryu, usually so eager to please a paying customer, was actually arguing with her. Only after Jiang Yusher stormed out in frustration did Yin Ryu take the necklace from the display case, running her fingers over it as she murmured with a half smile, "That brat. Could he really have the nerve?" She still found the whole thing absurd. This was a taboo that no one had dared to challenge in thousands of years. A challenge that could actually succeed. Yet for some inexplicable reason, she felt a strange thrill and the faintest whisper of anticipation. What a disrespectful little bastard. On the way back, Jiang Yusher's mood was utterly dreadful. "President Jiang, how has your younger brother become like this? I remember. He used to be like your little bodyguard, practically glued to your side every day." Secretary Su, seated in the passenger seat, couldn't help but speak up. The other young master of the Jiang family was said to be a martial arts genius, always accompanied by a private car and driver, so she had little contact with him. As for young Master Jiang Ning, he was unwelcome at home. He had neither a private car nor a driver assigned to him. Even the simplest matter of communicating with family was difficult. He had to route everything through secretaries and assistants. She remembered once when young Master Jiang Ning came rushing to the company in a fluster, insisting on seeing President Jiang no matter what. Impatient President Jiang had sent Secretary Su downstairs to send him away. When they finally met, young Master Jiang Ning claimed that someone was plotting against President Jiang. But when Secretary Su relayed his words to President Jiang, the latter not only refused to believe him, but warned that if Jiang Ning kept lingering and refusing to leave, she would have security throw him out. The secretary assumed he would take the hint and leave, but to her astonishment, he lingered near the company building after exiting. For the next half-month, he came every day, pacing nervously around the premises like a watchful guard. Only after confirming President Jiang had left work safely would he finally depart. But then something happened. Young Master Jiang Ning appeared to have been beaten and hospitalized. Since then the secretary had never spotted young Master Jiang Ning anywhere near the company again. How should I know? Jiang Yushi snorted coldly. She too still remembered that incident vividly. At the time Ning had been desperately asking his older sisters for money and been turned down each time. She had thought his paranoid ramblings were nothing more than an excuse to swindle funds for indulging in pleasure, so she had dismissed it entirely. In hindsight it seemed to confirm her wisdom. Ruan Yun wanted to harm her. Preposterous. Was she not still perfectly fine? Not a single problem. Xiao Su arrange a meeting with Ruan. Tell her to meet me at our usual spot tonight. The more Jiang Yushi thought about it, the more agitated she became. Closing her eyes, she massaged her temples and gave the order calmly. As someone who loved her drinks, she felt she absolutely needed someone to keep her company over a glass or two. Very well, President Jiang. The secretary dialed the number, but there was no answer for a long while. The secretary called her company instead, but the news that followed left her utterly stunned. President Jiang. Miss Ruan has been arrested. What a... Jiang Yushi's eyes widened. Upon learning the details, she discovered that the police had arrested Ruan Yun on suspicion of commercial fraud. It turned out Ruan Yun's company had been suffering severe losses for some time. Yet she continued to embellish and disguise her situation, soliciting money from everywhere. Not long ago, Ruan Yun had even whined and pleaded her way into borrowing over 80 million in cash from her. That money was probably gone forever, but that wasn't the point. Could I really have wronged Ning? As her trust crumbled, a terrifying thought suddenly sprang to mind in Jiang Yushi's head, sending her entire body cold. Quick, turn around. Go to the detention center. I need to confront Ruan and get the truth. Jiang Yushi's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Detention center visiting room. A young pretty girl in a prison uniform, her wrists bound in silver handcuffs, was escorted in by a guard. The moment she saw Jiang Yushi, a seductive smile spread across her face. Sure, you finally came. As if she had anticipated this visit all along, she calmly took her seat on the chair. Ruan, why did you lie to me? Jiang Yushi's eyes reddened. Seeing her former best friend reduced to this state, her heart was a turmoil of conflicting emotions. There was anger, but above all bewilderment. Why would I lie to you? A mocking curve touched Ruan Yun's lips. Are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending? Both our companies are in the trade business and Yun City's market is so limited. Ever since you rose to prominence relying on the Jiang family's resources, my situation has deteriorated day by day. If I'm not targeting you, then who should I target? These words struck like a thunderbolt, jolting Jiang Yushi fully awake. She and Ruan Yun had returned from prestigious universities abroad at the same time, both spotting the same market in Yun City. The regions surrounding Yun City were abundant in resources, countless rare medicinal herbs, mineral deposits, and seafood. Simply transporting these goods elsewhere for resale could yield enormous profits. Initially it had indeed been so. Both of them had prospered greatly. But as their companies grew larger, unspoken competition over interests had inevitably arisen between them. Especially after the Jiang family's financial power began to intervene, her side gradually established a monopoly. In stark contrast, Ruan's fortunes declined steadily. Fearing this would damage their friendship, she had privately approached Ruan Yun, proposing they compete fairly and promising never to let business drive them apart. To that end, she had even willingly ceded some of her territory to Ruan Yun. She had believed this would move Ruan Yun's heart, but now it was clear this had been nothing more than her own naive, wishful thinking. In Ruan's gaze now undisguised resentment burned bright, and resentment that clearly predated this moment, merely concealed behind Ruan Yun's false performances, treating her as a fool all along. Fine. Let's set aside the business grievances for now. I have another question. When you said my brother attempted to assault you, Jiang Yushi sniffled. The 80 million she had been deceived into lending was already lost cause. Right now, she only wanted the truth. Before she could finish, Ruan Yun let out a derisive laugh. That's right. I deceived you that time too. Your brother never laid a hand on me. He simply returned from the restroom and found me having gotten you drunk and removed your clothes, intending to take some artistic photos. He exploded on the spot. With the truth exposed, what other escape did I have but to throw the blame onto your brother? So everything was your scheme. Jiang Yushi pressed her hands firmly over her mouth as tears instantly blurred her vision. Just moments before entering, she had secretly prayed that she had simply overthought things, that Ruan had only stolen her money, that she had not been treated like a fool, and that everything Ning had said was nothing but fabrications. But reality had dealt her a brutal slap across the face. Ruan Yun fixed her with a look of pure disdain, a cold sneer in her eyes, and continued reconstructing the truth. When I went to your house to find you that day, my conversation with my bodyguards near your residence, your brother must have overheard it. Fortunately, your prejudice against your brother ran so deep that you completely dismissed everything he said. This kid is stubborn as a mule. Even after your security guards dragged him out of the company, he refused to abandon you. He actually camped outside your building watching, and it made this old lady grind my teeth with rage. For over half a month, he kept watch over you. I simply couldn't make my move. But then you actually asked me out to dinner that day. Do you have any idea? When I got your call, I nearly died laughing. But I never expected your brother to tail us all the way to the restaurant. Under the pretext of you treating him to steak, he kept his eyes locked on me at the table the entire time, denying me any opportunity to slip the drug into your red wine. Hearing this, Jiang Yusher could hold herself together no longer. The scene from that day immediately flooded her mind. Big sister, I've never even had steak before. Would you please treat me to a meal? Eat, eat, eat. All you ever think about is food. Can't you just leave me alone? You want money. Here, take it, and get out of my sight. Get lost, damn you. At that moment, speaking those words, she felt nothing but utter disgust toward her younger brother. In a fit of fury, she pulled a thick wad of cash from her wallet and flung it at Jiang Ning's face. Ning had been utterly frozen in shock. He had never expected his own sister to humiliate him so cruelly in public. But after a brief, paralyzed moment, Ning somehow gathered himself and picked up each bill one by one, returning them to her. He smiled and said he didn't want money. He just wanted her to treat him to steak. Now Jiang Yusher finally understood Ning had not been driven by gluttony or a craving for steak. He simply wanted to protect his eldest sister. Seeing Jiang Yusher on the verge of collapse, Ruan Yun did not relent. She continued with a mocking smile. After that, we went out to sing. I forced him to drink several bottles of beer and barely managed to send him off to the restroom. Just as I was about to put my plan into action, he burst in. This kid actually held his urine and squatted right outside the door, keeping watch over you. Seeing my plan exposed, I quickly stripped off my clothes and staged myself as the victim. I thought such a clumsy tale would raise your suspicions, but I never expected you to believe every single word. Huh? The harsh, grating laughter pierced Jiang Yusher's ears. Her eyes blazed with fury as she glared at that grotesque face behind the glass, her entire body shaking uncontrollably, her lips turning purple with rage. Since you had already succeeded back then, why did you have your bodyguards beat him? Ha, he ruined my plans, so I had my men beat him to vent my frustration. Is that not reasonable? Ruan Yun sneered repeatedly. Weren't you standing right there yourself, clapping and cheering on my people? Jiang Yusher's face went deathly pale, nearly toppling from her chair. Back then, Ning had been beaten until blood flowed from his mouth, and she had the ability to stop it. She was a proper third-rank martial artist. How could Ruan Yun's bodyguards possibly stand against her? But what had she done? Not only did she fail to intervene, but she complained that they weren't beating him hard enough, demanding they properly discipline her brother instead. Her own flesh and blood watching helplessly as strangers brutalized him. And instead of pleading for mercy, she had made cruel remarks. How desperate must Ning's heart have been in that moment? With everything laid bare, Ruan Yun felt she had successfully exacted revenge upon her so-called best friend. This was the happiest moment of her imprisonment, her face beaming with mockery and smug satisfaction. But gradually that smile shifted into something bitter. Ruan Yun laughed in a manner that was both unhinged and eerily enlightened. Sure, do you know what? I truly envy you for having such a good younger brother. After that day, he sought me out privately and threatened me. He said he could overlook my framing of him, but if I ever dared to harass you again, he would fight me to the death. I still remember that feral look in his eyes. I was genuinely terrified, which is why I abandoned my plans to ruin your reputation. Go now. Our grievances are settled between us. Go home and treat your brother better. With that, she rose and was escorted out of the visitation room by the guard, her spirit visibly broken. President Jiang, she's gone. Let's head back. President Jiang. The secretary hurried over and called out again, but Jiang Yusher did not respond to any of her attempts. Suddenly, before the secretary's and driver's very eyes, Jiang Yusher collapsed like a severed kite, her eyes rolling back as she fainted outright. President Jiang. When Jiang Yusher finally regained consciousness, she found herself lying in a hospital bed. Jiang Shunning, the second youngest, had rushed to her side immediately. Jiang Yusher lay pale as paper in the hospital bed, her face gaunt and haggard, dark circles beneath her eyelids. She looked as though she had just recovered from a grave illness. Sister, are you all right? Witnessing this state, Jiang Shunning sat beside her, urgently concerned. Their eldest sister had left home in perfect condition that morning. How had things deteriorated so completely? Ning. Jiang Yusher's cracked lips moved slightly, and scalding tears streamed down her graceful face in relentless rivers. Sister, have you found Ning? Jiang Shunning asked gently. No. Jiang Yusher shook her head, her voice hoarse. I thought he was nothing but a nuisance and kept pushing him away. But I was wrong. I was terribly, profoundly wrong. Jiang Shunning took her sister's hand and squeezed it reassuringly. Sister, Ning will understand. What matters most is your health right now. Rest well, and we'll sort everything else out later. Jiang Yusher closed her eyes, but the tears refused to stop. She recalled how Ning used to trail behind her as a child, calling out, "Sister," with such devotion, and her heart felt as though something were wrenching it mercilessly. Shunning, do your sister one favor. Jiang Yusher opened her eyes, her gaze filled with pleading. Go find Ning for me. Wherever he is, bring him back. Jiang Shunning nodded firmly. Sister, don't worry. I promise I'll bring Ning back safely. She rose to her feet and walked resolutely out of the ward. In the corridor, her steps were swift and determined. This time she would not let anyone hurt Ning again. Somewhere in the city, Ning sat on a bench by the roadside, gazing blankly at the distant sky. In his hand, he still tightly gripped the banknote his sister had flung at him. The wind stirred, causing the bill to flutter gently, but his fingers refused to loosen their grip. His eyes were filled with confusion and anguish, as though the entire world had crumbled in that moment. Sister, since you have already found out where Ning is, why didn't you inform me? Jiang Yushi had already soaked her pillow with tears. Instead of offering comfort, Jiang Ning reproached her eldest sister for acting on her own. Jiang Yushi raised herself up, wiping her reddened eyes, and said with great grievance, "Wasn't I worried that this would bring you negative consequences and ruin your acting career?" But Jiang Ning was not grateful. With a sob, she retorted bitterly, "What does my acting career matter? Right now I only want my little brother back." Ever since she learned the full story, she had been drowning in tears day and night. She couldn't even write songs, let alone eat. She couldn't sleep well either. Every time she closed her eyes, she dreamed of Jiang Ning refusing to acknowledge her as his sister. The resolute and heart-wrenching scenes in the dream made her unable to breathe. "Wah. We lost Ning, he doesn't want us anymore, wah." Jiang Yushi had not understood before, but now she felt the same pain. They embraced each other, crying uncontrollably. Until now, Ruan Yun's words still pierced her heart, like steel needles impossible to pull out. "Big sister, I heard you've already found that little bastard." Just then the fiery voice of the third sister Jiang Tingio came from the corridor. Immediately Jiang Tingio pushed the door open and entered. Seeing the two of them sobbing in each other's arms, she couldn't help but look astonished. "Big sister, second sister, what's wrong? Did that little bastard give you a hard time? Who are you calling a little bastard?" Jiang Ning turned around, eyes red, glaring fiercely. "Who else could I be calling but Jiang Ning? Slap?" Before Jiang Tingio could finish, Jiang Ning, like an enraged little tigress, rushed over and slapped her across the face. "Second sister, you hit me." Jiang Tingio stood frozen in shock. She knew that second sister had been in a terrible mood these past 2 days, locking herself in her room the whole time. But she never imagined second sister's temper would become so explosive. "Big sister. Second sister hit me. She hit me for that little bastard." Regardless of the reason, this infuriated Jiang Tingio. She immediately stormed over to the hospital bed to complain to Jiang Yushi. Slap. Unexpectedly, big sister also raised her hand and slapped her. "Say that again." Jiang Tingio finally noticed that the fury blazing in big sister's reddened eyes was even more terrifying than second sister's. Seeing that she had been stunned by the slaps from herself and the second sister, Jiang Yushi instinctively withdrew her hand under the blanket, but still warned sternly, "Jiao Jiao, you remember this, whether you like Ning or not, he is your own blood brother. From now on I forbid you to speak disrespectfully of him. Do you hear me?" "I hear you." Jiang Tingio covered her face, her eyes filled with resentment, reddened, and teeth clenched. She replied perfunctorily, clearly obedient in words, but not in heart. With her personality, if only second sister had hit her, she would have definitely fought back. But since big sister was the one who struck her, she had no choice. First, big sister was the eldest in the family with the authority of bloodline, entitled to discipline her. Second, big sister was a third-rank martial artist, far surpassing her. As a second-rank martial artist, she couldn't win. "All right, this has nothing to do with you. You can go back now." Jiang Yushi didn't expect the third sister to actually listen, so she dismissed her impatiently. I know you're keeping things from me and don't want to tell me. Who cares?" Jiang Tingio slammed the door and stormed out angrily. "Sister, where is Ning?" As soon as the third sister left, Jiang Ning immediately asked. "He's in Haiwa town." Jiang Yushi finally told the truth. "Ning has returned to his master's side after all. Then let's go bring him back right now." Jiang Ning stood up. She couldn't wait a moment longer. "Don't rush. Sit down and listen to me." Jiang Yushi pulled her back. Jiang Yushi tugged at her, then instructed the secretary, "And driver, you've worked hard. Go back now." "Yes, President Jiang." "Please take care of yourself, President Jiang." The two tactfully understood that the young ladies would discuss family matters. After sending the outsiders away, Jiang Yushi said helplessly, "Ning is still furious right now. He won't come home with us easily. Now I have 2 matters to discuss with you. I'm not sure about them, so I need your advice." Jiang Yushi glanced at the door to make sure no one was eavesdropping, then leaned close to the second sister's ear and told her the first worry. "What?" Jiang Ning was shocked after hearing it, covering her mouth and whispering in surprise. That day at the engagement banquet, what Ning said wasn't just angry words. "He really wants to marry his master. I'm almost certain. When I went to find him, I happened to see Ning buying a very delicate necklace. The style is only suitable for a woman. Women's intuition in such matters is sharp." Jiang Yushi easily guessed Jiang Ning's intention. "This is a huge problem," Jiang Ning said worriedly, "but no matter what, we must keep this secret for Ning for now. We'll find a chance to persuade him later so he doesn't do something foolish. This kind of thing is no joke. That's why I sent the third sister away first. Otherwise, with her big mouth, she would ruin everything." Jiang Yusher fully agreed. That was her thought too. And the second thing I want to talk about is that bottle of evolution potion. Jiang Yusher recalled what Jiang Ning had said earlier, lost in thought. Ning called me a murderer. He implied that the evolution potion would cost him his life. At first I didn't believe it. But now that I think about it, maybe there really is something suspicious. Hearing this, Jiang Ning also remembered. That night, when Ning fell out with us, the breaking point was this potion. Judging by Ning's reaction at the time, he might have already discovered some secret. That's why he refused to drink it no matter what. Jiang Yusher gave her a knowing look and shared her own thought. I'll have someone take the potion for testing as soon as possible. If it's confirmed to be tainted, we must find the mastermind behind it. Otherwise, if we bring Ning home rashly, his life might be in danger. Do you mean that Jiang Zishuan wants to harm Ning? Jiang Ning exclaimed in shock. I hope it's not Zishuan, but he is indeed the most suspicious. After I had the potion made through my connections, Zishuan volunteered to inspect it. Jiang Yusher's expression was complicated. The adopted brother they had doted on the most might be the one plotting to murder their real brother. How chilling. And what a bitter mockery of them. If Zishuan really tried to harm Ning, I will never forgive him. Jiang Ning clenched her small fist, and with a crack crushed the corner of the bedside table. At the hospital entrance, Tang Ro the mother arrived belatedly. Mom, watch your step, it's slippery. Jiang Zishuan carried her Hermes handbag for her, looking obedient by her side. Jiang Tingjio stormed out angrily and bumped into the two of them. Seeing the slap mark on her face, both were stunned. Jiao Jiao, what happened to your face? Tang Ro hurried over with concern. Big sister and second sister hit me. Jiang Tingjio sniffled and complained angrily. The eldest and second daughters hit you. Tang Ro found it hard to believe. I just said a few bad words about that little bastard Jiang Ning, and they hit me. Jiang Tingjio's eyes reddened instantly. She whined and demanded that her mother stand up for her. Has the eldest really found Ning? Tang Ro's face lit up with joy, then she quickly rubbed her cheek and comforted her sympathetically. There, don't cry. I'll definitely scold your eldest and second sisters later. No matter what, they shouldn't have hit you. Third sister, where is brother Ning? Jiang Zishuan looked around but didn't see Jiang Ning, so he blinked at Jiang Tingjio. Who knows where that little bastard is? They were whispering in there and wouldn't let me listen. Jiang Tingjio was furious. Just then the driver and secretary, Su, also came out, quickly greeting them respectfully. Hello, madam. Hello, young master. Tang Ro nodded and immediately asked, where is my son? Secretary Su said awkwardly, young master Jiang Ning had a quarrel with President Jiang and refused to come back with us. Tang Ro was anxious. Where is he? Haiwa Town. So we should have thought of that. Tang Ro sighed. Tang Ro didn't dwell on it. She soothed the third daughter a little more and then walked into the hospital. Jiang Zishuan lowered his head, following close behind her, a cold gleam flickering in his eyes. Haiwa Town. Where can I get some money? In the town, Jiang Ning walked along the street with his hands in his pockets, looking troubled. He was still 2,000 short to buy that necklace. How to earn that money really stumped him. He had thought about going to the dock to work with Uncle Mai, hauling goods for hard labor. But with his long-term malnourished, frail body, he probably couldn't handle it. Just as he was worrying, a fierce argument suddenly broke out in a nearby tavern. Miss Bai, can you switch to a different song? Day in and day out, it's always the same old tunes. Exactly. We're sick of them. Humph. That's all I know. If you like it, listen, or if not, get lost. Jiner, calm down, calm down. Jiang Ning turned and looked through the door. It turned out that the tavern's resident singer had gotten into a dispute with the customers. This young lady, named by Jiner, was a famous entertainer in Haiwa Town. With her captivating voice, she was very popular among the men. As a result, several taverns in the town would compete to invite her to perform. Jiang Ning used to be her fan, but after his rebirth, he had stopped being a fan. Just as he disliked the songs Jiang Ning sang, by Jiner's few famous hits now sounded quite boring to Jiang Ning's ears. But others didn't share his experience. In everyone's eyes, Bai Jiner was still a hot commodity. Sure enough, when the dispute arose, the tavern owner's first reaction wasn't to appease the customers, but to chase after Bai Jiner like a spoiled ancestor, trying to calm her down. It was obvious he was afraid of making this little lady unhappy, so she might not come to perform for him again. I'm not singing anymore. My period started today, and I'm already furious. And they're being picky. I'm not serving them anymore. But no matter how much the tavern owner pleaded, the girl seemed determined to quit right there. As they argued, they chased each other out of the tavern. Bai Jiner was so focused on venting her anger that she didn't notice what was ahead and bumped straight into Jiang Ning at the door. Ouch! Bai Jiner rubbed her aching head, then glanced sideways at Jiang Ning and said dismissively, little Ning, you're too late. I'm not singing today. If you want to hear songs, come back another day when I have a schedule. Sister Bai, are you really not singing today? Jiang Ning appraised the tall, elegant girl in Hanfu before him, stroked his chin, and suddenly thought of a way to make money. Little Ning, help me persuade her, please. The tavern owner wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Jiang Ning with pleading eyes. No way. Bai Jiner rolled her eyes dramatically. Although everyone usually gave this kid some leeway, even if Jiang Ning spoke up today, she wouldn't change her mind. Her stomach hurt too much. She was just using that as an excuse to slip away. Jiang Ning could also tell from her pale complexion that she was suffering from severe menstrual cramps, so he was even less polite. Boss Zhou, since Sister Bai isn't feeling well, let her go home and rest. Jiang Ning smiled at the owner. If she leaves, who's going to hold the stage for me? Boss Zhou was anxious. I will. Jiang Ning cleared his throat and smiled. I happened to learn a few new songs while I was away. If you don't mind, I'll fill in for Sister Bai for a day. You. Boss Zhou was full of doubt. Are you sure you can do it? Bai Jiner was also worried he might ruin her reputation. If the customers think I'm no good, I'll leave immediately. Jiang Ning smiled mysteriously. Of course I won't work for free. Alright, give it a try. Boss Zhou, with the attitude of trying anything as a last resort, agreed to give Jiang Ning a chance and let him into the tavern. By then the people inside had also heard the conversation outside and became excited. Whoa, little Ning is really going to show us what he's got. Don't torture our ears, okay? Just bear with it, or his master might deal with you. Jiang Ning walked onto the stage, sat down on a high stool, picked up the microphone, looked around, and smelled the rich aroma of wine in the air. Suddenly he thought of a song that perfectly suited the atmosphere. He grabbed a guitar, started accompanying himself, and unconsciously began to sing. What makes me shed tears is not just last night's wine. What makes me reluctant to part is not only your tenderness. How long still must the road ahead go? As the moving melody unfolded, the clamor in the tavern faded away. The expressions on everyone's faces were priceless. Such a beautiful song refreshed everyone's ears. Boss Zhou listened in a daze, and then he noticed that the little prima donna hadn't left. She was standing at the door with her arms crossed, seemingly also immersed in the music. Jiner, you. Shut up. Bai Jiner wouldn't let the boss speak. In fact, Bai Jiner was also mesmerized. The pleasant melody opened a new door to the world for her, bringing an indescribable thrill. Even the cramping in her lower abdomen seemed to ease a little. After finishing the song, Jiang Ning smiled at the crowd. A song called Chengdu for everyone. Hope you like it. Huh, where's the applause? Jiang Ning was puzzled. For such a dimensionally crushing cultural invasion, there was no reason not to receive acclaim. Clap, clap, clap. Sure enough, the tavern soon erupted in thunderous applause. Boss Zhou was ecstatic. Little Ning, you must come often from now on. Jiang Ning looked at Bai Jiner and smiled. Sister Bai, I didn't embarrass you, did I? It was beautiful. Bai Jiner's cheeks flushed slightly. She thought to herself, this kid wasn't the useless bully everyone said he was. After singing for the afternoon at Boss Zhou's tavern, Jiang Ning's throat was nearly parched. During his performance, his voice had drawn quite a few passers-by. As evening approached, the tavern was packed to the brim, with not even a spot to stand, and the entrance was thronged with people. Though Haiwa town was small, its residents led a vibrant and colorful life. Establishments like taverns, theaters, and tea houses never lacked patrons. Jiang Ning even had the illusion that this place was a secluded paradise where many extraordinary individuals weary of the outside world's conflicts came to live incognito in leisurely tranquility. Not to mention Uncle Mai, after finishing his work, was also drawn by his singing. He was now crouching in a corner cracking sunflower seeds and listening to the music. Yet Uncle Mai, a formidable man who could carry 1,000 kilograms without panting, kept yielding his seat to others, eventually left with no choice but to huddle in the corner. What did this signify? It only meant that there were far too many powerful figures around him. Another detail: in the sweltering heat, the small tavern had already squeezed in over 100 people. Logically, the small air conditioner should have long been overwhelmed, yet not a trace of stuffiness could be felt. Upon closer observation, Jiang Ning noticed that Boss Zhou's body seemed to be constantly emanating a chilling cold. As far as he recalled, his once eldest sister, whenever she activated her inner energy, could emit cold air from her body. But clearly Jiang Yusher's cultivation was far inferior to Boss Zhou's, absolutely incapable of serving as a human air conditioner for an entire afternoon. Xiaoningzi, you've worked hard. Here's your pay for today. After the show, Boss Zhou came over smiling as he handed him a thick stack of bills. Jiang Ning didn't count them, but judging by the thickness, it was at least 2,000 yuan, if not more. He understood. Boss Zhou, seeing his immense popularity, was deliberately generous to entice him into a long-term singing engagement. Jiang Ning deliberately glanced at the beautiful woman who still lingered without leaving and teased with a grin, Sister, by how much do you usually charge for a performance? Show off. Bai Jiner rolled her eyes dramatically, sidled up, and gently nudged him with her elbow. She leaned in slyly and probed. Xiaoningzi, which composer wrote those songs for you? I've never heard them before. Seeing through her little scheme, Jiang Ning waved his hand dismissively. I'll introduce you another day. He wouldn't have come to sing for money if he weren't in urgent need of funds. This girl wanted him to compose for her. No way. What a miser. As she watched Jiang Ning pocket the money and hurry away, Bai Jiner shook her little fist in frustration at his retreating figure. Thud. Just as he reached the door, Jiang Ning stumbled and suddenly collapsed to the ground. Jiner, what have you done? You even dared to ambush him. Boss Zhou exclaimed in shock, assuming she had struck Jiang Ning from behind. I didn't use my power, Bai Jiner said, equally astonished and feeling terribly wronged. She indeed possessed the skill to knock someone down from a distance of over 10 meters with a palm strike from behind, but she had certainly not launched any sneak attack just now. Not only was she not petty enough to get angry over such a trivial matter, but even if she were, she wouldn't dare to openly assault Jiang Ning. Her master had warned her more than once in Haiwa town she could bully anyone except this boy. Otherwise, if she angered that celestial cold beauty in Tianyun Temple, even her master couldn't protect her. Boss Zhou, of course, knew how terrifying Jiang Ning's backing was. He rushed to help him up first, and after a quick examination his expression changed drastically. Oh no. Ice Star has acknowledged him. He is condensing the Ice Star soul inside him. What a... Bai Jiner's beautiful eyes widened. Every warrior knew that every night the 7 brightest stars in the sky were in order: Forest Star, Water Star, Ice Star, Rock Star, Wind Star, Thunder Star, and Fire Star. After a warrior awakened their astral seat, once they received the favor of a specific destiny star, they would gradually light up that star, condense a star soul, and thus master the corresponding power. But this process required ample supplementary source energy. If the destiny star were likened to a lighthouse in the warrior's astral seat, then source energy was the firewood to light that lighthouse. If the source energy was insufficient, not only would the destiny star be extinguished and the star soul condensation fail, but it could also damage the warrior's foundation. Those with weaker constitutions might even face life-threatening danger. Therefore, once a warrior sensed the call of a destiny star, they had to prepare thoroughly. But this kid was clearly unprepared. It was as reckless as a woman about to give birth without having prepared any milk powder for the baby. Source liquid. Find him some source liquid quickly. Bai Jiner, being experienced herself, calmed down and dashed into the bar. After ransacking the cabinets, she finally retrieved a bottle of glittering orange liquid from Boss Zhou's storage. That was indeed source liquid, and an expensive third-grade one at that. Found it. Without asking Boss Zhou's permission, she rushed over to feed it to Jiang Ning. Quick, open his mouth. Boss Zhou smiled bitterly. It's useless. A mere bottle of third-grade source liquid won't satisfy this rascal. What do you mean? Bai Jiner didn't understand. The amount of source energy needed for each person to awaken their star soul varied. Usually the higher the talent, the greater the consumption. But this was already a bottle of third-grade source liquid. Could it still fail to meet his appetite? Boss Zhou reluctantly revealed the truth. His master came to me 2 years ago, hoping I would part with my treasured bottle of 5th-grade source liquid. I didn't agree at the time. Does that mean? Bai Jiner's face was full of shock. Legend had it that 5th-grade source liquid was refined from the blood of supreme beings. Ordinary warriors couldn't withstand it. Conversely, those who could endure 5th-grade source liquid were throughout history invariably prodigious and unparalleled geniuses. Such individuals usually received the favor of at least 4 destiny stars. It was even possible for them to be blessed by all 7 stars simultaneously. Bai Jiner mused, true, that celestial fairy sister makes even my master tremble with fear. How could the disciple she favors be a fool? Pulling herself back to reality, she noticed Boss Zhou's reluctance to part with the 5th-grade source liquid. She teased, what if we just ignore him and send him up the mountain to his master right now, leaving him to fend for himself? Would it be too late? Boss Zhou shook his head with a wry smile. Too late. This kid has been mistreated by someone over the past year. His body is weak and on the verge of collapse. Besides, this involves you and me too. All afternoon, I was only focused on circulating my energy to keep the room cool, and my true energy inadvertently disturbed his foundation. Plus you, that little water star soul, which were stirring things up. So, as soon as it got dark, he collapsed. No. He absolutely cannot die here, or we'll never be able to explain ourselves. Bai Jiner was now completely panicked. Alright, this rascal really picked the right day to set us up. We're out of luck. Boss Zhou, utterly helpless, dashed upstairs. In a moment, he came back down looking dusty and disheveled, holding a bottle of golden liquid in his hand. Bai Jiner stared at the liquid, which shimmered like molten gold, mesmerized. So this is 5th-grade source liquid. Stop gawking. I'll hold his mouth open, you feed it to him. Boss Zhou handed her the bottle and helped Jiang Ning onto the sofa. This is too good for him. We'll settle with his master later and make him reimburse your loss. Bai Jiner muttered resentfully, carefully unscrewed the cap, and used a small spoon to feed the golden liquid bit by bit into Jiang Ning's mouth. In his coma, Jiang Ning felt a warm stream flow down his throat, quickly spreading to every cell and every blood vessel in his body. This feeling was strangely familiar. He recalled that when he first became a disciple of his goddess master, for a while every night after he fell asleep, she would sneak into his room and feed him some mysterious medicinal liquid. The sensation was similar, but the taste was much better, fragrant, sweet, and utterly irresistible. Master, this medicine is delicious. Listening to his incessant murmuring, Bai Jiner was dumbfounded, her face flushed bright red. What in the world had this rascal done to his master? Before long, Jiang Ning finally woke up, looking around dazedly. What time is it? Boss Zhou and Bai Jiner, who were drinking water to calm their nerves, sprayed it all over each other's faces. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Let's talk later. Jiang Ning sprang up from the sofa like a carp, bolted out the door, and vanished in a flash. Wait, doesn't he feel anything wrong? Boss Zhou was about to lose his mind. That was a bottle of 5th-grade source liquid. Judging by his frantic rush, he seems to be hurrying to a date. Bai Jiner wiped her face with a tissue and chuckled, but then as if a thought struck her, her expression froze. Could it be that he's rushing to meet? Oh my. No way, right? Bai Jiner covered her mouth, startled by the bold idea. Combined with the nonsense he had muttered in his sleep, the more she thought about it, the more she felt something was off between that master and disciple. Very off. It felt like a trend defying heaven. When Jiang Ning rushed to Yuxing's studio, he saw that woman had already locked the door and was about to leave. Have you got enough money? Yin Ryu looked up at him. Here. Jiang Ning, panting heavily, didn't bother to count the stack of cash Boss Zhou had given him and thrust it all into her hands. Come in. Yin Ryu pinched the thickness, nodded with satisfaction, and chuckled as she pulled out her keys to reopen the shop's 2 doors. She swayed her willowy waist inside and turned on the light. Phew, Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Just 2 minutes later, and today's efforts would have been in vain. As the woman packed his order, he inadvertently noticed that the left glass display case was empty. The little immortal boy had been bought. Jiang Ning nearly blacked out and staggered. What's wrong? Yin Ryu walked over. And nothing. Jiang Ning forced a smile as he took the neatly wrapped gift box from her. Serves you right for hesitating. You missed your chance. Yin Ryu let out a light laugh, which grated on Jiang Ning's ears. His lips twitched a couple of times, and he shrugged indifferently. Guess we weren't meant to be. Though he said that he genuinely felt a deep sense of loss. The little immortal boy was an incredible mechanical device that could serve as both a toy and a pet. He had longed for it for so many years, but in the end it was never meant to be his. After all, he was poor. I'm not a kid anymore, though I don't need toys. He shook his head silently, consoling himself. On the surface, he had just turned 18 this year, but in his previous life he had been reincarnated on Blue Star and had already matured. Now that he was reborn, there was no reason to be so childish. A man is forever a boy. Who said that? Jiang Ning wanted to punch him. Damn it. It corrupted this old man's Tao heart. Watching him disappear into the night with a desolate look, Yin Ryu was stunned, remaining outside the shop for a long time without closing up. Yin Ryu gazed blankly at the display case that had once held the little immortal boy, her eyes gradually growing hazy. They spoil each other so much. How are they anything like a master and disciple? In Yunqing City, the Donghua District Police Station lights were still on. A young boy walking straight through the drizzling rain approached like a ghost. He silently entered the lobby, startling the officer on duty. Young man, can I help you? Officer, I want to report a case. Jiang Zishuan pulled down his hood, revealing an innocent-looking face. Go ahead, son. The duty officer picked up his pen, assuming the kid had encountered a robber or a bully. I want to report a master and disciple secretly having a romance in the mountains behind Haiwa Port. Clatter. The pen dropped from the officer's hand. Several other officers who were eating instant noodles nearby froze with their mouths agape and eyes wide like copper bells. Young man, don't joke around. Who would dare do such an absurd thing? Do you think the first clause of the rights and laws is just for show? The duty officer looked utterly incredulous. Ever since the heavenly principal tower led by 3 supreme beings who had reached the pinnacle of martial arts promulgated the rights and laws 1,000 years ago, all secular etiquette norms had been in use ever since. The boundaries of ethics and morals defined by the rights and laws were not to be crossed by ordinary people, let alone warriors. And a romance between master and disciple was the most forbidden of all taboos. Thus it was explicitly listed as the first article of the Rights and Laws Decree. 30 years ago, a Grandmaster of the titled rank was killed by being stoned to death after violating the taboo. 100 years ago, a celestial master violated the taboo and was attacked by all sides, ultimately meeting a tragic end by self-detonation. 500 years ago, a demon lord also violated the taboo and was ground to dust after enduring the agony of 10,000 worms devouring his heart. Similar cautionary tales were abundant and shocking. Therefore, the crime rate of master-disciple romances had always been extremely low across the country and even the world. They hadn't received such a case in a long time. Officer, I'm not joking. If you don't step in to stop it when the heavenly principal tower comes after you, the police department won't have an easy time. Jiang Zishuan's lips curled up high, his smile menacingly dark. He was well aware of the terrifying consequences of violating the first article of the rights and laws. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sneaked out late at night to stir up trouble. After returning from the hospital that afternoon, he had bribed his eldest sister Jiang Yusher's driver and learned everything that had happened when she went to Haiwa town. All right, young man, tell us the detailed address of the offense, and we'll send someone to deal with it immediately. These people are truly rebelling. They dare to break the law unknowingly. The duty officer, no longer daring to delay, quickly picked up his pen to record the case. If such a thing happened and was not handled promptly, even if the heavenly principal tower wasn't alerted, the prefectural government would come after them. Leaving the police station, Jiang Zishuan looked at the night sky and sneered, Brother Ning, you're so foolish. It seems I won't even have to lift a finger. Master, I'm back. Jiang Ning hurried back to Tianyun Temple, and upon entering was greeted by a rich aroma. Master, what's the special occasion today, making so many delicious dishes, eh? Gazing at the heavily laden table of sumptuous dishes, Jiang Ning rubbed his hands together, feigning ignorance. Go change your clothes and come eat. Su Qingxuan, with brows as delicate as a painting and a white dress purer than snow, was arranging the bowls and chopsticks, her ethereal countenance serene. All right, Jiang Ning chuckled. He had wanted to tease her, but his goddess master seemed unflappable. Indeed, her nature was inherently aloof. In his memory, she had never known overwhelming joy or sorrow. Except, of course, for the time in his past life, when she heard of his death. It had just started raining outside and the wind was howling. He had been drenched through like a drowned rat. Back in his room, Jiang Ning stripped off his soaked clothes. As he reached for his old garments, he suddenly froze. There on the bedside table stood a strikingly familiar figurine. The little immortal. Jiang Ning rubbed his eyes vigorously. Heavens! It really was the little immortal. Wasn't it snatched away by someone else? How did it end up here? Beside the little immortal lay an exquisitely crafted sachet. In an instant, Jiang Ning understood everything. He pounced forward, scooping up the little immortal with one hand and grabbing the sachet with the other. He took a deep breath of its fragrance, grinning foolishly. No wonder Master collected so many petals these past 2 days. The one who bought the little immortal from under my nose was her, hee. Yet his eyes were already moist. Jiang Ning soon noticed that all his old clothes were gone. Opening the wardrobe, he found several brand new outfits neatly stacked inside. At that moment, the urge to become his goddess master's man grew even stronger. A master so gentle and considerate, so breathtakingly beautiful. If he didn't marry her, he would surely be punished by fate. After changing, Jiang Ning returned to the living room, his face still beaming with a blissful, intoxicated smile. He even hung the sachet conspicuously around his neck, constantly picking it up to inhale its fragrance, as if he wanted to announce to the world that this was a precious token handmade by his goddess master. Ning, do you like it? Su Qingxuan's cheeks flushed slightly. She quickly ladled a bowl of soup for him, trying to hide her embarrassment. I like it. Jiang Ning nodded happily. Then which do you like more, the little immortal or the sachet I made for you? Su Qingxuan's lips curled slightly as she playfully posed a difficult question. But how could this stump Jiang Ning, who had lived 2 lives and was well-versed in the flirtatious banter of couples on Blue Star? Whether it's the little immortal you bought from me or the sachet you made for me, I like both. Jiang Ning gazed at his goddess master's ethereal beauty with deep affection and suddenly grasped her delicate hand. His voice, like a subwoofer, was low and magnetic. I also like you, master. Su Qingxuan's cheeks burned with shame. Let go of me. If you act so frivolously with your master again, I'll hand you over to the people of Tianli Tower. Then, master, you'll have to find me a reed stalk. What do you need a reed stalk for? If they drown me in a pig cage, how would I breathe without a reed stalk? If I drown, won't you, master, live alone in loneliness? Would you be willing to let me die? Jiang Ning gazed at her with passionate eyes, wearing an expression as if he would gladly die at her feet. You little rascal, always talking nonsense. Flustered by his scorching gaze, Su Qingxian quickly changed the subject. Eat your meal. This unruly disciple was at it again. She had been avoiding him for days, barely managing to calm her Tao heart, and now this disciple had nearly shattered it again. Wait. Jiang Ning slowly reached into his pocket and gave a mysterious smile. Master, where is your amber pendant? Bring it out. I have a gift for you too. Su Qingxian frowned slightly, saying indifferently, the amber was of no use to me, so I sold it to Yuxing Pavilion. What? Jiang Ning was thunderstruck. Su Qingxian caught a glimpse of the small gift box he had half drawn from his waist and seemed to understand. In that instant, both of them lowered their heads in silence. Su Qingxian drooped her head, her beautiful eyes darting, her delicate teeth biting her red lips. Her jade-like hand hidden beneath the table lightly tugged at her skirt. Jiang Ning's heart was indescribably bitter. He had just been wondering where his master suddenly got so much money. Damn that vixen, she hadn't told him the truth. After a long while, Su Qingxian slowly raised her head and asked with concern, Ning, have you already condensed the Ice Star Soul? I had a bit of an accident at Qingshan Tavern and passed out. In a daze, I awakened the first Destiny Star. Jiang Ning's face was bitter. The Singing Girl by Jenner and Boss Zhou seemed to help. I'll have to find time to thank them. Then you really must thank them properly. It wasn't easy for Zhou Qingshan to make that decision. Eat now. Su Qingxuan's mind churned with thoughts. She had approached that drunkard before, but had never obtained that 5th-grade source liquid. Oh. Jiang Ning dejectedly picked up his chopsticks, silently tucked the box back, and vowed to retrieve that amber pendant and personally put it on his goddess master. Su Qingxian had not only prepared a feast, but also a bottle of fine wine. Just as master and disciple were about to toast, footsteps sounded from outside. Soon 2 uninvited guests in raincoats carrying flashlights barged into the courtyard. Who is it? Don't you know how to knock? Jiang Ning looked up and barked angrily. But as the light from the living room illuminated the patrol uniforms peeking out from under their raincoats, his expression changed. The patrolman in front raised his flashlight, shining it like a searchlight on the two inside. "We received a report about you, master and disciple." His face was hostile as he began to berate them. Before he could finish, Su Qingxian flicked her sleeve as if shooing away a fly. A sudden gale swept through the courtyard, and the two men vanished from sight. Jiang Ning's jaw dropped. He stared at his master in bewilderment. "Where are they?" "I threw them down the mountain." Su Qingxian picked up a peanut with her chopsticks and popped it into her mouth, her demeanor calm and casual. "But master, those two seem to be enforcers." Jiang Ning swallowed hard. Oh, well, eat your meal." Oh, night fell. Jiang Ning lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. What must come will come after all. Trouble had arrived, suddenly catching him off guard. Paper can never wrap fire. This was an unsolvable problem. As long as someone reported it, someone would intervene. From the lowest prefectural patrol guards to the legendary Tianli Tower, none would tolerate it. After all, that damned doctrine and ritual law, like divine decrees, had shackled these people's minds for far too long. I must prepare for the worst. In this life I cannot repeat the same mistakes. Jiang Ning's heart was full of resolve. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Su Qingxian pushed open the door and placed a soul-calming incense on the table. "Master." Jiang Ning sat up abruptly, staring at her graceful silhouette. "Master, are you afraid?" "You little brat, go to sleep. Stop overthinking," Su Qingxian said flatly, then closed the door and left. Under the effect of the incense, Jiang Ning's eyelids grew heavy, and he soon drifted into slumber. But Su Qingxian did not return to her room. Instead, she turned into a blur and vanished. At the foot of the mountain, two men were hanging from a large tree. Under the cold rain, the two patrolmen gradually regained consciousness. "Brother, what just happened?" "I have no idea." They looked at each other's disheveled state, utterly bewildered. They had been ordered to handle a vicious crime of a master-disciple relationship, but before they could even question the suspects, a gust of wind had blown them away. They pulled out their phones to call for backup, when Su Qingxian suddenly appeared before them out of thin air. The rain was still pouring. Su Qingxian held no umbrella, yet countless raindrops around her seemed to evaporate by an invisible force, not even dampening her hair. Moreover, the muddy mountain path was everywhere, yet her white dress, trailing almost to the ground, remained spotless. Even the edges of her shoes were free of any dirt. Seeing this, the two patrolmen's pupils dilated, and a hoarse cry of terror escaped their throats. "Immortal, who sent you?" Su Qingxuan's face was icy as she demanded. "Immortal sister. We were just following orders." "Immortal sister, spare us." Terrified out of their wits, they immediately spilled the whole story. "I advise you not to meddle." Su Qingxian finished listening, then turned and vanished. The branches holding the two men snapped. They crashed heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. "Oh no, is the immortal sister going to massacre our patrol headquarters?" "I don't think so. I told her we were just carrying out the prefecture's decrees, which was my way of hinting that if she wanted to stop our enforcement harassment once and for all, she should talk to the prefecture's decision-makers." "Damn, brother, how you're really sly." Late at night, the top floor of the governor's office building in downtown Yunqing was still brightly lit. In the meeting hall, all high-ranking officials from the local and capital levels were gathered, working overtime to discuss the upcoming Martial Arts Academy selection. With the Martial Arts Academy selection approaching, the whole country attaches great importance to it. Our Yunzhou is a land of outstanding talents. This time, all departments must do their jobs well and resolutely prevent talent drain. Governor Xie Tianhao presided over the meeting, stating the key points from the start. Leaders from various regions then eagerly spoke up. "The governor is right. This year we absolutely cannot let martial arts talent slip away. If possible, we should attract some talents from other provinces. Everyone, our Lecheng city has produced several promising seedlings this year, so we are requesting a temporary fiscal allocation of 200 million from the province." "That's not too much, is it?" Clearly, all the leaders' discussions revolved around the phrase martial arts talents. This was not surprising. In recent days, prefectures across the country were in the same atmosphere. Daxiao implemented a high degree of autonomy for each prefecture, and the core competitiveness of each prefecture was the quantity and quality of martial artists. To attract talent on the eve of the National Martial Arts College entrance exam, prefectures often rushed to introduce relevant policies. Xie Tianhao waved his hand at the leader requesting the 200 million allocation and laughed. "As long as we can keep the good seedlings, the allocation is easy to discuss." Then Xie Tianhao turned to the Yunqing leader beside him and asked, "Old Lu, what demands have the major families in the city put forward this year?" Yunqing, as the capital of Yunzhou, had the highest concentration of martial arts talents in the entire prefecture. Speaking of martial arts talent reserves, one could not avoid the major martial arts families in the city. Major families possessed superior bloodlines, deep foundations, and abundant wealth, making them the most likely to produce geniuses and prodigies. Therefore, every year at this time, the major martial arts families were the key targets of the prefecture's courting. Those families could even negotiate conditions and make demands with the prefecture. Of course, all this was predicated on having the capital to bargain. The Yunqing leader chuckled. The Long Wei, Bai, and Zhou families, the old established clans, have mostly been settled. It's just that the Jiang family's conditions are too high for us to meet easily. Xie Tianhao raised an eyebrow. How so? He knew about the Jiang family. It was said that an adopted son named Jiang Zixuan was exceptionally talented, the most prominent martial arts student in Yunqing this year. The Yunqing leader sighed. That Jiang Zixuan is a 5-star genius, as you've probably heard. 5-star. The leaders gasped. They had indeed heard rumors, but hearing it directly from the Yunqing leader still felt incredible. A genius who had condensed 5 destiny stars. Such a person had not appeared in Yunzhou for many years. Even nationwide, such talents were exceedingly rare. Other provinces have already started poaching. Moreover, I've heard that some foreign martial arts academies are also trying to recruit him. And the Jiang family head Jiang Longhao seems inclined to send the child abroad for study. The Yunqing leader then revealed this even more frustrating reality. That old fox Jiang Longhao is deliberately leaking this news to put pressure on us. Xie Tianhao sighed. Although he had seen through the Jiang family's tactic, he still asked calmly, what are the conditions for Jiang Zixuan to stay? The Yunqing leader quickly reported, Jiang's eldest daughter Jiang Yusher's Fengyuan group wants to acquire the prefecture-controlled Lanyuan group at below market price. In addition, the Tang family of Hongzhou, the Jiang family's in-laws, also wants to take a share. Hearing this demand, the leaders present were incensed. Both companies were producers of source liquid, which was essential for martial artist cultivation. The Jiang family's condition was clearly an attempt to monopolize the source liquid market in Yunqing, even the entire Yunzhou. Xie Tianhao also found the condition hard to accept. He instructed, negotiate with the Jiang and Tang families again. Ask them to change the terms. Do everything possible to keep the 5-star genius Jiang Zixuan. Tell them that the prefecture's elder Qin is looking for a closed-door disciple. If the Jiang family is interested, we can sit down and talk. The leaders nodded. Elder Qin mentioned by Xie Tianhao was the former governor and also the acknowledged top grandmaster of Yunzhou. Countless children of notable families wanted to become Elder Qin's disciple. So this condition should be enough to tempt the Jiang family. Boom. As the leaders were meeting, the meeting hall door was suddenly blasted open from the outside with a palm strike. The leaders were about to get angry, but when they saw who it was, they quickly suppressed their fury. Elder Qin. Everyone stood up to greet him. The old man in a navy blue long gown standing at the entrance was none other than the Elder Qin they had just been discussing. Strangely, beside Elder Qin stood a stunningly beautiful young woman. Before Xie Tianhao and the others could speak, Grand Secretary Qin barged in and announced in a booming voice, "Let me introduce you all. This is my friend Ahem. I brought her here mainly to inform you of something." Having said that, Grand Secretary Qin turned to Su Qingxian with a cautious look. "You tell them." Su Qingshuan's face was as cold as frost, and her icy gaze swept across everyone in the meeting hall. "I advise you not to meddle in matters that don't concern you. If any of your people come to Tianyun Temple to bother me again, I will crush them all." Xie Tianhao and the other leaders were stunned. This was no notification. It was a blatant, barefaced threat to their faces. In all these years, no one had ever dared to come to the prefectural office and openly teach them, the senior officials, how to do their jobs. "Are you deaf? Do you hear me?" Grand Secretary Qin, as if bewitched by her, quickly echoed, and began frantically winking at everyone as if terrified of hearing any objection. Deferring to Grand Secretary Qin's prestige and face, Xie Tianhao had no choice but to smile helplessly. "All right, we understand." Satisfied with the reply, Su Qingxian said nothing more and turned to leave. Cough, 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 cough. After she left, Grand Secretary Qin finally lost his composure, stumbled, and collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, his face pale as paper. Xie Tianhao and the others hurriedly helped him up. What had happened? Xie Tianhao's expression was strange. "Grand Secretary, was that lady really your friend?" "Friend, my foot." Grand Secretary Qin wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, then tore open his collar, revealing the distinct red palm print on his chest. "I nearly got slapped to death against the wall by her palm just now." In short, no matter what happens at Tianyun Temple, just play deaf and dumb and let the people from the Jiaoling Hall handle it themselves. This terrifying woman is not someone we can afford to provoke. 2 days later. Haha, this male lead is so dumb. In the living room of the Jiang family villa, the third sister Jiang Tingjio was sitting on the sofa munching on chips and binge-watching a show, completely absorbed, occasionally letting out piercing laughter. Jiang Shunning, dressed in cool shorts and a t-shirt, walked out of her room. A pair of fair long legs stretched across in front of Jiang Tingjio, blocking her view. Hey, second sister, move aside, don't block me," Jiang Tingjio complained. Jiang Shunning's face darkened. She snatched the remote and turned off the TV, fuming. "Your own biological brother has been missing for half a month, and you're not the least bit worried. You still have the nerve to giggle and laugh all day long. How dare I not have the nerve? He was the one whose brain was kicked by a donkey. He turned a blind eye to such a good family background, insisted on cutting ties with us, and went out to suffer on his own. That's my fault. Jiang Ning grabbed a glass of chilled, freshly squeezed juice, took a big gulp, and looked defiant. If you hadn't bullied him every day back then, would Ning have left? Jiang Ning scolded loudly. How you've got some nerve blaming me? You and Big Sister used to bully him even harder than I did. Jiang Ning sneered and began to enumerate their past deeds in a sarcastic tone. When he first moved back, he wanted to eat snacks and watch TV with us. Who was it that turned her face away and threw the whole fruit platter into the trash? And later when we sent him to Starbucks to buy coffee, who was it that flew into a rage because the ice had melted in the coffee he brought back, forcing him to drink all 5 cups of iced Americano in one go, and he ended up in the hospital with a stomach ache that very night. What do you want me to continue recalling your and Big Sister's glorious history? Jiang Ning was left speechless by the third sister's venomous tongue. Back when Ning first moved into the house, he tried every possible way to fit into their circle. Once when the sisters were sitting together watching TV, Ning came over and reached for a piece of watermelon to eat. That angered her, the second sister. At that time she scolded him for being unhygienic and in a fit of rage threw the entire fruit platter into the trash. From then on, Ning never dared to touch any of her things again. Her snacks, her piano, her sheet music, and manuscripts. He kept his distance from all of them, and yet she had felt a sense of accomplishment afterward. Even if she had a cleanliness obsession, even if Ning was at fault, she shouldn't have lost her temper that badly. She certainly shouldn't have used such an extreme way to scare him. As for the time when Big Sister forced Ning to drink 5 large cups of iced coffee in one go, resulting in a stomach ache and hospitalization, it was the same. In the hot weather, the ice in the coffee naturally melted easily. Ning had run several blocks under the scorching sun, finally found a Starbucks, and when he brought the coffee back, just because some ice had melted, Big Sister nitpicked and punished him by making him drink it all. I remember that Ning drank 4 cups in a row, clutching his stomach, his face turning pale, clearly already suffering from gastric spasms. He begged them to let him take a break before finishing, but Big Sister wouldn't allow it, insisting he drink the last cup as well. At that time, she and the third sister not only didn't stop her, but actually helped the bully, gloating together as they watched Ning's misery. Thinking back now, it was truly cruel. What was the difference between that and impotent rage? Bullying one's own family. What kind of ability was that? I know how much wrong I've done in the past. I regret it. I owe Ning an apology. But what about you? Do you think you're completely innocent? Jiang Ning's eyes reddened, and she sniffled, her voice choked with tears as she glared at the third sister. I don't regret anything. Jiang Ning shrugged indifferently. Jiang Ning gave her a deeply disappointed look, tossed the remote onto the sofa, and silently turned to go back to her room. Not long after, Jiang Yusha returned. As she entered, she saw the third sister sitting with her legs crossed, munching on watermelon. Where's your second sister? Jiang Yusha came over. She's locked herself in her room, sulking, Jiang Ning pouted. We had another fight just now. Jiang Yusha frowned. She didn't need to guess to know it must have been another argument about Ning. Jiang Yusha sat down beside her, turned down the TV volume, and said earnestly, Jiao, do you still refuse to acknowledge Ning as your own biological brother even now? Seeing that her true thoughts had been exposed by the eldest sister, Jiang Ning dropped the pretense and pouted. That's right. I still hate that guy. These days when he's not around, my ears have been much more peaceful. Big sister, I just don't get it. We already have such an excellent brother like Zishuan. Why do we need another brother full of bad habits and mediocre talent just to be laughed at? It seemed Jiang Ning had even formulated her own set of principles. The core was that Jiang Ning was too inferior, unworthy of being her brother. A summer insect cannot speak of ice. Jiang Yusha was also completely disappointed in her third sister. Without a word, she stood up and walked toward Jiang Ning's room. Seeing this, Jiang Ning's eyes darted around. After the eldest sister entered the room and closed the door, she tiptoed stealthily and pressed her ear against the door. Inside the room, Big Sister, how did it go? As soon as Jiang Yusha sat down, Jiang Ning hurried over, her face full of urgency. Over the past 2 days, the eldest sister had taken that bottle of evolution potion to the company's lab for testing. She had just gone out to retrieve the results. The results are out. Jiang Yusha opened her handbag and took out the report, her eyes instantly reddening. The truth is exactly as we suspected. This bottle of potion has been tampered with. If Ning had actually drunk it that night, he would have surely died. And the process of death would have been extremely painful and agonizing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning covered her mouth abruptly, tears forcing their way out. Jiang Yusha's nose stung and her voice became choked. In other words, Ning wasn't throwing a childish tantrum or running away from home in a fit of anger that night. He was just trying to escape from our clutches. He didn't want to die, he wanted to live. By the end, Jiang Yusha's voice had completely dissolved into a mixture of sobs and hoarse breakdown. That day when she went to Haiwet town to find Ning, he had scolded her, calling her a murderer. It really wasn't an unfair accusation. Although she had never intended to harm her own brother, there was no denying that she had nearly indirectly caused his death. The potion was commissioned by father, and after she handed over all the specifications to the RD team, she became a hands-off manager. Even if she had paid a little more attention and strictly supervised, the treacherous person would not have had the opportunity. She was inexcusable for this, and no matter how much Ning scolded her, it was deserved. Sister, who was the mastermind? Jiang Ning slowly released her hand, wiped her nose, and tears her eyes, already blazing with anger. Jiang Ning hadn't been involved in this matter, but the final result filled her with immense fury. Are you sure you want to know? Jiang Yusher stared at her second sister, as if still trying to preserve a sliver of beautiful illusion for her. After all, this person had once been their precious darling. I must know. Jiang Ning said each word with emphasis. Jiang Yusher nodded and no longer stopped her. She took a USB drive from her handbag and plugged it into her second sister's laptop. Then surveillance footage retrieved from the company's security room began to play. That day, Jiang Zixuan had volunteered to go to the company to inspect the potion on her behalf. In the middle of the process, he sent the staff away and secretly added some unknown substance to the potion. Afterward, Jiang Zixuan, thinking himself clever, went to the security room and deleted the hallway footage. He thought he could cover his tracks without anyone knowing. But this little devil was still too green. How could the RD Center of Fengyuan Group be anything less than a top-secret facility? How could the security measures consist only of those few easily spotted cameras in the hallway? In fact, years ago, she had ordered the installation of numerous hidden surveillance cameras throughout the company. It was thanks to her foresight that this little devil hadn't gotten away with his crime. So it was him. After watching the footage, Jiang Ning's teeth ground audibly, and the veins on her clenched fists bulged with fury. From this moment on, the adopted brother was dead to her. After all, they had more than 10 years of affection. Even if she later brought Ning back and focused on making amends to him, she would still have had some lingering feelings for Jiang Zixuan. But what Jiang Zixuan had done had truly touched her current sore spot. Unforgivable. And about the earlier molestation incident with you, I also had that underwear tested. It was him, and it had nothing to do with Ning. Jiang Yusher decided to lay all her cards on the table, revealing everything she had learned that day. Why should we keep such a vicious and scrupulous little beast at home? Jiang Yusher was completely enraged. Jiang Yusher gritted her teeth, facing reality, and nodded firmly. Fine. When Mom and Dad come back later, we'll show all the evidence to the whole family and kick this harmful creature out. That way Ning will surely be able to let go of his grudge and forgive us. This is too lenient for that little beast. Jiang Ning ground her teeth fiercely. Outside the door, Jiang Tingio, who had been eavesdropping, turned pale. She hadn't heard clearly why the eldest and second sisters had suddenly become so furious with Zixuan. But she did hear that they were secretly plotting to kick Zixuan out of the house. How could that be? Zixuan was the apple of her eye. Over the past 2 days, the Qingshan Tavern had been bursting with customers. Among the dozen or so taverns in Haiwa Port, big and small, none could compete. All the customers flocked here. And all of this naturally was due to the appearance of Jiang Ning, the big star. Years later, the history books will record this night, the long stone steps stained with the sorrow of separation and death. What I heard seemed like an ending. What I saw was all destruction. The gentlest became the most ruthless. The fallen once swayed. Suddenly, it's farewell. In the fading long night, before dawn, wash away all sin. Someone calls your name until their voice is hoarse. Jiang Ning finished his song drenched in sweat. A song, wind rises from the heavenly gate. Hope you all enjoy. Applause erupted. Great. Beautiful. The audience below was all praise. Jiang Ning waved at a beautiful woman in the crowd. Sister, by how about you come up and sing a couple? Hey, I'm a guest today who wants to sing for you. Bai Jiner clinked her glass against the table, unwilling. All right, little Ning, take a break if you're tired. Zhou Qingshan quickly brought a glass of orange juice, and knowing that Jiang Ning was sensitive to cold, didn't add ice. The business had been so booming these 2 days that he couldn't stop grinning, and he was almost willing to treat Jiang Ning like a king. Boss, Zhou, let me make it clear up front, once I've saved enough money, I won't be coming anymore. Don't count on me being your long-term employee. Jiang Ning took a big gulp of orange juice, panting heavily. The amber pendant from his goddess master had been taken away by the fox spirit from Yuxing Studio, and redeeming it would cost a pretty penny. Moreover, Jiang Ning understood that he owed boss Zhou a huge favor. Earning money while repaying the favor. It was a perfect 2-for-1 deal. Zhou Qingshan heard his tone and couldn't help showing a troubled expression. The day you stop coming, what will I do with my tavern? Jiang Ning knew what he wanted to say, waved his hand and smiled. If I don't come, there's still Sister Bai. Let her sing my songs in the future, and your business won't suffer. Really? Bai Jiner, sitting below, couldn't stay calm. The songs Jiang Ning had sung these past 2 days were clearly a cut above the popular songs on the market. The customers' tastes had been spoiled by Jiang Ning. Actually, her period had ended long ago. The reason she kept making excuses not to perform was simply because of her pride. She was afraid of being compared to Jiang Ning. Really? I'm authorizing you to cover all the songs I've sung these past 2 days. Jiang Ning smiled. It was a win-win decision. Suddenly the landline at the tavern's front desk rang. The receptionist answered and shouted loudly, "Ning Bao Bao, it's for you." Jiang Ning was puzzled. How could someone call here and ask for him by name? With a suspicious attitude, Jiang Ning got up, walked over, and took the receiver. "Hello, who is this?" "Ning, it's your eldest sister. We've investigated the evolution potion matter. Someone really tried to harm you. Are you free now? I'll send someone to pick you up immediately. Come back and we'll seek justice for you and restore your rights." The voice on the other end was Jiang Yusher's excited. "That's none of your business." Jiang Ning, the voice woman's, immediately lost his mood. Thinking for a moment, he cupped the microphone and growled, "I warn you not to meddle in other people's affairs, or you'll force me to turn against you." Having spoken, he hung up the phone with a snap. Jiang Ning's anger stemmed from his strong suspicion that the night the police came knocking, someone from the Jiang family had reported it. As for Miss Jiang telling him that the evolution elixir matter had been clarified, Jiang Ning paid it no mind. Moreover, Jiang Ning was well aware that with Miss Jiang and second Miss Jiang trying to topple that little brat, it was a fool's dream. The two foolish women evidently still had not realized who had masterminded this affair. "Ning baby, who was looking for you just now." The front desk girl, eyes sparkling with curiosity, could not help but wonder at his cold demeanor. Since Jiang Ning's rapid rise to fame in the past few days, Jingran had become the big star of Haiwa Port. Even the merchants who came and went would, after finishing their business, drop by for a few drinks to hear him sing. And in the tavern, a group of working girls had all become his devoted fans. The front desk sister, flaunting a bit of charm, began to cast flirtatious glances at him and even gave him the cheesy nickname Ning baby. "Not at all." Jiang Ning half smiled, then after taking only 2 steps, suddenly clutched his belly. The bartender sister beside him, frightened, cried out, "Ning, what happened to you?" "I just took out all the ice." Jiang Ning sweated profusely, smiling wryly. From now on, iced drinks are off the menu. Keep them at room temperature. Since that time after the punishment from Miss Jiang, a gulp of iced coffee had harmed his stomach. It began hurting again. To be precise, his stomach had been troubled even before that. In school, he lived on sporadic meals, and it was no wonder his digestion was poor. Now any stimulus easily triggers stomach cramps and unbearable pain. "I must quickly nurse my body back to health." Jiang Ning vowed inwardly if the goddess master knew, she would be heartbroken. Suddenly thinking of something, Jiang Ning looked at the front desk girl and the bartender. "Right, Sister Wanwan, Sister Simon, I want to ask you about something." "You say? Go ahead. These days, have there been any suspicious people around Haiwa Port?" "Ahem. Or at the Port Bureau's police station, has there been a large redeployment of personnel?" Jiang Ning kept a smile on his face, trying to stay calm. That night, the two who went to investigate were unceremoniously thrown to the foot of the mountain by the goddess master. Although no one seemed to have died, it was terrifying. In these days, he was on edge, all the time fearing trouble that he could not handle. After years of climbing the mountain to apprentice under the goddess master, Jiang Ning still could not gauge how strong she truly was. He only felt that relying on the goddess master alone to confront the state's armed powers was somewhat unrealistic. There isn't. Haiwa Port remains as tranquil as ever, winds calm and waves smooth. The front desk sister Xiao Wan shook her head. Her family lived in town, and she hadn't sensed anything abnormal. "Ningji, why are you asking these for?" The bartender sister Lin Simon chuckled. "Ningji, are you thinking of taking the civil service route to work at the police station?" Yanjun Temple. Jiang Ning had been casual, but it felt like a big discovery. "You little girl, you always talk nonsense." Yanjun Temple. Jiang Ning had just asked casually, but it seemed to have stirred a big issue. You're talking nonsense." Sister Wanwan immediately glared at the bartender. "Ning baby has already entered that master's discipleship. There's no need to ask Yanjun Temple about his future bound by that constraint." Jiang Ning could hear it. Sister Xiao Wan didn't seem keen on him probing Yanjun Temple's secrets so soon. And as an outsider, he has only been here 8 years. Yet the two in front of him were locals born and bred of Haiwa Town, the Jiang family villa. Jiang Yusher hung up the phone, her face full of disappointment, and shook her head at Jiang Shunning, who sat by the bed. "He wouldn't even let me finish, and he warned me not to meddle." She had also received a short report from Li Yuanfa in the procurement department, learning that a Ning had been singing at a small tavern in Haiwa Port these days. She called that tavern in a fit of impulse, hoping to call a Ning back to deal with the poison potion matter together. She had thought Jiang Ning would be eagerly looking forward to this day, but his attitude disappointed her. "Let's not meddle in this." "What the heck?" Jiang Shunning was puzzled too. The doorbell suddenly rang. The two exchanged a glance and rushed out of the room. It happened to be their mother Tang Ro returning home. Since their father Jiang Longhao had been away on a business trip, the matter came suddenly, so they had to call their mother back to lay it all out. Sure, has a Ning come back?" As soon as she entered the house, Tang Ro asked after Jiang Ning's whereabouts. At first glance, she seemed to care for her son, but to the sisters it didn't seem so. "Mom, where did you go?" Jiang Yusher glanced at her mother's heavy makeup and branded dress, frowning. Today Zixian and their noble school arranged a parents' gathering. I went to mingle a bit. Tang Rou's expression carried a smile, her complexion decent, still basking in the mood of the gathering, pleased with herself. Jiang Yusher found it ridiculous. Needless to say, at gatherings like that their mother would have heard countless words of flattery and flattering praise. Moreover, Jiang Yusher was very clear that the so-called parents' gathering for classmates was just a social gathering among rich ladies and socialites, to put it bluntly, a bunch of rich wives with too much free time seeking attention. In the past, at the parents' meetings for her own son, she dodged and avoided. For Zixian's activities, she never missed. Mommy Ning has no news, yet you still have time to wander around. The eldest sister gave her a little face. The second sister, Jiang Ning, was not so easily fooled and grew very angry. I can't avoid it, and besides, mingling with those parents would help Zixian's future networking. Tang Rou, with a guilty look, quickly changed the topic. If you're so anxious to bring me back, what do you want to tell me? Mom, elder sister and second sister want to drive Zixian out of this home. Before the two could speak, the third sister, Jiang Tingio, suddenly cried out loudly. Jiang Yusher and Jiang Ning stared at the third sister in astonishment. Did you hide outside and eavesdrop on us? What's going on? Mom, look for yourself. Tang Rou grew unsettled. Jiang Yusher glared at the third sister and hurried back to her room, taking out the test report and a USB drive. After reading all this, Tang Rou became stone-faced. How could this be? She could hardly believe such a thing could happen in the family. Jiang Tingio was equally shocked. Just now she had wondered why the elder and the second sister suddenly stopped caring for Zixian. Now she finally understood. Mom, you are our mother, and you are Ning's mother too. If this happens, what should we do? Jiang Ning two-taed hands on hips. Tang Rou suddenly didn't know what to say. Hey, where did you two find this? How could Zixian be such a person? Even if you two secretly did these little maneuvers, don't expect me to agree to send Zixian away. Humph. Jiang Tingio snapped, clashing with both of them. Clearly, even with ironclad proof, this third Miss Jiang still refused to believe and continued to defend Jiang Zixian. Yet Tang Rou retained a sliver of clarity and quickly proposed a solution. What about? When Zixian finishes school this weekend, we can find him and give him a proper lesson, so he won't bully a Ning again. What do you think? Jiang Yusher and Jiang Ning were stunned, unable to believe their ears. No, if not, we could just beat him to make him learn a lesson. Tang Rou saw the strong reactions of the eldest and the third, realizing she'd been too lenient with her adopted son, and retreated a step. With me here, I'll see who dares lay a finger on Zixian. Jiang Tingio refused to back down. Mom, is this really your attitude? This person is trying to kill your own son. Jiang Yusher glared, eyes red at Tang Rou. Woo. Then you tell me, what should I do? Tang Rou cried out, looking torn and miserable between the two sides. What to do? Jiang Ning's eyes reddened. She pointed at the door. Get him out. Our family won't raise such a venomous beast. Tang Rou began to speak, but her phone rang. It was her husband, Zhang Longhao. It's your dad. Let's hear what your father has to say first. Tang Rou felt as if she had seized a lifeline and cried out in excitement. And the call from Zhang Longhao turned out to be a video call. After connecting, Zhang Longhao spoke with a calm, unyielding tone. I've already heard about it. Don't overstep and don't mistreat Zixian. We'll decide when I get back from my business trip. Jiang Yusher and Jiang Ning stared blankly at the third sister. Clearly, she had alerted their father in advance. Did you hear that? Dad is the head of the family. Jiang Tingio showed no remorse. With the father's support, she grew even more haughty. Even Tang Rou could hear that her husband was openly biased toward Jiang Zixian. Tang Rou cried out in anger. Zixian has gone too far this time. We can't let him off. I told you, wait until I come back to discuss. The voice on the other end showed impatience. Okay, you all are colluding to bully a Ning, is that it? If Zixian doesn't leave today, I'll leave. I don't have parents like you. Jiang Ning lost her temper completely. She turned and ran back to her room to pack a bag, then hurried out with a suitcase. Jiao, quick, stop your elder sister. Tang Rou was at a loss, shouting at the phone. Zhang Longhao, buy me a plane ticket back immediately. If you don't come back, this family will be broken apart. Second sister, calm down, listen to me. Jiang Tingio grew frightened too. She hadn't expected the matter to escalate to this extent. Go away, don't call me second sister. Jiang Ning shook off the third sister's hand and stormed out. Ning, don't go, come back. Tang Rou rushed after her, but tripped on her gown and fell, crying out, Big sis, go after her, don't let her leave. At the Villa District's crossroads. Where are you headed? Jiang Yusher hurried after Jiang Ning, knowing her younger sister's anger had reached a fever pitch and that coaxing would be useless. I have hands and feet. Leaving this home, could I starve to death? Jiang Ning turned away, her eyes already filled with hot tears. At this moment, she finally understood the feeling Ning had when he left that day. If not for utter disappointment, who would willingly part from their own family? She was both furious and sorrowful, full of grievance. How she wished the family could come out and persuade him back, sit down and talk calmly. I've sent you an address. You should stay there for 2 days. That grand flat I invested in recently, the family doesn't know about it yet. Jiang Yushi sighed and handed over a set of keys. And you, big sister? Jiang Ning accepted the keys, eyes red as she looked at her. I still can't go. Jiang Yushi understood her sister's meaning. Aren't you suspicious? Dad's reaction to this matter is too abnormal. His bias towards Zixian is too exaggerated. Mom isn't like that. Different. Jiang Yushi glanced back at the villa. Mom is simply not sensible, vain, immersed in the glory Jiang Zixian brings her. It won't be long before she regrets it. But Dad seems to not care about Ning's life or death at all. Big sister, what exactly do you want to say? Remember 18 years ago, how did Ning disappear? I remember back then our nanny went to the hospital to fetch someone and swapped the child. Jiang Ning recalled. Swapped? You think there really could be such a coincidence? Jiang Ning covered her mouth, staring at Jiang Yushi. Big sister, are you suspecting that Dad arranged this? Back then it was Dad who instructed the nanny to swap the babies, eh? Otherwise it would be hard to explain his current attitude. Jiang Yushi calmly analyzed. Don't forget what status our Jiang family holds. Hundreds of years of tradition. Illogically, Ning was the family's only son. Even if Ning was a failure, the family would rely on him to branch the line. As head of the family, Dad wouldn't overlook this. But taking evolution elixir would deprive Ning of fertility. Ning hadn't married or had children yet, and Dad would arrange the evolution elixir for him. Unless Dad has another son. Jiang Ning, clever as ever, gasped in shock. If Zixian really is Dad's illegitimate son, then everything would make sense. So, I must stay to uncover the truth. Let Mom and Jiao realize the reality sooner. As long as we obtain the evidence, Dad will have to weigh it. After all, an affair with a servant within the family would violate Li Fa and bring ruin and disgrace upon him. As for Ning, you should go see him soon and tell him that no matter how angry we are, he must not neglect his studies. This weekend's National Cultural Institute selection, he must participate. He cannot become a martial artist. Breaking away from that mediocre university and entering the institute is his only path. If we help him a little, he could become a corporate executive. Once he gains status and reputation, he will be able to compete with Jiang Zixian for the family fortune. Yun City Airport. Having just stepped out of the VIP channel, Jiang Longhao hurried into the car, waiting to pick him up. Don't go home yet. Head to the state government building first, and don't tell the family I've returned yet. Understood, sir. Jiang Longhao sat in the back seat, pinching his brow coldly, ordering the driver to keep his trip confidential. In fact, his business trip had ended this morning, but as soon as he stepped off the plane, he received the family's message. This child is too impulsive. At this critical moment, she gave them a handle. Jiang Longhao watched the trees blur past the window, troubled. He could already sense the approaching crisis. If Zixian's illegitimate status were made public, the 18-year-old secret would likely no longer be hidden. Then the Jiang family's fiercest rivals and Tang Ro's maternal family would certainly seize the opportunity. The immediate priority was to quickly secure a solid backing for himself and his son. His first thought was the state government, which had already extended an olive branch to them. Li Fa, it's merely a tool to restrain the weak. Jiang Ning returned to the Taoist temple when it was already dark. His master had finished preparing dinner. Master, I bought a roast goose. Jiang Ning set down the bag, slumped into a chair, and stealthily glanced at the 6 portraits behind the altar, chuckling to himself. Master, by indulging in meat here, won't the ancestors be displeased? Perhaps we should eat outside. According to the rules set by the Grandmaster, disciples must adhere to the precepts. They could drink alcohol, but had to abstain from meat. Jiang Ning had bought a roast goose and brought it back openly, which was a violation of the sect's rules. Yet he was not the least bit flustered because his goddess master had specifically instructed him to do so before he left in the morning. In truth, Jiang Ning had always sneaked a bite of meat in town whenever he descended the mountain. Partly due to his gluttony and partly because he had been severely abused by that venomous woman since childhood, suffering from chronic malnutrition and a severe lack of oil in his diet. His goddess master seemed to know this well, so she always turned a blind eye. But she never allowed him to bring any meat dishes back to the temple. Today an exception was finally made. Since you've already brought it back, why hide and skulk? Su Qingxian took the roast goose out of the bag. The moment she permitted Jiang Ning to bring it back, that precept seemed to have evaporated into thin air in her eyes. Her disciple now needed to nourish his body. Those troublesome precepts could be discarded. Here, master. Jiang Ning, overjoyed and considerate, quickly picked up the largest drumstick and placed it into his master's bowl. Your master is not fond of greasy food. You should eat more. Su Qingxian put the drumstick back into his bowl and only picked up a tender bamboo shoot, slowly bringing it to her mouth. As Jiang Ning devoured the food ravenously, his eyes were fixed on the serene image of his master eating, and he soon became captivated. His master only ate vegetarian food, yet she was as beautiful as a celestial maiden with skin as white and smooth as jade, showing no signs of aging even after all these years. Another peculiar thing, logically Tianyin Temple was a Taoist temple, yet in all the rooms there was not a single shrine or statue of a deity. When his master performed rituals in her spare time, she only burned incense before the 6 portraits of the ancestors. Master, I've always had a question. Does our lineage not have any deity that we need to worship? Jiang Ning finished gnawing on a plump, delicious drumstick, licked his fingers, and finally could not suppress the question that had lingered in his heart for years. No, Su Qingxian replied indifferently. Her casual answer made Jiang Ning gasp inwardly. A cultivator who did not revere the gods, Jiang Ning could only say impressive. By the way, master, I have awakened my martial destiny and condensed a destiny star. Jiang Ning had another question, but before asking, he cleverly threw out a bait. He picked up the teacup on the table, held it in his hand, and shook it. A wisp of cold air emanated from his palm, and soon the water in the cup visibly began to freeze into ice. After doing all this, Jiang Ning was already drenched in sweat, panting heavily, and asked with a smile, "Look at me now, what rank of martial artist am I?" Once a martial artist embarked on the path of martial cultivation, they would discuss their strength in terms of ranks. The first rank was the beginning, and the 9th rank was the highest. Above the 9th rank was the legendary and awe-inspiring Grandmaster, and those who excelled even further above the Grandmaster could attain the honor of a title. You haven't even learned to walk yet you want to run. A mere first-rank disciple with such a weak body, why must you force your true qi to freeze water into ice? Su Qingxian cast a reproachful glance, quickly took out a handkerchief, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Jiang Ning grabbed his master's slender wrist, and said earnestly, "Then what about you, master? What rank are you?" "Your master does not care about such things, and you need not worry either." Su Qingxuan's beautiful eyes like a spring pool rippled with slight waves, as if she was evading the topic. Oh, Jiang Ning could tell that his master was unwilling to answer directly, so he awkwardly let go. Before asking this question, Jiang Ning had indeed held a faint hope. He hoped that his goddess master was also a mysterious grandmaster living in seclusion in the mountains. Nowadays, the few major martial arts families in Cloud City owed their enduring prosperity and thriving success to the fact that their ancestors had produced a grandmaster, or that they currently had a grandmaster as their pillar. Take the Jiang family for example. 100 years ago, they had produced a titled figure. However, the Jiang family was now on the decline. Since the death of Jiang Ning's second grandfather Jiang Longquan, the strongest figure currently sitting guard in the Jiang family was the 7th rank expert Jiang Longhao. Before his death, Jiang Longquan was only a 9th rank. In other words, the Jiang family had not produced a grandmaster for 100 years. In a few more years, when the blessing of their titled ancestors' legacy was exhausted, decline would only be a matter of time. In this world where martial artists reigned supreme, if a family had no strong figure to guard it, possessing billions of assets would be no different from being a piece of fish on someone else's chopping board. They simply couldn't hold on to it. To put it bluntly, even if you were a brilliant superstar or a popular female streamer, without extraordinary strength, it would be difficult to maintain long-term fame and success. Those who envied you would not let you have an easy time, those who competed with you would scheme against you in every possible way. In the end, you would only become a plaything for others seeking refuge under the wing of a strong figure. Jiang Ning's hope that his goddess master was a grandmaster was not out of vanity. Whatever his master's strength, it would not change his love for her. It was just that if his master was a grandmaster, the two of them could live relatively peacefully for a period of time. After all, in the Cloud City region, and even throughout the entire Cloud Province, anyone who wanted to trouble a grandmaster would have to think twice. That would give Jiang Ning enough time to grow. He wanted to protect his goddess master. He would not let anyone harm a single hair on her head. But for now, he had to admit that his first-rank strength was far too weak. I must become stronger. I will become a grandmaster. After dinner, Jiang Ning sat in the courtyard staring at the night sky in a daze and made a silent vow. On the other side, Su Qingxian was washing the dishes, equally distracted. In a daze, a porcelain bowl slipped from her hand, fell to the ground, and shattered into pieces. She glanced outside to confirm that the silly boy was still daydreaming, then reached back with her hand. The porcelain bowl seemed to reverse in time. All the powder and fragments reassembled intact as before. Then she lightly waved her sleeve over the leftover food and fruit on the stove. In the blink of an eye, all the food was covered with a layer of frost. After Su Qingxian finished cleaning up, she came to the courtyard. Jiang Ning had already gone back to his room to sleep. She looked at the two doors and murmured to herself, "What is Ning so anxious about? Never mind tonight, I'll give him a helping hand." In the middle of the night, in a hazy state, Jiang Ning vaguely heard a creaking sound. Following that, the entire room was filled with an intoxicating fragrance. Soul-calming incense. A grin spread across Jiang Ning's lips. He knew that his master was about to sneakily give him something good to drink again. Moments later, warm and sweet liquid entered his mouth, and Jiang Ning's throat moved up and down as he swallowed greedily. Jiang Ning struggled to open his eyelids to catch a glimpse, but his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. His whole body was completely relaxed, and he could not move. Why did his goddess master always knock him unconscious every time she gave him that fragrant liquid to drink? In his sleep, Jiang Ning felt a ball of blazing flame burning in his chest. The flame quickly converged into the red destiny star in his constellation, completely illuminating it. The Mars star was lit. Jiang Ning's heart was filled with ecstasy. Then a beam of green light and a flash of thunder appeared on his chest, one after another. The wood star and the thunder star also lit up at the same time. After that, the water, rock, and wind stars followed suit, lighting up one after another. Thus all 7 destiny stars in his martial destiny were fully lit. The source energy accumulated in your body from that bottle of 5th grade source liquid was indeed still a bit lacking. Fortunately, your master was well prepared, so there were no mishaps. At this moment, he vaguely heard his master softly speaking beside him. He remembered that when he first came to the mountain to become a disciple, his body was so frail that a gust of wind could have blown him away. Over the years, under his master's careful nourishment, he had finally been reborn. Not only had he awakened his martial destiny, but he also possessed a prodigious 7-star talent. Driven by intense curiosity, Jiang Ning instinctively channeled the 7-star power into his brain, instantly dispelling the effects of the soul-calming incense. He suddenly opened his eyes, ecstatic. Master, what secret elixir did you give me to drink? It's so potent it actually helped me advance in one go. Su Qingxian hadn't expected him to be so mischievous. By the time she tried to conceal it, it was already too late. Master. Jiang Ning stared blankly at the bloodstain on his master's slender wrist. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he froze completely. Blood. Master had been feeding him with her own blood all these years. How could this be? Your master didn't let you know because I didn't want you to have any psychological burden. Actually, it's nothing. This has always been the way of our lineage. Su Qingxian casually comforted Jiang Ning. I understand. I was raised by master's own hand. This is a debt of gratitude for a lifetime. Jiang Ning's eyes reddened, and he was so emotionally stirred that he could barely form words. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Qingxian felt the words were strange, so she reached out and gently tapped Jiang Ning's forehead with her fingertip in a reproachful manner. You and I are master and disciple. Why must we draw such clear distinctions? Just master and disciple. Jiang Ning's eyes were filled with disappointment. Your master is tired. Sing a song for me. Su Qingxian hurriedly averted her gaze, not daring to meet that rebellious disciple's eyes. All right. Since his master wanted to hear a song, Jiang Ning naturally wouldn't refuse. He said solemnly, this song I will sing only for you. Unable to give you the happiness you desire, so I choose to step back. Because I love you, I let you have a better place to go. After the song ended, Su Qingxian fell into a long, dazed silence. The lyrics of the song were not highbrow, even a little sentimental, yet they made her heart feel as if it had fallen from a great height, inexplicably empty. Ning, what is the name of this song? Su Qingxian asked in a trance. The pig that lost happiness. My. Su Qingxian suddenly snapped awake, narrowed her eyes, glanced sideways at Jiang Ning, bit her lip, lightly raised her delicate fist, and pretended to strike him. You wretched disciple, humph. With that she stood up, flicked her sleeve, and stormed off angrily. Off. Jiang Ning was dumbfounded. What's going on? I poured out my true feelings, and yet master got angry. Or did master not like this song? The next morning. Master, I'm going to work. After breakfast, Jiang Ning went to the meditation room door to greet his master. I know. Jiang Ning gave a bitter smile. Just a few days ago she would exhort him to return early, but now suddenly she was aloof again. She was truly angry. He shook his head, feeling that there must be some misunderstanding. The tavern was waiting for its pillar performer to open for business, so Jiang Ning had to leave. He planned to explain to his master when he returned in the evening. After he left, Su Qingxian pushed open the door, walked to the courtyard, and gazed at the receding figure on the mountain path. Grinding her silver teeth, she murmured, You little brat, how dare you insinuate that I'm a pig? When you come back tonight, I'll deal with you. Withdrawing her gaze, Su Qingxian slowly sat down on a stone bench, propped her chin on her hand, and her eyes gradually grew dreamy. She sighed wistfully, but if I keep avoiding him, I might really end up like that pig in the song. That wretched disciple must have done it on purpose. Naming the song that way had struck a chord in her heart, keeping her awake all night. Little Ning, you seem a bit off today. During the intermission, Zhou Qingshan brought a glass of pear juice to moisten Jiang Ning's throat. Bai Jiner, sitting in the audience, nodded inwardly. The boy had indeed gone off-key several times, clearly distracted. I'm in a bad mood. They'll have to make do. Jiang Ning was in no mood to sing for these people. His goddess master was angry. That was a huge matter. He needed to think quickly about how to appease her in the evening. Jiang Ning was lost in thought, completely unaware that a graceful figure had entered the tavern. After looking around, she quickly spotted him on the small stage, joy lighting up her face. She hurried over. Ning. By the time Jiang Ning noticed, she was already standing before him. Although Jiang Shunning was wearing a mask and sunglasses covering herself tightly, she could not hide the aura of a star that radiated from her. The moment she appeared, she immediately drew the attention of everyone. That beauty looks so familiar. I've seen her on TV before. At last year's Cloud City New Year's Eve gala, she sang a song. I forget which one. The crowd whispered among themselves. Bai Jiner, who was drinking cola, spat out the straw and exclaimed Jiang Ning. Bai Jiner was a die-hard fan of Jiang Ning. The appearance of her idol made Bai Jiner ecstatic. Jiang Ning felt very uncomfortable being stared at by these people, but at that moment, she only had eyes for Jiang Ning. Seeing that he was sullen and ignored her, she called out again, trembling. Ning, it's your second sister. As she spoke, she took off her sunglasses and mask, revealing her true face to everyone. Jiang Ning was already in a bad mood, and now it was even worse. He sneered coldly. Miss Jiang, do you people have some kind of illness? Playing a carousel of harassment. The eldest Miss Jiang came the other day, and now you're here today. Is there no end to this? Jiang Ning was struck as if by lightning. Even though her elder sister had warned her before coming that their Ning was now a stranger to them, when she heard the address Miss Jiang, her heart tightened painfully, as if stabbed by a needle. Jiang Ning sniffled, holding back tears, and said earnestly, Ning, tomorrow is the annual selection exam for the Civil and Military Academy. Your elder sister mother and I are all worried about your future. Let's put everything else aside for now. Please promise your second sister to go back and take the exam, okay? In the past, hearing such concern for his future would have moved Jiang Ning to tears. But now familial bonds were severed. Jiang Ning stood alone, unburdened by any sibling ties. His heart no longer stirred. I won't go, he refused coldly. Why? Jiang Ning couldn't understand. Ning, don't give up on yourself, okay? Since you can't become a martial artist, entering the Academy of Liberal Arts is your only way out. No matter how much you hate us, don't gamble with your future. She spoke out of genuine sisterly concern, feeling that Ning should understand her feelings as an elder sister and realize how much she cared for him now. Indeed, Jiang Ning sensed it. But so what? A belated affection is cheaper than grass. Besides, Jiang Ning looked at her mockingly and sneered, I remember you didn't say that before. What did I say before? Jiang Ning looked bewildered. Remember the mock exam at the beginning of the year? I ranked first in the whole school and brought the paper home to show you all. What did you say then? Jiang Ning found it amusing. Miss Jiang really had a short memory. Jiang Ning's face turned pale. She remembered. At the start of the year, Ning had taken the first mock exam and ranked first in the entire school, even scoring a perfect mark in math and foreign language. Overjoyed, Ning had rushed home to show the paper to the whole family, expecting admiration or at least some praise. But what happened? His father had merely snorted disdainfully. Is that all you're capable of? His mother had been equally indifferent, offering a perfunctory, not bad son. Keep it up. As for his sisters, they didn't take it seriously at all, even mocking him. Zishuan tops every martial arts test without showing off like you do. That was the third sister's exact words. You scored first in cultural courses and come bragging to us. If you got into the martial academy, you'd be insufferable. That was from the eldest sister. Come show off when you awaken your martial destiny. For now, you're not qualified. Those words came from his second sister. Back then, when Ning's paper reached her hands, she tossed it contemptuously onto the floor like a piece of toilet paper. Just then the maid was mopping and the paper was soaked in dirty water. The entire family ignored it, turning away to crowd around Jiang Zishuan, admiring the university martial arts competition medal he had just won. Ning was left alone, feeling like a superfluous clown in their eyes. As they said, if a billboard from eldest sister Jiang Yusher's company fell, it would crush a bunch of PhDs and masters. Now recalling this, Jiang Ning lowered her head in shame. I'm sorry. Our whole family are martial artists. We were indeed too harsh on you before. She tried to explain. No need. Just keep treating me as worthless mud that can't be plastered on a wall. But Jiang Ning didn't want to listen. Jiang Ning, helpless, had a sudden idea and rushed out to make a phone call. Soon the front desk phone at the tavern rang. The receptionist Xiao Wan answered and handed the receiver over. Ning Bao, someone's looking for you. Says she's your homeroom teacher. Jiang Ning was startled and quickly took the call. Hello, Teacher Su, it's me. During his year at Yunqing Economics and Trade University, perhaps because of his excellent grades, his classmates admired him, and Teacher Su had been very kind to him. If Jiang Ning remembered correctly, he still owed Teacher Su and a few classmates 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. Back then his family only gave him 300 yuan a month for living expenses, barely enough for food. He wouldn't have survived without borrowing money from others. Jiang Ning wasn't the type to default on debts or be ungrateful. He had planned to go back in a couple of days to repay the money. But now that Teacher Su had contacted him, he couldn't ignore it. Of course, Teacher Su wasn't asking for repayment, as she was urging him to return for tomorrow's Academy of Liberal Arts selection exam. After he finished the call, Jiang Ning returned to the tavern and said earnestly, Your teacher has such high hopes for you. Can you bear to let her efforts go to waste? Jiang Ning's mouth twitched. Ignoring her, he walked over to Zhou Qingshan. Boss, I need to ask for leave. Something's come up today. Also, could you advance me some money? I need it urgently. Sure, no problem. Is this enough? Zhou Qingshan was straightforward. He opened his wallet, pulled out a stack of bills without counting, and handed them all to Jiang Ning. With the money in hand, Jiang Ning left without looking back. Just as Jiang Ning was about to follow, a hand grabbed her. "I'm your biggest fan. Hello, could you give me an autograph?" Bai Jiner was extremely excited. Having finally met her idol, she insisted on getting an autograph. "Hello." Jiang Ning felt awkward, but took the pen and paper. "Are you really Jiang Ning's sister?" Has he been doing well here lately?" "Pretty well. You two seem to have fallen out." The girl's question left Jiang Ning speechless. Jiang Ning looked out the door, guilt-ridden. "Our whole family are martial artists. My brother couldn't awaken his martial destiny, so we treated him badly before. We hurt him." "What? He can't awaken his martial destiny? Who told you that?" Bai Jiner's eyes widened. "Here, your autograph." Jiang Ning didn't want to linger. She scribbled quickly on the paper and ran off. Bai Jiner stared at the messy handwriting, then looked at the fleeing figure, bewildered. My idol's brain doesn't seem too sharp. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning was running back the way he came. At the foot of the mountain, Jiang Ning cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted toward the temple halfway up, "Mas, Tura." It was too late to go up and down the mountain in time for the bus. So he used this method to inform his master. Soon a graceful white figure emerged from the temple, walked to the cliff edge, looked down at the mountain, and gazed at her silly disciple with curiosity. "Master, I need to go to the city. I might not be back until tomorrow night." Jiang Ning shouted loudly, afraid she wouldn't hear. How could Su Qingxian not hear? The little fool was shouting so loud that the whole town knew he was bidding farewell to his master. Yet this disciple's clinging demeanor, his silly fear of leaving without a word and causing her to worry, gave Su Qingxian a strange sense of reassurance. Go ahead. Come back soon," Su Qingxian whispered. Jiang Ning was stunned. Hundreds of meters away, his master's voice was clear without shouting. How powerful! That must be at least 7th or 8th rank. As he stood stunned, a charming, plaintive voice reached his ears. "You're the pig." "Huh?" Jiang Ning's expression was priceless. So the misunderstanding had been bothering him all night. How could that be? In Jiang Ning's heart, his goddess master was more beautiful than the moon goddess. There was no way she could be compared to a pig. That song was about himself. Couldn't his master tell? But whatever his master said was right. Jiang Ning looked up and laughed loudly. "Master, you're right. I'm the pig." Then his voice changed, turning slightly hoarse. "But this time this pig won't back down. He'll become a grandmaster and protect his master for life." With that, Jiang Ning grinned mischievously and walked toward the bus station. Surely his master understood this time, and tonight she'd probably have trouble sleeping again. On the cliff, Su Qingxuan's exquisite face instantly flushed. Her fair jade-like skin was tinted with a captivating rosy hue by the sunset clouds. She murmured to herself, "Ning wants to become a grandmaster to protect me. What a silly little pig. Oh well, as long as he's happy." Near the dock, Jiang Ning was astonished. This was her first time seeing Ning's master. Though far away and not clearly seeing her face, the ethereal beauty and aura overwhelmed her, leaving her breathless. At that moment, Jiang Ning walked briskly past her without a word. "Ning, is that your master?" Jiang Ning caught up. "None of your business. What is your master's cultivation level?" "You don't need to know. Are you really going to defy all moral codes and fool around with your master?" "Why not?" At the bus station, seeing Jiang Ning about to take the bus, Jiang Ning quickly stopped him. "I drove here. Let me take you back to school." Jiang Ning glanced at the red Ferrari parked by the road and sneered. "Save it. I don't want to end up crippled." "Crippled?" Jiang Ning's pretty face flushed. When they first brought Ning home, he was fascinated by everything, especially the family's luxury cars. He often sneaked into the underground garage alone to stare at them for hours. Once when she went to get her car, she found Ning had climbed into her Ferrari and stuck his head out, grinning. "Second sister, your car is so beautiful. Is it fast? Can you take me for a spin?" Naturally, she scolded him severely, using very harsh words. "What do you, a country bumpkin, know about cars? Get out of my car. If you scratch it, I'll break your legs." She gave him no chance to argue, yanked him out, and threw him to the ground like a prisoner. Thinking back on her actions, Jiang Ning felt utterly ashamed. She quickly opened her LV handbag, took out the car key, and handed it to Jiang Ning with eagerness. "Ning, if you like it, take it. I'll give it to you. Here, the key." Jiang Ning didn't take it. Back then, he had just come down from the mountain and hadn't seen much of the world. The reason he often went to the garage was simply out of curiosity about the mechanical structures. But this family guarded against him like a thief. Some worried he might scratch the paint, others feared he would drive out to hang with shady people, or even suspected he would steal the car to sell to a dealer. Within a week, they even changed the garage door code. Looking back now, Jiang Zixuan was the true young master of that family. As for himself, he was just a dispensable shadow they had picked up. "Give me a ticket to the city." Jiang Ning walked straight onto the bus, bought a ticket, and sat down calmly. The bus started kicking up dust as it sped away. Jiang Ning stood frozen, the tears she had held back finally breaking free. Ning really doesn't want us anymore. Entering the city, Jiang Ning headed straight to school. It was already dark outside with bustling traffic and dazzling lights. The corridors of Yunqing Economics and Trade University were quiet. In the classroom, under the fluorescent lights, students were studying for evening self-study. Report. Jiang Ning's sudden appearance at the classroom door startled the whole class. Look, Jiang Ning is back. I thought he wasn't going to take the academy selection exam this year. Thank goodness. Now Teacher Su can relax. Our class still has a chance for the top scholar. Clearly, Jiang Ning's arrival lifted everyone's spirits. Several students who had been listless immediately straightened their backs. Jiang Ning's class was the top-tier class, and he was the ace among the top students, ranking first in every mock exam. With him around, many had the motivation to strive. Everyone review the key points you haven't memorized. Hearing Jiang Ning's voice, homeroom teacher Su trembled as if electrified. She immediately put down her materials, instructed the students to study on their own, and walked out quickly. Jiang Ning, come with me. They walked into the corridor. Teacher Su looked Jiang Ning up and down. Seeing that her student looked healthier than 2 weeks ago with a stronger build and brighter skin, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then she scolded him with reproachful eyes. Where have you been all these days? The school was worried about you, you know. I'm sorry, Teacher Su. Facing his homeroom teacher, Jiang Ning shed his earlier coldness toward Jiang Shunning and promptly admitted his mistake. In this world, besides his goddess master, only Teacher Su and the classmates inside made him feel the warmth of human connection. Thus, Jiang Ning deeply respected his homeroom teacher. Teacher Su patted his head and spoke earnestly. Good child, I understand your pain. Being born into a martial artist family is indeed hard on you. But you must understand, though this world values martial arts over academics, we common folks can't give up on ourselves. Studying well can still carve out your own path. Teacher Su, actually Jiang Ning was taken aback. He wanted to tell her that he was now a martial artist himself. It wasn't that he was unworthy of that family. That family was unworthy of him. But he noticed the classmates in the classroom still buried in their books. If he suddenly revealed the truth, it would easily shatter everyone's mindset. Having lived 2 lives, Jiang Ning knew that comparison is an insurmountable human flaw. A former classmate suddenly transformed into a martial artist. A 7-star unparalleled prodigy. Ordinary people couldn't withstand such a shock. Teacher Su, I understand. Just wait and see. Tomorrow I'll definitely bring back the top scholar title for you. Jiang Ning swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and scratched his head with a smile. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. Let him spend this last time with everyone as an ordinary person. From now on, he would not only be a peerless martial arts prodigy, but also a heretic who would marry his own master. The next morning, as dawn broke, the highly anticipated Literary Academy and Martial Academy selection exams officially commenced. This was unlike the Blue Star, where his soul had transmigrated in his past life. In this world, attending university was merely a stepping stone. Only those who could advance to the Literary Academy during their university years would truly achieve a breakthrough comparable to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. The Literary Academy referred to the premier cultural institutions established by the Wenhua Palace across various provinces and regions. Taking Yunzhou as an example, even the most prestigious universities paled in comparison before the Yunzhou Literary Academy. Universities were like ranked matches, but the Literary Academy was the ultimate championship. Of course, due to the prevalence of martial arts, the Literary Academy once again paled in comparison before the Martial Academy. At 4:30 p.m., Jiang Ning submitted his exam paper half an hour early. Arriving downstairs from the teaching building. Student Jiang Ning, how did you feel? How difficult were the exam questions for this Literary Academy selection? No pressure for you, right? Teacher Su had been eagerly awaiting this moment and hurried to greet him. Other teachers gathered around as well. A piece of cake. Jiang Ning felt completely at ease. Through all 4 exams, he hadn't even broken a sweat. It was far too simple. In his previous life, after his soul transmigrated to Blue Star, he had relied on diligent effort to eventually gain admission to that prestigious institution, Tsinghua or Peking University. Moreover, in this era, martial prowess was valued while literary arts were downplayed. Therefore, even the so-called Literary Academy selection exams were far less difficult than the entrance examinations for Tsinghua or Peking University on Blue Star. That's good, that's very good. Upon hearing his words, the teachers' faces lit up with joy. If their student could truly rise to the occasion and gain admission to the Literary Academy, it would bring them great pride. From the small building to their right, the sounds of sparring practice continued to echo. After the commotion subsided, a stern woman spoke with authority. Student Zhao Yuan, your strength scored 61, agility 52, comprehension 27, potential 31, with an overall physical fitness rating of 48, bringing your total score to 219. It was merely mediocre. There was no hope for first or second-rate branches of the Martial Academy, but he might consider those affiliated colleges of the Martial Academy. Understood, thank you, Instructor Liu. Jiang Ning couldn't help but cast a glance sideways. Haven't their martial arts exams concluded yet? Their so-called university also had a martial arts class. However, constrained by their limited strength, the school cultivated very few martial artists, and each year the number of participants in the martial academy selection could be counted on 2 hands. For instance, this year, there were only 7. Such an arrangement made things convenient. The superior authorities only needed to send 1 instructor to oversee the martial academy selection here. The examination venue was equally modest. That dilapidated single-story building near the playground served as the school's martial arts hall, its area smaller than a tennis court. At the moment, the large doors stood open, offering a clear view of what lay inside. Teacher Su watched the dejected boy after the instructor's critique and sighed. Student Zhao Yuan's martial fate awakened far too late, making it difficult for him to achieve greatness in the future. Another teacher remarked enviously, "That's still better than us educators." Zhao Yuan could always join the military, and as a martial artist at the very least he could become a non-commissioned officer. Teacher Su nodded in agreement. That's true. Jiang Ning glanced between the 2 teachers without saying anything. He knew this student Zhao Yuan as well. When he first arrived, the person was merely an ordinary student in the class. But after spending a month together, he inexplicably awakened his martial fate. So he was transferred to the martial arts class. It seemed his training over the past year hadn't yielded ideal results, which directly led to his poor performance in the martial arts selection. Except for strength, he failed every subject. Particularly in the potential category related to the martial arts life pulse, out of a full score of 150, he only managed 31 points. Even so, Teacher Su and the others still gave his prospects full affirmation. One could only say that in a barren land for martial artists like this unaccredited university, any martial artist was a prized asset regardless of their actual ability. Teacher Su noticed Jiang Ning's unusual demeanor, and assuming he was jealous, quickly offered reassurance with a smile. Don't be discouraged. If you secure the top position in this year's selection exam, your future prospects needn't be any worse than his. Another teacher standing nearby chimed in with a grin. If student Jiang Ning becomes a renowned scientist or lands a high-ranking government position through the civil service exam, Zhao Yuan might end up working for him. After all, based on Zhao Yuan's potential, reaching 2nd rank would be the absolute limit. Teacher Su agreed. Yes, student Zhao Yuan merely awakened his martial fate, but hasn't received the blessing of any destiny star. Breaking through to 2nd rank in this lifetime seems unlikely in my view. Jiang Ning shrugged. Jealous of that guy? What was he thinking? Suddenly a rumbling shook the ground, and the surrounding buildings began to tremble violently. What's happening? Is this an earthquake? Panic erupted among the crowd. Even the patrol guards maintaining order along the barricade lines were knocked off balance, stumbling and struggling to stay upright. Everyone stumbled in comical postures, rushing toward open ground. Teacher Su, watch out. Only Jiang Ning remained steady as a pine, even helping his homeroom teacher during the chaos. Gathered at the center of the playground, everyone gazed into the distance and witnessed a terrifying sight in the southeastern sky. Roiling dark clouds, flashing lightning, and booming thunder, as if a fearsome storm was gathering its power. That appeared to be the direction of Sea Moon Port. The bizarre phenomenon seemed to emanate from the depths of the ocean. Master. Jiang Ning's face showed astonishment, his heart tightening. But soon the dark clouds over the sea dispersed, the lightning and thunder vanished, leaving behind a clear, cloudless sky. The trembling earth also returned to calm. The teachers exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had just occurred. Only Teacher Su, crouching on the ground and gasping for breath, voiced his suspicion. This doesn't seem like an earthquake. I fear another powerful demon beast has appeared near Sea Moon Port. Another teacher clasped his hands in prayer. May our coastal defense warriors face this threat with the same courage as before. The surrounding teachers all nodded in agreement. Jiang Ning was taken aback. In the past, he often heard teachers complain about the unfairness of the world, believing that martial artists exploited and oppressed people like them who devoted themselves to learning. Yet whenever such incidents occurred, everyone's hopes would instantly rest upon martial artists. Perhaps this was the root cause of why society valued martial strength over literary cultivation. Those powerful creatures that occasionally emerged from deep mountains, abyssal oceans, and subterranean rifts gave martial artists their special purpose in this world. However, what Jiang Ning wanted to convey was that the disturbance this time likely exceeded what ordinary coastal defenders could handle. Moments earlier, deep within that sea storm, Jiang Ning had glimpsed a colossal pillar of rock streaking through the sky, with golden traces effortlessly suppressing the unknown threat before everything returned to calm and peace. That must have far surpassed the power of even a Grandmaster. Something no ordinary human could wield. Jiang Ning was utterly shaken. Something's wrong. The martial arts hall has collapsed. Hurry and save people. Teacher Su's shriek suddenly jolted Jiang Ning back to reality. It turned out that during the earlier earthquake, the school's dilapidated martial arts hall, perhaps due to years of neglect and disrepair, had completely collapsed. Stretching his gaze across the scene, dust hung thick in the air with wreckage scattered everywhere. Coming to his senses, Jiang Ning immediately responded to Teacher Su's call and rushed toward the rubble. Boom. The moment Jiang Ning drew near, a striking woman in tight leather clothing burst through debris and wooden planks as though rising from the dead. Covered in dust and grime from the sudden collapse, she still exuded an undeniable allure despite her disheveled appearance. Pop pop pop. She spat out the grit from her mouth, cursing vehemently. What kind of shoddy martial arts hall is this? Hurry and rescue people. The arriving officials were all stunned by her commanding presence. Quick, everyone lend a hand. Move those heavy objects and rescue people. Someone call an ambulance. Even the principal didn't dare cross her, directing the rescue efforts while offering a nervous smile. Instructor Liu, are you alright? Lu Lin's expression remained cold and unreadable. Fortunately, all 7 martial arts students have already completed their assessment tests. She took the mineral water the principal offered, took a sip, and then sharply addressed the rescuers. Be careful with your movements. Don't damage my Destiny Star apparatus. The principal echoed her concern. Did you hear that? Watch your steps. Don't trample on someone else's valuable equipment. The Destiny Star apparatus, as its name suggested, was a precision instrument used to measure the number of Destiny Stars in examinees. This device was incredibly expensive. Breaking even one unit would cost more than the entire unaccredited university was worth. Lu Lin deeply regretted bringing it along, since none of the 7 martial arts students this year would actually need it. They were merely scattered weaklings who had barely awakened their martial destinies. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Ning followed a group of teachers through the rubble, rescuing the injured. Damn it! What rotten luck! A burly young man with sword-like eyebrows sat panting heavily on a steel frame. Before the martial arts hall collapsed, Zhao Yuan had been the last to take the assessment. He barely avoided being struck on the head by an air conditioning unit that fell from the ceiling. He was completely petrified with fear. Around him, several other disheveled boys and girls were still shaken, each checking their own wounds. Are you all right? Jiang Ning approached and greeted them. Why are you here? Zhao Yuan's eyes widened defensively like a startled cat, arching its back. I came to save people, Jiang Ning shrugged. You think we martial artists need you, a mere mortal, to rescue us? Zhao Yuan sneered with disdain. A few ceiling tiles falling on us is nothing, barely tickles. If you'd been here instead, we'd probably be covering you with a white cloth and carrying you out right now. Huh? The 3 other boys and 2 girls erupted into laughter. Unconsciously, they all projected an air of superiority toward Jiang Ning. They were martial artists. Jiang Ning was merely an ordinary student. The gap between them was glaringly obvious. Fine, then consider I never came, Jiang Ning retorted. Refusing to waste words on these pretentious fools, he turned and walked away. Wait! One of the girls with straight bangs called out to him, scanning their surroundings. Where's Yuan? Have you seen her? Jiang Ning turned back, puzzled. I haven't seen her. What's wrong? It was then he realized only 6 candidates were present. Someone was missing. The girl with bangs grew panicked. Oh no, Yuan might be buried under the rubble. The others' faces also darkened at her words. Zhao Yuan's reaction was the most extreme. He jumped up frantically. Then why aren't we saving her already? But as Zhao Yuan took his first step, he stumbled and collapsed onto the ground. The girl with bangs and the others were in similar condition, hunched over and groaning, barely able to move. The girl with bangs looked at Jiang Ning awkwardly. Student, we've exhausted all our strength. Please go find Yuan. You know her, right? Jiang Ning found it amusing. Or had all their bravado gone? All right, you rest here. I'll go find her. But he didn't refuse. When he first arrived, there was a school gala where the campus beauty Yuan accidentally stepped off the stage during her performance. Jiang Ning happened to be below and instinctively caught her. Ever since then, this girl had been acting as though possessed, frequently bringing him fruits and pastries. Back then, Jiang Ning wasn't exactly well fed, so he shamelessly accepted everything she offered. Jiang Ning searched through the rubble for quite some time before finally spotting a small foot clad in pink leather shoes through a gap. Leaning in closer, he confirmed a girl was trapped underneath. Student Yuan, is that you? He called out. Help! Help me! A faint cry for help echoed from within the crack. Hold on, I'm coming to save you. A large pile of plywood and debris weighed down on the girl, with the bigger pieces easily hundreds of jin in weight. In the past, Jiang Ning would have been completely helpless. Fortunately, the previous night, his goddess master had helped him ignite 7 destiny stars. Jiang Ning discovered his strength had become terrifying. An unprecedented surge of power welled up within his destiny nexus, generating a continuous flow of qi that coursed through his entire meridian system. Those heavy objects weighing hundreds of jin were lifted aside as easily as foam. As the crushing weight decreased, the girl's figure gradually emerged from beneath the rubble. At that moment, a peculiar object pressing against her caught his attention. It resembled a trophy with a crystal sphere resting atop its base. 7-star patterns adorned the sphere's surface. What is this thing? Jiang Ning picked it up casually. Cough, cough. Just as he was about to examine it more closely, he heard the girl's pained groans. All right, don't move around, I'll get you out right away. Jiang Ning quickly tossed the object aside and turned back. Meanwhile, Before the teaching building, near the water pool, Lu Lin was washing the dust from her body. Suddenly, an artificial mechanical voice echoed through her earpiece. Destiny Star Energy Collection complete. 7 stars. 7 stars. Lu Lin froze entirely. How is this possible? During the earthquake, she hadn't had time to immediately shut down the Destiny Star apparatus. Even the Bluetooth connection between her earpiece and the device remained active. The unexpected alert indicated someone had inadvertently come into contact with the apparatus, and the reading it transmitted revealed the person possessed a 7-star talent. This. Lu Lin was nearly driven mad. She had never dared to dream such a thing could happen. After considerable effort, Jiang Ning finally unearthed the person. Carrying the girl from the wreckage, he was about to lay her down on the grass when she suddenly stirred awake. The girl bit her lower lip, her pretty face flushing slightly as she looked up at him with an intense gaze. Jiang Ning, you've saved me again. Just then the bell signaling the end of the examination rang out. Countless students poured out like fish crossing a river, chattering noisily. Jiang Ning. A melodious voice delicate as a lark song drifted through the crowd. The boys around them erupted in excitement. Qi Shui. Wow. The campus beauty Qi Shui seems interested in Jiang Ning too. Just recently, she was constantly bothering Jiang Ning to tutor her. Now that both the literary and martial academy selections have concluded, this girl is finally making her move. Jiang Ning walked away nonchalantly without looking back. The students were all stunned. 2 school beauties had clearly taken a liking to him and wanted to seize this opportunity to confess their feelings. Yet he didn't even give them a chance. He even said, "There's already a fairy master in my heart." Was he playing mysterious? The 2 girls watched Jiang Ning walk away, their eyes reddening with sorrow. Among the crowd, Zhao Yuan clenched his fists and shouted, "Yiluan, that nerd is nothing but a bookworm. What does he have that I don't? Shut up." Cough, cough. The bitterness of heartbreak worsened Yiluan's mood, aggravating her injuries. She clutched her chest and coughed. "Quick, put Yiluan on a stretcher and send her to the hospital," a teacher called out. "Qi Shui, you're still young. When you get to college, there will be plenty of outstanding boys." On the other side, Qi Shui's homeroom teacher was also trying to comfort the petite girl. "Oh." Qi Shui sniffled, puffed out her cheeks, unsure if she was listening at all. "Move aside." A cold, regal voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Everyone step aside. Don't block the way." Under the overwhelming pressure of her presence, the crowd parted like a river, clearing a path. Lu Lin rushed to the center of the crowd, looking around anxiously, and shouted, "Who touched my Destiny Star instrument? Who is it? Step forward now." The teachers and students exchanged glances, falling into silence. "It was me." Just then the principal came running from behind the crowd on the other side, hopping like a fat mantis, waving an object excitedly. The crowd turned and paused, then quickly made way for the principal. The principal trotted up to Lu Lin, panting, Found it. "Instructor Lu, is this the thing?" "It's you." Lu Lin's eyes widened. Before her stood a balding, pot-bellied, beer-gutted old man. Was he actually a martial artist with 7-star talent? How absurd. This was utterly ridiculous. "Instructor Lu, what's wrong?" The principal looked confused. Lu Lin gritted her teeth, reluctant, but quickly cupped her fists respectfully. "Senior, please forgive my ignorance. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please be lenient." The old man before her appeared to be at least in his 50s. A martial artist of this age with 7-star peerless talent. His strength must have reached the pinnacle. He was likely a hidden grandmaster lurking in the mundane world, or perhaps even beyond. So whether she liked it or not, she had to bow her head and sincerely apologize. Otherwise, not to mention the Ministry of Education's investigation, even her own family would not forgive her. Even the Lu family with their own grandmaster would not dare to offend a mysterious grandmaster rashly, let alone a mere 5th-grade martial artist like her. "Wait. Instructor Lu, what are you doing?" The principal was even more bewildered by her sudden 180 change in attitude. Lu Lin paused, seeing the genuine fear in the old man's eyes, and became confused herself. "Senior, forgive me." With a sudden burst, she clenched her fist and punched him squarely in the belly. Bang! Unsurprisingly, the principal flew backward like a cannonball. The teachers and students were dumbfounded. Why was this woman assaulting the principal? Lu Lin herself was stunned. She shook her head and sighed helplessly. "I guess I was mistaken." The poor principal crashed into the bushes and fell unconscious on the spot. Lu Lin waved her hand coldly. "Take your principal to the hospital and come to me for the medical expenses." With that, she scanned the surroundings again, her tone becoming earnest. "I know one of you is a 7-star prodigy. Would you be willing to show yourself?" Silence. No one answered. No one even understood what she was talking about. Lu Lin gritted her teeth in frustration, and in her stubbornness, she recklessly resorted to a bold move. "Fine, no one admits it. Everyone here line up. I'm going to check each and every one of you." But all her efforts were in vain. She worked until dark, but still couldn't find the person she was looking for, until her colleagues arrived upon hearing the news. A group of 9 led by a middle-aged man in brown sunglasses entered the campus and saw the commotion she had caused, exchanging bewildered glances. "Instructor Lu, why aren't you finished yet?" The sunglass-wearing man approached with a puzzled expression. "The assessment of the 7 candidates is done, but there was an unexpected incident." Lu Lin was still busy interrogating a group of teachers and students, brushing him off with a perfunctory reply. Behind the sunglass man, the other 8 instructors were smoking and chatting. "Old Wu, any good finds at your venue?" "Not bad. 8 1-star, 2 2-star. The starless rookies aren't worth mentioning." "How about you, old gal?" "Decent on my end too. No 1-star or 2-star, but I did find a 3-star. "No way. Old gal, you hit the jackpot. To find such a little genius." All afternoon, the instructor team, led by the sunglass man, had been sent by the Ministry of Education to organize the Martial Academy selection at the neighboring elite university. So their casual chatter was all about showing off their day's harvest. When they heard that one of them had discovered a student with 3 stars, the others were envious and jealous. Instructor Gao, unable to hide his pride, pointed at the sunglass man's back and chuckled. 3 stars. That's nothing. Our boss was personally assigned by the prefecture to assess Jiang Zixuan." At these words, the other instructors looked at the sunglass man with burning admiration. This year's Martial Academy selection, the little prodigy from the Jiang family, was the undisputed top star across the entire Yinzhou province, even the entire southwestern region. To assess this child, the Ministry of Education directly invited their boss, Bai Yubai, to personally conduct a one-on-one evaluation of Jiang Zixuan. Bai Yubai stood at the front listening to their chatter, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Him, a dignified 9th-grade master, coming as an instructor to assess a young lad. It was indeed beneath his status. But if the target was a 5-star prodigy, that was not only not embarrassing, but a cushy assignment. Though he wasn't qualified to take the child as his disciple, he was still the child's first mentor in life, which would greatly benefit his social prestige and connections in the future. "Junior sister Lu Lin, how about your side? Any surprises?" Bai Yubai took off his sunglasses, rubbed his eyes, and asked casually. In truth, he knew it was a redundant question. Before the selection, the details of all universities in the city had been thoroughly investigated by all parties. Who would assess which school had already been secretly contested. His junior sister Lu Lin had been sent to a godforsaken place like Yunqing Economics and Trade College precisely because she had offended someone important in the past. 7 students, all 0-star. What surprise could there be? Lu Lin turned around, rolling her eyes expressionlessly. But then a wry smile crept onto her face. "However, here. Maybe. Perhaps. It seems there might be a peerless 7-star. Crack. Bai Yubai crushed the sunglasses in his hand. "Peerless 7-star. How is that possible?" 7-star. The instructors behind him dropped their cigarettes, mouths agape. Jiang Ning boarded the bus back to Haiwa town. Throughout the journey, he felt completely at ease. It was over. He had earned the top scholar in liberal arts, which was enough to repay teacher Su and the others. As for entering the Liberal Arts Academy for further study, there was no need. In his past life, he had already proven himself by graduating from Qingbei University on Blue Star. To Jiang Ning, now academic credentials were like floating clouds. Rather than spending time on literary pursuits, he would rather spend more time with his goddess master. "From now on, aside from my goddess master, I owe nothing to anyone." Jiang Ning gazed at the night scenery outside the window, his heart yearning to return, wishing he could grow wings and fly back to his goddess master's side. At the intersection, near the Jiang family villa, Jiang Yushi hurried over, pulled open the Ferrari door, and got in. "How is Ning doing?" As soon as she sat down, the elder sister couldn't help but worry about her younger brother. "With my cunning schemes, I got him to come to the liberal arts selection." Jiang Shuning slumped over the steering wheel, utterly dejected. After all, she, the second sister, had ultimately failed to persuade her brother to change his mind. If not for teacher Su stepping in, her trip to Haiwa town yesterday would have been a waste. This made Jiang Shuning deeply upset and sorrowful. Jiang Yushi could tell that her second sister hadn't had much luck in Haiwa town, so she changed the subject. "Jiang Zixuan's Martial Academy selection result is out. 5 stars, no surprise." "So what?" Jiang Shuning was secretly shocked, but still stubbornly pretended not to care. "For Ning, this is not good news." Jiang Yushi sighed. Since learning of that little bastard's deeds, she, the elder sister, had also woken up. But she had to admit that the little bastard's talent was truly terrifying. 5 stars. In the past 2 days, even high-ranking officials from the prefecture had been visiting their home. The third sister was smug beyond words, and even their mother Tang Ro was secretly pleased. If things continued this way, the chances of Ning getting a share of the family property were slim to none. "There's one more thing." Jiang Yushi's expression turned complicated. "Dad has already brought Jiang Zixuan back home. So, they're going to pretend that poisoning Ning with magic potion never happened and turn a deaf ear to it forever, right?" Jiang Shunning's eyes instantly reddened, her teeth clenched. "I'll try to think of something. I'll ask my friends in the legal field to see if we can pursue a legal route and get more for Ning." Jiang Yushi felt helpless. The current situation was very unfavorable for them and for A Ning. Their mother was weak and indecisive. Their father Jiang Zishuan and the third sister were in cahoots. Relying on just the two sisters to bring down Jiang Zishuan was incredibly difficult. Even in the matter of the magic poison, they were powerless to seek justice for A Ning. Our only chance to turn things around now is to prove that little bastard is Dad's illegitimate son. Jiang Shunning's face was full of resentment. I understand. Jiang Yushi nodded. I'll arrange for a DNA test on their hair as soon as possible. But there's a problem. Even if we can prove Jiang Zishuan is Dad's child with another woman, we can't prove that Dad had an affair with a maid after marrying Mom and Father Jiang Zishuan. Sis, you mean? Jiang Shunning immediately caught on. Dad will deny it by all means. Yes. Jiang Yushi then laid out a scenario. If I were Dad, I would argue that Jiang Zishuan is indeed my child, but not born from an extramarital affair. He was born before I married your mother with my first love. Damn it. Jiang Shunning slammed the steering wheel hard. But don't lose heart. We still have a chance. Jiang Yushi quickly comforted her. As long as we find Jiang Zishuan's biological mother, the father and son will have no excuse. I just don't know where Dad has hidden that woman all these years. Find a reliable private investigator to look into this. I'll cover the expenses. Okay. Jiang Yushi returned home and saw the family of four chatting happily, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Especially the sight of her mother and third sister celebrating Jiang Zishuan's success. It made her sick to her stomach. Sis, come, let's toast to Zishuan. Jiang Tingjiu brought over a glass of champagne, grinning fawningly. No thanks. Jiang Yushi's face was cold. Sure. Just as she was about to go upstairs, her father Jiang Longhao suddenly spoke up. Jiang Longhao exhaled a puff of cigar smoke and said with a sneer, just now you slipped out alone, went to see Shunning, didn't you? That's none of your business. Jiang Yushi replied curtly. Jiang Longhao stubbed out his cigar, walked over, and patted her shoulder, sighing. Things have come to this, so let me be clear. Sure, you're a smart woman. You should understand that Zishuan is the future of our Jiang family. If you still recognize him as your brother, and me as your father, we can pretend nothing happened. The family can be harmonious again, and you can share in the benefits Zishuan will bring. The same goes for Shunning. Tell her that as long as she comes around, she's always welcome back. At this point, Jiang Longhao's tone shifted, his face turning cold and grim. Of course, if you insist on opposing me for that rebellious son secretly scheming to undermine Zishuan and this family, then I'll put it bluntly, when the time comes, don't blame me for being ruthless and forgetting our father-daughter bond. After hearing all this, Jiang Yushi bit her lip, her eyes red, and rushed upstairs without a word. Jiang Tingjiu was dumbfounded. Had the family atmosphere become so tense? Walk. Tang Rou couldn't hold back and burst into tears, wiping her eyes and complaining. Jiang Longhao, how can you say such harsh words to your daughter? Are you trying to force Shi to run away from home too? In the past 2 days, the second daughter, Jiang Shunning, had left home and was missing, which had already left her, the mother, heartbroken and in tears all day. She had just felt a little better upon hearing that Zishuan was about to win the top martial arts scholar, and now this happened. Jiang Longhao's face darkened as he said seriously, I said those words precisely because I don't want this family to fall apart. Do you want to watch us become enemies over your precious son? Tang Rou was momentarily speechless. Mom, you need to understand Dad's difficulties. Jiang Zishuan also came over pretending to be obedient. Don't call me Mom. I don't have a vicious son like you. How could you poison your own brother? Tang Rou snorted coldly, still not fully forgiving the child. A flicker of triumph lurked deep in Jiang Zishuan's eyes. Returning home with his father, they had easily regained the upper hand. The third sister still doted on him as always. As for the old woman, after kneeling and admitting his faults, slapping himself a few times, and presenting his dazzling Martial Academy selection results, he had essentially won her over. After all, this old woman couldn't bear to give up the glory he brought. Thinking of this, Jiang Zishuan immediately played the emotional card, tears streaming down his face as he knelt on the ground sobbing, Mom. You're right to hate me. I'm not a good person. I've wronged you and my brother A Ning. I didn't want to do this either. Mom, do you know? From the day you brought A Ning home, I lived in fear every day, afraid that you would abandon me once you had A Ning. But in my heart, I truly love you all deeply. Woo-woo. Mom, hit me, kill me, whatever it takes. As long as you forgive me, I'll do anything. Woo-woo. Tang Rou raised her hand, but couldn't bring it down. Hearing that the child had done those things out of fear of losing his parents' love to A Ning, she couldn't help but start to soften. When A Ning comes back, you must sincerely apologize to your brother and never do such a thing again. Do you hear me? Tang Rou scolded, though her tone was more stern than fierce. Yes, Mom, I know I was wrong. I will apologize to brother A Ning and beg for his forgiveness. Jiang Zishuan put on a docile, repentant expression, but deep in his eyes the flames of malice were barely contained. Didn't I report them that day? Those useless idiots. They didn't even arrest that guy and his master. It seems I'll have to take matters into my own hands. Jiang Ning returned to the Taoist temple already deep in the night. As soon as he entered, he saw his master preparing dishes for drinks. On the table was also a bottle of champagne. "Master, what's going on?" Jiang Ning asked in surprise. "Where did the champagne come from?" "I bought it." Su Qingxian smiled faintly. "My disciple has just accomplished a major life event. Let me drink a couple of cups with you." "Are you referring to the 1 yuan selection?" Jiang Ning asked, puzzled. Su Qingxian nodded slightly. "I rarely go down the mountain. After you left I had nothing to do, so I traveled a bit. Along the way I heard that in the secular world young people of your age all have to take an extremely important exam in life. I don't know the specifics, but I suppose it's worth celebrating." Hearing this, Jiang Ning was stunned. For a long time he couldn't speak. After he was taken back by that family, his master actually for the first time went down the mountain on a long journey. Had she gone out once? Or twice? Each time she went out, was it really just to travel around? "Master." Jiang Ning wanted to say something, but his voice turned hoarse. No wonder that when he used to come home from school in a daze, he often felt a strikingly beautiful and familiar figure watching him from afar. In the blink of an eye she would disappear. It's all in the past. Su Qingxuan's stunning face flushed slightly, as if trying to conceal something. After her wayward disciple left, the loneliness that had no place to rest ultimately made her unable to hold back. Each time she went, she only dared to gaze from afar, as if just a glance was enough, with no extravagant hopes. But as soon as she returned here, she began to miss him again, and would hurry to the portraits of the ancestors to reflect. After going more often, she gained a new understanding of worldly affairs, and could no longer tell whether she was cultivating in seclusion beyond the world, or had already fallen into the mundane. Thus she stopped caring about what the ancestors might think in the unseen realm, casually stuck 2 incense sticks into the burner, and began to play deaf and dumb. Now in front of her wayward disciple, she had inadvertently exposed herself. How embarrassing. "Ahem. Master, come, let's drink to our heart's content tonight." Jiang Ning cleared his throat and quickly grabbed the champagne. Outside the door the starry sky was brilliant, the night hazy. In the courtyard cicadas and insects chirped noisily. Master and disciple drank cup after cup. It's empty. There are still a few jars of aged wine in the cellar at the back. Great, we're happy today, let's keep drinking. Not satisfied after finishing the champagne, Jiang Ning ran to the back courtyard and dug out a jar of 100 Flowers wine that Su Qingxian had aged years ago. After who knows how many cups, Su Qingxian was already tipsy. Sitting there, her head tilted to one side, resting on her palm, with a languid expression, she gazed at the swaying wine glass in her hand. These flower wines, drinking them now is just the right season. Jiang Ning was already drunk. He cracked a peanut and couldn't help humming, "There is a pain of wanting to see, but cannot see. There is a love still buried in my heart. This pain of wanting to see, but cannot see, makes my longing for you grow stronger." Su Qingxian listened, her face flushed. Her wayward disciple was drunk, but she was not. She was just about to give the brat a beating. "Master." Hiccup. You. Jiang Ning leaned forward, tilted his head, and stared at her intently with a silly grin. "Master, you are so beautiful." As he laughed, he suddenly lowered his head. Su Qingxian thought he was going to vomit, so she quickly moved the trash can over, but the brat fell forward and buried his head in her arms. "Ning, don't." Su Qingxian was about to scold, but she heard soft snoring. In an instant she couldn't tell whether this wayward disciple was drunk or sleepy. "Master, I want." He had already started talking in his sleep. "What do you want?" "Want some water." "I want." "Master." Su Qingxian was both embarrassed and annoyed. She looked down at his sleeping face, finding it both funny and irritating. She gently poked his forehead. "It seems I'll have to give you less to drink in the future." The next day, "Good morning, master." Jiang Ning stretched lazily and came to the courtyard. As soon as he arrived, he saw that master had somehow moved a large vat to the center of the courtyard. On the stone table beside it were various small porcelain bottles. Master was unscrewing these bottles and pouring various mysterious medicinal liquids into the large vat. "Sobered up?" Su Qingxian glanced back at him. "I'm sober." Jiang Ning scratched his head awkwardly. Master's tolerance is still better. Last night he didn't even know when he passed out. But there was one thing that made Jiang Ning both annoyed and excited. When he woke up this morning, there was actually a trace of Master's enchanting scent on his body. Sniff, sniff. Jiang Ning wrinkled his nose and couldn't help smelling himself, then suddenly blurted out, "Master, after I passed out last night, you didn't do anything to me, did you?" Su Qingxian almost stumbled and fell blushing. She glared at him fiercely. This wayward disciple had the nerve to talk nonsense. All right, forget I said anything. Even if Master devoured me alive, I would have no complaints." Jiang Ning laughed heartily. He did it on purpose. Master was too aloof, or sometimes you had to tease her like this. "Less nonsense, take off your clothes." Su Qingxian was furious. Jiang Ning thought he misheard, looked at his master in shock, and confirmed again, "Master, did you just say, let me take off my clothes? Is there a problem?" Su Qingxian frowned. "Of course there's no problem." Jiang Ning got excited. and quickly took off the clothes he had just put on 5 minutes ago one by one and threw them over a bamboo pole nearby. Seeing that he was now only in his last pair of underwear and was about to reach for the edge of the underwear, Su Qingxian finally lost her composure. What are you doing? I didn't tell you to strip completely. Su Qingxian was both embarrassed and angry. In broad daylight, what exactly did this wayward disciple intend to do? She pointed at the large vat. Get in there now. Master, what's going on? Jiang Ning climbed into the vat curious. Don't you want to cultivate and become a grandmaster as soon as possible? Su Qingshuan's lips curled into a charming arc. Oh, Jiang Ning understood. So this was the herbal bath that Master had prepared for him to aid his cultivation. Over the years, Master had collected many medicinal herbs in the mountains. Those of lower quality were sold to Huichun Hut, while the good ones were all kept. Master said she was preparing for his future. It seemed that now she was finally going to get serious. Jiang Ning had half of his body over the edge of the vat, but the moment the tip of his foot touched the water surface, he seemed to have encountered boiling water and reflexively jumped out. Ning, what's wrong? Su Qingxian hadn't expected this either. She quickly rushed over and supported him. I'm fine. Jiang Ning's face was pale, and he gave his master a sheepish smile. Actually, the water was not hot, but the medicinal ingredients in the water instantly evoked some unpleasant memories for Jiang Ning. Even, it should be said, extremely painful memories. In his previous life, after he took that bottle of evolution potion, as the medicine dissipated in his body, it was fine at first. But gradually the terrible backlash appeared. His skin itched unbearably as if thousands of snakes, insects, and poisonous ants were madly gnawing at him. At the same time, the bones in his entire body grew wildly, as if injected with growth hormones, and countless bone spurs uncontrollably broke through his body. In that extreme pain beyond ordinary comprehension, before the poison could kill him, he bit off his tongue and clawed through his own chest. When that family carried him out of the room, there was not an inch of intact skin and flesh left on his body. That was why later, when his goddess-like master saw his tragic death, she was so heartbroken and consumed by grief and fury that she went mad, and her black hair turned white overnight. That situation just now was not his goddess-like master poisoning him, but a stress response. Cold sweat is pouring out, yet you say it's nothing. If you're not used to this method, I'll think of another way. Su Qingxian didn't understand why, but her eyes were full of distressed concern. As she spoke, she was about to bring the clothes over for him to put on and pour out the medicinal liquid. Master, let me try again. I can do it. However, Jiang Ning didn't want to give up easily, nor did he want to waste the precious medicinal herbs that Master had painstakingly collected over the years. His expression was resolute. He would overcome this psychological barrier no matter what. Try again, but don't force it. Su Qingxian looked worried. Okay. Jiang Ning nodded and walked toward the vat again. This time Jiang Ning changed his approach. He stopped thinking about the herbal bath and instead conjured up a sensual scene in his mind. He was an office worker toiling hard outside to earn money. After a tiring day, he returned home to find his beautiful wife had already prepared hot bathwater in the tub for him. And in his fantasy, that beautiful wife naturally took the form of his goddess-like master He. It must be said this trick really worked. When he felt warmth enveloping his body and his thoughts were pulled back to reality, he was already squatting in the vat. Hiss. So good. Jiang Ning not only quickly adapted to this atmosphere, but as the medicinal power seeped through his pores all over his body, it felt as if his goddess-like master was constantly kissing his body. An unprecedented sense of pleasure made him exclaim in delight. Su Qingxian saw this and showed a strange expression. That brat's expression was very suspicious. Over the next few days, Jiang Ning took the herbal bath in the morning and went to sing at the town in the afternoon. Everyone in the tavern noticed the changes happening to him. Little Ning, your fairy-like master hasn't taught you martial arts, yet has she? When he had free time, the boss, Zhou Qingshan, holding a glass of whiskey, sat down in front of Jiang Ning with a smile clearly implying something. Not yet. Jiang Ning smiled awkwardly. Actually, Jiang Ning himself was also puzzled. Over the years, Master had only taught him some basic cultivation methods and had not imparted any practical combat techniques. Jiang Ning believed that Master must have her reasons for doing so he didn't feel comfortable asking more. Just as I thought. Zhou Qingshan muttered to himself. What's wrong? Jiang Ning asked, puzzled. Nothing. Zhou Qingshan quickly covered up some things he was not in a position to comment on. Zhou Qingshan seemed to have prepared in advance. He took out a small booklet from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Ning, smiling. I have a martial art technique here. You can take it and practice. On the cover of the booklet was written Ming Shen Ao, Introductory Martial Technique. Take it, don't be polite with me. Seeing Jiang Ning hesitate, Zhou Qingshan. A generous smile appeared on his face. This might not be appropriate. Jiang Ning remained unmoved, although the item was quite tempting. If he took it, wouldn't it be a betrayal of his sect? According to the martial arts novel tropes he had read in his past life on launching, cultivating martial arts from other sects without permission would result in having one's hand tendons severed and being expelled from the sect after having one's martial arts abolished. So scary. Then how would you expect your goddess master to bring herself to do that? Take it, it's fine. I believe your master won't object either. Zhou Qingshan revealed a knowing smile. Alright, if my master isn't happy about it later, I'll bring it back and return it to you. Jiang Ning gave an awkward smile and reluctantly accepted the favor. Afterward, Jiang Ning got up and went to the restroom. Xiaowan, leaning on the front desk, observed this scene and teased, "Boss, you're quite generous. Why don't you give me such a good thing? My 5th grade source liquid was already wasted by this kid. I'm not going to bother about this trivial matter. I might as well do him a favor." Zhou Qingshan looked dejected. "You don't have a Thunderstar soul either. Giving it to you would be utterly pointless." "That's true." Xiaowan pouted, flicking her fingers to conjure a wisp of breeze that rustled the pages of the ledger. In the evening, after returning, Jiang Ning immediately informed his goddess master of the matter. Raising 3 fingers, he said, "Master, I swear by the lamp that I never opened it to peek even once." Su Qingxian chuckled softly. "It's fine if you did. From now on, just practice according to what's in it." Jiang Ning. "What? This?" Su Qingxian seemed to think of something. Putting down the booklet, she narrowed her eyes at him. "I never taught you any martial techniques. What do you think about that?" Your disciple is very calm, not flustered at all. Jiang Ning immediately declared his loyalty with firm conviction. "Even if master never teaches me anything for the rest of my life, I will never betray the sect or join another school. I want absolutely not. I am your person in life and your ghost in death. Even if I am reborn in the next life, I will follow you in every lifetime. As long as you understand that." Su Qingshuan's beautiful eyes curved into 2 crescent moons with a half-smile, clearly satisfied with her wayward disciple's answer. She wasn't indifferent. It was just that for now this was the only way. The next day, after finishing his medicinal bath, Jiang Ning ran to the bamboo grove behind the Taoist temple, opened the booklet, and began practicing according to it. A few days later, bang! He threw a punch, and from 5 or 6 meters away a green bamboo as thick as a bowl was cut in half. Moreover, the break had turned into charcoal, as if struck by lightning. Amazing! Jiang Ning looked at his fist, clicking his tongue in amazement. Unbeknownst to him, he was no longer a weakling. With his current strength, if he were in his past life on launching, killing a Siberian tiger with 1 punch would be no trouble. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of June. More than half a month had passed since the end of the Civil and Martial Academy selection. Students across the country finally welcomed the long-awaited announcement of results. That day, a courier rang the doorbell of the Jiang family villa. "Zishuan, your report card has arrived. Come out and see." After signing for the package, Jiang Tingjio came into the living room and shouted. Jiang Zishuan walked out of his room slowly and casually with an indifferent look. "It's just the score of the Civil Academy selection. It doesn't mean anything." Though he said that once he came over, he still eagerly snatched the envelope from his 3rd sister's hand. "How did Zishuan do?" Tang Rou heard the commotion and also came pattering down the stairs in her slippers. Although martial arts families did not place much emphasis on cultural education, their Zishuan was both talented and learned. If he could simultaneously win the top spots in both the civil and martial selections of Yunzhou province, it would surely leave no room for criticism from outsiders. At that time, as a mother, she would be glowing with pride wherever she went. Math 138, A Chinese 141, of Physics 118, Chemistry 126, Biology 130, Foreign Language 145. Total score 798. Wow. Even 2 points higher than Big Sister's score back then. Seeing the series of numbers exposed when Jiang Zishuan unfolded the report card, Jiang Tingjio screamed out loud. Very good, the top literary scholar should be secured." Tang Rou immediately beamed with joy. "Secured my foot." Suddenly a cold voice came from the doorway. It was Jiang Yusha returning. Sure, what did you just say?" Tang Rou looked strangely at her eldest daughter, who was changing shoes after entering. "I said if he wants to be the top literary scholar, he can wait for his next life." Jiang Yusha showed no mercy, walking over and mocking coldly. "Big sister, where did you just go?" Jiang Tingjio looked puzzled. In the morning, she had seen her big sister answer a phone call and then rush out. "I went to Aining's school to pick up his report card." "Is there a problem?" Jiang Yusha said irritably. Today was the day the results were published for the civil and martial academies. The school couldn't contact Jiang Ning, so they notified her immediately. Fortunately, she had previously given teacher Su her mobile phone number. Of course, she wasn't the only one who went to the school. The second sister, Jiang Shuning, also went. Could it be that Aining got the top literary scholar of the Provincial Civil Academy this year? Tang Rou, seeing her reaction, was astonished. What else could it be? The corners of Jiang Yusha's mouth instantly tilted almost to the sky. Aining's grades have always been outstanding. Didn't you know? How many points did he get? Tang Rou immediately became concerned as well. 900. Full marks. When this score was heard from Jiang Yusha's mouth, the whole room fell silent. This? Tang Rou was too shocked to speak. But Jiang Yusha's eyes reddened, and with a sobbing tone, her voice hoarse, she said, "You have no idea how outstanding Aining really is. Such a difficult exam, yet he managed to get full marks, not losing a single point." This year's Civil Academy selection was widely regarded by outsiders as the most difficult in the past 20 years. It was much harder than the time when she, as the eldest sister, scored 796. Yet with such a difficult exam, her own younger brother had managed to achieve perfection. Just now, when she and the second sister went to the school to get the report cards, teacher Sue and others were in tears, crying tears of joy and happiness. Including the principal, everyone surrounded the two of them, talking about how remarkable this younger brother of theirs was, how he had set a record by achieving the pinnacle of scholarship, and even said they would hang a portrait of Ning in the exhibition building of Jingmao University to inspire future students. In that atmosphere, she and the second sister also cried. The second sister probably went back to her apartment and was still crying and hiding. Martial artists are not everything in this world. If they had discovered Ning's strengths earlier, they wouldn't have let arrogance and prejudice take away their familial bond. That guy really is a complete bookworm. Jiang Ning muttered under her breath, her words dripping with jealousy. She also knew that in this world, doing anything to the extreme would lead to a qualitative change. For example, on the path of reading, if one had an exceptionally sharp mind and became a renowned scientist, they would still be eagerly sought after by various martial arts forces, invited to be experts in weapons equipment and genetic potions, and treated like an honored guest. If someone actually reached that level in the future, while she herself remained a mediocre martial artist, she would surely be ridiculed. This made Jiang Ning somewhat uneasy, because in the past, she had often mocked Jiang Ning. 900. How did he do it? Jiang Zixuan stood there dazed, slowly crumpling the report card in his hand into a ball. He knew that his elder brother Ning was good at cultural subjects, but he never expected it to be to such a terrifying extent. The dream of being the top literary scholar shattered, deepening Jiang Zixuan's hatred for Jiang Ning in his heart. This is a good thing. Tang Rou, however, suddenly laughed at this, as if trying to balance both sides. One is the top literary scholar, the other is the top martial scholar. My two sons are both outstanding talents. Zixuan's martial top scholar is far better than some bookworm. Jiang Ning immediately pouted. Tang Rou couldn't refute. After all, in this world, martial arts were still stronger than culture. At this moment, Zhang Longhao walked in with a weary body and a gloomy face. Dad, what did the prefectural government say? When will they arrange for Zixuan to appear on TV? Jiang Zixuan and Jiang Ning quickly went up to him, with the latter especially concerned about the results of their father's trip. These past 2 days, high-ranking officials from the prefectural government had often been visiting the house, and Zhang Longhao had also been going to the prefectural government every few days. There were mainly two matters. The first matter was about the details of Jiang Zixuan becoming a disciple of Elder Qin of the prefectural government. The Jiang family's appetite was huge. They not only wanted Elder Qin to publicly accept Jiang Zixuan as a disciple, but also insisted on the previous demand for Fengyuan Group to acquire the shares of Blue Source Group. The second matter was that, according to tradition, every year after the selection of the civil and martial academies, the prefectural government would arrange a TV interview program for the most dazzling martial arts newcomer. This was also an excellent opportunity for the Jiang family to enhance their prestige. The matter with Elder Qin is settled, and the prefectural government is also willing to transfer some shares of Blue Source Group to us. Zhang Longhao sat down on the sofa weakly. But regarding Zixuan appearing on TV, they changed their minds at the last minute. Why? Tang Rou and Jiang Ning were puzzled. The expectant smile on Jiang Zixuan's face instantly froze. They said. Zhang Longhao looked up at his precious son, whom he regarded as the apple of his eye, and said hoarsely, "They said that our Zixuan is not the most outstanding martial arts college student this year." On the day of the Martial Academy selection, they unexpectedly discovered a peerless 7-star. Currently, the entire education department, and even officials of the entire prefectural government, have canceled their vacations and are searching for that person. They said that before the matter is clarified, they have no time to arrange for Zixuan to appear on TV. When he delivered this shocking news, Zhang Longhao seemed to have aged decades in an instant. 7-star. Jiang Zixuan stumbled back 2 big steps and also plopped down onto the sofa. His young face instantly turned pale as paper. As for Jiang Ning and Tang Rou, they were already so shocked that they covered their mouths and couldn't say a word. Only Jiang Yushi reacted more calmly. She already knew about this matter. Moreover, she knew that this shocking incident had occurred in Ning's school. Just now, when she and the second sister went to pick up the report card, the entire campus was filled with officials from the prefectural government. Those people were like crazy, turning the whole Jingmao University upside down, searching everywhere. Even the old gatekeeper and the cleaning aunt who mops the toilets were dragged to have their destiny star tested with the instrument. Now back home, Jiang Yushi was still in a daze and even began to entertain an unrealistic fantasy. If only this person were Ning. Ning, bao your phone. As soon as Jiang Ning arrived at the tavern, Miss Xiao once started shouting. Who else? That overbearing CEO sister of yours. Hang it up for me, say I'm not here. Jiang Ning's face instantly darkened. Over time, even the people in the tavern had come to know his background. This made Jiang Ning quite upset. Xiao Wan put down the receiver and teased with a smile, "If you don't answer, your CEO's sister is very sad, you know. She called to congratulate you on getting first place in the provincial selection for the Literature Academy." As she spoke, she looked around and announced loudly, "Tonight's entire tab has been paid for by someone. Drink freely." Wow! The entire tavern instantly erupted. Where did this tycoon come from so generous? It seems we're benefiting from our big star's glory. It must be because of Xiao Ning's luck, haha. This excited a group of drunkards. The bartender girl Lin Simon couldn't help exclaiming, "Wow. Brother Aining, your sister is really rich." "She's not my sister. I don't have such a sister." Jiang Ning was expressionless. Back then, borrowing a little living expenses from her was harder than reaching the sky. Now she pulls this act again. Is it interesting? Jiang Ning looked around suspiciously. "Among you, has anyone taken that woman's bribes and been exposing my whereabouts all day long?" Xiao Wan immediately raised her hand. "I swear, I didn't." Lin Simon also hurriedly put down the cocktail shaker. "Me neither." Then the three of them looked together at Zhou Qingshan, who was laughing so hard he couldn't close his mouth. Zhou Qingshan's smile froze, and he hastily clarified, "Why are you all looking at me? Do I look like the kind of unscrupulous boss who would sell out his own employees for money?" Hard to say. Xiao Wan and Lin Simon both rolled their eyes. Zhou Qingshan. Among the crowd, Li Yuanfa buried his head like an ostrich staring at the ashtray, his eyes rolling around. Can't see me, can't see me. As the regional manager of Fengyuan Group, he was now in a state of bittersweet pain. On the happy side, President Jiang had given him a promotion and raise. On the painful side, he now had to act like a spy, coming every day to keep an eye on this young master and gather intelligence. He couldn't be exposed. President Jiang said if he was exposed, he'd be fired. "Yun Yuan, how Yuan 7th floor. Are you getting used to living here alone? If you're lonely, maybe I can hire a maid for you." Jiang Yushir changed into slippers as she entered. "It's fine." Jiang Shunning leaned on the sofa absent-minded. Seeing her red and eye bags, and that the champagne in the cabinet had been moved, Jiang Yushir shook her head and sighed. Jiang Yushir understood that her second sister must be desperately longing to take the champagne and go find Aining. Jiang Yushir herself felt the same impulse. If they could call Aining over and have a grand party among the siblings, it would be unimaginably wonderful. Unfortunately, what was once within reach has now become distant. As for Aining, I've already had Li Yuanfa from our company's procurement department keep an eye on him. Don't worry too much. Jiang Yushir took out a bottle of red wine from the cabinet, grabbed some glasses and a corkscrew, and sat down to comfort her. "The DNA test results of Jiang Zishuan and our father are out. They exactly match our previous speculation." Jiang Shunning gritted her teeth in anger. "Dad is an old fox. He's been playing us for fools all these years." Jiang Yushir hesitated, put down the wine tools, and held her hand, speaking with a complex expression. "Ningning, I'm saying, what if Zishuan has also been kept in the dark all along? Would you forgive him?" Jiang Shunning's face changed. "Sis, what do you mean? I've been in a bad state these past 2 days, unable to concentrate, even at work." Jiang Yushir was lost. "Sometimes I think, although Jiang Zishuan was malicious toward Aining, to be fair toward us sisters, he was still relatively innocent, wasn't he? And the current conclusion objectively proves one thing: Zishuan and us also have an undeniable blood relationship, don't you think?" Jiang Shunning was displeased upon hearing this, and said angrily, "Sis, you're wavering, aren't you? Seeing that little bastard's outstanding martial arts exam results, you're tempted, right?" I don't know." Jiang Yushir's eyes darted away. Although unwilling to admit it, the truth was that the words their father had spoken to her that night had indeed deeply moved her. Maybe father was right. This family, in the end, will have to rely on Jiang Zishuan. "Sis, let me tell you, even if he were the best in the world, I wouldn't care." Jiang Shunning angrily shook off her elder sister's hand. "And I don't believe that little bastard was kept in the dark. He targeted Aining so viciously because he must have known about his father-child relationship with Dad long ago. He feared that Aining's status as the legitimate son would threaten his future interests, so he was determined to kill Aining. Sis, use your brain. With a beast in human clothing like him, once his wings are fully grown, will we have a good ending in his hands?" Jiang Yushir immediately sobered up a bit. That was indeed true. If you're indecisive and hesitant, then go back now and reunite with your precious little brother. Don't come to me anymore. Jiang Shunning was truly angry. She stood up and was about to return the keys to her. "I'll hire a private detective to investigate that wicked woman's whereabouts. Don't worry about it." "Ningning, don't be like this. I was just saying it casually. Let's not talk about this, okay? Sit down, sit down. Let's have a drink together as a celebration for Aining." Jiang Yushir panicked and quickly grabbed her tightly. "Anyway, you know my temper. Between me, Aining, and that little bastard, you can only choose one side." Jiang Shunning sat down with a stiff face, huffing angrily. Taking a sip of red wine, Jiang Shunning was momentarily stunned. This wine. This bottle of 2005 Petrus is just right to drink now. Isn't it much better than that bottle of 1982 sour plum juice? Jiang Yushi sipped the red wine, looking very pleased. Hearing this, Jiang Shunning's eyes reddened, and she said with a sob, that bottle of 1982 Lafite you had before was indeed just sour plum juice. Ning described it perfectly. Ning. Jiang Yushi's nose also stung. Half a year ago she opened a bottle of 1982 Lafite at home. The whole family drank it, and praised it endlessly, all kinds of flattery, boasting about how wonderful that wine was. Only Ning took a sip, spat it out, and complained with a frown, wow. This is sour plum juice. As a result, naturally he was instantly drowned in the family's criticism. Sour plum juice. What do you know? Such a high-end wine given to a country bumpkin like you is a waste of a precious thing. I think people like you are only fit to drink some homemade country wine from farmers. Everyone was insulting Ning for having no taste, being a country bumpkin and not knowing what elegance was. But was that bottle of 1982 Lafite really good to drink? Honestly, it wasn't good at all. Thinking about it, the 1982 Lafite had long passed its optimal drinking period. Moreover, most 1982 Lafite bottles, due to poor storage, had their internal wine body changed. That bottle was the same. How could it possibly taste good? The whole family was only pretending to be happy out of the reputation of the 1982 Lafite and their own self-righteous elegance, as upper-class people praising it against their conscience. Meanwhile, Ning, the only one who told the truth and tore off this fig leaf, was attacked by all of them in anger and shame. Thinking back now, it's really ridiculous. This family is so hypocritical. Even she, a female wine enthusiast who always prided herself on having unique insights and taste in red wine, was so hypocritical at that time. In contrast with this bottle of 2005 Petrus, Ning had pointed at it and said that this one must be good and he wanted to drink it. Of course, she had mercilessly refused him. Ning guessed right. This bottle of 2005 Petrus is indeed delicious. Come, cheers. They each took another sip. The wine was good with a round body and full aroma, but as tears slid down their cheeks into the corners of their mouths, it added a sour, salty, and bitter taste. Especially Jiang Yushi, the more she drank, the more bitter it became. Once she had treasured fine wine, afraid it would be wasted, reluctant to let her own brother drink it. But now, no matter how she drank, she couldn't get the taste she wanted. At that moment, Jiang Yushi's phone rang. Hello, Mom, what's up? She answered impatiently. Your cousin Tang Mo has come to visit at home. On the phone, her mother Tang Ro informed with a smile, we're arranging a welcome dinner for him tonight. Bring Ming along and come back. We're busy. Jiang Yushi hung up the phone unpleasantly and looked up at Jiang Shunning. Tang Mo is at home. It must be Jiang Zishuan who called him over. Jiang Shunning immediately realized. Every time Tang Mo came before, he would find ways to bully Ning. It must be that little bastard instigating from behind. They are as thick as thieves. We should have noticed long ago. Jiang Yushi sighed. I'm afraid that Jiang Zishuan called Tang Mo this time to plot something against Ning again. In the Zhoufu building, the atmosphere was gloomy. For more than a month, the massive search operation had yielded nothing. That peerless 7-star that had brought them great shock and ecstasy was also gone without a trace, like a stone sinking into the sea. This feeling of having one's heart lifted high and then smashed into the ground caused Governor Xie Tianhao to lose more than 10 pounds over the past few days. A new high-level meeting was held. Xie Tianhao sat in the top seat, listless, and gave instructions. No need to continue this futile effort. Arrange the next steps for the new Martial Academy recruits. The leaders looked at each other with bitter smiles. It was obvious that this matter had hit their top leader hard. Someone sneered. I think we might have been fooled by that little woman Lu Lin. Education Minister Lu Qihua quickly defended. Our Lu Lin may be a bit brash, but she is definitely a talent. I still recommend her as the leader of this new recruits field training. Xie Tianhao found it amusing. It seemed that the Lu family really had no one else. He nodded. All right. The so-called field training was that after the annual martial arts exam, the prefecture would arrange personnel to lead these young people out to sea or into the mountains for a period of wilderness survival training. Whenever this time came, all parties would take the opportunity to recruit talents. I recommend our Yao Fan and Yao Bo as team leaders. Logistics Minister Yao Zhong immediately spoke up. It was he who had just questioned that the peerless 7-star didn't exist. Fine. Xie Tianhao agreed. The Yao family's Grandmasters were currently famous, so nominating two was not excessive. However, as the governor, he had no reason to give all the slots to these people, so he took the initiative to propose Patrol Chief Bai Bai should also be one. All the leaders agreed. Everyone knew that Patrol Chief Bai Bai was Xie Tianhao's trusted confidant. It was Bai Bai who had personally gone to conduct the assessment for that little prodigy of the Jiang family. While the prefecture leaders were meeting, the concerned parties Lu Lin and Bai Bai were drinking coffee at a Starbucks in the mall. They both received SMS notifications at almost the same time. Senior brother Bai, what are your plans? Lu Lin took a sip of her latte. I've decided to take these little ones out to sea for some training. Bai Yubai played with a water droplet in his hand. The egg-sized droplet floated in his palm, as if weightless. Junior sister, what about you? I plan to take them to the mountains near Haiwei Port. Lu Lin looked out the window and joked with a smile. Since ancient times there have been legends of immortals in that area. I've grown up and never seen an immortal. Bai Yubai's expression immediately turned strange, and he said seriously, Junior sister, you can go, but remember this brother's words after entering the mountains: show respect to the immortal masters, and do not speak recklessly. So there really are immortals in the mountains. Lu Lin's eyes widened, feeling that senior brother Bai had something more to say. In any case, just listen to me. Don't run around, don't stir up trouble. Bai Yubai smiled meaningfully. By the way, let me introduce someone to you. Her name is Bai Jiner. You can have her be your guide. Then thanks, senior brother Bai. A few days later, at the Haiwei Port dock, several buses arrived all at once. Lu Lin got off the bus, took off her sunglasses, and breathed in the salty sea breeze. She looked around at the surrounding mountains and couldn't help exclaiming, the scenery is beautiful. Behind her, Yiluan, Zhao Yuan, and more than a dozen other students got off one after another, also captivated by the beautiful scenery where mountains and sea met. Luan, let me have your suitcase. Zhao Yuan rushed over immediately to carry his goddess's luggage. No need. Yiluan wore a sun hat, a white sports t-shirt, and jeans. Her straight long legs were particularly striking in the sunlight. She's already written a love letter to Jiang Ning, and you're still pestering her. At that moment, a girl in a pink fluffy princess dress got off another bus, covering her mouth and snickering. Qi Shui. The few classmates behind Zhao Yuan exchanged glances. Yiluan's pretty face flushed red, and she said irritably, we martial arts students are having field training today. What are you, a literature student, doing here, making trouble? I'm here for a vacation. Can't I? Qi Shui pouted and gave a proud hum, then instructed the people around her, send my luggage to the hotel first. Yes, miss. Those people were deferential. Yiluan was startled. She had heard that this girl came from a prominent family, but she didn't expect it to be so impressive. Coming out for a vacation, she had a group of martial artist bodyguards surrounding her, especially that silver-haired old man who didn't look like an ordinary person at all. Lu Lin, as the lead instructor, also felt a chill. This person's strength was likely even above her own 6th rank. Junior sister Linner. At that moment, a middle-aged man came running over, extremely excited. Lu Lin looked disgusted. Yao Fan, don't try to be close to me. With that, she turned and left. Damn, this woman only has eyes for her senior brother Bai. Yao Fan was furious. A boy in a floral shirt walked over with a smile. Instructor Yao, no need to be angry. Once you take that sleeping fire lotus and greatly increase your strength, Instructor Lu will naturally look at you with new eyes. Yao Fan looked at him suspiciously, pointing toward the deep mountains. Classmate Tang Mo, are you sure there really is that rare item in the mountains? Don't fool me. Absolutely true. The boy named Tang Mo smiled proudly. This secret was told to him in private by his cousin Jiang Zishuan. His cousin was now gradually marginalizing their eldest cousin Jiang Yushi and had already bribed many high-level executives of the family company. And Feng Yuan Group had long monopolized the herbal medicine purchasing market in this area, so it naturally had a lot of inside information. Evening. Su Qingxian entered Jiang Ning's room, intending to take his dirty clothes to wash. A small envelope fell out of one of the coat pockets and landed by the bed. Su Qingxian picked it up. It was actually a pink envelope, and it was perfumed. Su Qingxian remembered that this was the coat Jiang Ning had worn when he went to the city for the exam last time. Because the envelope wasn't sealed, the letter paper slipped out as it fell. She inadvertently glanced down. This. It was actually a love letter to Jiang Ning from some unknown girl. Su Qingxian looked at Jiang Ning, who was sound asleep on the bed. She lightly bit her red lips, puffed her cheeks, and secretly put the letter paper back, stuffing it into the pocket as it was. She also set aside that coat, not collecting it with the other dirty clothes. The next day, hiss. Master, what did you put in? Why is today's medicinal powers so fierce? As soon as Jiang Ning jumped into the water tank, he felt as if his whole body was being burned by fire. Su Qingxian narrowed her eyes and snorted. I picked that sleeping fire lotus from the mountain last night and extracted its essence for you. What are you, uncomfortable? Comfortable. With the medicinal bath my master carefully prepared, how could it not be pleasant? I absolutely love it. Jiang Ning said with a cheeky grin, heaping flattery, while trying to recall what he had done to upset her. Yesterday the medicinal potency had been mild, but today it intensified sharply. She had even harvested the sleep fire lotus she had nurtured for years in the cave and extracted its essence. There had to be something going on. If it feels so good, soak longer. You won't be allowed out until you've done 2 full hours. Su Qingxian hummed softly, dropped the words, and turned to attend to her own matters. Oh, for the next 2 hours Jiang Ning experienced a mixture of pain and pleasure. The medicinal power of the sleep fire lotus was everywhere, penetrating his skin and surging through his blood. Every cell in his body was driven by this fierce medicinal force to metabolize at a furious pace. The most immediate effect was that his once flabby muscles were becoming tight and firm. It was as if time around him was racing forward. In the blink of an eye, he had completed what would take others decades of intense training. Yet at the same time, the sensation was quite unbearable. Soaking in a large vat of crimson medicinal bath was like being slow-cooked over a fire. It's so hot. Hiss. So hot. I can hardly breathe. After holding out for half an hour, Jiang Ning was already showing signs of fainting. Not only was his entire body burning up, but breathing had become difficult too. It reminded him of a sauna incident from his previous life, when an idiot colleague accidentally poured too much water onto the scorching stones, turning the whole room into a giant steamer. As a result, the whole group almost choked to death inside. You need to learn to breathe true qi through your body. Don't force yourself to hold your breath, came Su Qingxuan's calm voice from the meditation room. Though angry, she was still keeping an eye on her wayward disciple, and at crucial moments, she didn't forget to offer guidance to the little fool. Breathe with my body. I breathe. Jiang Ning was naturally intelligent and grasped the concept quickly. Ordinary people breathe with their lungs, but in nature some creatures can breathe through gills or even their skin. But for martial artists, this seemed far from enough. Following his goddess master's guidance, Jiang Ning evenly distributed the true qi generated by his constellation to every cell in his body. Instantly, the pressure on his lungs decreased sharply. An unprecedentedly refreshing way of breathing made him feel that with just a little effort, he could inhale and exhale all the air within several meters around him. The clothes hanging on the bamboo pole and the leaves and branches of the Japanese elm trees planted in the courtyard began to sway rhythmically with his breathing. This is the most primordial true qi. Now try running this energy through each of your destiny stars and observe the results. Su Qingxian continued to instruct. Though she remained behind closed doors, she was fully aware of everything happening in the courtyard. What could she do? No matter how frustrated she was, she couldn't really push the little fool into danger. Okay. Jiang Ning nodded firmly. Now he finally understood. For the past 8 years, his goddess master had secretly fed him her fragrant blood in the middle of the night, all to lay the foundation for this moment. No matter what, he couldn't let his goddess master down. I must become a Grandmaster and protect Master for life, he silently vowed, then threw himself completely into the practice. The 7 stars within his body began to glow like conversion pumps. As true qi flowed in and out, the originally attributeless energy transformed into mysterious, incomprehensible forces. As this unfolded, the medicinal liquid in the vat underwent visible changes, sometimes boiling fiercely, sometimes freezing solid. At other times it surged like waves, and in a flash it glowed green, accelerating the growth of weeds around it. 2 hours later, when Jiang Ning opened his eyes, he found the water in the vat had turned completely murky. He kicked his legs and jumped out, feeling as though his entire body was on the verge of collapse. His entire body had shed a layer of skin. Stumbling, he made his way to the living room and saw that his master had already prepared a full table of food. And the portion seemed several times larger than usual. Wow, it smells so good, I'm starving to death. Jiang Ning picked up the large porcelain bowl and began to devour the food, ravenously mumbling indistinctly between bites. Master, your control was spot on. If that medicinal power had been just a bit stronger, I couldn't have handled it. Oh, Su Qingxian responded, faintly appearing dismissive. She had intended to make him suffer properly, but her soft-heartedness had accidentally led to the little fool mastering true qi through integration. She was genuinely angry at herself. Jiang Ning's cheeks puffed out like a hamster's, his chewing movements jerky and mechanical. Watching his master brood in silence, his expression grew strange. From the look of it, Master had really considered dealing him a severe punishment, though she hadn't ultimately had the heart to follow through. Oh no. The fact that she was so angered she wanted to unleash her ultimate technique on her beloved disciple, yet wore an expression of deep reluctance at not doing so, meant he must have committed some unforgivable offense. After finishing his meal, Jiang Ning returned to his room to change. He noticed the bamboo basket was empty except for an old jacket he had worn recently. Assuming his master had simply forgotten it, he carried it into the courtyard to call out to her, "Master, there's still a jacket here." "Wash it yourself," Su Qingxian retorted sharply. "Oh, I'll wash it later then," he replied. Jiang Ning gave an embarrassed laugh, picked it up, and sniffed it. There was only a faint hint of sweat odor. Why would his master find it so repulsive? Remembering he would sweat profusely again during his upcoming training, Jiang Ning simply draped the jacket over his shoulders and headed out. Arriving at the bamboo grove, Jiang Ning fixed his gaze on a black boulder nearby, rubbing his hands together with a malicious grin. Haha, I've long despised you. Consider yourself the first stepping stone I'll shatter on my path to strength. In just a few breaths, Jiang Ning accumulated immense power within his arms. He felt absurdly strong at this moment. The modest boulder was half buried in the earth with roughly a meter exposed above ground. Thinking he could surely shatter it with a single punch, Jiang Ning lowered his stance, drove his legs forward, and let his lower body power drive his entire form into a sweeping strike. a motion reminiscent of a meteor fist, launching his attack toward the rock. Channeling the dramatic battle cries from anime protagonists in his past life on Blue Star, he unleashed an energetic shout, break. Now, boom. The impact sent tremors through the ground as his fist connected. Yet the black stone only yielded a small fragment roughly the size of a bowl opening. The remainder stayed completely unmoved. Caw caw caw. Wait. This isn't how the script should go. Jiang Ning stood frozen, glancing between his fist and the boulder. The indentation left by the fractured piece bore a striking resemblance to a human face, as if mockingly sneering at his failure. Within the Taoist temple, Su Qingxian was hanging ginseng slices to dry along the eaves. Turning to witness this scene, she could only respond with exasperation. This foolish child attempting to shatter mystic iron stone with mere second-rate strength. What is he thinking? Through the mountain forest, figures darted about. Luan Luan, slow down and wait for me. A girl with shoulder-length hair panted as she chased after Yi Luan. Xiaoyu, if you can't handle it, go find Instructor Lu and the others. There's no need to follow me. Let me have some quiet time. Yi Luan's clothes were drenched in sweat, yet she didn't turn around. The short-haired girl summoned her last reserves of strength to catch up, blocking her path, while scanning the surroundings before retorting, "Miss, you're clearly punishing yourself." With no one else around, Yi Luan finally dropped her composure, crouching to the ground and burying her face as she broke into tears. Xiaoyu, how can he be so cruel? I even set aside my pride to write him a love letter, yet he won't even reply to a single message. I can't go on woo-woo. The short-haired girl crossed her arms, not offering comfort, but instead reproached sharply, "My dear miss, with so many fine men in this world, why must you hang yourself on this one crooked branch?" Yi Luan lifted her tear-stained face, voice trembling with grievance. "During that school gala once I stumbled, and he caught me. I don't know why, but my heart started racing for him. Perhaps this is what they call love at first sight." Her friend rolled her eyes in exasperation, then smirked teasingly. "Well then, why not just reveal your identity to him outright? He'd probably drop to his knees before you in no time." Yi Luan rolled her eyes skyward and muttered under her breath, "If he only liked me, because of who I am, I wouldn't want him at all." The short-haired girl sneered with disdain. "I see. It's a masochistic pattern. The more he ignores you, the more desperately you cling to him." Yi Luan's cheeks flushed crimson as she puffed out her cheeks in irritation. "You shameless Liang, you asking for a beating, are you? Hey, Luan Luan, look over there. Seems like a Taoist temple on the opposite mountainside. Instructor Lu and the others are heading that way. I'm parched. Let's go over there and ask for some water." Down at the slopes base, Tang Mo used buying drinks as an excuse to deliberately lag behind the wilderness training squad. He watched the steady stream of people ascending the mountain, then discreetly pulled out his phone and dialed Jiang Zishuan's number. "Hey, cousin, we're about to head up the mountain. There are so many people today. Besides a few training groups, there are quite a few tourists too." Tang Mo reported the situation to him right away. At this moment, Jiang Zishuan was already aboard an ocean cruise ship. Standing on the deck and feeling the sea breeze, a smile played across his face. "Don't forget the task I gave you." "I know. It's just about finding an opportunity to start a fire and burn down where Jiang Ning is currently staying. Easy enough." Tang Mo looked up at the Taoist temple on the mid-mountain slope, adjusted the collar of his flowery shirt, and grinned lecherously. "Just to be clear, after this is done, your girlfriend needs to let me use her for a couple of days." "No problem." Jiang Zishuan's eyes filled with disdain. Girlfriend? Although he had been dating her for 3 months at the Noble Academy, she was merely a worn-out plaything he had grown tired of. "Deal." Tang Mo was overjoyed. Covering the phone receiver, he whispered to himself, "Cousin, I really don't understand. With your abilities, dealing with that kid Jiang Ning would be easier than crushing an ant. Why don't you handle it yourself?" "What do you know?" Jiang Zishuan grew impatient. "I went to great lengths to please that old woman. If she found out I'd burned down her son's current dwelling, she'd come after me with everything she had. And when she goes back to her maiden home to cry about it, and your Tang family makes a move, how am I supposed to inherit everything from the Jiang family? At the very least, I need to sideline my eldest sister and completely take over Fengyuan Group before I can turn against them. Do you understand? Just help me handle things for now. Once I have everything in hand, you won't go unrewarded. Cousin, with your deep schemes and vicious heart, you're clearly cut out for great things. I'm following you, ha." Tang Mo burst into laughter. The city district. With the recent school holidays, the braised chicken rice shop near the entrance of Jinmao University, which used to be bustling with customers, had also fallen into quiet desolation. The owner was leaning against the wall, dozing off. "2 servings of braised chicken rice, please." 2 beautiful women suddenly walked in, startling the owner from his nap. "Coming right up. Please take a seat, I'll have it ready in a moment." The owner hurried off to work. "Sis, this place is disgusting." Jiang Shunning looked around at the terrible sanitation conditions, her face filled with disgust. The water drop pattern cement floor turned black with grime, walls peeling away, dirty posters plastered on the walls, tabletops caked in a sheen of oil. The stools were chipped and rusted. Flies buzzed incessantly throughout the summer. She couldn't believe that Ning used to eat here regularly. Jiang Ning felt equally nauseated but held back her revulsion and quipped with a teasing smile. You're the one who insisted on trying to experience Ning's past life. Don't blame me for this. All right then. Jiang Ning blushed, tore off a piece of toilet paper, wiped the stool repeatedly before sitting down and muttering under her breath, using toilet paper as napkins for customers. How miserly the boss is. Soon the 2 servings of braised chicken rice arrived. Please enjoy your meal, by the way. You haven't paid yet, have you? The owner chuckled awkwardly. We're a small business here. Could someone please pay first? How much? Jiang Ning slowly retrieved her diamond-encrusted designer handbag. 20 for both. 10 yuan per serving. Both sisters gaped in disbelief at the owner until he confirmed the price. They accepted it, and Jiang Ning tossed him a 100 yuan bill. Keep the change. But once the owner walked away, they stared silently at the bubbling chicken in the clay pot, neither daring to pick up their first chopstick. Finally, Jiang Ning summoned her courage, ladled a spoonful of broth, and timidly tasted it first. Pock. The broth hit her tongue, and she immediately spat it out. Papa. It's all strong seasoning and MSG. Jiang Ning tried a piece of chicken to her brow, instantly furrowing. It's frozen drumstick meat, mushy and falling apart at the slightest bite. Definitely some zombie meat that's been sitting in a freezer too long. The fishy odor is just masked by heavy seasoning and MSG. Then both their eyes reddened. It's so terrible, why would he? Jiang Ning's voice cracked with tears, unable to accept it. Jiang Ning glanced at the pot, overflowing with large chunks of chicken, and immediately understood. It's awful, but it fills you up with generous portions. She couldn't resist checking the price list on the wall again. The key point is, it's cheap. Those words struck Jiang Ning straight to her heart. Suddenly acting like a madwoman, she grabbed her spoon and began shoveling the broth and chicken into her bowl, devouring it in huge mouthfuls. Before leaving, she had sworn she'd personally experience every hardship Ning had endured. But the truth was she simply couldn't manage it. Ugh. Vomit. The awful taste made her vomit as she ate. Not a single bite could go down. Stop it, Ning. You don't need to punish yourself like this. Seeing this, Jiang Ning quickly stopped her. His upbringing was completely different from ours after all. Wah! Jiang Ning covered her face and cried. Jiang Ning was also deeply distressed inside. Gritting her teeth, she took out her phone. I think some people need to taste this too. Soon, a Rolls-Royce Ghost pulled up outside. Madam, watch your step. Tang Ro emerged from the car dressed in a light summer pearl shirt, carrying an Hermes bag, assisted by the driver. Every inch of her radiated the elegance of a wealthy matron. The moment she entered, the pungent smell of oil fumes from the hot, stuffy shop hit her. Ewed. Sure, Ning, why did you bring me to this foul-smelling place? No, I can't stand it. Whatever you want to say, let's talk outside with Mom. Tang Ro complained while covering her nose and mouth, instinctively trying to run outside. Jiang Ning quickly grabbed her arm and forcibly dragged her back inside, pointing at the braised chicken on the table with indignation. Mom, if you don't try this dish today, I'm not letting you leave. Fine. With a miserable expression, Tang Ro reluctantly picked up a small piece with disposable chopsticks and put it in her mouth. The next second, barf, Tang Ro broke free from her daughter's grip, covered her mouth, and bolted out the door, collapsing by the roadside to vomit uncontrollably. The sisters followed her out. Crossing her arms with a resentful huff, Jiang Ning sneered, Mom, how was it? Tang Ro looked up, tears streaming down her face in grievance. Woo. Ning, sure, what did I do to deserve this? Why are you torturing me like this, forcing me to eat such disgusting swill? Woo. She felt this was revenge from her 2 daughters. For Tang Ro, who was accustomed to Michelin 3-star restaurants and fine dining on a regular basis, this braised chicken was simply the most horrifying concoction imaginable. So repulsive that it made her vomit up even the previous day's meal. Torture. Disgusting. Swill. Jiang Ning's eyes instantly welled with tears. Mom, do you have any idea that this bowl of braised chicken you consider unbearable to taste is actually the delicacy your son saves up for risking days of hunger just to afford one meal? Ning. Impossible. Our Ning could never swallow such garbage. Tang Ro stood frozen, unable to believe what she was hearing. Jiang Ning wasted no words, pulling up Ning's photo from her phone and showing it to the shop owner. Do you know him? The owner nodded enthusiastically. Know him? Of course I know him. This young man comes every time and always begs me to give him extra sauce to mix with his rice. He eats it with such enjoyment. Woo. Hearing those words, Tang Ro finally broke down completely, as though a heavy hammer had struck her chest. She crouched by the roadside, resting her head on her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Woo. Do you want to kill me by making me understand this? I carried you for 10 months and worked so hard to give birth to you, and this is how you make my heart feel like it's being cut by knives. Woo. Mom, I'm speechless. Jiang Ning was at a loss for words, frustrated beyond measure. Do you really think burying your head in the sand like an ostrich makes everything disappear? How long are you going to keep dreaming, Mom? Jiang Ning's anger peaked. Don't you understand? Jiang Zishuan never intended to get along with A Ning from the start. He's been withholding his allowance, framing him for theft, tampering with his enhancement potions. Every single act aimed at destroying him. Yet you hear a few sweet words, see a couple of tears, and naively believe he'll change his ways. How could we have such a foolish mother? The driver nearby quickly stepped in to mediate. Miss, please don't speak like that. Madam actually cares deeply for young Master Jiang Ning. Just yesterday, she secretly gave money to your cousin Tang Mo, asking him to visit young Master Jiang Ning while he's at the military training camp in Haiwa Town. Hearing this, both sisters' expressions darkened dramatically. What? Sending Tang Mo to visit A Ning? Wasn't that like asking a weasel to pay New Year's respects to a chicken? Panicked Jiang Yushi immediately dialed the home landline. Hello, has that kid Tang Mo left yet? Hand him the phone. Uncle Fu answered from the villa, looking helpless. Miss, your cousin left early this morning. After a moment's thought, Uncle Fu lowered his voice. Before he left, I saw him sneak into our underground storage and secretly stuff several cans of gasoline into his suitcase. Gasoline? Jiang Yushi's vision blurred, nearly losing her balance. She had only intended to warn the kid not to cause trouble or bully A Ning while having the chance. But it was already too late. This little bastard is going on field training, riding a bus charter from the prefecture. What does he want with gasoline? Jiang Shuning was equally horrified to learn of this. Jiang Yushi had a bad feeling and hurriedly called her informant Yuan Fa, who was stationed there. Hello, President Jiang. What's the situation on your end? Is my brother okay? President Jiang, for some reason young Master Jiang Ning didn't come to sing at the tavern today. What? Jiang Yushi was completely panicked now. Hurry, go to A Ning's place yourself. If A Ning is in danger, I don't care what means you use. You must ensure my brother's safety. Call the police if necessary. Understood, President Jiang. I'll head up the mountain right away. On the mountain path. Teacher Su, please walk more slowly. Watch out for those thorns. Jiang Ning walked ahead with a smile, followed by his classmates and Teacher Su. He had just finished practicing martial arts and was heading down the mountain when he ran into them. They had planned this trip earlier and meant to invite him, but couldn't reach him. Now there was no escaping. Jiang Ning had to obediently serve as their temporary guide. Jiang Ning. Suddenly, an excited voice came from the slope nearby. The campus beauty Qi Shui. What's she doing here? Damn, look at all her entourage. This girl finally dropped the act. Everyone looked up, discussing among themselves. The girl moved like a cheerful butterfly, leading her followers as she trotted down the slope and met Jiang Ning's group at the mountain path intersection. Qi Shui stopped in front of Jiang Ning, her face flushed red as she gazed at him. It really is you. I thought I was seeing things just now. Jiang Ning responded indifferently. You're also here for sightseeing? Yes. Qi Shui nodded, then for some reason her cute little face flushed red again. I heard the Yanjun temple here is very effective, so I wanted to come draw a fortune stick. Jiang Ning pointed toward the Great Canyon. Their Yanjun temple is in the Huayan Valley across from here. You went the wrong way. The path we're on leads to Tianyun Mountain. I know. Qi Shui stamped her foot, pouting. Classmate Qi Shui, would you like to join us hiking up the mountain to see the scenery? Teacher Su quickly offered to defuse the tension. Sure, along the way. Jiang Ning, do you really live on the mountain? Yeah. Then you're lucky. This season there are mushrooms everywhere in the mountains. The vegetation is so dense around here. I hope there aren't any snakes. Oh, definitely. I've killed several spectacled cobras and 5-step vipers before. You don't say that, it's scary. A group of classmates surrounded Jiang Ning, chattering excitedly. Everyone was curious about this top student who grew up in the mountains. Especially the girls, whose eyes grew increasingly captivated as they looked at Jiang Ning. Handsome, excellent grades, and hardworking. A perfect boyfriend choice. Especially Qi Shui, following behind, secretly gazing at Jiang Ning's back, her face burning red. In her daze, she couldn't help but project herself into that idol drama she'd watched last night. Daddy, he's not some poor boy at all. He promised me that when he returns from studying abroad, he'll manage the family business together with me. I don't care, I just want to marry him. When they stopped halfway to rest, a chubby little boy wearing a baseball cap pulled Jiang Ning aside. Brother Ning, when did you become a mountain person? Two other boys caught up. The tall, thin one in a plaid shirt patted Jiang Ning on the shoulder. Back when we all went to Longjiang County, no. 2 primary school together, you never said you were from the mountains. The other boy with glasses thicker than beer bottle bottoms looked rather introverted and muttered. We always wondered where you went after primary school graduated. We even thought your mom the shrew had beaten you half to death. Do fan, watch your mouth. That shrew is at least Brother Ning's mother. The chubby boy chuckled, though she does go a bit hard on him sometimes. Bullshit, mother. Jiang Ning rolled his eyes. Ma Tung Du Fan Li Yinbin you 3. Never mention that old bitch in front of me again. Years ago, that venomous woman had taken him from the hospital and hidden him away in a small place called Longjiang County. These 3 in front of him were his primary school classmates from back then. Later, all 3 had gotten into the same university, and their reunion was somewhat fateful. Case solved, the chubby boy named Ma Tung exclaimed. I knew it. What mother beats her son rotten every other day? That woman is definitely not your biological mother. The tall thin Dufan sighed. The kind that beats you half to death. Back then we used to whisper that at this rate you might not even survive to adulthood, Brother Ning. Li Yinbin pushed up his glasses and voiced what they'd all been thinking for years. They were all young back then, and often saw that shrew chasing Jiang Ning through the streets with rattan strips, brooms, and mops. Sometimes she'd even storm into the classroom and drag him out by the ear. Privately, they all speculated that Jiang Ning must have been bought from a human trafficker by that woman. There was no way he was her biological son. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Ma Tung laughed it off. As the saying goes, when heaven is about to entrust a great responsibility to a man, it first frustrates his will and exhausts his sinews. Brother Ning's current family is quite remarkable, actually. The other day when I returned to school to pack up, I saw Brother Ning's mother coming to see the principal. She seemed to have given the principal a substantial hush money payment, and she arrived in a Rolls Royce. Wow, Brother Ning has finally made it. You've got to look out for us guys in the future. Du Fan and Li Yinbin were deeply envious. Heather, not my family. I have no family, no mother. Never did. Jiang Ning's bitter laugh echoed. Why would that woman sneakily go to the school and pay the principal hush money? Perhaps out of a guilty conscience, or perhaps to cover up family shame. Either way, Jiang Ning didn't care. He didn't want to know. Jiang Ning looked up at the Taoist temple halfway up the mountain, his eyes red, his voice hoarse. I only have my master. In the bamboo grove, a group of martial arts students led by Zhao Yuan were clamoring around a black stone. Mystic iron stone. Wow. It's actually mystic iron stone. This stuff is great for forging armor under government regulation and costs over 2,000 per kilogram on the black market. Look at this chunk. At least 1 cubic meter, about 8 or 9 tons worth, well over 10 million. I think it's even more. That's just the exposed part with plenty more buried underground. Haha, we're rich. No one take it from me. I found it first. Zhao Yuan, you want to hog it all? A mere first-rank martial artist, can you even move it? Finders keepers. It all started when their 10th Wild Training Squad happened to stumble upon this piece of mystic ironstone while wandering nearby. Thus a frenzy of grabbing ensued, with everyone trying to claim it for themselves. Not only that, but many were also clutching all sorts of medicinal herbs. I dug up a blue-striped 5-leaf grass, a girl boasted cheerfully. This mountain is truly a treasure trove, someone remarked. We should have come to this mountain from the start. Ha! The scene was like a band of bandits who had stumbled into a hidden treasure trove, each one too excited to close their mouths. Lu Lin walked side by side with a stunning woman, the latter dressed in a gray-white, plain robe waving a round fan, petite and delicate. What a pretty young lady. Zhao Yuan and the other boys stared wide-eyed. Instructor Lu, look what we found. A huge piece of mystic iron stone. We're rich. The girls rushed up first, surrounding Lu Lin in a chatter. Mystic iron stone. Lu Lin was taken aback. She saw it. A massive chunk. She introduced the stunning woman beside her. These are my students. Bai Jiner pouted disdainfully, muttering to herself, a bunch of misfits. But when Bai Jiner spotted a pretty girl with a high ponytail among them, her expression suddenly changed, and her eyes narrowed into a long slit. Yuan felt very uncomfortable under that gaze, puffing her cheeks like a goldfish, pursing her lips, and turning her head away. Bai Jiner smirked playfully, withdrew her gaze, and sneered at all the youngsters. Just feast your eyes, but don't get any clever ideas. Why not? Zhao Yuan was unconvinced. He had discovered the mystic ironstone first. Bai Jiner tilted her chin toward the courtyard wall not far away. Look, that's their property. Are you blind? Then she noticed the herbs in the kid's hands and continued to pour cold water. And those herbs you dug up, leave them all behind. Not a single one is allowed to leave. Why, oi? This time Zhao Yuan and the others were even more unhappy. Lu Lin looked at the Taoist temple, then at Bai Jiner. Even the herbs that grow naturally on the mountain belong to him. Yes. Bai Jiner narrowed her eyes, her expression serious. Don't say I didn't warn you. Every blade of grass and every tree on this Tianyan mountain you'd better not touch. Zhao Yuan glared viciously at the tall courtyard wall. The Taoist in there is so domineering. Well said, what error is this? And they still dare to claim the mountain as their own. At that moment a young man led a group of students toward them. The man had drooping eyebrows and slanted eyes with an arrogant expression, exuding an overbearing air as soon as he spoke. Team 9 is here too. Zhao Yuan was startled. The companions beside Zhao Yuan immediately fell silent, showing signs of inferiority. Clearly the martial arts students in Team 9 had far superior talent. Yao Bo. Lu Lin's face darkened. Today there were 3 wild training teams honing their skills at Haiwa Port. Besides her leading Team 10, there were also Team 8 and Team 9, led by the Yao brothers. Earlier at the parking lot at the foot of the mountain, she had already encountered Yao Fan, that snotty brat. Unexpectedly she ran into the second Yao brother, Yao Bo, here again. What rotten luck. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Not happy to see me. Yao Bo grinned when he saw her. Screw your sister-in-law. Yaobo, I warn you, if you dare disrespect me again, I'll deal with you right now. Lu Lin's true, she made her hair flutter in the wind. What are you so angry about? Yaobo's expression shifted slightly. This woman had already advanced to the 6th rank, while he was still at the 5th. If it came to a fight, he would be the one to suffer. Yaobo then pointed at the mystic iron stone, feigning shock. Holy crap, such a huge piece of mystic iron stone. We're rich. Hey, I found it first. Zhao Yuan protested loudly. But can you take it away, eh? A sturdy young man beside Yaobo stepped forward, his eyes full of disdain. Yao Hongming. The students of Team 10 felt a chill. The third talent of the Noble Academy. Who didn't know him? Why is this kid here too? Lu Lin also looked puzzled. This person was the most dazzling thorn among the younger generation of the Yao family this year. He studied at the Cloud City Noble Academy and ranked among the top 3 in martial arts talent among this year's batch. Logically, like Jiang Zixuan, he should have gone out to sea for training with senior brother by Yubai's Team 1. Instructor Lu, how about this? Neither of us interferes, and let the little brats fight it out among themselves, eh? Yaobo laughed triumphantly. He was not only the instructor of Team 9, but also Yao Hongming's second uncle. With his big nephew here, those misfits from Team 10 would be silenced in no time. Instructor Lu. Zhao Yuan was indeed a bit intimidated, looking at Lu Lin urgently. But Lu Lin didn't stand up for him. Instead, she pointed at the courtyard wall and scolded. Were you deaf earlier? This is their property. Why are you sticking your nose in? Lu Lin wasn't cowardly. Rather, the more she looked at the Taoist temple, the more mysterious it seemed. It was desolate and quiet, with no sound coming from inside. The wind had been strong these past 2 days, and there had been a typhoon just last week. Logically, facing the sea, this place should have been a mess. Yet, the bamboo around and the old trees in the courtyard remained lush and upright. By the way, a month ago on the day of the Civil and Martial Academy selection, an earthquake struck. Haiwa Port was the epicenter. Down the mountain, everyone had seen many collapsed buildings in the town under repair. But this row of courtyard walls, though eroded by time, showed no signs of cracking. Since you say so, we won't hold back. Seeing this violent woman back down, Yaobo was thrilled. Everyone stepped back. This is mine. His nephew Yao Hongming had already lost patience and lunged forward. Now I'll have my armor. This mystic iron stone must weigh at least 10 tons. Refining a few dozen kilograms of mystic essence iron from it should be no problem. Yao Hongming was ecstatic. He grabbed the black stone with both hands, trying to lift it like pulling a carrot. Senior Yao, go for it. With so many of us, the Taoist inside wouldn't dare come out and blabber. If he dares to say a word, we'll all act together, tear down the temple's pillars, and take them home for firewood. The girls from Team 9 cheered Yao Hongming on. These fierce little girls, relying on their status as martial artists, were arrogant and conceited. Hey, what are you doing? Suddenly, an angry voice rang out in the bamboo grove. Jiang Ning hadn't expected so many people to show up at the usually quiet Tianyin temple. And even more unexpected was that some idiot was trying to pull up his training stone like a radish. So many martial arts students. Teacher Su and her group, who had followed closely, were also astonished. What are these martial arts students doing? Ma Teng wondered. Looks like they're stealing things from Brother Ning's place. Du Fan's expression was strange. They're martial arts students. Brother Ning might be in trouble. Li Yinbin looked worried. As Jiang Ning's childhood friends, the 3 of them had witnessed his miserable childhood and didn't want to see him bullied again. Let's ask Zhao Yuan for help. And Yiluan. Right, Yiluan, the school beauty, is Brother Ning's rumored girlfriend. The 3 quickly came up with a plan. On the other side, Jiang Ning. Seeing Jiang Ning suddenly appear, Yiluan was overjoyed. But then she saw Qi Shui among the crowd behind him, and her lips pouted again. What are you doing here? Jiang Ning's home is nearby, and he invited me as a guest. Is there a problem? Qi Shui said, proudly showing off. Is that true? Yiluan felt wronged and looked at Jiang Ning with resentment. Jiang Ning ignored her, walked straight to the front, and stared at the idiot who was exerting his strength, demanding, Hey, I'm asking you, in broad daylight, why are you raping my training stone? Raping? Everyone burst out laughing. Indeed, with Yao Hongming's strength, he clearly couldn't move the black stone at all. At that moment, he was straddling it using brute force, which really did look like he was raping a stone. Yiluan, Qi Shui, and the other girls blushed and couldn't bear to look anymore. Your training stone. Yao Hongming straightened up, staring at Jiang Ning with a dark expression. Nonsense. Can't you see my palm print on it? Jiang Ning leaned over, pressed his palm into the indentation, and showed it to the idiot. That's his palm print. Impossible. The group of martial arts students' expressions changed drastically. Even the 2 team instructors Lu Lin and Yao Bo looked incredulous. This guy is bragging without even drafting a script. Zhao Yuan immediately scoffed. As everyone knew, mystic essence iron was an ideal material for making armor and was under government regulation. It was easy to imagine how sturdy this material was. In fact, even a Barrett sniper rifle with armor-piercing incendiary rounds couldn't penetrate a centimeter-thick mystic essence iron armor. As the natural ore of mystic essence iron stone, though not as strong as refined mystic essence iron, was still not something ordinary people could destroy. Even low-rank martial artists couldn't easily budge it. Huh. The other martial arts students realizing this also joined in the laughter. Go play somewhere else. Yao Hongming naturally thought the same. Don't force me to attack you. With that he turned back to move the black stone. Jiang Ning, he can't move it anyway, let him be. Teacher Su seeing this grew anxious and quickly tugged at Jiang Ning's clothes. As the homeroom teacher, she was afraid of her students getting into conflict with those martial arts students. She was just an ordinary teacher raised in a society where the martial overshadowed the literary, and she had learned to endure and avoid whenever conflict arose with martial artists. Only when it was unbearable would she call the police. No, Teacher Su, it's not about whether he can move it or not, Jiang Ning said with a wry smile. Brother Yuan, you were also a classmate from our class 5. You won't just stand by and watch, will you? On the other side, Ma Tengdu Fan and Li Yanbin had already approached Zhao Yuan, appealing to his sense of camaraderie. The other classmates also looked at Zhao Yuan with pleading eyes. Zhao Yuan instantly immersed himself in the pleasure of being a cut above the rest. He had awakened his martial destiny only half a year ago and was at the bottom of the martial arts students. Still, he was now someone his former classmates had to look up to. Especially when he heard Teacher Su, while pulling Jiang Ning, also asking for his help. Zhao Yuan puffed out his chest even more. Brother Yao, how about doing me a favor? Zhao Yuan, carried away, actually tried to talk to Yao Hongming. Screw you. Do I even know you? Who do you think you are to deserve my favor? Before Zhao Yuan could finish, Yao Hongming blew up. Get lost. Say one more word, and I'll deal with you too. Zhao Yuan backed away in fear. The students of Class 5 exchanged glances. The Zhao Yuan they had considered unattainable had turned into a clown in front of the more powerful martial arts student. Was this world really so cruel? Some girls' eyes reddened, deeply shaken. Were they Teacher Su and Jiang Ning doomed to be bullied by these arrogant martial arts students? Yi Luan was furious. After hearing the plea from Ma Tengdu Fan and Li Yanbin, she rushed forward and shouted, "What are you so cocky about? I said it's not yours, so stop grabbing." Hey, what are you doing? I don't need you to stand up for me. Jiang Ning, seeing this, was speechless. He flicked his hand back, using his sharp fingertips to slice off the piece of cloth Teacher Su was holding. Shut up. Yao Hongming was already angry about not being able to move the stone. Hearing someone trying to stop him, he completely lost his temper and suddenly threw a punch. Yi Luan, unable to dodge, had to raise her palm to meet it. Bang! Their fist and palm collided. Yi Luan was clearly at a disadvantage, stumbling backward. Fortunately, a hand reached out in time to catch her. At the same time, Yao Hongming, pressing his advantage, tried to continue his punch, but the same person's other hand steadily caught it. Jiang Ning, holding the girl with one hand, caught the idiot's fist with the other. The two men and one woman instantly formed a strange balanced pose. The surrounding girls covered their mouths, their eyes sparkling with admiration. The scene was so cool, so domineering, so appealing. Are you okay? Their eyes met. I'm fine. Yi Luan stared blankly at those dark eyes, her cheeks instantly flushing. At that moment, a maiden's heart was completely falling. Then I'll let go. The next second, Jiang Ning did something that shocked everyone. Hey. Before Yi Luan could react, she fell straight down, following gravity. The beautiful image the girls had loved shattered into pieces. Why did you let go? Woo. Yi Luan sat up on the ground, pounding her fists on the ground, crying in frustration. Was she a hot potato to be dropped at will? On the other side, without her burden, Jiang Ning was like a wild horse unleashed. He held the other's fist, stepped back with one leg, lowered his center of gravity, and with a full body motion like a wrestler, he threw the opponent heavily over his shoulder. Holy crap! Brother Ning is cheating. Seeing this brutal scene, Ma Tengdu Fan and Li Yanbin's eyes nearly popped out. Teacher Su stood frozen, holding the torn cloth. Jiang Ning turned to look at her. It's not about whether he can move it or not. I want to hit someone. Do you understand now, teacher? Teacher Su froze. She understood the explanation and she grasped the logic, but, when had her student suddenly become so formidable? Senior Yao. The martial arts students from Team 9 were stunned by the scene. Their senior, Yao Hongming, a second-rank martial artist, had been picked up by a wild boy from the mountains and thrown like a sandbag over 10 meters. It was almost too surreal. Master, I want to fight. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Ning brushed the dust off his hands and shouted toward the courtyard wall. What his divine master thought was his weakness. What if she preferred well-behaved disciples and didn't want to see him brawling? So despite his fierce appearance earlier, Jiang Ning hadn't really exerted himself. Go ahead and fight if you want. Soon a calm voice came from inside the courtyard. Everyone was startled. The voice was enchanting, like a heavenly melody. Yet it was also so casual. She didn't even bother to restrain her disciple from causing trouble outside, indulging him so blatantly. Aren't you afraid of escalating things? Jiang Ning, you should stop now. If you hurt someone, you'll be the one to suffer in the end. Having come to her senses, Teacher Su anxiously urged Jiang Ning to stop. This irritated Jiang Ning. Why did Teacher Su seem so irresolute? On the other side, Yao Hongming, who had been flung over 10 meters, snapped several bamboo stalks with his back. He rose to his feet, his eyes bloodshot like an enraged bull. Bastard! You dare ambush me! As a prodigy martial arts student from an elite academy, Yao Hongming had never suffered such humiliation. Losing his mind, he shoved aside the girls who were trying to help him and charged at Jiang Ning, roaring, "Don't stop me! I'll tear this bastard apart! Tear me apart! Are you still dreaming?" Jiang Ning laughed. Just as the other's claw came down, he calmly sidestepped, causing him to miss. At the same time, he swiftly grabbed Yao Hongming's forearm, spun him around like a top, and hurled him into the air like a hammer thrower. Before the man could land, Jiang Ning exploded with incredible force, bending his knees and leaping upward. In midair 7 or 8 meters above the ground, he caught up to him, then raised his leg and slammed his heel downward. Boom! Yao Hongming crashed to the earth like a stalled aircraft. Half his body was embedded in the soil. Lying there, he saw nothing but darkness and stars, the world spinning around him. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Senior Yao. He vaguely heard his teammates screaming and calling his name, but he couldn't get up. His waist was broken. Lu Lin stared at the scene in astonishment. That's strange. I sensed the boy's aura. He should also be at the second rank. How can there be such a huge gap in strength between them? Jiang Ning's explosive power and speed left Lu Lin dumbfounded. In all her years as an instructor, she had never seen such a ferocious individual. It completely overturned her understanding. Meanwhile, Yao Bo was already stunned. By the time he reacted, his nephew had been beaten to the ground, completely incapacitated in just 2 moves. What a vicious wild boy. In a martial arts spar, you resort to such cruelty. Yao Bo was furious. He shouted at all the Team 9 martial arts students, "Are you just going to watch your captain get beaten by an outsider?" In truth, Yao Bo wanted to step in and cripple this unknown wild boy himself. But as an instructor, attacking a junior would invite ridicule if word got out. So he diverted the trouble, inciting the martial arts students under his command to deal with the wild boy, hoping to overwhelm him with numbers. Shameless. Lu Lin saw through it all. Yet at the same time, curiosity burned in her heart. She wanted to see if Jiang Ning could withstand the siege of over a dozen martial arts students of his age. After all, martial arts students of this age were still in the infancy of their training. Their realms were low, mostly within the second rank. They had little combat experience, and their performance in fights wouldn't vary greatly. It was rare for one to take on more than 10 opponents and less. They were a monstrous prodigy. As Yao Bo had incited, the Team 9 martial arts students were indeed riled up. This bastard is too vicious. Do they think we're invisible? Hey, surround him. Don't let him escape. Over a dozen martial arts students, pumped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline, charged in unison. Hey, you're ganging up on him. Qi Shui was anxious. She hurriedly urged her attendants. What are you waiting for? Go help him. Miss, that's not appropriate, said the silver-haired elder behind her, looking embarrassed. We shouldn't interfere in a conflict among young people. Besides, the master instructed us before we left to avoid making enemies here in Yunzhou. Brother Jiang Ning was too impulsive. Qi Shui understood the principle that a mighty dragon shouldn't provoke a local snake. Luan, don't bother with this troublemaker. Liang Yu also advised Yuan. The Yao family now dominates Yunzhou. I think Yao Hongming is seriously injured. This guy is in deep trouble. Who cares about him? Yuan fumed. That guy had thrown her to the ground publicly earlier. It was too much. On the other side, Jiang Ning was now surrounded by over a dozen martial arts students. But he wasn't flustered at all. Instead, he waved his finger at the 2 girls behind him. Don't help me. This is my personal grudge. I don't want to owe anyone favors. This scene stirred unpleasant memories. In elementary school, he had been ambushed by gangs after school, more than once beaten black and blue. Later, he learned that the wicked woman had paid those thugs. At that time, he hadn't yet met his divine master. A frail 7 or 8-year-old boy beaten by 4 or 5 delinquents aged 15 or 16. He could only curl up, covering his head and stomach, utterly powerless. No one could understand that helplessness and pain. That's why when he faced that arrogant bully moron earlier, he had erupted completely, like a reflex. Now it was the same. Seeing over a dozen martial arts students encircling him, Jiang Ning felt not fear, but a burning excitement. Guys, we don't need to be chivalrous with this brute. Let's all jump him. Beat him up. Turn him into a pig's head and avenge Senior Yao. The group formed a circle and faced him for a few seconds before suddenly attacking. And it was the ones behind Jiang Ning who struck first. Apparently, their martial arts instructor had taught them the principle of catch them off guard well. But what could a sneak attack do against absolute power? Thump, thump, thump. Jiang Ning took a kick and 2 punches on his back without flinching. He stood unmoved. Thump, 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 thump. Then he withstood their punches and kicks from the front, still as steady as a mountain. How is this possible? The group was horrified, feeling as if they had kicked a wall, their arms and legs aching from the impact. And when they tried to retreat, it felt as if an invisible force was sticking their limbs to Jiang Ning's body. I don't believe your lower body is as hard. One of them, a girl with a bun hairstyle cute on the outside but a little demon inside, actually raised her leg and aimed a crotch kick at Jiang Ning, the infamous family-ending strike. Hey, where are you aiming? Jiang Ning clamped his legs together and neutralized the attack effortlessly. This defense. Lu Lin and the silver-haired elder beside Qi Shuai were stunned. Speed, explosive power, defense. All impeccable. Did this kid have no weaknesses? Lu Lin's heart raced. A wild, bold idea suddenly popped into her mind. The legendary 7-star genius she had been searching for over a month in vain. Could it be him? Is that all? Jiang Ning grinned. He had wanted to test his physical defense, and the result was not bad. With his current skin and muscle strength and reaction speed, he could probably clamp down on ordinary pistol bullets. My turn. Then Jiang Ning shook his body, sending their limbs flying, and leaped into the air, executing a 360-degree sweeping kick in midair. Thump, thump, thump. The over a dozen martial arts students surrounding him spun like tops and were launched into the air. All of them had their faces intimately kissing Jiang Ning's instep. Instantly, puffed, puffed. Countless droplets of saliva, blood, and broken teeth flew through the air along with the spinning figures. Ow! After landing, they clutched their faces, rolling on the ground and wailing. Regardless of gender, their faces swelled up like pigs' heads. The bun-haired girl who had tried to ruin Jiang Ning's future happiness was hit the hardest. Her jaw was dislocated. Damn, Brother Ning is too brutal, exclaimed Ma Teng. Are these senior martial arts students okay? Li Yinbin shivered. Some seniors seem to be crying. Du Fan tiptoed and craned his neck, feeling a second of pity for the seniors. In their hearts, the three of them were overjoyed. Brother Ning is awesome. Brother Ning is domineering. Don't hold back. Beat these bastards to a pulp. The students of Class 5 also erupted in excitement. Wow, so Jiang Ning is not only a top student, but also a martial arts prodigy. Incredible. He took down all those martial arts students by himself. Even Zhang Zishuan from the neighboring elite university isn't this fierce. Many eyes sparkled with envy. This guy is actually this strong. Zhao Yuan, cowering in the crowd, had already turned pale. So the real clown was himself. On the other hand, Teacher Su was frantic. You child, why don't you listen? If you injure or cripple people, in the end your family will have to clean up your mess. Ma Teng protested. Teacher, you can't say that. They attacked first. Brother Ning was just defending himself. Exactly. Du Fan and Li Yinbin nodded in unison. Clearly the three of them had also suffered bullying from martial arts students at school. And this kind of martial arts student bullying academic students. It was the same everywhere in the country, repeatedly banned, but never stopped, and the prefectures couldn't control it. Do you think I don't understand these principles? Teacher Su glared at the three of them. Jiang Ning's excessive aggression is not a good thing. What will his family think? Jiang Ning frowned. What was wrong with Teacher Su today? He had told her before about how he was often bullied as a child. He had said that if he ever gained the means to stand on his own, he would never let himself be trampled again. He remembered that Teacher Su had praised him and supported his idea. Now that it had become a reality, she was blaming him for being too aggressive. And why did she keep bringing up his family? Didn't she know that he had cut ties with that family? Jiang Ning was annoyed, but out of respect for her care over the past year, he didn't say anything. Why? Yiluan approached him with red eyes. Why what? Jiang Ning was confused. I wrote you a love letter and left my phone number in it. Why didn't you reply to me? Yiluan sobbed as she complained. What? Love letter? Jiang Ning felt as if struck by lightning. Where? Here in your pocket. Haven't you seen it all these days? The girl blushed and shyly pointed at Jiang Ning's coat pocket. Lightning struck twice. Jiang Ning was about to collapse. He quickly shoved his hands into his pockets and indeed felt the love letter. No wonder his divine master had been sulky this morning and refused to wash this jacket for him. In an instant, Jiang Ning understood everything. That day when he was rescuing people from the collapsed ruins, this girl must have sneaked it into his pocket when he wasn't looking. What a troublesome little vixen. Sorry, I can't accept this. Without any hesitation, Jiang Ning stiffly handed it back. I can't possibly like you. Don't waste your efforts. Why? The girl was aggrieved. Won't you even give me a chance? You don't even know me. How do you know you won't fall for me after spending time together? No need to get to know you. Jiang Ning shook his head firmly. Because I already have someone I like. Who? Yiluan looked at Qi Shuai with extreme reluctance. You've been together with her for a long time, haven't you? Qi Shuai's face turned red, and she shyly lowered her head. But before the girl could be happy for 2 seconds, it has nothing to do with her. Jiang Ning was speechless. Then his gaze and tone became resolute. The person I like is my master. Inside the meditation room of the Taoist temple, Su Qingxian was arranging flowers. Snap! A flower branch suddenly snapped. In front of those classmates, teachers, and friends, she had thought the rebellious disciple would dodge or make excuses. Her peerlessly beautiful face instantly flushed crimson and hot. Li Yuanfa, panting as he arrived, was also stunned by the scene. In the city, at a boutique coffee shop in the department store. Don't worry, my dear daughter. Those people at school, including his homeroom teacher and principal, are all on our side now. Tang Rou took a sip of coffee, smugly recounting the little maneuvers she had been pulling recently. She explained with a laugh, Teacher Su will discipline A Ning properly for me. You know A Ning listens to Teacher Su the most. The two sisters were too shocked to speak. Mom, you're being too clever by half. Jiang Yusher was almost in tears. Do you think that by spending a lot of money to bribe those people at school to sow discord for you, A Ning will change his mind and be grateful? You're wrong. This will only make A Ning hate you even more. Jiang Ning was also trembling with anger, her eyes red as she scolded. If someone turned the people I trust most against me trying to persuade me, I would hate them for a lifetime. It's not that serious. Tang Rou clearly didn't realize her mistake. Just then Jiang Yusher's phone rang. Hello, President Jiang, I've arrived. Li Yuanfa, what's the situation over there? Good news and bad news. The good news is that young Master Jiang Ning is safe for now, and he has done something incredible. He beat an entire field training team to a pulp. And the bad news? Jiang Yusher asked urgently. Their teacher-student relationship has been exposed. What to do? A Ning's affair with his master has been exposed in public. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Yusher was utterly panicked. So soon. Jiang Ning was adding sugar to her coffee, and upon hearing this her hand trembled, accidentally dumping half the jar in. She was clearly in a panic as well. Is this child trying to drive us mad? Why won't he listen to reason? Tang Rou sighed heavily. What exactly does he want us to do? Using such a rebellious way to take revenge on his own family. In the end, only he will suffer, and he'll drag us down with him. I really don't know what's going on in his mind. The thing they feared most had finally happened. At the birthday banquet last time, Jiang Ning had already made shocking remarks, but no one took them seriously. Moreover, due to the Jiang family's influence, those words hadn't been used against him. This time was different. Once confirmed, the consequences would be dire. A Ning. Will A Ning be arrested? Jiang Ning was frantic. We need to prepare a sum of money quickly to bail him out. Money is a minor issue. The point is that this kind of forbidden crime is strictly regulated and usually not eligible for bail. Jiang Yusher shook her head. Unless A Ning can pull back from the brink, clarify that it was just a momentary slip of the tongue and distance himself from his master. Otherwise, it's really hard to handle. Thankfully, I had foresight. Tang Rou grew smug. Don't worry, Teacher Su is at the scene and will surely find a way to stop the tragedy. A Ning listens to Teacher Su the most. The two sisters exchanged glances. They weren't optimistic about this. Both had already visited A Ning and knew full well how cold the boy had become. At the scene, Jiang Ning's answer not only stunned the two girls who liked him, but also left everyone around utterly dumbfounded. Especially Teacher Su, who could hardly believe her ears. How could her proudest top-performing student dare utter such absurd nonsense? Teacher Su snapped out of it and rushed forward to stop him. Classmate Jiang Ning, you can't talk nonsense. This is against the law. Teacher, I'm not talking nonsense. Stared at by so many people, as if he were a monster, Jiang Ning remained unperturbed. I'll say it again, I love my master. Yes, the kind of love that wants to marry her as my bride. Those who understand, those who don't. I won't beg for your understanding. Jiang Ning didn't want to explain. It was impossible to explain. Ideological conflicts are irreconcilable in any world. Just like on Blue Star centuries ago in medieval Europe, when someone insisted on the heliocentric theory, the Inquisition deemed it heresy and burned him alive at the stake in the Square of Flowers. In that context, there was no way to reason with people. This world civilization spanned tens of thousands of years with a history even longer than Blue Star's. Why was the master-disciple relationship so reviled, considered taboo, and rigidly followed to this day? There must be roots. But that didn't mean Jiang Ning would compromise or conform. Jiang Ning decided to be this heretic not because he wanted to be some damn pioneer of civilization or a martyr sacrificing for truth. It was simply because Jiang Ning had fallen deeply in love with his master. Even if his master, constrained by ideology, could never accept his affection, Jiang Ning would have no regrets. It was that simple. Classmate Jiang Ning, you. Teacher Su raised her hand toward him. As a Chinese teacher, she seemed to have lost the ability to organize language, stunned by Jiang Ning's incomprehensible attitude. After stammering for a long time, she finally let out a heart-wrenching rebuke. You've disappointed me so much. You used to be so well-behaved, so good at studying. I even told the whole class to follow your example. Now what's happened to you? You've become a stranger to me, disobedient, fighting, hurting others, and harboring such absurd ideas. Jiang Ning shook his head with a smile. That only shows you don't really know me, teacher, nor do you know what I want. Let me put it this way, I have no interest in going to university or getting ahead. Before, I was foolish enough to naively seek a shred of familial warmth from those people. And now, he turned to look at the Taoist temple, his gaze crossing the high wall to his master's meditation room, his voice gentle and firm. Now and forever, I only want to grow old with my master. You really want to be a lazy fish and waste your whole life. Teacher Su was so angry she lost her words. Do you know? Teacher truly feels heartbroken for you. And what about your family? What would they think? Have you thought about how your mother would feel? Jiang Ning frowned. At first he thought Teacher Su was advising him out of a teacher's duty. But the more he listened, the more it felt off. Why did she keep bringing up his family? It felt like she was pushing her own agenda. What Tang Rou thinks is none of my damn business. Jiang Ning finally lost his patience. Teacher Su, I respect you because you taught me for a year. But I hope you don't overstep. I've already graduated. Let's both save face, shall we? Classmate Jiang Ning, how dare you speak to your teacher like that? Teacher Su was angry. Very angry. This feeling was no different from a student publicly questioning her teaching ability in class. And it was her proudest model student and class monitor. I've been polite enough. Jiang Ning scowled. You know full well what that woman and her family did to me. You know how much I hate them, yet you keep bringing them up. What's that supposed to mean? Teacher Su's face stiffened. She bit her lip, took a deep breath, and began to speak again with a kind and gentle tone, her eyes reddening. Teacher is only doing this for your own good. Why won't you listen? Yes, your family treated you terribly before. You could even say they abused you. But you have to understand, they are still your family. Family grievances don't last overnight, don't you think? Are you going to ignore your parents, your sisters, and your brother for the rest of your life? Teacher has been through life. I have more experience. Be good, listen, stop being rebellious. Go home and sit down with your family for a good talk. I promise you from now on your mother will treat you twice as well. She'll make up for all those years of neglect. Just trust me this once. I'm doing this for you. Enough. Jiang Ning erupted in anger. Teacher Su, you've changed. People change. Teacher Su averted her eyes. The students of Class 5 were already dumbfounded. What now? The big shot seems to have fallen out with Teacher Su. Regardless, Teacher Su is doing it for his own good. Exactly, that guy must be out of his mind. He's even ready to break the law. We were all wrong about him before. Clearly most students sided with Teacher Su. As for Jiang Ning, his perverse idea was unacceptable to anyone. Tengzi, what's wrong? Du Fan and Li Yinbin looked at Ma Ting curiously. His expression was grim. I have a secret, and I'm not sure if I should tell Brother Ning. Ma Ting looked torn, caught in the middle. Du Fan and Li Yinbin widened their eyes after hearing this. Silence for 2 seconds. Tell Brother Ning. Let him decide what to do. We shouldn't keep it from him. All right, I'll go tell him now. Ma Ting nodded firmly. The three of them couldn't understand Jiang Ning's desire to be with his master either. But as his childhood friends, they had witnessed his miserable childhood firsthand. So the more Teacher Su lectured, the more it grated on them. There's a saying, never advise someone to be kind without knowing they're suffering. That's probably what it means. Brother Ning, come here. I need to tell you something. Just as Jiang Ning and Teacher Su were locked in argument, Ma Tung rushed over and whispered in his ear, that day I saw your mother go to the school to talk to the principal. Then she went to see Teacher Su. It looked like she slipped her a check. Heh. After hearing Ma Tung's words, Jiang Ning laughed. He looked up at Teacher Su, who dared not meet his eyes, and sneered with sarcasm. Teacher Su, you've finally become the kind of person I despise. Su Qingxiao was extremely embarrassed. Her once most proud student had publicly said he hated her. Jiang Ning pointed at the group of idiots lying on the ground, letting out a sarcastic cold laugh. No wonder you were reluctant to let me teach them a lesson earlier. You were afraid I would cause a big trouble and couldn't go back to answer to Madame Tang, right? You are truly dedicated. Hearing this, Su Qingxiao's face flushed with embarrassment. She gritted her teeth, pulled out the check, tore it into pieces, and with red eyes and a pitiful tone said, I admit that day I couldn't resist your mother's persistent coaxing and was momentarily confused, but teacher truly did it for your own good. You must believe that. Enough, put away your hypocrisy. Jiang Ning looked at her with disgust. We both know that Madame Tang won't treat you poorly after this is done, so stop pretending in front of me. In the end, you're just a polished egoist. From now on we are strangers, and will have nothing to do with each other. If you try to meddle in my affairs again, don't blame me for being rude. But you're doing such absurd things. Su Qingxiao tried to persuade him. Then go ahead and call the police. Jiang Ning said coldly, cutting her off directly, not wanting to hear another word of nonsense. Su Qingxiao's face turned pale. She wanted to call him an ungrateful brat, but she didn't have the face to do so. For one thing, this trip had impure motives, and she felt guilty. Secondly, Jiang Ning's victory in the Literature Academy had already helped her secure a substantial bonus. This child didn't owe her anything. In a downtown coffee shop, the three women, mother and daughters, had also received a text message from Li Yuan and learned about this matter. Has this child really become so lawless? Even the teacher's words are ignored, Tang Rou said with incomprehension. Jiang Shuning glared at her and said angrily, you were the one who played with people's hearts and single-handedly destroyed the bond between them. Have you forgotten? In the past, Ning also listened to us. Whatever we said, he would do it without any negligence. But now, this. Tang Rou was speechless. At this, Jiang Yushi also felt sad. Indeed, back then Ning's feelings for them were far beyond what a mere outsider like Teacher Su could compare. So, love really can disappear. It's just that they brought it upon themselves, gradually wearing away Ning's passionate enthusiasm and his love for them. What to do? What should we do now? After venting, Jiang Ning was more anxious. If we rush over now, will we make it in time? It's too late. Jiang Yushi shook her head and analyzed calmly. Ning hit someone, and someone will definitely seize on this and make trouble for the master and disciple. Unless what? Jiang Ning was anxious. Big sister, don't speak in riddles. Jiang Yushi glanced at her. I remember you seem to have met Ning's master once. Jiang Ning recalled and nodded. Yes, I saw her from a distance, not very clearly, but she seemed to be a very young and beautiful woman. You said Ning's master is a young beauty. Jiang Yushi was stunned. Yes, her aura, even from afar, was incredible. Jiang Ning herself was also a beauty. The reason she could say such words was because that day near the dock she had seen the figure on the cliff from afar, and her heart was greatly shaken. Then it's hopeless. Jiang Yushi was worried. Just now I was thinking if Ning's master were a grandmaster, there might still be room for negotiation, because ordinary people wouldn't dare to meddle with a grandmaster. Sure, how could you have such an idea? Tang Ro was incredulous. Exactly, grandmasters aren't like cabbages or radishes. There aren't that many grandmasters around. Jiang Ning was speechless. Even our Jiang family doesn't have a grandmaster now. Even Dad, that old fox, is only at the 7th rank. Jiang Yushi thought for a moment, put down her coffee cup, and pulled up a photo on her phone. Do you remember this book? Of course. Isn't this the miscellaneous book Ning gave you before? The mother and daughters exclaimed in unison. When we brought Ning back, he had this book with him. If I'm not mistaken, it should have been given to him by his master. Jiang Yushi recalled. There was a period when my cultivation was slow, and I was irritable, so Ning gave it to me. When I was bored, I would occasionally flip through a few pages. Coincidentally, from then on, my cultivation speed inexplicably improved. Big sister, are you saying this book is not ordinary? Jiang Ning covered her mouth. Yes. Jiang Yushi bit her lip, looking pained. Later, as you know, on the day Ning ran away from home, he took the book back. And my cultivation speed recently has clearly stagnated. After thinking about it, the problem must be here. Actually, that book is extremely profound and mysterious. I couldn't understand it at all. Yet even so, it still greatly increased my cultivation. You should be able to understand how mysterious it is, right? Sister, at that time, you didn't even give the book a second glance, and you complained to us saying Ning was cheap and gave you a piece of junk from a street stall. Jiang Ning rolled her eyes. How was I supposed to know it was a treasure? Jiang Yushi's eyes reddened, and she sobbed. Actually, Ning was really good to us back then. When you went into Qi deviation from training, he boiled a life-saving medicine into a decoction for you. When my cultivation stagnated and I was restless, he gave me such a precious book. He gave us everything he had, and we. Jiang Yushi burst into tears and couldn't continue. Woo. Jiang Ning was struck at a sore spot and sobbed with regret and resentment. On the other hand, what did Jiang Zishuan do? That little bastard only flatters and deceives our feelings. He never truly gave anything. All right, stop crying. Tang Ro also felt distressed. Sure, what exactly were you trying to say just now, Jiang Yushi pulled a tissue from the box, wiped away her tears, and said in a hoarse voice, what I mean is, originally, I was fantasizing that the hermit in the mountains who could produce such an extraordinary book might really be a grandmaster. But hearing Ning's description, Ning's master is young and beautiful, so I was overthinking. Perhaps. Their sect is currently in a period of decline. Even if there was a grandmaster, they have passed away. I don't know how to deal with this crisis next. Jiang Ning had torn apart the relationship with teacher Su, his mood completely ruined, and he no longer wanted to entertain guests. All right, you can leave. You are not welcome here. Jiang Ning swept his gaze over these people irritably and issued an order to leave. Ning Gu. Du Fan was anxious. You three stay for dinner. Jiang Ning looked at Ma Tung, Du Fan, and Li Yanbin. The three of them beamed with joy. Though Ning Gu was stubborn, he wasn't completely unreasonable. At least he still remembered their childhood friendship. Kid, you injured people and openly defied authority. Do you think we would just walk away and turn a blind eye? A sneer suddenly rang out. Yaobo stepped out from the crowd, rolled up his sleeves, his eyes sinister. I have already called the police. But before that, as a model citizen, I have the obligation to first subdue you, master and disciple, to prevent you from escaping. Where did you come from, you bastard? Jiang Ning cast a sidelong glance at the other party. Just now he had beaten up that fool, and this guy had incited a group of martial arts students to surround him. Now he jumps out again to play the hero, claiming he wants to capture him for the police. Clearly it's personal revenge under the guise of public duty. Disgusting. I am Yao Bo, a 2018 master's graduate of Yunzhou First Martial Arts Academy, a full-time instructor at the academy, and a retired second lieutenant of the Marine Corps, Hongtao Special Assault Unit. What do you have a problem? Yao Bo smugly introduced himself. Appearing no more than 30, he possessed so many titles that instantly stunned Su Qingxia and the others. Unexpectedly, the next second Yao Bo was slapped in the face. Stop bluffing here. You're just a trainee instructor. Lu Lin exposed him with disdain in front of everyone. As for how much water is in your master's degree and second lieutenant rank, don't you know it yourself? None of your business. Yao Bo's face flushed red, glaring fiercely at Jiang Ning. No matter how much I've padded my resume, dealing with this brat is more than enough. Lu Lin couldn't refute that point. A 5th rank bullying a 2nd rank was indeed effortless. Instructor Lu, help him. Yiluan rushed over, her face anxious. Although Jiang Ning had no interest in her, and her feelings had been poured into the river, but after all she had loved him. Lu Lin's expression was subtle. She raised her elbow, then put her hand back down. I can't get involved. Just now, seeing Jiang Ning easily take down the little genius Yao Hongming of the Yao family, she had indeed felt a desire to cherish talent. But as Jiang Ning openly revealed that rebellious thought, she had to weigh the pros and cons. Uncle will look at this. Qi Shui was also pitifully begging the silver-haired old man beside her. Miss, this kind of thing cannot be interfered with. This uncle was shook his head with a bitter smile. Clearly his thoughts were similar to Lu Lin's. Don't be fooled by Yao Bo's hypocritical face. Under the guise of wanting to be a 5-star good citizen, he is taking personal revenge, but you really can't stop him. Otherwise, if you are later accused of resisting law enforcement, the consequences would be serious. In an instant, Jiang Ning seemed isolated. The only ones who still remembered their old friendship, Ma Teng and his 2 other childhood friends, were just ordinary students, and could not help. Moreover, inside the courtyard wall, it was still very quiet. This made some people feel strange. Why hasn't his master come out yet? Could it be that he has already fled? Probably. The group of martial arts students from the 10th team whispered among themselves. Lu Lin frowned. She also felt that this atmosphere was too strange, and she was suspicious in her heart. Could I have overthought it? This Taoist temple might not really be anything special. Where is your master? Yao Bo was now standing with his hands behind his back, facing Jiang Ning, less than 3 meters apart. I don't mind if you fight 2 against 1. Hurry up and tell her to come out, and accept the law's punishment together. Jiang Ning, however, was very calm. Although he wasn't very clear about his goddess master's cultivation level, judging from the way she casually threw 2 policemen off the mountain that day. His master should have no trouble dealing with this bastard in front of him. Could it be that my master thinks I can defeat this guy myself, so she doesn't need to intervene? Jiang Ning's mind stirred, and he immediately understood. His master never liked to see people, especially outsiders. If he could handle it himself, why would she need to act? All right, you bastard, stop barking like a dog. You have to pass my level first. With this thought, Jiang Ning gained confidence and directly assumed a fighting stance. Then I'll deal with you first. Yao Bo's eyebrows shot up in anger, and he suddenly stepped forward in a swift dash. At the same time, he drew one of his arms from behind his back, swung it forward, and struck with a palm. Almost at the same time, Qi infusing ice star white crane spreads wings. A calm whisper reached Jiang Ning's ears. Master. It was his master. She was instructing him on how to face the enemy in battle. Jiang Ning was ecstatic. Almost instinctively following his master's whisper, a wisp of true Qi grew in his destiny seat within his body and quickly infused into the ice star. As for the white crane spreads wings move, Jiang Ning was even more familiar with it. Before, he couldn't awaken his martial destiny and couldn't cultivate true Qi. His master, afraid that he would be bored, found a picture book to pass the time. It contained many strange and unusual martial arts moves, and this one was among them. Jiang Ning turned his upper body to the left, stepped forward with his right foot, turned his left palm downward, and swept his right hand upward in an arc. He quickly executed this move. The opponent's imposing palm strike was easily neutralized by him. At the same time, with a sound like crack, as if the surface of a lake was freezing, the layer of water vapor between the opponent's palms instantly froze. Ice Star Soul. This guy has at least one destiny star. The martial arts students from the 10th team exclaimed, full of envy. This guy really has a destiny star. Lu Lin nodded secretly. The group of martial arts students she had brought out for field training today were all 0-star rookies. It was normal for them to be envious. My white crane spreads wings move is not bad. Jiang Ning repelled the opponent with one move, very satisfied with his performance. So what if you have a destiny star? Yao Bo retreated 2 steps, staring at his palms, which were frozen into a pair of ice gloves, furious. Can you withstand my power? Water vapor burst from his body, and the power in his punches and kicks clearly increased several times compared to before. Jiang Ning felt a bit of pressure, and dared not be overconfident. He had to rely on his own agility, constantly dodging and maneuvering. But seeing the bamboo stalks being snapped in half by the opponent, Jiang Ning felt distressed. Water Star Siphon grappling hand. Finally, he heard his master's instruction again. Jiang Ning retreated more than a dozen steps, seized the opportunity, caught the gap in the opponent's palm strike, and rushed forward. Lock the wrist, press down, stir. Attack his weakness, avoid his sharp edge. Jiang Ning executed a series of grappling moves. But they were not just simple grabbing and pulling. At the same time, his Water Star Soul was also exerting force. like a high-pressure water pump continuously absorbing the water vapor from the opponent's body, condensing it in his palm into a small water ball. You also have a water star soul. Yao Bo also felt his own water true chi weakening and his offensive momentum involuntarily stalled. This kid actually had a second destiny star hidden. 2 stars. In terms of talent, he was now on par with him. The opponent is distracted. Switch from defense to offense. Jiang Ning followed his master's instruction and immediately seized this opening. A red gleam flickered in his eyes, and the water ball in his palm was heated to a high temperature within 0.1 seconds. Whoosh! Jiang Ning pushed his hands forward, and a violent burst of steam erupted. Yao Bo, caught off guard, was blown back several steps by the hot steam. After a moment, Yao Bo steadied himself, his face and neck skin red and burned. Fire star. No. To heat the water droplets and spray them in my face, you also have a wind star that controls the wind. This man looked like a big crab that had fallen into boiling water, furious beyond measure. 4 destiny stars. It seems I underestimated you. I didn't even manage to scald you. Jiang Ning stared at him, a bit regretful. In the city, in a coffee shop. What? My younger brother is actually a martial artist. Okay, I understand. Jiang Yushe received a call from Li Yuanfa, who took the initiative to call. After hearing the latest report, she was in a state of confusion. What did you just say, sis? Jiang Shuning widened her eyes. A Ning is fighting with a martial arts academy instructor. No, not that part. Tang Rou also had a head full of question marks, thinking she had misheard. I think I just heard you say that our A Ning is also a martial artist. Jiang Yushe threw her phone aside and sighed with a complicated expression. We are all fools. A Ning not only awakened his martial destiny, but even has 4 destiny stars. 4 stars. Tang Rou was also completely flustered. This is impossible. Why would that child keep it from us all along? Why is it impossible? Jiang Shuning's eyes turned red. She hated her elder sister and mother, and even more hated herself. Have you all forgotten? On the night A Ning ran away from home, he said in person that his talent was not inferior to that little beast Jiang Zixuan. He never intended to hide it from us. Jiang Yushe was filled with mixed emotions, both delighted and ashamed. It's just that we didn't trust him and treated every word he said as wind in our ears. Moreover, we didn't give him enough time to prove himself. In just 1 year, we broke his heart. Wow, you are indeed here. Just then a loud voice came from the entrance. Jiang Tingjio ran over to the booth and stood with her hands on her hips. You actually hid here to have a small meeting and didn't call me. Clearly you don't treat me as family. Boo-hoo. As she spoke, she began to cry loudly in grievance. Jiang Yushe was startled as she glanced at the front counter. Careless. They had forgotten that the owner here was a classmate of Jiao Jiao. Jiang Yushe said impatiently, all right, stop crying. Find a seat yourself. Oomph. Jiang Tingjio snorted unhappily, sat down beside Tang Rou, and wiped away her tears. Mom, how much did you give the principal of the Economic and Trade College, and that teacher Sue? 1 million each. Tang Rou's face flushed. This girl was so outspoken, and how could she reveal the things they had secretly plotted? Wow, that guy is worth 2 million. Jiang Tingjio was furious upon hearing this. How is A Ning not worth it? Jiang Shuning glared at her. Don't you know? A Ning is also a martial artist, and he has 4 destiny stars. His talent is not much inferior to your Jiang Zixuan. 4 stars. That's impossible. Jiang Tingjio rolled her eyes. Jiao Jiao, it's true. Tang Rou said with a mournful face, sighing. This time we were careless. Is that guy really that awesome? Jiang Tingjio was instantly uncomfortable, filled with jealousy. Among the 3 sisters, only the second sister had 3 stars. She and the eldest sister both had 2 stars. But then she thought again and comforted herself smugly, 4 stars, so what? In the end, he's still no match for Zixuan. 4 stars. That's about what I expected. Lu Lin looked at the back figure in the open space. Earlier when Jiang Ning was beating Yao Hongming, she had already guessed that Jiang Ning might be a 4-star genius. But with this, Lu Lin felt a bit sour and muttered to herself, the Jiang family actually has 2 dragons. It seems the Jiang family is truly going to rise in this generation. A 5-star Jiang Zixuan. A 4-star Jiang Ning. She felt immense pressure for her own Lu family. Yao Bo also felt the same pressure. You are rebellious and have violated the taboo of ethics. Even if I cripple you here today, I think your father Jiang Longhao will have nothing to say. Yao Bo's eyes were gloomy, staring fixedly at Jiang Ning. Clearly he had already recognized Jiang Ning's identity. After all, on the day of the Jiang family's 2 sons' birthday banquet, the Yao family had also been invited. He happened to be present at that time. The reason he had been pretending to be ignorant earlier was also because he was afraid of the 2 families falling out afterwards. Even his attacks had been severely restrained. But now he couldn't hold back anymore. The Jiang family had produced 2 golden dragons. If he couldn't cut off one of them, the balance of power in Yunqing might be broken in the future. You don't need to put on a hypocritical act. I have no father-son relationship with the man you mentioned. He is him, and I am me. Jiang Ning also saw that the opponent had not been using his full strength just now, but he would not take advantage of the Jiang family's power to intimidate him. On the contrary, Jiang Ning detested the opponent saying such words. Good. I've been waiting for you to say that. A ruthless look appeared in Yao Bo's eyes. Uncle Guo, look, he's a 4-star. He should be able to beat that guy, right? Seeing Jiang Ning successfully block 2 rounds of the opponent's attacks, Qi Shui muttered with anticipation. Basically impossible. Uncle Guo smiled bitterly, pouring cold water on her. My dear miss, you don't really think a 5th-rank expert is only capable of this, do you? In fact, this instructor hasn't even truly used his elemental power yet. Elemental power. Qi Shui was startled. 2nd rank is still in the foundation stage. Only above 3rd rank after choosing a direction can one control elemental power. Uncle Guo explained patiently. Instructor Lu, what do you think? Yiluan was also asking Lu Lin. A martial artist with 4-star talent does have the potential to challenge above their rank within the 9th rank, but at most they can cross 1 rank. Lu Lin said helplessly. He is only 2nd rank, while Yao Bo, that fool, is a genuine 5th rank expert. Yiluan's heart sank upon hearing this. What if he is a 5-star? Still not enough. Lu Lin shook her head. A 5-star can cross 2 ranks. Even if he were a 6-star crossing 3 ranks, he would barely be on par with him. The gap is just too big. So that means he would need to be a 7-star. Yiluan's pretty face turned pale. She stood on tiptoe and looked toward the courtyard. I wonder why his master hasn't come out yet. The guy is about to get serious. Yao Bo did indeed get serious. This time the water vapor between his arms directly dissipated, replaced by 2 streams of water that moved like pythons. Is this elemental power? Zhao Yuan and the other martial arts students were extremely amazed. Many of them came from poor families and had never been exposed to advanced martial artists. This was also the first time they had seen elemental power being used. Master, Jiang Ning silently recited in his heart. How can I defeat him? That is elemental power which cannot be dealt with by any kind of raw true qi. You must activate all 7 stars simultaneously and execute the martial skill that the tavern owner gave you. Understood. Hearing his master's words, Jiang Ning's confidence surged. You broke my nephew's lumbar spine. I'll break one of your dog legs. That's not too much, is it? Yao Bo laughed sinisterly. The water streams writhed around his arms and quickly covered half of his body with a layer of water armor. Lu Lin's face changed in shock. This guy was so vicious. He actually wanted to cripple the other party. What a grudge. However, Lu Lin witnessed an extremely unbelievable scene. That guy neither dodged nor moved, standing still in place, clenching his fists. Layer after layer of various colored auras rose from his body in succession. White represented ice, true qi. Red represented fire, true qi. Blue represented water, true qi, and cyan represented wind, true qi. Not enough. Lu Lin shook her head. Absolutely not enough. The raw true qi of 4 destiny stars is completely insufficient to block a martial skill executed with elemental power. The next second, a layer of green true qi surged out from Jiang Ning's body, overlapping the cyan true qi. What star? Lu Lin exclaimed. This guy actually has a 5th destiny star. Immediately after, another layer of purple true qi overlapped the green true qi. It's a thunder star. Uncle Guo beside Qi Shui showed a shocked expression. The 6th destiny star has appeared. Heavens, in this small, deep mountain forest of Yunzhou province, there is actually a 6-star powerhouse hidden. Am I not seeing things? Severing stream strike. Yao Bo roared and punched, completely immersed in the excitement of using a water element martial skill to kill a genius unaware of the impending danger. Suddenly, the last layer of orange-yellow aura appeared on Jiang Ning. Earth star. Peerless 7 stars. Both Lu Lin and Uncle Guo were horrified to the extreme. Divine thunder, secret art. At this moment, Jiang Ning also struck out in fury. He raised his head. As the 7 streams of raw true qi converged toward the purple end, crackling sounds filled the air. The arcs of electricity spilling into the air made everyone feel a tingling numbness throughout their bodies. Thunderclap fist. Jiang Ning's forearm was wrapped in dazzling electric currents, and he also threw a punch straight ahead. Boom. The fists collided as if a grenade had been detonated in the bamboo forest. Bang. The water armor covering half of Yao Bo's body lasted less than half a second before it completely shattered. Water splashed everywhere. Yao Bo staggered back in a mess, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he roared, 7 stars. Impossible. 7 stars are just a legend. Impossible. It took a long time for Lu Lin to snap out of the shock before her eyes. She quickly took out her phone and called the prefecture. Secretary Chen, please connect me to Minister Lu Qihua. A moment later. Hello, second uncle, it's me. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Tell me the good news first. Lu Qihua sat upright in his office, turning his chair toward the window. That peerless 7-star has been found. Really? Lu Qihua was extremely excited. And the bad news? He is very rebellious and is causing trouble. Young people, it's normal for them to be a bit rebellious. It's harmless. Lu Qihua laughed dismissively. No problem. Even if he causes trouble, I can protect him. What if he wants to marry his master? Can you still protect him, second uncle? Uncle. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Can you really protect him, or not? Lu Lin waited anxiously. A silence of several seconds. Protect him? My ass. Who can protect against something like this? A loud complaint from Lu Qihua came through the receiver. Lu Lin ended the call and raised her gaze toward the figure ahead, the fervor in her eyes gradually fading. It seems there truly is no room for negotiation in a matter like this. The fact that second uncle, the respected regional logistics minister, had been dissuaded revealed the terrifying consequences of such a scandal. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jiang Ning's defeat of Yao Bo had stunned the martial arts students of the 9th team, Yao Hongming among them. Second uncle. Yao Hongmin raised his hand weakly. His lumbar vertebrae were broken, and he could only barely stay standing with the support of 2 classmates. His second uncle, a renowned 5th-rank expert, had been defeated by someone nearly his own age. This was beyond comprehension. Is this the talent of peerless 7 stars? So monstrous. Compared to this person, what are we? Refuse and firewood. It wasn't just the 9th team. Those from the 10th team led by Zhao Yuan were also questioning their entire existence. Yet Jiang Ning showed no turmoil on his face. He remained perfectly calm. This monstrous talent was his master's gift. His master had fed him with blood, and only then had he become who he was today. His master's indulgent love could never be fully repaid in a lifetime. Master, Jiang Ning's face turned cold as lightning crackled in his palm. Each step forward toward the defeated man deliberate. Master, I want to cripple him. What do you think? The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. All present gasped in horror. Just moments before, Instructor Yao had threatened to shatter Jiang Ning's leg. Now that he had been defeated, Jiang Ning intended to return the favor. Such petty vengeance. You dare? Yao Bo jolted awake from his madness, a chill running through him. Student Jiang Ning, absolutely not. Instructor Yao is a faculty member of the Martial Arts Academy. Su Qingxiao was terrified and rushed forward to plead. You've already defeated him, but if you cripple him, your entire life will be ruined. Stop, child. Don't let hatred blind your judgment. Shut up. Jiang Ning snapped. You have no right to lecture me anymore. Another reason to despise this woman had been added to his list. A self-righteous saint. He despised them most of all. Oh, so when they win, crushing him is perfectly reasonable, but when he wins, he must be magnanimous and merciful. As if he were some Buddha. Not good. At last the goddess master spoke, her serene voice drifting from within the high walls. All who heard it exhaled in relief. Su Qingxia also breathed easier, thinking that this master of Jiang Ning's at least possessed some measure of reason. Yao Bo himself felt his taut nerves ease slightly. She was perceptive after all. Very well. Jiang Ning relented with a trace of helplessness. His master's words carried weight despite his own intentions. She had far more life experience than he did, saw further ahead, bore considerations, and he could understand. But just as Jiang Ning was about to sheath his power and retreat, just kill him. Everyone. Yao Bo. Was this woman truly a devil, urging her disciple to commit murder in broad daylight? Excellent idea. Jiang Ning grinned, his smile chillingly cold. Upon closer observation, the man's eyes clearly burned with venomous hatred toward him. It was obvious he wanted to flee and bring reinforcements to seek revenge at any moment. His master's perception had been sharp indeed. No, you can't kill me. There's a grandmaster in our Yao family. Yao Bo retreated continuously, but before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Ning's palm shattered his heart meridians, and he expired on the spot. Oh, someone's killed him. Su Qingxiao and a group of young women clutched their heads and screamed in terror. Jiang Ning's expression remained impassive. With flames igniting in his palm, Jiang Ning burned the corpse before everyone's eyes until it reduced to ash, which he would scatter to nourish the plants in the bamboo grove. This guy is ruthless, Lu Lin muttered to herself. As a 6th-rank expert, she had also taken lives before, and her first kill had been a demon corrupted by the abyss. Even so, she had suffered severe trauma at the time, retching uncontrollably and haunted by nightmares for days. But she did not know why Jiang Ning felt no discomfort at all, simply because he had died before, tortured to death in the cruelest manner imaginable. Having finished, a flicker of unease crossed Jiang Ning's face. He had acted too swiftly. The man had mentioned that the Yao family had a grandmaster. He wondered what his master was thinking now. Would she feel tense about deciding without hearing the man's final words? Never mind. Jiang Ning feared nothing anyway. He had already died once. If worse came to worst, he would simply die again. As long as he stood side by side with his master, facing peril together, bearing hardship together, he would have no regrets. Suddenly a plume of smoke drifted over. Fire! It's starting over there and spreading this way. Everyone run. Still reeling from the murder, the crowd descended into chaos. The source was behind the bamboo grove, where thick smoke had initially risen, followed by towering flames that, driven by the wind, were rapidly advancing toward them. It looked like the fire would reach them soon. Moreover, bamboo surrounded the area everywhere with dead leaves covering the ground. Once the flames spread, the situation would be uncontrollable. Watching the figures scattering in all directions, Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. Why would the back mountain catch fire suddenly? He hadn't splashed any embers when burning the corpse. Soon Jiang Ning wrinkled his nose. Gasoline smell? Someone is deliberately setting fires. Damn it, which bastard ran here to burn the mountain? He was about to rush toward the source when his master's voice whispered in his ear, "Send Xiaoxiantong to handle it." Xiaoxiantong. Jiang Ning paused, then saw a round little figure like a basketball rocket past his head toward the back mountain. He remembered now. During last year's master-apprentice anniversary, his master had given him Xiaoxiantong as a gift, but retrieved it the next day, claiming the clockwork doll had internal issues that could malfunction and harm its owner, so it needed repairs. It seemed his master had now fixed Xiaoxiantong. But Jiang Ning was puzzled. Could this little device truly serve as a firefighter? Instructor Lu, the mountain's on fire, run quickly. In the chaos, someone tugged at Lu Lin's clothes. You go first, gather at the inn below, and wait for me. Lu Lin brushed off the student and walked toward Jiang Ning. The mountain's on fire, and you're not running. Jiang Ning rolled his eyes. My home's right here. What would I run for? Lu Lin crossed her arms, her meaning clear. With flames this fierce, your Taoist temple probably won't survive. No need for your concern. Jiang Ning remained calm. His master wasn't panicking, so why should he? Behind the mountain, beside the rock cave. Tang Mo, you damn kid. Don't tell me you fed me false information. Yao Fan surveyed the raging flames around him, his face dark. Where's the fire-sleeping lotus? Tang Mo poured the last can of gasoline onto the grassland with an evil grin. Instructor, don't rush. I'm helping you find it RNIA. Are you sure this will work? Yao Fan's face turned ashen. He felt mocked by the kid. Why wouldn't it? Tang Mo boasted proudly. Burn this hillside bare, and that fire-sleeping lotus will have nowhere to hide. Before he finished speaking, a round figure plummeted from the sky. What the hell? Tang Mo stepped forward. Looks like a clockwork automaton. Yao Fan leaned in, and in the next instant his expression shifted to terror. No. Danger. But it was already too late. From Xiaoxiantong's ruby-cut diamond-shaped eyes, 2 laser beams shot out. Blood soaked the ground. Then a torrential downpour suddenly fell. Lu Lin was organizing students to descend the mountain. Huh. The mountain fires out. What timely rain. That master and apprentice are lucky. If the rain had come minutes later, their home would have burned down. The students walked along the mountain path, craning their necks and chatting. I thought I saw that snotty Yao Fan with that Tang family playboy causing trouble over there. Where'd they go? Lu Lin also noticed the silence from that direction. Thinking carefully, her face turned pale. Killing one Yao Bo wasn't enough. This kid has caused a massive disaster. You people are the ones who brought this disaster upon yourselves, Bai Jiner said meaningfully as she approached. What do you mean? Lu Lin was bewildered. Bai Jiner gazed deeply at the Taoist temple halfway up the mountain, made no explanation, and sighed. You can't reason with those determined to die. I've done all I can. Let's go. I'll refund your tour fees when we get back. Uncle. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Can you really protect him or not? Lu Lin waited anxiously. A silence of several seconds. Protect him? My ass. Who can protect against something like this? A loud complaint from Lu Qihua came through the receiver. Lu Lin ended the call and raised her gaze toward the figure ahead, the fervor in her eyes gradually fading. It seems there truly is no room for negotiation in a matter like this. The fact that second uncle, the respected regional logistics minister, had been dissuaded revealed the terrifying consequences of such a scandal. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jiang Ning's defeat of Yao Bo had stunned the martial arts students of the 9th team, Yao Hongming among them. Second uncle. Yao Hongmin raised his hand weakly. His lumbar vertebrae were broken, and he could only barely stay standing with the support of 2 classmates. His second uncle, a renowned 5th-rank expert, had been defeated by someone nearly his own age. This was beyond comprehension. Is this the talent of peerless 7 stars? So monstrous. Compared to this person, what are we? Refuse and firewood. It wasn't just the 9th team. Those from the 10th team, led by Zhao Yuan, were also questioning their entire existence. Downtown, a coffee shop. What a... The lemon tea in Zhang Yusher's hand crashed to the ground. Li Yuanfa, don't joke with me like that. I don't need your flattery or bootlicking. There's no such thing as 7 stars in this world. It's just a legend. Zhang Yusher had already downed several cups of coffee. Her head was buzzing, so she switched to lemon tea. Even so, when she heard Li Yuanfa's latest report over the phone, she still thought she was hallucinating. President Jiang, I'm not joking. Li Yuanfa was also descending the mountain at that moment, jolting along the rugged path and gasping for breath. With so many people on site, including the Martial Arts Academy instructors leading a field training session, there's no way they could be mistaken. Your brother is truly a 7 stars, genuine and beyond doubt. On the other side, Tang Rou had also stepped out to take a call. Through the glass wall, Jiang Ning and Jiang Tingyo could see her pacing and stomping in the corridor. What's Mom so excited about out there? Jiang Ning craned her neck to look puzzled. What else could it be? Jiang Tingyo curled her lips. Someone must have gotten into trouble again. First he fell out with his own family, now he's fallen out with his teacher. I've never seen anyone so ungovernable. After her rant, she couldn't resist showing off. Zixuan is so obedient and sensible. Shut up. Jiang Ning couldn't take it anymore. Don't you have the slightest clue why An Ning turned against us, and against Teacher Su? Fine. Setting aside the facts, even if we were wrong, does he bear no fault at all? Jiang Tingyo turned her nose up. Does he expect us to grovel at his feet, like dogs? I could never do that. If being a dog would bring An Ning back, I wouldn't hesitate. Jiang Ning's eyes reddened with anger. Back then he lived worse in that house than your schnauzer. Tang Rou walked in, then scolding loudly. Stop arguing, do you know something huge has happened? Did Tang Mo actually burn him to death? Jiang Tingyo gasped. So you knew about that idiot Tang Mo's scheme? Jiang Ning's eyes widened. I thought he just wanted to scare him. I never imagined. Jiang Tingyo averted her gaze from her second sister. Guilty. That morning she had indeed stumbled upon Tang Mo sneaking into their garage to haul gasoline cans, and Tang Mo had even confided his entire plan to her, asking her to keep it secret. No, it's not about that. Tang Rou shook her head frantically. It's An Ning. He killed someone, do you understand? He killed someone. An Ning killed someone. Jiang Ning was stunned. Damn, that guy's got nerve. Jiang Tingyo shrieked. Who did he kill? Teacher Su told me it was an instructor from the martial arts academy, and it seems he's from the Yao family. Tang Rou was so terrified she was beside herself. An instructor from the martial arts academy. From the Yao family. Jiang Ning's vision went dark and she nearly fainted. If An Ning had killed an ordinary person, they might have been able to settle it with money. But killing an instructor from the martial arts academy, and a member of the Yao family at that. This was a huge mess. Then what are we waiting for? Publish a notice in the newspaper disowning him immediately. Jiang Tingyo offered a terrible idea. That's the Yao family, you know. They have a grandmaster backing them. Far more prestigious than our Jiang family. That guy's lost his mind, walking straight to his death. Don't let him drag us down with him. Yes. Tang Rou was instantly swayed by her younger daughter's reasoning, but then realized it was inappropriate, and quickly changed her tune. We need to handle this calmly, minimize the negative impact. Just then Jiang Yushi finished her call, and looked at the flailing group. What are you all arguing about? Jiang Tingyo immediately rushed over and hugged her. Big sis, you know Jiang Ning killed someone. This time we absolutely cannot tolerate him anymore. Oh, by the way, tomorrow is Monday. Big sis, you need to notify the company immediately to prepare for an emergency PR crisis, or else Feng Yuan Group's stock price will surely be dragged down by that guy and hit the daily limit. Zhao Zhao's words may be harsh, but the logic is sound. The loss would be too great. Tang Rou nodded like a pecking chicken. Sure, handle it first. If necessary, you can clarify publicly that An Ning is our adopted son. Just swap his identity with Zixuan. Of course I don't mean anything by it. It's just a temporary measure. Adopted son. Jiang Yushi's ecstasy over the news was drenched in ice water. Her eyes burned red. You'd actually swap your own son's identity with an adopted one. Do you think so little of An Ning? He's flesh of your flesh. Unable to contain herself any longer, Jiang Yushi shoved Jiang Tingyo aside, grabbed the sugar jar from the table, and bang, smashed it on the floor. She got up and ran out, unable to bear it any longer. Such a mother, such a family. It was suffocating. At the door, Jiang Yushi paused, inhaled the air outside, and choked out. I was going to share some good news with you. Do you know? An Ning's talent isn't 4 stars, it's 7 stars. But it doesn't matter anymore. Because you're not worthy of being his mother. You're not worthy. With that, Jiang Yushi covered her nose and ran off without looking back. Sis. Jiang Ning chased after her. 7 stars. My son is 7 stars. Tang Rou's face was as white as paper as she collapsed onto the couch. In the mountains, dusk was falling. Jiang Ning had finished cleaning up the mess in the bamboo grove and was about to return to the temple. An Ning, invite your 3 friends in to sit. They're probably worried about you. His master's calm voice suddenly reached his ears. Huh. Jiang Ning was stunned, then quickly dashed out of the bamboo grove. Sure enough, on a small hill near the downhill path, he spotted Ma Teng and the other 2. Ninggu, are you okay? At the same time, the 3 stood up and walked over. They had been crouching there for 2 hours, their feet numb. Come on, let's talk inside. Jiang Ning waved them in. They entered the courtyard. Take a seat. Ninggu, where is your master? The 3 looked around. There, my master is meditating in the meditation room. She rarely sees outsiders. Jiang Ning brought out a teapot, a strange expression on his face. And don't call her old lady. My master isn't old at all. Wow. This tea smells amazing. The 3 were parched and took a sip, immediately feeling refreshed and their fatigue melting away. If it's good, drink more. Jiang Ning kept refilling their cups. Later I'll go into the mountains and catch a few pheasants and rabbits to treat you. Night fell at the Jiang family villa. Honey, what do we do? What do we do? Our son killed someone. And he's a 7 stars. Tang Ro had been sitting in a daze since returning, muttering to herself. Don't panic, let me think, let me think. Zhang Longhao lit one cigar after another, his face ashen. Though he told his wife not to panic, his own mind was a tangled mess. The news of Jiang Ning's 7-star talent left Zhang Longhao's heart suspended, unable to find solid ground. In truth, the moment he heard the news, an unprecedented ecstasy had overwhelmed everything. But then came a deep, gnawing panic. 7 stars. This family was about to soar. But whether it could actually take flight depended on that child's attitude. Dad, Mom, why haven't you come to eat yet? A large table was laden with dishes, chicken, duck, fish, goose, and even fresh sea urchin and crab. Jiang Tingjio sat alone, feasting heartily, her mouth stuffed full. Eat, 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 that's all you know how to do. The couple had no appetite for food now. Tang Ro was furious. Such a major incident has happened in our family, and you still have the nerve to order the kitchen to prepare so much rich food. Blame me. Jiang Tingjio snapped off a crab claw and took a fierce bite. I know what you're both thinking. You're racking your brains trying to figure out how to brown nose that guy, right? Zhang Longhao flicked his cigarette, ash unperturbed. As long as he's willing to turn back and still acknowledge me as his father, that's a minor issue. What if he demands you choose him as your heir? Jiang Tingjio suddenly tensed up, posing a very sharp question. No problem either. Zhang Longhao gave an affirmative answer almost without hesitation. You're so fickle. Jiang Tingjio slammed her chopsticks on the table in strong protest. Jiao Jiao, you simply don't understand what a 7-star means. Zhang Longhao looked at her, his gaze piercing. This is a once-in-a-century prodigy. To put it plainly, a 7-star is almost certain to become a Grandmaster, or even a title Grandmaster. And our family has been without a Grandmaster's protection ever since your great-grandfather passed away. Grandmaster. Jiang Tingjio froze. Zhang Longhao stood up and reached for his coat. Dad, are you going out? Yes. I'll go pick him up myself. Zhang Longhao was full of confidence. The billions of assets I've accumulated over most of my life are not just for show. If he's smart enough, he'll know what choice to make. The key point is, he killed someone, and it was a core member of the Yao family's younger generation. The Yao family will definitely not let him off. After hearing the man's analysis, Tang Ro became excited. Honey, are you saying you can protect him? Yes, of course I can. Zhang Longhao began to strategize, speaking with conviction. I can request Elder Qin's intervention, then contact our main branch of the Jiang family. In northern Zhou, ask the child's grandmother to step in personally, and also involve your maternal family in Hangzhou. With the combined influence of these 3 parties, suppressing the current situation shouldn't be a big problem. Dad, what if he doesn't submit to you? Jiang Tingjio raised another soul-searing question. I'm planning to invest in a tourist resort. Zhang Longhao sneered with amusement. The location will be at Tianyan Mountain in Haiwa Town. The price for the land has already been negotiated with the government. Tang Ro and Jiang Tingjio shuddered. So this man not only intended to use temptation, but also coercion. The 7-star had truly made him covetous. Cheers. Wow. Brother Ning, this wine is really good. My master brewed it herself. In the courtyard, Jiang Ning personally cooked to warmly entertain 3 childhood friends. A pot of chicken stewed with mushrooms, a pot of spicy rabbit, and a plate of assorted stir-fry. The dishes were few, but plentiful. After several rounds of drinks, the group began to talk about their dreams, starting a business after college. Ma Teng wanted to develop a simple feature pure chat software. Du Fan wanted to create a short video app. Li Yinbin wanted to build an online shopping platform. Brother Ning, do you think these ideas have a chance? After sharing their aspirations, the 3 sought Jiang Ning's opinion. Jiang Ning was stunned. A chance. More than a chance. I've even thought of names for your software. Although this world ran parallel to Blue Star, many aspects were still very backward. Mobile phones currently maxed out at 512M RAM and 8G storage. Communication software was especially lackluster. What names? The 3 stared at him blankly. WeChat, Soundwave, Pinduoduo. Jiang Ning rubbed his nose. What do you think? WeChat, Soundwaves, Pinduoduo. The 3 suddenly perked up. Great names. But can the hardware support it? Li Yinbin posed a soul-searching question, pulling out a small object and handing it to Jiang Ning. This is a kernel I took from an old phone. Jiang Ning looked closely. Indeed. The patterns on it resembled a combination of a martial artist's constellation and the meridians running through the body. This world was really absurd. They approached everything with a martial artist's mindset. The technology tree was completely skewed. No wonder it was so backward. I'll handle the hardware. Jiang Ning laughed heartily, immediately coming up with a solution. You just go ahead and develop the software you want to make. He would never have imagined that an ordinary elementary school could produce 3 such extraordinary talents. Jiang Ning picked up the small chip, frowning. How do I etch logic circuits onto this tiny thing? Unfortunately, there were no lithography machines in this world. Are you trying to carve runes onto a crystal core? Su Qingxian was about to go out when she passed by the courtyard and came over to take a look. Yes. Jiang Ning quickly nodded. Master, do you have a way? The simplest way to carve runes is to use elemental light focus. Su Qingxian smiled faintly. The eyes of that little immortal boy can emit elemental light focus. That's wonderful. Jiang Ning was overjoyed. In the evening, the twilight painted the sky in an exceptionally brilliant hue. The ancient town street was bustling with people. Yuxing Studio. Yin Ruyu leaned alone on a rocking chair in the shop, her demeanor languid and content. Beside her, an antique gramophone played opera, her favorite, The Butterfly Lovers. A bright red cheongsam wrapped her voluptuous figure in alluring curves. She wore no stockings, her fair shapely legs were round and straight with a hint of black lace peeking from the high slit. Gulp, gulp. Men passing by the door couldn't help but slow down, swallowing hard. Oomph. Yin Ryu snorted lightly. Ever since she had removed the cheap jewelry from her shop, those slick-talking old men who used to come around trying to flirt had wisely stopped stepping into Yuxing Studio to bother her. Just then a Rolls-Royce pulled up at the entrance. The little silver figure on the hood gleamed magnificently in the sunset. Jiang Longhao, accompanied by his driver, swaggered into the shop. "Boss lady, you have customers," the driver called out loudly and arrogantly. Then, catching sight of the alluring figure reclining behind the display counter, his eyes went wide, and he swallowed hard. Gulp. Even Jiang Longhao, who had seen countless women, was stunned. His gaze lingered on the captivating curves and delicate face, unable to look away for a long time. Enjoying the view, Yin Ryu glanced sideways at the two men. Yes. The driver's response was brutally honest as he swallowed again. "Master Jiang, this woman is stunning. If the madam has no objections." Ahem. Jiang Longhao coughed awkwardly and glared angrily at the driver. "Show some restraint." He struggled to hide the turmoil within him. To be honest, this woman's looks and figure were both top-notch. Jiang Longhao's interest was piqued. A man of his wealth and power wouldn't be tied down by just one woman like Tang Rou. He occasionally strayed. Yin Ryu slowly rose, stretched, and curled her lips. "What would you like to buy? Feel free to look around. Pick something for me." Jiang Longhao's voice was low and deliberate, exuding the air of a wealthy elite. "Choose according to your own taste." With such tactics, most ordinary city girls would have been ready to give themselves to him by nightfall. "The things I like you can't afford." Yin Ryu found it amusing. Her response was cold. "Perhaps you should pick something yourself." "Do you know who Master Jiang is? It'll scare you to death." The driver, offended, started blustering like a lackey, trying to puff up Jiang Longhao's status. At that moment, an ethereal, graceful figure quietly entered the shop. The driver was stunned again. This figure's curves were even more voluptuous and proud than the boss lady's, the absolute pinnacle of perfection. Her cool, otherworldly aura was simply unparalleled. Unfortunately, her face was veiled with white gauze concealing her features. Only the outline of a breathtakingly beautiful, exquisitely delicate face could be glimpsed, as flawless as carved jade. "You're here." Yin Ryu's face lit up with joy. Without hesitation, she abandoned the two men, her pretty face slightly fawning as she stepped out from behind the counter to greet her. "I've come to redeem my amber pendant." Su Qingxian spoke softly, stating her purpose directly. Her ethereal, fairy-like voice made the two men's hearts flutter. "You've already sold it to me." Yin Ryu smiled enigmatically, deliberately teasing. "I changed my mind. Is that not allowed?" Su Qingxian glanced sideways at her, her eyes narrowing into slits. With a captivating tone, she exuded a willful chill. "Fine. I knew business with you two, master and disciple, would be the hardest." Yin Ryu slapped her forehead and made a helpless expression. She rushed to the counter, bent over the safe, quickly retrieved the box, and muttered, "Lucky I didn't dare resell it, or you'd probably have skinned me alive. These are compensation for you." Su Qingxian casually tossed a cloth bag onto the counter. A pile of sparkling red crystals spilled from the mouth of the bag, leaving Jiang Longhao and his driver dumbfounded. "Source crystals?" the driver exclaimed in shock. "And they're ultra-high purity grade. Boss lady, you've struck it rich." However, Yin Ryu remained unmoved. "Wait." Su Qingxian reached out to grab the box, but Yin Ryu gently caught her wrist, her voice coquettish and soft. "I don't want your source crystals." "Then what do you want?" Su Qingxian asked, exasperated. "Just answer one question for me." Yin Ryu's eyes were full of smiles, her expression seductive. She lightly bit her red lip, looking deeply engrossed. "I can see someone is serious. And you, what do you think in your heart? You'd better take this bag of source crystals. If it's not enough, I'll add more." Su Qingshuan's eyes were like autumn water, gently gritting her teeth. Beneath the gauze veil, two charming blushes appeared on her face. "No need." Yin Ryu was elated. She took out a handkerchief and wiped the corner of her mouth, her enchanting face brimming with infatuated satisfaction and excitement. "You've already answered my question. Such a thrilling matter. In this world, perhaps only you could dare to challenge it." There's going to be a good show from now on." Su Qingxian felt an awkwardness, as if someone had eaten her gossip right before her eyes, shattering her Dao heart. "I'll thank you on behalf of Ning." She grabbed the box from the counter and hurried to escape. "Ning." Jiang Longhao was taken aback, quickly registering the name. He rushed to the door and blocked her. Are you Jiang Ning's master? Who are you? I am his father. Zhang Longhao put on a bright smile and extended his hand. I came all the way to Haiyue Port to find my son. Hello. The driver also got excited and shouted, Master Jiang was just about to buy a gift for young Master Jiang Ning. He doesn't want to see you. Su Qingxuan's expression instantly turned cold. I don't need your permission to see my son, do I? Zhang Longhao awkwardly withdrew his hand, a look of displeasure spreading across his face as he released the aura of a 7th-rank martial artist. Yin Ryu shook her head and sighed from behind, silently amused. What a fool. Su Qingxuan, faced with the old man's martial threat, said nothing and made no move, just swept him with an icy glance. In an instant, the man's true energy vanished completely. The meridian's martial constellation and star soul within his body seemed to be instantly sealed by some mysterious force. You? Zhang Longhao was utterly horrified. What kind of power was this? With just a single look, she had reduced him, a 7th-rank expert, to an ordinary person. Having navigated the martial arts world for most of his life, and even dealt with Grandmasters, Zhang Longhao had never witnessed such terrifying phenomena. Realizing he had hit a wall, Zhang Longhao clenched his fists, then quickly released them, gritting his teeth and growling. Name your price. How much money do you want to let him go? Or rather, how much will it take for you to let go? Now that Jiang Ning had been revealed as a 7-star, Zhang Longhao was determined to bring him back, no matter the cost. Since force didn't work, he had to switch to soft tactics. Your price is beyond what I can afford. Su Qingxuan's eyes were filled with disgust. I already gave you a chance, but what did you do? From now on, only I will take care of him. No one can take him away from me. Are you truly going to defy the rights and trample on human ethics with this rebellious son? Zhang Longhao was shocked. So what if we are? You? The two of you are declaring war on the entire world. Zhang Longhao's face turned green. Earlier he had thought it was just his rebellious son's one-sided infatuation, but now he realized both of them were seriously off. Declaring war on the entire world. So what? Su Qingxuan's expression was calm, as if a myriad of powerful enemies were nothing more than weeds in her dictionary. Behind her, Yin Ryu's eyes were sparkling wildly, her chest heaving intensely, and she was breathing rapidly, internally thrilled. Here it comes, here it comes. I knew it. The more they oppose, the more they pressure her, the less she'll care about them. Zhang Longhao felt his rage had no outlet. His status, his power, everything he owned seemed to be worthless in her eyes, like mere dirt. It was utterly suffocating, but he still had to speak. Zhang Longhao took a deep breath, a hint of schadenfreude in his voice as he snorted. This rebellious son has gotten himself into trouble. He killed a family elite. A Grandmaster will soon come to settle scores with you. Don't think that just because he has the 7-star talent, the prefectural government will protect you. You've already set foot on a path of no return. No one will help you master and disciple from now on. Huh? Then let them come. Su Qingxian didn't want to listen to any more nonsense. She gave a cold laugh and walked away indifferently. After she left, the driver, who had dared not interrupt earlier, couldn't help but mutter while staring at her retreating figure. Why does young Master Jiang Ning's master wear a veil? Yin Ryu shrugged. What do you think of my appearance? Gulp. The driver kept swallowing, speaking honestly. Boss lady, you're so beautiful, just one look makes a man want to commit a crime. Yin Ryu sneered teasingly. You can't control yourselves just seeing me. If you saw her true face, you'd probably be unable to move. Zhang Longhao was now furious. He glared at this seductress and snapped, come accompany me tonight. I'll pay whatever you want. TCH. Yin Ryu snorted disdainfully, swaying her hourglass figure as she walked away. Your charm is far inferior to that kid's. If Jiang Ning said something like that to me, big sister might actually lie down. Hearing that silvery, bewitching laughter, a fierce flame of jealousy ignited in Zhang Longhao's heart. That rebellious son, what right did he have? The next day, Jiang Yushi and Jiang Shuning arrived uninvited. Before Jiang Ning could lose his temper, Jiang Yushi said breathlessly, Ning, don't get mad first. We came to tell you something. The Yao family is gathering forces to come and demand justice. Dad says he can settle it, but you have to agree to come home with us. Go home. Jiang Ning burst into laughter at once, as if he had heard the greatest joke. Who does he think he is to make demands of me? Regardless, he is still your father. You cannot deny that, Jiang Yushi urged earnestly. Do I need to bring out that agreement again and confirm it with you? Jiang Ning turned as if to go back inside. All right, I'm not trying to argue with you, Jiang Yushi quickly intervened. That night, father had been the first one to sign the severance agreement. Written in black and white, even if it might not hold legal weight, trying to pressure a Ning with this excuse simply didn't hold water anymore. A Ning, we traveled all this way to see you. Won't you at least invite us in for a glass of water? Jiang Shuning wiped the sweat from her cheek and couldn't help peering into the Taoist temple. Let's sit down and talk, okay? Jiang Yushi also moved as if to enter. There's no need. Jiang Ning blocked the doorway, his face dark with displeasure. If you have something to say, say it here. My master doesn't welcome you. Does my master not welcome us, or is it you who doesn't? Jiang Ning's eyes reddened with grievance. My master doesn't welcome us, and I certainly don't either. Jiang Ning was resolute in his stance, his expression filled with impatience. I truly don't understand why you keep bothering me repeatedly. Please understand one thing clearly, there is no longer any relationship between us. Have you understood? If so, get lost. Both our parents are your parents. The sisters' eyes filled with tears as they cried out together, whether you admit it or not, we are your older sisters. My parents died 18 years ago. Jiang Ning's cold words struck them like a hammer. My sisters. A year ago when I went to find them with such hope, they had all perished as well. I have no family now. Not a single one. He roared loudly enough to scatter birds and mice through the woods, and it stunned both women. The younger brother before them now looked utterly terrifying. What exactly happened to him? How could he have become like this? Could it be that the unfair treatment he endured at home over the past year twisted his mindset so severely? Ning, I think you're truly unwell and need counseling from a psychologist. Jiang Yushi sobbed through her tears. Please let your eldest sister beg you. I'll arrange the best and most expensive psychologist for you. After completing the therapy, we can sit down and open our hearts to have a proper conversation. Would that work? To hell with your damn psychologist. I don't need one. Jiang Ning roared. Stop pretending to care with those fake tears before me. Get lost. Alright, we'll put that aside for now, but regarding the matter of you killing someone, I suggest you don't act recklessly. Jiang Yushi sniffed and fought back her tears. The Yao family is truly terrifying. In all of Yin City, there are barely a few who dare provoke them. For your own sake, or for your master's sake, the wisest course would be to let father handle this for you. Don't rush into anything just yet. What I mean is, temper your edge for now. Once father resolves it, then you can turn against him without hesitation. This is what father owes you. Hearing me say this, you should feel somewhat at ease now, shouldn't you? Jiang Ning chimed in with a quivering voice. Your eldest sister speaks wisely. Ning, please hear us out. Both my sister and I are genuinely terrified. If anything happens to you this time, how will we survive? Impossible. Jiang Ning firmly rejected with a cold demeanor. Whether you're acting or being genuine, I will never bow to that man again. Not even an inch. He paused, casting a sidelong glance at them. As for the two of you, you're like clay idols crossing a river. Hard-pressed yourselves. Stop meddling where you don't belong and get lost. With that, he slammed both doors shut with force. Bang. The heavy resonance echoed as the sisters stood rooted to the spot, stunned. It seemed they couldn't accept what had just unfolded. After a long silence, let's go, we've done all we can. He won't listen, Jiang Yushi said with complete resignation, pulling Jiang Ning along as they left. Halfway along the path, sister. Jiang Ning suddenly stopped. What else do you want to say? Jiang Yushi's face was ashen with despair and sorrow, feeling an overwhelming urge to leap into the valley below and end everything. She had already gone this far. She was merely one step from kneeling and bowing before him. What more could she possibly do? Even if he harbors 1,000 grievances against us, he needn't be so heartlessly cruel. Jiang Yushi stomped, her foot collapsed onto the dirt, and wept bitterly, her heart shattered around her. Jiang Ning felt equally devastated, her spirit utterly broken. But Jiang Ning suddenly seemed to recall something. She crouched down, wiped her tears, and looked up at the Taoist temple. Sister, don't you find this strange? What's strange about it? Jiang Yushi's voice came out husky. What Ning just said. What did he say? At this moment, Jiang Yushi's heartache felt like her mind had shut down completely, leaving her moving through the world like a hollow shell. Ning said that both our parents died 18 years ago. What do you think that means? Jiang Ning was still trying hard to think it through. What else could it mean? He's disgracing his own parents. Jiang Yushi sniffed repeatedly. Disgracing? Jiang Ning ground her teeth. I don't think it's that simple. I don't believe Ning is just throwing a tantrum. There must be something hidden beneath this. After saying mom and dad died 18 years ago, he followed up with his sisters also perished a year ago. He actually treated us differently from our parents. Don't you find that strange? Jiang Yushi froze. Her foggy mind began to clear rapidly. Jiang Yushi pondered for a moment and spoke softly. Ning, are you trying to say that Ning had already cut ties with his parents a year ago? As for us sisters, it's because we hurt him throughout this past year that he refused to acknowledge us. Jiang Ning nodded emphatically. To be precise, it's not a year ago, it's 18 years ago. What exactly happened 18 years ago? Jiang Ning spoke to herself. 18 years ago, when Ning was just born, he was in the incubator, and that wicked woman mistakenly took the wrong baby. Father must have known about this incident, possibly even orchestrated it, so Ning's hatred toward him makes sense. But why does he blame mother as well? Why would he claim our parents died 18 years ago? Could it be that? In the next instant, the two sisters locked eyes with each other, their bodies growing cold with dread as a terrifying and desperate possibility suddenly struck them. Could it be that mother actually knew the child brought back wasn't Ning at the time, but chose to play deaf and blind? Jiang Ning trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face, like spilled pearls. Ning was actually abandoned by them. Jiang Yusher's face turned ashen. Impossible. This is impossible. Jiang Ning struggled to maintain her composure, her voice thick with nasal tones. Of course, these are just our speculations for now, but if the truth is truly that cruel, then Ning's harsh words and venomous outbursts toward us earlier become understandable. Huh. When that time comes, sister, how do you think we should view our dear mother? No, that can't be. Jiang Yusher's eyes reddened as she retorted angrily, Mom, isn't that scheming? Ning, don't talk nonsense. I'd rather believe that Ning overreacted, that his mind has become twisted. I need to find him a psychologist. Then we'll just wait and see. Go investigate right now. The hospital where Ning was born. It's easy enough to find out. Ask the doctors there if the two infants were so strikingly similar that even their own biological mother couldn't tell them apart. Jiang Ning laughed bitterly, and the servants like Uncle Fu. They were there when the baby was brought home. Ask them what Mom's reaction was at that moment. Clearly Jiang Ning had already reached a conclusion in her heart. Jiang Ning locked the door behind him. He began to breathe deeply. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. There were some things he didn't want to recall, because the pain was too great. If not for their earlier words, whether you like it or not, your parents are still your parents. Jiang Ning wouldn't have lost his composure. But after this outburst, Jiang Ning knew it wouldn't be long before the truth surfaced. Those two women would definitely dig to the bottom of it. In his past life, at this very point in time, he was already dead. After his death, that family had been utterly ruthless. Each one of them distanced themselves from the scene, pretending to be on vacation abroad, completely unaware. Later they played the thief, crying, thief, reporting to the police that he had been alone at home and brutally murdered by intruders. They even bribed the investigators, fabricating an unsolved case, with the culprit vanished without a trace. This indirectly led to his goddess master finding him in such a wretched state. She went mad with grief, her raven hair turning white overnight. Of course, those people later met their retribution. That brat Jiang Zixuan, because his status was illegitimate, had always feared losing out in the future inheritance struggle. So at this point he was already secretly plotting to oust Jiang Yusher from power. Before long, Jiang Yusher would lose control of the Fengyuan group, suffer the abandonment of her allies, and unable to bear the blow, throw herself into the Panlong River, ending her life. Jiang Ning, being quite attractive and a celebrity, caught the eye of Jiang Zixuan's patron. To climb higher using that patron's influence, Jiang Zixuan actually offered his second sister to that man. Deprived of Jiang Yusher's support, Jiang Ning had no power to resist. Ultimately unable to endure the humiliation, she leaped from a building dozens of stories high. After Jiang Ning's suicide, Jiang Zixuan, to appease that patron, used addictive drugs to control Jiang Tingjiu. She became a puppet at his mercy, and after being toyed with and discarded, she died from an overdose before the age of 30. Her fate even more tragic than her two sisters. As for the couple Zhang Longhao and Tang Rou, their end was no better. Zhang Longhao poured all his energy and wealth into Jiang Zixuan, even exhausting his own true qi to help Jiang Zixuan break through bottlenecks. Jiang Zixuan later indeed became a titled Grandmaster who awed the land. But as a father, Zhang Longhao never got to enjoy any comfort. Drained of all usefulness, he was eventually cast out by Jiang Zixuan, frozen to death under a bridge, with no one even to claim his body. As for Tang Rou, she eventually learned the truth, but it was too late. After all her children were dead, she too was thrown out by Jiang Zixuan and brazenly returned to her maiden family. But in the Tang family of Hongzhou, the worthless Tang Rou was bullied by everyone, spending her final years in misery. Unable to bear it, she lit a charcoal fire in her room. In the end, only Jiang Zixuan and his venomous birth mother emerged victorious. Everyone else became stepping stones and sacrificial pawns for that mother-son pair. But before his soul transmigrated to Blue Star, Jiang Ning felt not a shred of sorrow for these people. What truly pained him was only his master, who had gone mad from heartbreak over him. Ning. A soft, gentle murmur suddenly sounded in his ear. Unbeknownst to him, Su Qingxian had already come to stand behind him. Master. Jiang Ning turned around, his face dazed. Do you think my mind is twisted now? Su Qingxian lightly tapped his little head with her jade-like finger. The suffering you've endured, they don't understand it. Why should you care about their opinions? Su Qingxuan's beautiful eyes shimmered with emotion. She remembered. 8 years ago, when she had picked up this little fool from the foot of the cliff, he was already emaciated and covered in wounds. At first, every night he had nightmares. He could only fall asleep curled up in her arms. Jiang family villa. Fine. Fine. This ungrateful son has indeed set his mind like iron. He refuses to acknowledge me as his father anymore. Jiang Longhao crushed the pair of walnuts he had been fondling for years, furious beyond measure. Dade Ning is still young, going through his rebellious phase. He doesn't understand, but you can't just stand by and let him die. Jiang Yusher's face was filled with urgency. She had rushed back without a moment's rest, hoping to work on this side as well. A wolf that can never be tamed. Helping it is a waste of effort. Jiang Tingio chimed in from the side, her face full of indignation. Why is the old master so unfair? Zishuan is so obedient, yet he gives the 7-star talent to that guy instead of Zishuan. Sure, you see. We're not really standing by and doing nothing. But Ning this time is truly out of line. Tang Rou also put on a heartbroken, aggrieved expression. He's gotten too arrogant. He doesn't even know how to write the word filial piety. Mom, shut up. There are things I haven't settled with you yet. Jiang Yushi shot her a cold glance. She had come back not only to win the family's support for Ning, but also to find an opportunity to investigate her second sister's conjecture. Whether she should find a psychologist for Ning or confront her mother for an explanation, it all depended on the results of the investigation. Sure, what do you mean by that? How have I offended you now? Tang Rou didn't dare meet her daughter's eyes. You know very well what you did back then. Jiang Yushi snorted coldly. Just then Uncle Fu came running and flustered. Master, Mistress, Eldest Miss, Third Miss. Terrible news. The Yao family has come to call. Excellent. Instead of panicking, Zhang Longhao was delighted. Quickly brew some tea for the guests. Half an hour later. Good. With Mr. Zhang's words we can rest assured. Mr. Zhang placing righteousness above family ties. Truly a hero. Next we will decide how to proceed on our own. If necessary, our family's Grandmaster will pay a personal visit. The Yao family's emissary, a glint of murderous coldness in his eyes, rose and left with satisfaction. Dad, you just sold Ning out like that. Jiang Yushi was furious, unable to believe what had just happened. Hasn't he grown his wings now? Huh. 7-star. How impressive. He no longer has his father in his eyes. He thinks he can do whatever he wants. So why should I care about his life or death? Zhang Longhao sneered with biting sarcasm. Hasn't he been dreaming of flying off with his master? Fine, I'll grant that ungrateful son's wish. Let master and disciple become a pair of star-crossed lovers in the 9 springs. Don't worry, after all he's still my son. If he gets beaten to death, I'll prepare a coffin for him and give him a grand burial. The 2 men and 1 woman who had left the Jiang family villa walked side by side along the path, their faces tinged with a hint of mockery. Zhang Longhao was quite straightforward. He didn't even try to trip us up. That surprised me a bit. The man with the slicked back hair let out a sigh of relief. A mere 7th-rank martial artist like him. How could he have the audacity to show disrespect to our Yao family? The cold, elegant woman in the black dress sneered with disdain. 6th sister, don't say that. The man in the suit carrying a briefcase looked serious. Zhang Longhao's strength is indeed nothing to fear, but don't forget his background. Prefectural elder Qin of the state government, the Jiang clan of Beizhou, and the Tang family of Hangzhou. Any one of them alone would be enough to give our Yao family a hard time. The cold woman couldn't refute that. The forces her elder brother listed all had Grandmasters in their ranks. She asked in confusion, then why did that old fox Zhang Longhao compromise just now? Could he be setting a trap for us? Why else? Father and son fell out, and the terms couldn't be agreed upon. The man in the suit sneered. I've already inquired. Over the past year, that family has been extremely harsh toward this child. Even abusive, one could say. Now that the child has awakened, the 7 stars Jiang Longhao certainly wants to ride on his coattails to success. But the kid isn't having it, and is still angry with him. So since he can't have him, he wants to destroy him. Of course, there's also the possibility that he wants to use our hands to push the child into a desperate situation, then stage a hero saves his son scenario. We need to be on guard against that. Before coming, the Yao family had even prepared to pay some price. This matter was about face for the Yao family. Out of fear of Zhang Longhao's background, this grudge wasn't necessarily one that had to be avenged. As long as Zhang Longhao was willing to cooperate with the Yao family in putting on a show preserving their face externally, that would have been enough. But the result was unexpectedly smooth. Zhang Longhao was very accommodating, coldly, unlike a father. The slick-haired man nodded. The child who killed is a 7-star. Initially, Zhang Longhao definitely wanted to protect him. That's beyond doubt. One could say that if this child had been a bit more mature and willing to change allegiances, the forces wanting to recruit him would stretch from Yunqing City all the way abroad. But unfortunately, this kid is single-minded, clinging to that shabby temple and his master. The cold woman found it increasingly ridiculous. And he even had the audacity to defy the world, violate the laws of propriety, leaving himself isolated and giving us an opportunity. There's nothing more to say. As long as the state government has no objections, we can make our move. The slick-haired man's eyes suddenly turned cold. No time to lose. Let father go see Governor Xie tomorrow morning. The 3 siblings climbed into a Toyota Alphard parked by the road, kicking up a cloud of dust as they sped away. That night the temperature plummeted, and a heavy rain shrouded the entire Haiwa port. Boom. Thunder roared. It was colder on the mountain with lightning flashing outside. But Jiang Ning was completely oblivious to the outside world, fully immersed in studying the little celestial boy's eyes. Master said your eyes can emit elemental focused light. I've drawn a circuit diagram. Try to engrave it on this small metal plate for me. Jiang Ning had temporarily designed a simple circuit and found a small iron sheet. He patted the little celestial boy's round head. Come on, let me see what you've got. Gaga. The little celestial boy was after all a mechanical puppet and couldn't speak human language, only making strange mechanical sounds. But it seemed to understand Jiang Ning's words. Its eyes, as pure as rubies, emitted a faint glow and scanned the circuit diagram. Then a thin beam of focused light shot from its pupils and converged on the iron sheet. The iron sheet began to smoke, emitting a sizzling sound. In the blink of an eye, it was engraved. The circuit diagram is etched very precisely with no distortion. Jiang Ning picked it up and compared it, only to find that although the circuit diagram had been faithfully engraved on the iron sheet itself had been completely burned through. He looked down at the desk, which was also scorched, and sighed helplessly. The energy you emit is too high. You need to control it, and the precision is still far from sufficient. The circuit the little celestial boy had etched on the iron sheet, though it appeared only slightly thicker than a hair, Jiang Ning knew it was nowhere near the precision required for chip manufacturing. According to his experience from his previous life on Blue Star, to produce high-performance mobile phone and computer cores, the chip manufacturing precision had to be controlled within at least 14 nanometers. Come on, let's continue. This time release your energy more gently. Jiang Ning was not discouraged. Under his guidance, the little celestial boy tried again and again. Seeing that the surface of the iron sheet was too rough, Jiang Ning found some broken glass to use as a substrate. To eliminate external interference, Jiang Ning himself began to exert force using his inner energy to isolate the air in a small surrounding area, creating a vacuum. Thus the effects of air refraction and floating dust were eliminated. The precision instantly improved dramatically. Does this coordinated effort between me and the little celestial boy count as a humanoid lithography machine? Jiang Ning felt a strange sense of amusement. As the precision increased, the patterns etched by the little celestial boy soon became invisible to the naked eye. But this didn't trouble Jiang Ning. He sat cross-legged on the bed, entered a meditative state, and his spiritual consciousness delved into the circuit diagram, exploring its inner workings while continuing to guide the little celestial boy. Soon Jiang Ning made a significant new discovery. The little celestial boy's elemental focused light seems to resonate with my 7 destiny stars. What's going on? Just as Jiang Ning was feeling surprised, Su Qingxian pushed the door open. Master. Jiang Ning looked up and greeted her. Su Qingxian looked at him calmly, her clear, captivating eyes as if they could see through him at a glance. She said indifferently, since you have already sensed the existence of elemental power, it's time for you to advance to the 3rd rank. I fear you might go astray, so I came to give you some guidance. Elemental power. 3rd rank. Jiang Ning scratched his head. I heard from Boss Zhou and the others that in martial cultivation the 1st rank is awakening, the 2nd is foundation, and the 3rd is choosing a direction. So next, should I choose a star soul to specialize in? According to Zhou Qingshan and the others, no matter how many destiny stars you have lit after the 3rd rank, you must choose 1 star soul to cultivate primarily. Only then can you better control elemental power. To some extent, the destiny stars that favored you during the 1st and 2nd ranks were like giving you a trial pass. They allowed you to process your original chi and experience the effects of elemental attributes in advance. After the 3rd rank, the trial pass expires, and you must respond to the call of one of the destiny stars, no longer able to keep your options open. Of course, after choosing a primary star soul, the other destiny stars do not disappear or extinguish. On the contrary, they are assimilated by the primary star and continue to play the role of foundation stones in the constellation. Su Qingxian nodded. That's true for ordinary martial artists, but you are different. The disciple of Su Qingxian is extraordinary. Are you different from? Jiang Ning was stunned, wondering what exactly was different about him. You are the heir of my Xianyuan lineage. You are Su Qingshuan's disciple. The 7 great elements are not your destination. You must cultivate the Xian element. Xian element? Jiang Ning was shocked, never heard of it before. Would the master be so mysterious and inscrutable? And what about the 7 Mingxing? Jiang Ning's expression turned peculiar. He hadn't dared tell his master that recently in his subconscious there were 7 different voices, like 7 little fox spirits constantly flirting with him, each one calling, choose me, come pick me, please pick me. It seemed that as long as this wicked disciple spoke the wrong word, she would pounce and personally strangle him. Then it must be master. Jiang Ning straightened his back and leaped toward her. There was no need to choose. In front of the goddess-like master, even if the Jade Emperor resided among the 7 Mingxing in the heavens, he would simply surrender to his master's fragrant embrace. Jiang Ning straightened his spine and pounced toward her. There was no need to choose in the presence of the goddess-like master. Even if the Jade Emperor resided among the 7 Mingxing in the heavens, he would still obediently fall into his master's fragrant embrace. The teasing continued, and yet he continued to be harassed. Hug me for a moment. Over the next days, Jiang Ning easily advanced to the 3rd rank, and his cultivation continued to soar. His monstrous talent finally began to unleash its power. During this period, the first chip that Jiang Ning was satisfied with was also born. It was carved and etched from the crystal core Li Yanbin had left behind. He immediately phoned to share the good news with his buddies. Zai Yanbin Xiao Fan, I found an effective method to engrave the chip. I will raise some money as soon as possible. You guys bring me a batch of whiteboard crystal cores and send them over. After 3 days of persuasion, Zhang Yushi still could not convince Jiang Longhao. Seeing Jiang Longhao leaving with a bag of fishing rods, Jiang Yushi blocked at the door. Dad, are you really going to be so heartless? I've said all I needed to say. Oh, in short, I won't do a loss-making deal. Jiang Longhao's attitude was cold. Dad, where are you going? Fishing. Jiang Tingjio ran out after catching the scent. Seeing that Dad was going out to relax, she wanted to go too. Yes, I have an appointment with Director Yang from the State Land Planning Office to fish at Haiwa Port. Jiang Longhao looked at Jiang Yushi with a playful smile and added, by the way, discuss buying the land near Tianyan Mountain and investing in a tourism resort. Sure, the company should not have large funds recently. Any arrangement must give way to the resort's land purchase. Jiang Yushi's eyes reddened. She was furious. Dad must have heard wind, knowing the family would come to settle accounts with Ning today, so he deliberately chose the meeting place near Haiwa Port with Director Yang to discuss acquiring Tianyan Mountain's land. Is he trying to drive Ning to the edge and wipe him out? Dad, I want to go too. Yes, go fetch your fishing gear. Jiang Longhao nodded, then deliberately smiled at Jiang Yushi. Sure, are you going or not? I won't go. Jiang Yushi was furious, turned away, and sank back onto the sofa with a frown. Actually, she really wanted to go. Because she knew Ning might be in danger today, she was anxious to go, but with her 3-rank strength, even if she went, it would be meaningless. She had to stay behind to investigate one matter, perhaps to turn the tide. After Jiang Longhao left with Jiang Tingjio, Jiang Yushi immediately called Jiang Shuning. Hey, they're all out, you come over. Soon Jiang Shuning rushed back. Sister, I've got it. As soon as she entered, Jiang Shuning took off her sunglasses, her face agitated. What did you get? Jiang Yushi looked puzzled. Behold the surveillance footage from St. Mary's Hospital years ago. Jiang Shuning pulled a box of CDs from her bag. How is this possible? Jiang Yushi could hardly believe it. It's been 18 years. Is the hospital's footage still around? The backup in the surveillance room's computer was long gone, but the old director back then must have done something unscrupulous, hiding a copy quietly. Jiang Shuning sighed and spoke the truth. I did multiple inquiries and found the retired director's current address. I bought this box of discs from him. Surely it cost a lot, right? Jiang Yushi immediately understood. This must be wealth and power. If the other party had kept this secret for so many years, how could you get it without money? For Ning, even if it meant sacrificing everything, I am willing. Jiang Shuning sniffed. Jiang Yushi nodded and called Aunt Deng, the housekeeper, over. Aunt Deng, what is your instruction? Aunt Deng, go stand at the gate and guard. If anyone returns, inform me immediately. Jiang Yushi instructed sternly. She had barely managed to ward Tang Rou off today. She must get to the bottom of things. After all arrangements, the two sisters placed the disc into the laptop. That long-sealed footage finally began to play. In the screen, Tang Rou, not long after Jiang Ning's birth, visited her son for the first time at the hospital. In a family like the Jiang's, newborns are kept in hospital incubators for safety and observation for a period after birth. After the confinement month, they bring him home. From the footage Tang Rou's first hospital visit showed, she was extremely happy and emotional. Yet as she stepped into the infant care room, her expression subtly changed. Why is there no sound? Jiang Shuning grew anxious. In the footage, their mother was talking with a nurse. This is surveillance footage, and since it is so old, there is no sound. Jiang Yushi muttered, humph, this won't defeat me. Jiang Shuning lifted her chin, pulled out her phone, and called a friend. Hey Qingqing, I think you can read lips, help us out. I'll turn on the camera, we'll watch together, you translate for us. Jiang Yushi paused quickly, saying put it on speaker. Jiang Shuning aimed the camera at the computer screen and pressed speaker. From the phone speaker, a girl's voice spoke. Qingqing, after entering, your mom pointed at the incubators and asked which one was my son. Qingqing, then the nurse who spoke pointed to the incubator and politely introduced, this is your son, Madam Tang. Qingqing, your mom leaned and looked and said, he's so pale and weak. The two sisters exchanged a look as they listened to the translation. In this scene, the mother's brow clearly furrowed. She seemed somewhat disdainful. But that was not the end. Next, Tang Rou saw many nurses and a group of uniformed personnel around another incubator, all bustling and pointing. Curiosity pulled her closer. From their uniforms, they looked like staff from the Parenting Bureau. It is known that Parenting Bureau staff regularly inspect newborns. One purpose is to prevent diseases and congenital deformities, and also to examine a newborn's potential in martial arts. Usually when encountering exceptionally gifted infants, the staff document them and provide guidance on martial knowledge to prevent a genius from being buried in an ordinary family. In the footage, Tang Rou leaned closer and spoke again. Qingqing translated, your mom asked whose child this is, so cute. Qingqing, the first nurse replied, I don't know, no guardian has claimed him yet. Qingqing, then the Parenting Bureau supervisor, loudly boasted that this child would certainly be a dragon among men. A look at the aura, so vibrant. Ching. Then the other parenting bureau staff echoed with a string of platitudes, such as the supervisor has keen eyes, this child truly bears dragon and phoenix potential. The sisters were moved, for they saw that upon hearing the bureau staff's praise, Tang Rou immediately pulled the staff toward Jiang Ning's incubator, insisting that they evaluate her own son. The staff could not resist her, they followed. In the footage under Tang Rou's hopeful gaze, the supervisor circled Jiang Ning's incubator for a long while before finally frowning and speaking. Ching, the parenting bureau supervisor said, your child looks a bit underdeveloped, but there is something mysterious. Please pardon my ignorance, I cannot conclude his future clearly. Clearly, though the supervisor did not think highly of him, he did not close the matter. Tang Rou could no longer endure. Despair and heartbreak were visible on her face. Then she tiptoed again, peered, and gazed longing at the baby who had just been praised by everyone. That child from another family sparked in her eyes a strong sense of envy and longing. Sister, just see for yourself. Do I need to say more? Jiang Shunning's eyes were blazing with fury as she pointed at the computer screen, her whole body trembling with rage. Jiang Yusher stood dumbfounded at a loss for words. As a woman herself, she knew exactly what their mother had been thinking at that moment. Jealousy. It was the envy of another family's child for being excessively outstanding, a desire to claim them as one's own. At the same time, it was a profound disappointment and shame towards the child she had born. No, even if Mom was momentarily provoked, overwhelmed by jealousy, and twisted beyond recognition, she would have calmed down afterward and come to her senses. It's unlikely she would have done something so absurd. Though she already knew the answer in her heart, Jiang Yusher still tried to comfort herself, tugging at Jiang Shunning's clothes. After all, Ning is her own flesh and blood. Don't you think so, Ning? Clearly she was uneasy herself, yet she wanted Jiang Shunning to stand with her. But Jiang Shunning didn't indulge her. With red-rimmed eyes, she mocked mercilessly, Big sister, your ostrich personality of plugging your ears and stealing bells is a perfect inheritance from our mother. You have a high degree and high IQ, shrewd and capable in business, running the company with great skill. But when it comes to emotions, you are a complete fool. Jiang Shunning's words were harsh. She had to wake her elder sister up. That incident with Wan Yun back then was entirely your own wishful thinking, a self-inflicted wound. You yourself told me more than once that Wan Yun's character might be problematic. I also advised you repeatedly not to be deceived by her hypocritical facade. But what did you do? You hesitated, always clinging to wishful thinking, constantly making excuses for yourself. In the end, disaster struck. You were deceived and betrayed emotionally. And then you came crying to me, pouring out your grievances, lamenting how blind you had been. Do you know what I thought at that time? I wanted to say you deserved it. You have no one to blame but yourself. It was all your own doing, you're just punishment. Wah! Stop it, stop it. Jiang Yusher covered her face and wept bitterly. The betrayal by her best friend Wan Yun was the greatest pain of her life. It was also because of Wan Yun's manipulation that she developed a severe prejudice against her own brother, Jiang Ning, ultimately leading to the estrangement between brother and sisters. So painful. This lesson was too excruciating. Yet now her second sister was reopening that old wound. Still not convinced. Fine, I'll make you see clearly. Jiang Shunning, furious, saw Uncle Fu walking through the courtyard outside the floor-to-ceiling window. She stood up and shouted, Uncle Fu, come in for a moment, we have something to ask you. Second miss, you're back. Uncle Fu entered the room with a joyful expression, then looked curiously at the two sisters with tear-streaked faces. Big miss, second miss, why are you crying? Jiang Shunning wiped her eyes without answering the question. She set down the laptop, stepped forward, and said earnestly, Uncle Fu, I want to ask you something. Please tell us the truth. Back then, when that wretched woman first brought Jiang Zishuan home, didn't anyone in the family notice something was wrong? Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu's face tensed. Clearly he knew something. If you refuse to tell us the truth, you will never see me again. Jiang Shunning seized on that detail and threatened harshly. Alas! Uncle Fu let out a long sigh and finally confessed honestly. How could there be no suspicion? When Lu Qingshu carried that child into the house, Aunt Deng and I felt something was off right away. Uncle Fu, sit down and have some water. Take your time. Jiang Shunning quickly brought him a glass of water. The Lu Qingshu Uncle Fu mentioned was the young maid who had worked in their household back then, the little wretch who had swapped the babies. At that time the sisters were still young, but they could already sense that this little wretch was no easy character. She was always flirting with their father, and their relationship was deeply suspicious. Uncle Fu paused, then finally revealed a shocking secret. Aunt Deng and I both thought that child was plump and fair, not at all like young Master Jiang Ning. Oh, and before that, Madam had shown us a baby photo of young Master Jiang Ning when he was under a month old. The difference between the two, less than a month apart, was simply too great. The sisters were stunned. Before the incident, their mother had actually shown the family Jiang Ning's baby photo. What did that imply? It only further proved that their mother could not possibly have merely made a momentary mistake. Jiang Shunning hurriedly called Aunt Deng, who was guarding the front door, in to confirm. Aunt Deng stammered at that time. I made a careless remark saying this child looks nothing like the photo. I was immediately cursed out by the master. Jiang Ning pressed on. And what about our mother? What did she say? Aunt Ding shook her head. Madam said nothing. Jiang Ning. Jiang Yushi. Saying nothing was even more terrifying than saying something. 10,000 times more so. Aunt Ding then dropped another bombshell. Once when I was cleaning Madam's room, I happened to see that she still kept the baby photo of young Master Jiang Ning in her drawer. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning could no longer hold back. Oh, she was about to dash upstairs. Ning, that's not right. Forcing your way into mother's room. She'll be angry when she finds out. Jiang Yushi hastily grabbed her hand. Not right. If she has the nerve to do something so heinous, she should be struck by lightning. Jiang Ning was beyond listening to any dissuasion. She wrenched her hand free from her elder sister and rushed up the stairs. Ning. Jiang Yushi hurriedly chased after her. On the third floor, their parents' door was locked. Jiang Ning slammed against it several times, but couldn't open it. In a fury, she crawled out of the adjacent study along the eaves and climbed in through the window. That nearly gave Jiang Yushi a heart attack, but fortunately, it was a close call without incident. Soon Jiang Ning unlocked the door from inside. Following Aunt Ding's directions, the sisters fished out the baby photo from the bottom crevice of a pile of books in the drawer. Just one glance, and Jiang Yushi and Jiang Ning nearly fainted. The difference from Jiang Zishuan's baby photo was too stark. Little Jiang Ning indeed looked a bit thin, but his big eyes were incredibly lively and pure, without a hint of impurity. His little hands and feet were jade-like white and perfectly rounded like a delicate porcelain doll, adorable beyond words. Not at all like Jiang Zishuan's overly chubby and awkward baby fat. Ning was really so cute when he was little. Jiang Ning covered her mouth and knows her heart aching to the extreme. As sisters, both she and her elder sister were seeing Jiang Ning's childhood photo for the first time. There seems to be writing on the photo, Jiang Yushi reminded her through sobs. Jiang Ning quickly turned the photo over. The next moment, seeing the words written on the back in pen, the sisters nearly stopped breathing. I'm sorry, my precious. This. Why did they abandon Ning? How could Mom tolerate this? Jiang Yushi looked at the small line of text behind the photo and felt despair. The room had no air conditioning, yet she shivered uncontrollably, her teeth chattering and lips trembling. Jiang Ning's eyes were red with rage. Why else? Seeing Jiang Zishuan's talent and potential, they got jealous. They thought their own son was no match for him anyway, so they just let it be. Over the years, I've been wondering how could that wretch swap the babies and bring home the wrong one, a child born from her own flesh, and Mom couldn't even recognize her own. Hee. Ha ha. She suddenly laughed like a maniac, laughing like a lunatic, and yet like the most pitiful wretch in the world. Sob. Hearing this reason, Jiang Yushi also broke down, throwing herself onto her knees, crying hysterically. Ning must have known this cruel truth long ago. With parents like that a year ago, why did he still come back? Wasn't he heartbroken? Wasn't he in pain? If it were me, after 17 years they come pretending to take me back, I would have turned against them on the spot. Woo. Jiang Ning cried like rain, gritting her teeth. At that time, you and Mom went to the mountain to pick him up. What happened? Don't you know anything, sis? Jiang Yushi looked up stunned. I remember now. That day we came to pick him up. At first, Ning refused to go back with us. Right, it was Mom who first entered the door. I took a phone call and arrived late. At that time I saw Mom in the yard hugging Ning, crying and wailing, my son, my son. Mom finally found you. But Ning's expression was very cold, standing there like a log, indifferent. Jiang Ning sobbed, breathing heavily. Then why did Ning later agree to go home with you? Jiang Yushi couldn't figure it out either. I don't know. I really don't know. I only remember that after Mom hugged Ning, I also rushed over and hugged him. I held him and said excitedly, I am your eldest sister. Then, Ning's dull eyes suddenly seemed to brighten, and he called me eldest sister, in a very hoarse voice. Overjoyed, I took off my wristwatch and put it on his hand, saying, come home with me, eldest sister will spoil you, and you have a second and third sister too, they will also spoil you. Recalling this, Jiang Yushi suddenly covered her mouth. Could it be that he changed his mind for me, for us sisters? Jiang Ning suddenly realized it must be so. At that moment, you made him feel a trace of warmth from family that he had never experienced before. Your words, your promise, let him see a glimmer of light in the darkness. So even though he knew clearly what kind of parents they were, he still followed you home without hesitation. Sob. Jiang Yushi felt as if struck by lightning, staggering her body like a puddle of mud collapsing onto the floor. It was I who broke the promise, who extinguished his last hope with my own hands. It was me. Woo. That day, Jiang Ning's words were still vivid in her ears. How dare she brazenly fault Jiang Ning for his twisted mentality, repeatedly insisting on arranging a psychiatrist for him. Jiang Ning was also in unbearable pain. After Jiang Ning was brought back, his sisters could have been a beam of light illuminating his darkness. They gave him hope, then extinguished that hope with their own hands and trampled it mercilessly, plunging Jiang Ning into an endless abyss. So cruel. Who is truly twisted? At the suburban airport, in the waiting hall, Tang Rou, dressed in a fashionable long skirt and adorned with jewels, sat there anxiously. After waiting a long time, she finally saw the person she had been eagerly anticipating. The arrivals were two middle-aged men, just off the plane travel worn. Fourth sister, long time no see. Sorry to keep you waiting. Upon meeting, the older of the two came forward to greet warmly, while the other man's expression was not so pleasant. Clearly the visitors were from her natal family, the Tang family, and they were her two elder brothers. Second brother, I'm very sorry about Xiaomo. Ning is still young, he doesn't understand. Tang Rou looked guiltily at the older man with the unpleasant expression. Just the morning before yesterday, the Yao family found Yao Fan's body at the foot of a mountain near Haiwa Port. Along with him, the body of Tang Mo was also discovered. Tang Rou was not foolish. She immediately guessed that Tang Mo's death must be related to her son. So upon meeting, she quickly took the initiative to apologize to her second brother, hoping he would forgive Jiang Ning. We are all family. Past matters need not be mentioned. To Tang Rou's surprise, although second brother Tang Wenchuan wore a stern face, he showed an incredible magnanimity regarding this matter. Then what does the old man at home say about my son's matter? Tang Rou quickly changed the subject. Obviously, she had called her natal family here not just to clarify the misunderstanding about Tang Mo's death. Her true intention was to seek help from her natal family. Now that the Yao family had gone to seek revenge on her son and her husband had washed his hands of the matter, Tang Rou felt that as a mother, she must do something. After making this decision behind Jiang Longhao's back, she even felt moved by her own sacrifice. Ning is your own flesh and blood, and also our beloved nephew. The Tang family will certainly take care of it. Elder brother Tang Xiangdong laughed heartily, got straight to the point, and directly stated his attitude, making Tang Rou ecstatic. Really? Did you think we were just putting on a show? Tang Xiangdong stepped back half a pace and waved his hand. Fourth sister, look for your son. The old man has really taken this seriously. Tang Rou followed Tang Xiangdong's gesture and saw a dense crowd of figures appearing at the exit of the tarmac behind him. All wore sunglasses and looked spirited. All were martial artists, and their auras were not weak. Greetings, madam. Hundreds of martial artists, their voices rumbling like a private army mobilized en masse, exuding an imposing presence. The surrounding travelers fell into instant silence, all awed by the terrifying spectacle. For Jiang Ning, the Tang family had gone to great lengths, chartering a private plane and traveling thousands of kilometers to come to his aid. Elder brother. I won't say anything more. In battle, father and son are soldiers. Hunting tigers, brothers are the closest. You are the only support for me and Ning. Tang Rou was moved to tears, sobbing uncontrollably. But before she could be excited for 3 seconds, it's only right. Tang Xiangdong patted her shoulder with a smile, then suddenly changed his tone. However, your son caused Xiaomo's death, leaving your second brother now, without a son, lonely and miserable. Shouldn't you give him some compensation? Compensation? Tang Rou was dumbfounded. Don't be nervous. Tang Xiangdong narrowed his eyes. The old man means no harm. He just wants to discuss with you about having Jiang Ning adopted by second brother. From now on, second brother will treat him as his own, and the entire Tang family will devote all resources to nurture and cherish this child as the heir. Adopt my son to second brother. Tang Rou was stunned. The joy she had felt moments ago was instantly shattered. Finally revealing their greedy fangs. Her son was a 7-star. In the whole country, who wouldn't covet that? A wealthy family is still a wealthy family, devoid of any human warmth. Fourth sister, you wouldn't refuse such a simple request, would you? Tang Xiangdong pretended to be surprised. Tang Rou hesitated, pleading. I have to go back and discuss this with Ning. I can't make a decision for him without his consent. From childhood to now, I have already wronged him. If I sell him off to you so easily, he will hate me for the rest of his life. Fine. Then forget I said anything. We're leaving. Tang Xiangdong's face darkened, and he made as if to turn and lead the group back home. No, don't leave. Elder brother, you can't just walk away. Tang Rou panicked. Then sign this. Tang Xiangdong pulled out an agreement from his briefcase, grinning sinisterly. It turned out he had already arranged everything. Then you must treat my son well in the future. Tang Rou had no choice but to take the pen, trembling, and reluctantly signed her name on the agreement. At the edge of the Tianyan mountain cliff, bang! A figure suddenly hunched, flew backward from the forest like a cannonball, plummeting vertically from the 100-meter cliff. At the foot of the mountain, the Yao family members were in panic. On the mountain, Jiang Ning dusted off his hands, turned to look at the courtyard wall. Master, I just killed a man. That guy seemed to be a 7th-rank martial artist. The other party claimed to be an elder of the Yao family, boasting that they had gathered a large number of experts at the foot of the mountain. Upon meeting, he actually demanded that Jiang Ning kneel to him and recognize him as his adoptive father. This infuriated Jiang Ning. Su Qingxuan, who was mending his pants in the room, nodded with a soft murmur of approval. Well killed. At the foot of the mountain beside the pond. 5th uncle. The 3 siblings who had gone to the Jiang family villa to negotiate with Jiang Longhao earlier that day crowded around him. Just moments ago, their 5th uncle had volunteered to climb the mountain alone to negotiate with the other party, but it seemed he hadn't even gotten a word in before being blasted away. Cough. Fifth uncle was half buried in the soil, his face turned upward, blood continuously pouring from his mouth. Fifth uncle, what do you want to say? Who injured you just now? Did that mysterious woman in the Taoist temple strike you? The three siblings hastily pressed their ears closed, sensing that fifth uncle was beyond saving. And no, it wasn't. I was punched away by that kid. You. Be careful. After speaking these words, fifth uncle drew his last breath. The three siblings straightened up, their expressions turning cold in an instant. Fifth uncle was such a fool. With only this much ability, he still wanted to take someone as his adopted son. TSK. Yao Ping, the sixth sibling, had a cold and glamorous face with a tall figure. She looked at the corpse on the ground and sneered disdainfully. Before coming, they had clearly agreed to climb the mountain together, but this old fool insisted on showing off his cleverness, driving alone with the gas pedal floored, leaving them behind to rush up the mountain by himself to talk things over, claiming it was diplomacy before force. Is a seven-star cultivator so easy to subdue? Yao Ping lifted her high heel and kicked the corpse's pant leg. With him being an old waste who lived to his 50s and only reached the 7th rank, does he deserve to be someone's adoptive father? Enough, sixth sister. The dead deserve respect. Don't go too far. Yao Yuhui, the eldest brother with his hair slicked back, raised his hand to stop her. Yao Chen, the fourth sibling who had been responsible for carrying bags that day, glanced at the corpse on the ground, his eyes narrowing slightly. But fifth uncle really did die a humiliating death. He was actually beaten to death by that kid. Yao Ping said with a look of disbelief and suspicion, "This is truly unbelievable. Wasn't it said that kid only had 2nd rank cultivation? Even if he's a genius of the 7-star within the 9 ranks, being able to challenge experts 4 ranks higher and kill a 5th rank should already be his limit. How could he kill a 7th rank expert in less than a week?" Yao Yuhui's expression darkened. That can only mean that in just these few days he has made tremendous progress from his original 2nd rank to at least the 4th rank. 4th rank. His strength increased by 2 ranks within a week. How is that possible? Yao Chun and Yao Ping found it hard to believe. It was even harder to accept. Director Yao, we've posted guards at all mountain path exits. Right now Mount Tianyun is completely surrounded by our people. Not even a fly will be able to escape. Several men and women dressed as martial arts hall instructors came over to report to the 3 siblings. Thank you for your hard work. Yao Yuhui nodded. Running a martial arts hall was the Yao family's source of income. Now the largest martial arts hall in all of Yunzhou province, the Water Wolf Martial Arts Hall, was controlled by the Yao family. Leveraging their father Yao Zhong's position as the provincial education minister, the Water Wolf Martial Arts Hall had appropriated massive public resources over the years. What was originally a joint venture between the provincial government and the Yao family had essentially become private property of the Yao family. Including this time, the 3 siblings had mobilized a large number of warriors under the martial arts hall without breaking a sweat. As for the reason for recruitment, it couldn't have been simpler. Defend the dignity of etiquette and law, eliminate evil for the people. Was that reason sufficient enough? That was why even these instructors before them were willing to risk their lives for them. One of the instructors, surnamed Zhao, saw the corpse on the ground and was utterly astonished. Isn't this your family's 7th rank expert, Elder Yao Qin? He seems to have lost his breath. 5th uncle, he. Yao Chun and Yao Ping were about to explain when Yao Yuhui stopped them. Yao Yuhui waved his hand and sighed. The mountain paths are slippery. 5th uncle wasn't watching where he was walking and accidentally fell from the cliff, dying from the impact. What misfortune for our family. What a pity. Director Yao, please accept my condolences. Manager Yao, Director Yao, all 3 of you please restrain your grief. A group of instructors hastily comforted the 3 siblings. Thank you, Master Zhao, and everyone for your concern. On behalf of 5th uncle, I thank you, but attending to important matters comes first. Yao Yuhui narrowed his eyes and pointed toward the mountain entrance. Since arrangements have been made, I trouble you masters to go up the mountain, purge the heretics, and restore the proper order of rights and law. We will stay here to provide cover for you. Later the garrison troops and police from Haizhou Port may come over to question you. Just go ahead and do what you need to do. I will handle them for you. Very well. Then we're going up. Purge the heretics. Restore the proper order of rights and law. A group of martial arts hall instructors, roused by Yao Yuhui's call, suddenly seemed full of energy, their faces filled with murderous intent, shouting slogans as they led all the disciples out en masse. In an instant, the mountain path was crowded with people, just like a festival market. Big brother, why did you lie to Master Zhao and the others just now, eh? After the outsiders had left, Yao Ping found it hard to understand. It's simple. Since we're using this as an excuse to settle personal grudges, we can't tell the truth to this bunch of roughnecks. Yao Yuhui's face was cold. Saying this, he also kicked the corpse on the ground viciously and said angrily, "It's mainly because 5th uncle, this old waste, was too useless. We let him take the lead, but he couldn't even see the other party's master. If I had openly said just now that fifth uncle was killed by that kid, wouldn't it have scared the wits out of Master Zhao and this bunch of cowards? Indeed. Yao Chun and Yao Ping both nodded in agreement. Yao Yuhui looked up again, staring at the desolate Taoist temple halfway up the mountain, and sighed. I don't know why, but fifth uncle's death has made me feel a bit uneasy. Fourth brother, sixth sister, you say if the disciple is this terrifying and vicious, then how formidable must his master be? The siblings were stunned. Yao Ping spoke bluntly. I still don't quite believe that kid has the ability to kill a 7th rank expert. Fifth uncle may have fallen victim to his schemes, being knocked down by some kind of trap or mechanism. Yao Chen laughed heartily. Big brother, you're worrying too much. That kid is a 7-star genius. It's normal for him to be somewhat monstrous. Could his master also be this monstrous? Besides, Master Zhao and the others are just our public front. The 2 9th rank guest experts from our Waterwolf Martial Arts Hall are the real trump cards. What are you afraid of? Yao Ping curled her lips. Elder Tang and Elder Fei are both outstanding among the 9th rank. Looking around Yunqing, how many would dare to say they can defeat these 2 elders? Nearby on the sea surface, a yacht that had been drifting in deep water had now chosen to cruise near the shore. On the stern platform, Jiang Longhao and his daughter were accompanying an old man wearing a baseball cap and Nike casual wear fishing. This was precisely Director Yang from the land planning department. They said they were fishing, but on the small round table beside them 2 bottles of Lafite had actually been opened, making the atmosphere more like some kind of underhanded transaction. Mr. Jiang, the water here is shallow, no big fish are biting. Director Yang pulled back the float, pointing at the bait on the hook that had been picked clean by small shrimp, his expression showing dissatisfaction. Wait for the wind and waves to come, and there will be big fish. Jiang Longhao was clearly distracted. After the yacht had come over, his eyes hadn't moved away from the direction of Mount Tianyan. Hey Dad, look quickly, the show is starting. Jiang Tingjio was not as composed as her father. Seeing the large group of people climbing the mountain from afar, she was extremely excited. The wind is rising, the big fish is about to bite. Jiang Longhao unconsciously put his hand in his pocket, took out his mobile phone, and placed it on the table, then called out to his daughter. Tingjio, your eldest sister and your second sister haven't blocked you, have they? They haven't blocked me. Then connect your phone to the power bank. I mean, just in case they call you later, you need to hand it to me immediately. Oh, Jiang Tingjio puffed out her cheeks. Why did it feel like her father's real intention lay elsewhere? What exactly was he looking forward to? Halfway up the mountain in front of the bamboo grove. Little disciple of Tianyan Temple, come out to collect your delivery. Jiang Ning, who had been sitting in the courtyard cracking sunflower seeds, suddenly heard someone calling out from outside. It was Uncle Mai. He had come up the mountain once again to deliver rice flour and cooking oil. This Uncle Mai was past 40, a local native of the town at the mountain's foot. In his daily life, he shuttled between the dock and various shops, making a living by hauling cargo for others. In plain terms, he was a laborer who earned his keep through sheer physical strength. In Jiang Ning's memory, when he first came up the mountain to become a disciple, he had already seen the man doing hard labor. 8 years had flashed by, yet he was still plodding along at the same old trade. Rather lamentable lack of ambition, some might say. According to their agreement, on the 19th day of each month, Uncle Mai would help old Grandma Wang from the grocery store deliver a batch of rice flour and cooking oil to the master and disciple. Every few months, Jiang Ning would settle the account at Grandma Wang's grocery store. Jiang Ning felt no embarrassment about it. Uncle Mai had strength to spare. Once Jiang Ning had seen him carrying 6 sacks of rice on his shoulders while also swinging 2 large iron ingots entrusted by the blacksmith shop, striding forward like the wind, without even gasping for breath. Coming. Hearing the call, Jiang Ning dropped his sunflower seeds, took a drink of water, and hurried to open the door. Arriving at the entrance, Jiang Ning spotted the dark-skinned, middle-aged man at a glance. The man carried bundles of all sizes in his hands. His sturdy, well-developed muscles were remarkably prominent, his elbows thicker than most men's thighs. However, at this moment, Uncle Mai seemed to be in a bit of trouble. An imposing old man who had appeared from somewhere was grasping his collar and refusing to let go. The two were at an impasse. Hey, old man, your martial arts skills are quite impressive. Uncle Mai glanced at him, wearing a surprised expression. I would say your skills are hardly inferior to my own. The old man wore practice attire, carried himself with extraordinary bearing and the air of a seasoned master, yet his expression was far from pleasant. Beside him stood another elderly man dressed similarly, his aged eyes equally sharp and sinister. Just moments ago, the two of them had been entrusted by the hall director to secretly infiltrate the mountain to investigate. They had been lying concealed among the withered grass, hidden perfectly well, when this uncultured brute, who appeared from nowhere, suddenly squatted down and sat directly on one of them while taking a rest. This set both men ablaze with rage, especially the one who had been sat upon. He immediately lunged forward, grabbing the man's clothing and attempting to hurl him over the precipice. However, it seemed he couldn't lift him at all. Aware I'm merely a rough man who earns his living by brute strength, nothing remarkable in these parts. Uncle Mai grinned foolishly. Could you let go of my collar? You see they're waiting for me to deliver the goods. Be my guest. The imposing old man's face twitched. He slowly released his grip and stepped back. Uncle Mai now lugged the rice flour and cooking oil and scampered cheerfully toward Jiang Ning. Uncle, who are these two old men? Don't know them. Probably just travelers who came to the mountains to dig up wild vegetables. They were napping in your thatched roof pile, and I happened to squat on one of them. They didn't come demanding medical compensation, did they, eh? No, they didn't. Listening to this exchange between the pair of imposing old men nearly fainted on the spot. Meanwhile, Zhao Shifu and his group of martial arts hall experts had arrived in full force. They happened to witness this entire scene. Master Tang, Master Fei, wasn't it agreed that you two would provide covert support while we take the lead? Did we arrive too late? Have you already started fighting? Zhao Shifu and the other instructors were perplexed. Masters Tang and Fei. Master Tang flicked his robe sleeve and said angrily, just don't ask what exactly happened. Master Fei meanwhile raised an eyebrow toward Jiang Ning. That disrespectful little heretic brat is right here. Master Zhao, what are you waiting for? The crowd grew excited. Their gaze toward Jiang Ning was wolfish and fierce, as though they were looking at a golden statue. Before ascending the mountain, the Yao siblings had already made a bold proclamation: whoever could discipline this master-disciple pair would receive a reward of 3 million cash from the martial arts hall. All of you step back. I Zhao will uphold justice today and purge this heresy. Master Zhao was the first to rise, his face flushed with excitement and rife with malicious intent. On the other side, they're here for you, Uncle Mai said with a strange expression, patting Jiang Ning's shoulder. I can tell, Jiang Ning replied, removing Uncle Mai's hand and advancing with a cold expression. Ning Weizi, be careful. He's a 7th grade expert, Uncle Mai quickly warned. Before Jiang Ning could respond, Master Zhao had already struck. Master Zhao's garments billowed without wind, as though countless threads of true energy were erupting from every pore. In moments, the inflated fabric collapsed inward, rapidly clinging tightly to his flesh and bones. The burly man looked as though he had donned a tight-fitting suit. Though the spectacle appeared comical, the surrounding martial arts disciples were clapping and cheering. Excellent. Master Zhao truly is a 7th grade powerhouse. He's already adjusted his stance in a single breath. Indeed, Master Zhao's entire demeanor had changed. His gaze turned razor-sharp like a hawk or falcon locking onto prey. He strode toward Jiang Ning with tremendous steps, leaving behind a long trail of footprints on the ground. Each footprint was half an inch deep. In the next instant, Master Zhao's feet drove against the ground, and he sprang into the air like a great pung bird spreading its wings. Mid-air, he swiftly adjusted his posture and angle, curled his fingers into talons, and dove downward like an osprey plunging into the sea to seize fish. Both claws aimed directly at Jiang Ning's collarbones. The entire movement flowed as one seamless motion, so fast it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Master Zhao's lightness skill is superb. What agile footwork! The crowd erupted in cheers. But in the very next moment, those cheers were cut off abruptly. Thud! Master Zhao, still mid-air in his dramatic pose, took a solid punch squarely to the stomach. The fist landed precisely on his lower abdomen. Ugh! Master Zhao groaned through abdominal pain. When had this young man reacted? He hadn't seen it at all. Moreover, his technique, soaring eagle display, had been blessed with wind elemental power. It relied on catching his opponent off guard, on attacking from above, and on overwhelming speed. Yet the opponent seemed even faster. Focusing his gaze, he saw a layer of cyan glow shimmering on Jiang Ning's back, as though translucent blue wings had unfurled behind him. The two hung in midair, locked in an extremely brief standoff. Wind elemental power. Master Zhao's pupils contracted. But almost immediately, the fist pressed against his stomach began radiating an orange-yellow gleam, and the force exploded more than tenfold in an instant. Actually, it's rock elemental energy. Accompanied by Jiang Ning's teasing near his ear, that overwhelmingly powerful punch sent the man flying through the air. At the mountain's base, the ancient buildings and pavilions of the town were already packed with onlookers. Look over there. Someone's falling again. Lu Lin was among them, peering through a telescope. She was utterly stunned by this scene. She excitedly slapped the old man beside her on the thigh. Grandpa, did you see that? I told you this guy was extraordinary. It's only been a few days, and he's already defeated the head instructor of the Water Wolf Martial Hall. The Yao family's 3 million reward. Huh. That money won't be easy to earn. Master Zhao was too careless. I saw it. The frail, elderly man, his face covered in freckles, nearly had his leg dislocated by that slap. He laughed bitterly. Bratty's up a bit. Your grandpa wants to live a few more years. Then the elder's gaze grew intense, and he muttered to himself, 7 stars. Truly terrifying, as rumored. If he continues cultivating for a few more years, I fear the skies over all of Yunzhou province may bend to his whim. I only wonder what kind of master could possibly control such an abnormal, extraordinary disciple. Master Zhao, the 3 siblings exclaimed in shock. This time the person who fell directly plunged into the pond and remained motionless. Yao Chen wanted to jump in to retrieve him, but Yao Ping stopped him saying, "Don't waste your effort, he's already dead." Dead from the fall. Yao Chen was stunned. No. Yao Yuhui fixed his gaze on the bulge on Master Zhao's back and made a calm judgment. Just like fifth uncle Master Zhao had already sustained fatal injuries before he fell, his internal organs were shattered. It seems that kid has indeed cultivated beyond the 4th rank already, surpassing 4 levels, instantly killing 2 7th rank masters. How terrifying. The truth was confirmed, and a flicker of fear crept into the hearts of the siblings Yao Chun and Yao Ping. Don't forget he's a 7-star, don't judge him by ordinary standards. Yao Yuhui's face was also taut. As the saying goes, a 1-star cultivates twice as fast as a 0-star, a 2-star, 4 times, a 3-star, 8 times. By that logic, a 7-star cultivates at least 128 times faster than the lowest tier martial artist. 1 day of training for him equals 4 months for you. How can you compete? The siblings exchanged helpless glances. How terrifying. The cultivation speed of a 7-star could only be described as monstrous and horrifying. But what truly unsettled Yao Yuhui went far beyond that. He looked up toward the mountain, his eyes brimming with worry. Even more terrifying is the potential of a 7-star. None of us have ever seen a 7-star before, nor do we know how far they can grow in the future. But if the rumors are true, then a 7-star's future is at least that of a Grandmaster. Before the bamboo grove halfway up the mountain, a group of martial arts instructors and disciples widened their eyes in disbelief. Master Zhao. Is he just gone like that? The sounds from below have stopped. He's probably gone. How ruthless. Who can avenge Master Zhao? Master Zhu, how about you? My legs are numb from the climb. I'll rest a bit first. You all go ahead. Just moments ago, they had all treated Jiang Ning like a cash cow, as if with a mere flick of the hand 3 million would be theirs for the taking. Now they began unconsciously stepping back, engaging in a comical display of modesty. Master Tang and Master Fei stared intently at Jiang Ning, who was slowly descending from midair, their old eyes filled with suspicion. What kind of technique is this? Master Tang demanded. First wind element, then earth element. Master Fei was also baffled. Kid, which fate star summoning did you choose? I chose my master. Jiang Ning replied with a matter-of-fact smile. But the 2 martial arts masters took it as him being evasive. A 7-star during the 3rd rank's direction selection had 7 choices. But no matter which you chose, you could never escape one of those fates. What if you didn't choose? That was also possible. But then you would never be able to control elemental forces. You could only cultivate with raw true chi. Cultivating with raw true chi could never surpass the 5th rank. Yet just now, when Jiang Ning killed Master Zhao, he had clearly used elemental force. And not just one type. He had left both martial arts masters completely bewildered. Seeing that Jiang Ning refused to confess, Master Tang looked up at the middle-aged man behind Jiang Ning and glared. I presume you are his master. Just now this old man was short-sighted and misjudged you. Jiang Ning was speechless. No, what are you thinking? Uncle Mai waved his hands frantically, hastily explaining. I'm just a rough man. Oh, how could I be worthy of being this young master's master? You've misunderstood. With that, Uncle Mai quickly pointed back at the courtyard wall. See, his master is inside. Uncle Mai was truly terrified. Just a moment ago, a terrifying chill had pierced his spine, as if any careless word would bring utter disaster. But the 2 martial arts masters clearly didn't believe him. They had scanned the interior with their spiritual sense many times, and other than that brat, they hadn't sensed a second person in the temple. They were both at the 9th rank. To hide one's aura from their perception, the other party would have to be a Grandmaster. Since you look down on others and refuse to show your true face, then this old man will test your skill. Master Tang was angered. Having been sat on earlier, Master Tang was already simmering with rage. Now he was convinced that Uncle Mai was Jiang Ning's master, and with that certainty much of his earlier wariness had dissipated. With a flourish of his sleeves, Master Tang clasped his hands behind his back, and in a showy falling leaf maneuver flew over Jiang Ning's head. No, he's really not my master. Being ignored like this, Jiang Ning was exasperated and immediately tried to clarify for Uncle Mai. But no one listened. Master Tang descended before him, swinging his palms with formidable force, pressing down on Uncle Mai like a landslide. What the? Uncle Mai wanted to dodge, but as soon as he moved his heel, he realized the problem. The sacks of rice flour and oil were all piled at Jiang Ning's door. If he dodged, that powerful palm strike would surely smash them to pieces. Don't ruin my goods. I'll have to pay for them. Uncle Mai shouted in panic, seeming to reluctantly raise his hand in response, casually meeting the palm strike. Bang! Their palms collided, and the palm energy spread across the clearing in visible shockwaves. The blast knocked people off their feet. Especially the martial arts disciples. They were sent tumbling. Uncle Mai stood as still as a rock, unmoved. In contrast, the attacking Master Tang was sent flying backward. After landing, he staggered back several steps, wiped the blood from his mouth with a sharp gesture, and his eyes dark and gloomy held a hint of terror. Excellent martial arts. Master Fei immediately rushed over astonished. Tang, what's going on? You can't even handle a laborer. Master Tang's face darkened. This man is pretending to be weak. His strength far surpasses both of us. Master Fei's eyes narrowed then. Let's join forces. On the other side, Jiang Ning approached and looked the usually honest and simple man up and down, teasing. Uncle My, so you're the real boss around here. With your martial arts skills, what's the deal? A wealthy man living incognito, experiencing rural life. Boss My foot. I told you I'm nothing in this town. Why won't you believe me? Uncle My laughed bitterly. Just as he was about to explain to Jiang Ning the two martial arts masters' fierce palm winds were already upon them. Watch out. He shoved Jiang Ning aside and met the attack with both palms. You disregard all rules and morality, openly colluding with this brat. Today we two old men shall uphold the righteousness of the world. Take this. The charging Master Tang and Master Fei shouted with thunderous voices and vicious strikes. One radiated water elemental force, the other fire. They were clearly serious. Holy crap. Jiang Ning nearly fainted. You say I'm messing around with Uncle Mai. Who are you insulting? Just as he was about to erupt in anger. Oh pretty boy, where do you think you're going? Among the martial arts masters, a tall, slender man with an effeminate face stepped forward and licked the back of his finger at Jiang Ning. You can kill a 7th rank, but what about me in 8th rank? Sissy, call me that again. Jiang Ning was furious. The misunderstanding from those two old men was already enough to upset him. And now suddenly another disgusting sissy appeared. Uncle Mai and himself, how could they look like a top and bottom? Jiang Ning was about to be torn apart by the other's words. Ha boy toy, you're quite daring. Seeing Jiang Ning actually charge up, the effeminate man laughed. Facing Jiang Ning's fierce punch, imbued with rock elemental force, the opponent responded calmly, twisting his body like a seductive dancer. In an instant, the dozens of bamboo around him, as if bewitched, rustled and converged toward him. Not only that, the bamboo was covered in a thin layer of green light, gaining incredible toughness. As Jiang Ning's fist approached, they quickly wound tightly around his arm. This punch, which could have easily killed a raging tiger, instantly became limp and powerless. Not only did it fail to inflict any damage, but it also could not advance an inch when it was still half a meter away from the opponent. A forest star spirit expert. Jiang Ning was greatly surprised. This damned faggot was actually an 8th rank expert who had chosen forest star summoning. Clever. The effeminate man grinned, not giving him a chance to retreat. The next moment, as a plume of green chi burst from his body, the weeds on the ground beneath their feet suddenly entered a state of wild growth. The effeminate man was unharmed. Jiang Ning, however, was instantly tangled around the ankles. Master Liao, well done. Master Liao, what a hero. Master Liao, the owner Yao Yuhui, has just announced that the bounty for capturing this master and disciple has been raised to 10 million. A group of dojo disciples saw this and cheered jubilantly. Master Zhao's defeat made many of them start to back out. The 3 Yao siblings at the foot of the mountain also realized this. Adhering to the principle that heavy rewards will bring brave men, they immediately more than tripled the bounty. 10 million. That's more like it. Upon hearing this, Master Liao was instantly invigorated and began to exert even more force. The bamboo that had bound Jiang Ning's arms contracted like rock pythons, squeezing so tightly that the blood flow in his arms stopped. The wild growth of the weeds under Jiang Ning's feet also suddenly intensified. Moreover, one of the stinging nettles like a loach slipped into Jiang Ning's pant leg. Hiss! Jiang Ning immediately felt a burning pain in his calf. Stinging nettle, also known as stinger grass, biting grass, or scorpion grass. Any child who grew up in the countryside knows that being stung by this stuff hurts like hell. Boy toy, feeling good. Master Liao gave him a sly smile. At the same time, the nettle that had crawled into Jiang Ning's pant leg continued to grow upward. Damn! What are you trying to do? Jiang Ning was angry. A crisis of the balls was approaching. Now Jiang Ning had no choice. With a tremor of his tiger-like body, arcs of electricity burst from the pores of his arms and thighs. Zap! The bamboo binding his arms, the weeds entangling his ankles, and that vicious nettle were instantly ignited and reduced to ashes. Lightning elemental force. Master Liao exclaimed. Damn sissy, I'm not done with you. Although Jiang Ning successfully broke free, the sleeve of his right arm and the pant leg of his left leg were both burned off. He looked quite disheveled. The two quickly engaged in a scuffle. Jiang Ning moved like a rabbit, his fists raining down like hailstones, and he had found a way to counter the sissy. With each punch, faint currents of electricity flowed on his fists. This was the basic skill of the Ming Shin's secret art. Master Liao, on the other hand, crazily manipulated the surrounding bamboo, weaving them into various forms to block his attacks, and was not at a disadvantage. An 8th rank expert. It's indeed a bit tough for A Ning. In the meditation room of the courtyard, Su Qingxian lowered her eyelids and murmured calmly. But it should be fine. Jiang Ning and Master Liao fought back and forth. In contrast, the battle between Uncle Mai and the two martial arts masters was one-sided. Hey, take it easy, don't break my eggs and soy sauce. From start to finish, Uncle Mai's feet barely left the spot. And there was only one reason. He was protecting these provisions. It was that simple and unadorned. In contrast, Masters Tang and Fei found it extremely difficult. Raging waves. Wildfire prairie. The two continuously launched attacks with their powerful ultimate techniques, but all were effortlessly neutralized by Uncle Mai. Seeing this, the Water Wolf Dojo crowd, who had rushed up the mountain with great fanfare under the banner of defending the rights and purifying heretics, all fell silent. Master Liao seems to be having trouble with that kid. I think Masters Tang and Fei are also struggling to capture his master. This 10 million is not easy to earn. This master and disciple are indeed not pushovers. Both master and disciple are too tough. Could it be that male-male dual cultivation is some secret technique? Hearing those bastards whispering behind his back, Jiang Ning's Dao heart nearly shattered. I said he's not my master. And I like women. Jiang Ning's roar was deafening. What a pity. Master Liao, who was still fighting him, looked regretful. Jiang Ning. Meanwhile, the onlookers on the high-rise buildings at the foot of the mountain were completely captivated by the two fierce battles on the hillside. Quick, baby Ning is fighting an 8th rank expert. He's pretty fierce. After all, he's a 7-star. At Green Shirt Tavern, Zhou Qingshan brought the receptionist Xiao Wan and the bartender Lin Simon, two young ladies, up to the roof. And they brought melon seeds, peanuts, and beer. The tea house opposite was spacious, tall, and had a broader view. So it was already packed with people upstairs. Lu Lin and her grandfather had found an excellent spot here to watch. Grandpa, look, this guy is not bad, even against an 8th rank. Lu Lin was extremely excited. If she could bring this guy back to the Yunzhou Second Martial Arts Academy, then the second academy would very likely surpass the first academy in reputation in the near future. What a pity. But the old man's eyes were fixed on the other battle, heaping praise on Uncle Mai's performance. Excellent technique. This whole body of Overlord Rock Chi is full of the right intensity. He must have been a grandmaster before, but seems to have suffered a major injury and his realm has fallen. However, when the old man turned to look at the locals around him, they all seemed indifferent. Don't let old Mai get hurt. Tomorrow I still have a few tons of iron slag for him to haul for burial. The blacksmith shop owner was worried. He won't get hurt. Old Mai is as sturdy as ever. He can work another 20 years, no problem. Mr. G from Huichun Cottage sat down with a birdcage. Uncle Mai is as shy as ever. Two old men are riding roughshod over him, yet he's still just protecting his basket of eggs and bottles of soy sauce and vinegar, unwilling to hurt anyone. A little herb-gathering girl with two bun hairstyles sitting on a small basket spat out a melon seed shell. Lu Lin and Old Master Lu were stunned. Wait, these people are really using a crippled grandmaster as a laborer. At sea, Jiang Tingio, holding a telescope, stamped her feet in anxiety. Dad, your plan is about to fail. He has a super expert protecting him. A crippled grandmaster. Zhang Longhao was both shocked, terrified, and furious. He twisted a half-smoked cigar into a pretzel. He had planted an informant in the town. The informant had just texted him that according to Old Master Lu's estimation, that dark-skinned man was likely a crippled grandmaster. Meanwhile, Li Yuanfa also reported the latest developments to Jiang Yushi. At this moment, the sisters Jiang Yushi and Jiang Shunning were pacing restlessly in the villa. They had already uncovered the truth of that year. But Tang Rou's phone just wouldn't go through. No one answered. Jiang Yushi comforted Jiang Shunning, saying, Li Yuanfa just told me that they've started the action, but don't panic. Our Ning seems to have a crippled grandmaster protecting him, so he should be safe for now. A crippled grandmaster. Jiang Shunning was both surprised and delighted. His master? Not Ning's master. Jiang Yushi's expression turned strange. Apparently, it's a laborer passerby. A passerby. Jiang Shunning's eyes widened. Creak. The sound of the door opening. Tang Rou returned, dragging her weary body. The sisters were about to go up and confront her. Butler Fu rushed in, frantically shouting, Bad news, bad news. The latest news is that the Yao family has raised the bounty for capturing young Master Jiang Ning to 100 million. 100 million? The sisters went black in the eyes. Jiang Yushi trembled. 100 million. Now grandmasters from other provinces might not be able to resist. 8 billion. What were you talking about? Tang Rou slipped off her high heels and tucked them into the shoe cabinet. She looked up, saw Jiang Shunning, and was overjoyed. Ning, you're back. Jiang Shunning, her eyes red, glared at her in silence. Jiang Yushi roared. The Yao family is spending $1 billion to deal with a Ning. Do you know that? They're offering $1 billion to capture your son. What? Tang Rou, leaning against the entryway wall, stumbled and nearly fell. She herself was a martial artist. Of course she knew what $1 billion meant. On the open market, a few million could hire a 7th or 8th rank expert. If the bounty reached tens of millions, even a 9th rank expert would be tempted. As for $1 billion, unimaginable. Such a sky-high reward was extremely rare. That was real money, not scrap paper. $1 billion would require a truck to haul. But if someone were truly willing to offer $1 billion, a ninth-rank expert would certainly grow frenzied with greed. Tang Rou had also heard of shameless grandmasters who had acted for rewards exceeding $1 billion. So when she learned that the Yao family was offering $1 billion to capture her son, she was utterly terrified. Would a grandmaster really wade into this muddy water for $1 billion? Jiang Ning was frightened to the core. Perhaps not from this province, Jiang Yusher sighed. But those from other provinces, can't be sure. Behind every grandmaster there were usually ties to some faction. Generally speaking, whether a grandmaster would act depended not only on the benefits, but also on whether it would create enemies for their faction. Such considerations were often diluted by geographical distance. In short, a grandmaster might fear a rival from the same city or province, but those from other provinces or countries might not care. But the Yao family themselves have a grandmaster. Jiang Ning's eyes were bloodshot, and she was so angry she could have ground her teeth. Why do they still have to bully people with such a high bounty? As the saying goes, a lion must use its full strength even against a rabbit. That half-crippled grandmaster who suddenly appeared and is protecting a Ning has probably frightened the Yao family. Jiang Yusher, a shrewd veteran of the business world, saw through the Yao family's scheme at a glance. She said gloomily, the Yao family must be worried that the half-crippled grandmaster might attract someone even more formidable, so they'd rather spend a fortune to buy an extra insurance policy. I suspect the Yao family's grandmaster will eventually make a move. Not doing so would fail to establish authority and would be a loss of face. But when exactly, it's hard to say. He might strike when a Ning's allies are at their weakest, delivering a fatal blow and cleaning up the mess. In short, the Yao family's move was calculated, very shrewd, and very venomous. Then what are we waiting for? Jiang Ning was furious. Sister, don't you have money? Is our company just for show? Even if we don't have a grandmaster, can't we afford $1 billion? Fine, let's fight them. Jiang Yusher, pushed to the edge, shouted to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, immediately have your contacts from all walks of life spread the word the Jiang family is willing to pay $2 billion to protect my brother. If any grandmaster, regardless of background, can drive back the Yao family's grandmaster, those $2 billion are his. Spread the news, and I'll raise the money. Uncle Fu, though not powerful, was highly respected in the household. He had many friends in the martial arts world. The news of the Yao family's billion-strong bounty must have reached him first through those friends. Good. Money can make the devil push the mill. I'll make arrangements right away. Uncle Fu was excited. With the eldest daughter's word, he was relieved. I object. Tang Rou, who had been panicking suddenly, seemed to be jolted awake by the cold wind blowing in through the window. She opposed loudly. $2 billion was no small sum. The Jiang family had assets in the billions. But assets were assets, cash was cash. Usually the bank account held only a few tens of millions in liquid funds. To raise $2 billion on short notice would definitely require selling assets at a loss, crippling the family. She rushed over, grabbed her daughter's hand, and said earnestly, Sure, Ning, don't be impulsive. $2 billion in cash is no trivial matter. Your father will be furious when he finds out. Let's think this over more carefully. Before she could finish. Shut up. Jiang Yusher, who had been holding back anger, erupted. She glared at her mother. How dare you oppose? 18 years ago you abandoned a Ning once. What do you want to abandon him again? You all know. Tang Rou's face turned pale. Doing such a wicked thing. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Jiang Ning's eyes burned like a volcano as she stepped forward. I never imagined your heart could be so cruel. Beneath that glamorous exterior, your heart is already rotten to the core. A Ning was the most unlucky person in the world to be born into the womb of a mother like you. You make me sick. Sick. Do you understand? Every word from her daughter stabbed into Tang Rou's heart like a steel blade. Her flawless disguise was torn away in that moment, leaving her without a shred of dignity. Wah. She pushed her daughter away, threw herself onto the living room sofa, and buried her face in her hands, sobbing. After a long while she lifted her tear-streaked face. I know I'm not human. I know I'm greedy for vanity. I've wronged a Ning. But all these years, I've been repenting. Every day my heart aches as if cut by a knife. In my dreams I think about how to make it up to my son. What more do you want from me? Jiang Yusher said coldly. So, what have you actually done? Tang Rou, with righteousness, pulled a piece of paper from her pocket and slammed it on the table. Who says I've done nothing? For this child I've worn myself out. I've already torn off my old face and let others trample it. Otherwise, why would I have gone to the airport early this morning to beg my maiden family for help? The Tang family has sent people. The two sisters were stunned. They had brought up this old skeleton to awaken their mother's conscience, hoping she would feel ashamed and rush to ask the Tang family for help. It turned out they were thinking the same thing. Otherwise, could I count on that bastard Jiang Longhao? Tang Rou, aggrieved, cursed her husband bitterly. You don't understand me at all. You're breaking my heart, Wu. Mom, we. Jiang Yusher felt awkward and was about to say something nice, but then her eyes fell on the paper. One glance nearly made her faint. You sold a Ning. Jiang Yusher was about to go crazy. She had wondered how her mother, with her thin influence in the Tang family, could have brought back any decent help. Now she understood. So, the Tang family was also a bunch of beasts. Beasts worse than animals. Yes, Jiang Yushi wanted to curse. The refined elegance she had cultivated for decades through elite education shattered in that instant. Is there a problem? Tang Rou clearly hadn't realized the severity and was even smug. We're all family. Jiang Yushi didn't want to argue with such a brainless mother anymore. Time was short, extremely urgent. Since the path of seeking help from the Tang family was dead, there was no other choice. Jiang Yushi shouted to Uncle Fu, quickly release the bounty. Offer 3 billion. 3 billion. Uncle Fu thought he had misheard. Yes, 3 billion. Jiang Yushi was frantic. I'll take full responsibility for the consequences. Originally offering 2 billion would have been enough to outbid the Yao family. But because of her mother's idiotic move, Jiang Yushi knew they had invited a wolf into the house. Knowing Ning's personality, the group of experts already on their way from the Tang family would not become his allies, they would only end up as enemies. 2 billion would no longer be sufficient. Jiang Ning quickly said, no matter the cost, I'm willing to give everything I've saved over the years. Good. Uncle Fu hurried to make calls. Soon. Uncle Fu returned pale-faced. I've spread the news, but no one has responded yet. Also, there's bad news. The Yao family's Grandmaster has already gone up the mountain. So fast. The two sisters were shocked. It seemed that the billion thrown out by the Yao family had already tempted a Grandmaster from another province, while their 3 billion had yet to attract any takers. Boom. Jiang Ning struck down with a hand blade, lightning sparks flying everywhere. The large net woven from weeds, vines, and bamboo in front of him was easily breached by the lightning, bursting into blazing flames. Sparks flew everywhere. You damn freak, you seem to be losing your touch. Jiang Ning fanned the air with his hand, letting one arm hang limp, and stepped forward over the still smoldering ashes. What kind of monster are you? Why is it so exhausting to use my martial techniques against you? Master Liao retreated in horror, taking 2 steps back. Bam! Without immediately responding, Jiang Ning pressed his advantage, leaping into the air and kicking the man to the ground. After subduing his opponent, Jiang Ning landed on his feet, then smiled slyly and raised his left arm. The answer is here. In the initial exchange, his left shoulder had been struck hard by the bamboo vines controlled by the opponent. After that, he fought with one hand, using only his right hand to execute the Thunder God's mystery. The opponent must have thought his left hand was severely injured, crippled, and unable to exert force. But that was not the case. It was Jiang Ning's scheme. As he raised his left arm, his clenched fist also relaxed and opened. Instantly, a green glowing orb appeared in the palm of his left hand. You've been secretly absorbing my wood elemental power. Master Liao collapsed on the ground, spitting blood, suddenly enlightened. This treacherous brat, so cunning. But you. How did you manage to do it? Fighting with lightning element martial techniques in his right hand, while using wood element means with his left hand, 2 elements coexisting in one body. This is impossible. As an 8th rank Master, Liao had rich combat experience, having fought no fewer than 100 battles. He had even participated in the State Guard's operations to exterminate abyssal monsters. But he had never encountered a monster like Jiang Ning. You don't need to know. Jiang Ning couldn't be bothered to explain to this freak. In truth, his supposed ability to freely switch between the 7 elements was merely a smokescreen. That night, Jiang Ning ignored the allure of the 7 destiny stars and chose his master. One of the charms of the immortal element is the ability to imitate any elemental power in the early stages of martial cultivation. Little Ning, not bad, you even managed to defeat an 8th rank expert with strategy. Jiang Ning was about to go check on Uncle Mai, but the latter was already walking over to him with a smile. Looking at the 2 old men who claimed to be martial arts masters, they had already been knocked to the ground and incapacitated. It seemed that Uncle Mai had held back. Uncle Mai, are you really a grandmaster? Jiang Ning looked at the rough man with a strange expression. He couldn't believe that a man who spent his days moving goods at the dock, eking out a living by manual labor, could be hiding such depth. Grandmaster, well. Uncle Mai grinned foolishly and was about to speak. Suddenly, watch out. A figure shot up from the cliff edge, a cold gleam flashing in his hand. The incredibly sharp sword tip, like a flash of light, stabbed straight for the center of Jiang Ning's back. If not for Uncle Mai's quick reaction, pushing him aside, this sword might have pierced Jiang Ning's heart. Such a fast sword. Everyone around was stunned. Not to mention the gym instructors and disciples, even the 8th rank Master Liao, and even Masters Tang and Fei, all had looks of shock in their eyes. This sword strike was something even those 2 old men could not block. The newcomer was a handsome man in white, holding a 3-foot dark cyan longsword. Others had climbed up the mountain, but this white-clad man seemed to have stepped on the cliffs, using peerless lightness skill to leap up at incredible speed. Uncle Mai clamped his 2 fingers tightly around the deadly sword. Even the good-natured Uncle Mai couldn't help cursing. You, a dignified 9th-rank swordsman, actually sneak attack a young man from behind. Truly lacking in martial virtue. The white-clad man sneered coldly. Let me correct you. Not an ordinary 9th rank swordsman, but the peak of 9th rank, the fastest sword in Lingzhou province, only one step away from Grandmaster. As he spoke, the white-clad man exerted force in his wrist, trying to thrust the sword through Uncle Mai's forehead. Uncle Mai's 2 fingers were like iron pliers, immensely strong, forcing the opponent to retreat after futile attempts pulling back his sword. Jiang Ning, who had stepped aside, saw Uncle Mai's fingers tremble involuntarily when he lowered his hand. It seemed that sword strike was truly terrifying, and Uncle Mai had not caught it easily. Master Liao and the others were shaken. Is he Yi Xiaoqiu? So it's him. The legendary swift as the wind sword like a shadow, the fastest sword in Lingzhou, Yi Xiaoqiu. What is a master from the neighboring province doing in our Yunzhou? Although Lingzhou province bordered Yunzhou province and Yun city was only about 100 kilometers from the nearest city, in Lingzhou this Yi Xiaoqiu, claiming to be the fastest sword in Lingzhou, had clearly crossed the boundary. Do I know you? Jiang Ning stared at the man in confusion. No, Yi Xiaoqiu shook his head. Then why did you sneak attack me? Jiang Ning was furious. You are a 7-star. My sword, Yi Xiaoqiu's sword, has killed countless genius prodigies, but I have never slain a 7-star. Yi Xiaoqiu smugly blew on his sword blade and sneered. The key point is, killing you gets me 100 million. 100 million. Master Liao and the others were dumbfounded. The faint rationality that had just calmed down was instantly overwhelmed by madness. Let Yi Xiaoqiu tie up that half-crippled Grandmaster. We'll take the chance to capture that brat and find the Yao siblings to claim the reward. Even Masters Tang and Fei, lying on the ground, exchanged glances and began secretly gathering energy. You bunch of small fry, you think you're worthy. You couldn't even get the 10 million bounty and you want to earn 100 million. Yi Xiaoqiu saw through these people's wolfish ambitions and merely let out a contemptuous sneer. Suddenly he swung his sword again, fiercely stabbing at Jiang Ning. This Lingzhou fast swords technique was all about speed. He primarily cultivated the wind star, soul, mastering the wind element. Truly swift as the wind soared like a shadow. His sword speed was so fast, it made one's scalp tingle. Little Ning fall back. Even Uncle Mai could barely keep up with his sword speed. Facing the fierce sword thrust aimed at Jiang Ning, Uncle Mai could only stomp 1 foot on the ground. Boom! This heavy stomp created a small-scale earth-shattering effect. A muddy stone spike like a bamboo shoot after rain burst out of the ground, appearing exactly in the path of Yi Xiaoqiu's killing move. Judging by the momentum, if Yi Xiaoqiu didn't dodge, the muddy stone spike would hit the 9th-ranked swordsman square in the stomach. However, Yi Xiaoqiu did not dodge. Instead, while thrusting his sword, he curled his lips and said, I admit your strength is slightly superior to mine. Unfortunately, your opponent is not me. Suddenly, bam! A cloud-like giant handprint the size of a half-person flew from afar. With a single strike, it shattered the muddy stone spike, instantly clearing the obstacle for Yi Xiaoqiu. The next moment, a disheveled old man soared upward like a kite, floating from the foot of the mountain to the halfway point without his feet touching the ground. Wind riding. Grandmaster. The old man with disheveled hair ascended the mountain in such a spectacular manner that it stunned everyone present. Even Yi Xiaoqiu, who was reputed to be at the pinnacle of the 9th grade, and merely a step away from Grandmaster, could only skim the surface like a dragonfly, using his toes to step on the protruding rocks of the cliff as he rushed up. But this old man effortlessly floated up a cliff several hundred meters high without touching the ground, as if a breeze had carried him the entire way. This was precisely the riding the wind that warriors often spoke of with fascination. The celestial skill most coveted by wind spirit soul warriors, and also the hallmark of a Grandmaster. Riding the wind. A wind element Grandmaster. In the tea house, old Master Lu's pupils contracted sharply. Grandfather, which clan does this Grandmaster belong to? Do you know him? Lu Lin asked hurriedly. I don't know him. He must be a Grandmaster from another province. The old man shook his head and smiled bitterly. The Yao family really knows how to scheme. Having Yao Jingtao as their pillar isn't enough. They even brought in a powerful outsider. The first thing this Grandmaster did upon reaching the mountaintop was to strike a palm directly at Uncle Mai. His palm wind possessed the might to dispel clouds and swallow mist. With a single strike, a fierce gale arose, bending entire groves of bamboo as they were pressed flat to the ground in a spectacular scene. Uncle Mai bore the brunt of the attack, locked in place by the opponent's palm force with no room to dodge. He could only cross his arms in front of his chest, let out a low roar, and after a moment of rapid accumulation of power, slammed his 2 fists, as large as sandbags, heavily into the ground. A faint yellow glow radiated from them. Boom. With that slam, the earth erupted like a wave, forming a wall of dirt that surged forward like rolling tides. The earthen wall barely managed to block the fierce palm wind, but it was soon scattered and flattened. You were indeed once of the same realm as me, said the Grandmaster with a mocking tone. But you are crippled now. Trying to stand up for that brat today is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, a reckless pursuit of death. I'm not standing up for him, Uncle Mai said with a wry smile. I'm just a deliver man. If you don't believe me, ask him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Ning said, Uncle Mai, I'm a bit busy right now. I'll explain later. For the moment, Jiang Ning had no time to clear up the misunderstanding for Uncle Mai. Without Uncle Mai blocking the way, Yi Xiaoqiu's sword had been aimed directly at Jiang Ning's throat. But Jiang Ning was no pushover. While responding to Uncle Mai, he leaned back, narrowly dodging the sword strike, and immediately launched a counterattack. Your sword is indeed fast, but killing me won't be that easy. Jiang Ning seized the hand, holding the sword with both hands simultaneously, lifting his leg and driving his knee upward viciously. Yi Xiaoqiu's pupils contracted. He had been too careless, thinking this strike would be a sure kill. He never imagined Jiang Ning could dodge it, let alone that Jiang Ning would not only avoid the blade grazing his throat, but also counterattack so swiftly and ferociously. The knee slammed hard into Yi Xiaoqiu's abdomen. This master of martial arts, the fastest sword in Lingzhou at the pinnacle of the 9th grade, who had just escaped Uncle Mai's earth-shattering strike, was now given a harsh lesson by Jiang Ning. The excruciating pain in his abdomen made him spew saliva and blood. He could only endure the churning in his stomach, shoved Jiang Ning away, and leaped backward. Brett, you've angered me. Yi Xiaoqiu wiped the blood from his mouth, his handsome face instantly contorted with rage. Master Liao and the others stood dumbfounded. What had they just witnessed? A ruthless fighter at the pinnacle of the 9th grade had been kneed in the stomach by a young man of the 4th grade. This was too surreal. What a little freak. So you can swing your sword at me, but I can't kick you, eh? Jiang Ning felt it was ridiculous. If not for his exceptional reflexes and speed, he would have been killed by that sword strike. Moreover, even though he dodged the strike, he wasn't completely unscathed. The opponent's sword chi had also injured him. But fortunately, it was just a small cut on his neck. I'll kill you. Yi Xiaoqiu charged again, with his sword furious beyond reason. Jiang Ning's expression changed slightly. With this peak 9th grade combatant now serious, he had no chance left. He could only dodge and weave desperately. Just then the Tang family's large contingent finally arrived in a flurry. The fastest sword in Lingzhou, Yi Xiaoqiu. Second Master Tang, Wenchuan instantly recognized Yi Xiaoqiu. That troublesome kid from 4th sister's family is being hunted by Yi Xiaoqiu. We have to intervene or he'll be dead for sure. Eldest Master Tang, Xiangdong, however, showed a look of delight. The 7 stars are truly extraordinary. Even at this level of cultivation, he can toy with a pinnacle 9th grade expert. Then Tang Xiangdong scanned the scene ahead and sneered, no rush. I think Jiang Ning can hold out for a few dozen more moves under Yi Xiaoqiu's sword. Let him suffer a bit first. We'll go talk to that Grandmaster. Good. Tang Wenchuan nodded coldly. The two brothers walked quickly to the Grandmaster. Tang Xiangdong clasped his fists and said with a polite smile, Senior Wei, I've long admired your reputation. You know me. The Grandmaster withdrew his gaze from confronting Uncle Mai and glanced at them sideways. The pillar of the Lingzhou Fengyun martial arts hall, the renowned Grandmaster of the Wei family, Senior Wei Wuji. Who doesn't know you, haha? Tang Xiangdong laughed heartily. I am Tang Xiangdong, eldest son of the Tang family from Hangzhou. I'd like to propose a deal with you, Senior. A deal, eh? Wei Wuji sneered, contemptuously ridiculing the two brothers unmercifully. A mere 9th grade like you thinks you're worthy of negotiating with me. My disciple Yi Xiaoqiu with his sword alone could kill you all. Have your grandfather come, and then we can talk. Such was the pride of a Grandmaster. Even though Tang Xiangdong was a well-known 9th grade expert in Hangzhou, he was still completely beneath notice. Tang Xiangdong was not angered. Instead, he grinned. My father didn't come, but he repeatedly instructed us to bring that child back. To that end, he had us bring some of the Tang family's most treasured heirlooms. As his words fell, Tang Xiangdong suddenly raised a hand coldly. In an instant, the hundreds of black-clad, sunglass-wearing warriors behind him swiftly arranged themselves in formation, each drawing a cylindrical weapon from their waist. Rainstorm pear blossom needles. Wei Wuji's aged face was filled with shock. Of course he recognized this. The Tang family's unique hidden weapon. Its power was terrifying. Used well, a single needle could kill a 6th or 7th grade expert. With hundreds firing together, even a Grandmaster would find it hard to withstand. Do you think I'm the only Grandmaster here today? Wei Wuji sneered coldly, then shouted loudly toward the mountain and the sea. You two old fellows, how much longer are you going to watch? Everyone turned to look. On the water not far from the shore, a small boat was drifting with the waves. On the boat, 2 old men sat fishing. Old Wei is getting impatient. Haha. The two exchanged glances and smiled. The next moment, one of them swung his bamboo rod horizontally. Boom. The resulting giant wave instantly launched the small boat 100 meters into the air. Then, the other man also swung his fishing rod. The line on the reel was pulled taut, and the flying hook trailing the line shot across hundreds of meters to hook onto a large tree in front of the bamboo grove. The old man pulled hard, and the small boat carrying them immediately flew toward the crowd. Bang! The boat landed heavily, but the 2 white-haired old men were completely unharmed. Grandmasters. 2 more Grandmasters. The crowd exclaimed in shock. Such a feat could only be accomplished by Grandmasters. One of them was well known to all, the most prominent of the Grandmasters in Yunqing, the pillar of the Yao family, Old Master Yao. Old Master Yao introduced him with a hearty laugh. This is an old friend of mine. I'm sure many of you have heard of the extraordinary peerless of Jiangning and Lingzhou. That's my old friend here. Today I invited him and Senior Wei Wuji to uphold justice for the Yao family. Extraordinary peerless. Grandmaster Lin Fifan of Jiangxing and Lingzhou has come too. The Yao family spent only 100 million and managed to invite 2 Grandmasters. How will they split the money? Master Liao and the others gasped in cold air. They realized they were merely the pawns sent up the mountain by the Yao siblings to test the waters. The Yao family's true reliance was 3 Grandmasters. The Tang brothers frowned. 3 Grandmasters. What a huge move. If they hadn't come today, that troublesome kid from Fourth Sister's family would be dead for sure. Tang Xiangdong stepped forward, cupped his hands, and smiled. Old Master, Yao Senior Lin, how about giving our Tang family some face today? Let's settle this peacefully, and let us take the child back for strict discipline. What do you say? Old Master Yao glanced at the warriors behind him and sneered contemptuously. Do you think these few hundred rainstorm pear blossom needles are enough to make us 3 Grandmasters slink away with our tails between our legs? Nephew, you're being far too naive. Tang Xiangdong thought for a moment and said earnestly, the Tang family will compensate for the Yao family's losses this time. Then he lowered his voice and continued, besides compensation, in the future the benefits created by this child's growth will also be shared with the Yao family. How about that? Hearing this, Old Master Yao's eyes gleamed with unconcealed delight. What? The future of the 7 stars. The Yao family could also get a share. This condition was utterly irresistible to Old Master Yao. He narrowed his aged eyes and said, in that case, everything can be arranged. Old Master Yao called Wei Wuji and Lin Fifan over, and they huddled together whispering. Soon Wei Wuji and Lin Fifan showed satisfied expressions. Clearly, under Old Master Yao's mediation, the benefits that Tang Xiangdong had promised to the Yao family were being redistributed to the 2 Grandmasters. Thus, Jiang Ning, the 7 stars, was like a gold mine, completely unaware that he was already being divided up among them. They didn't even treat him as a human being. Having reached an agreement, Tang Xiangdong immediately shouted at Jiang Ning, Jiang Ning, I'm your eldest uncle. Your grandfather entrusted us to travel thousands of miles to save you. Your mother Tang Rou has agreed to transfer you to your second uncle as his son. Come with us. Get lost. Jiang Ning erupted in fury. I have no mother nor any damn eldest or second uncle. Stop claiming false kinship. Get as far away from me as possible. Whatever agreement you made with that woman, I don't acknowledge any of it. Tang Xiangdong. Tang Wenxuan. On the other side, Wei Wuji also shouted at Yi Xiaoqiu, who was still chasing Jiang Ning. Xiaoqiu, this kid has someone backing him. Spare his life. No way. Yi Xiaoqiu, however, treated his master's words like wind passing his ears. Today I must kill this brat. He was bloodthirsty. Not only did he not stop, but each thrust at Jiang Ning became more vicious than the last. For no other reason than that he, a pinnacle 9th grade expert acclaimed as the fastest sword in Lingzhou province, couldn't kill a young man of the 4th grade. How disgraceful would that be? Due to Jiang Ning's stubborn attitude, Tang Xiangdong and Tang Wenxuan wore grim expressions and remained unmoved. That kid from Fourth Sister's family has no respect for his elders, completely lacking in upbringing. It seems once we take him back, you as his father will have to discipline him strictly. Don't worry. The old man has prepared a heart-eating goo. If necessary, he won't have a choice but to obey. What they wanted was for Jiang Ning to be overwhelmed, then kneel down and beg his 2 uncles for forgiveness in order to survive. At the foot of the mountain in the tea house, Lu Lin watched the scene with great anxiety. He seems to be reaching his limit. Old Master Lu nodded. This child is at his limit. After all, his opponent is at the pinnacle of the 9th grade. Then it's over. Bai Jiner, who was beside them, suddenly blurted out. Indeed, it's over. Is a peerless 7 stars going to be ruthlessly snuffed out like this? The grandfather and granddaughter were filled with regret, but helpless. After all, there were 3 Grandmasters. Even if Old Master Lu wanted to save him, he couldn't fight 3 alone. Bai Jiner, however, shook her head and said pityingly, I mean, if this guy has reached his limit, then those people up the mountain are going to disappear. No sooner had she spoken than Yi Xiaoqiu's sword thrust toward Jiang Ning came to an abrupt halt. Originally, Yi Xiaoqiu had unleashed his ultimate death move, Sword Breaks Time. Originally, Jiang Ning had been cornered with no way to evade this strike. But just as the sword tip was about to pierce Jiang Ning's chest, the scene seemed to freeze. Yi Xiaoqiu stood holding his sword, pointing at Jiang Ning. The light in his eyes suddenly dimmed. Drip, drip. The warm blood of the opponent dripped onto Jiang Ning. A tender green leaf had pierced through Yi Xiaoqiu's throat. At the same time, an icy voice drifted out from the courtyard. Are all your people here now? The young prodigy, renowned as the fastest sword in Lingzhou, had perished before him in such a shocking yet casual manner. Master. Jiang Ning was stunned. It was Master who saved me. If not for Master's timely intervention, he would never have been able to block that strike just now. Sword that shatters time. A lethal technique executed by a peak 9th grade master. Even a crippled grandmaster like Uncle Mai might not be able to withstand it, let alone him, a mere 4th grade. No matter how extraordinary Jiang Ning's talent was, he was only at the 4th grade after all. But then again, wasn't it too effortless for Master to kill a 9th grade swordsman? If Jiang Ning hadn't misjudged, the tender green leaf that pierced through the opponent's throat was clearly plucked from the elm tree in the courtyard. So soft and light in texture. Yet it could kill from a distance. Master's strength. Hiss. Jiang Ning couldn't help but gasp in shock. The people around were even more dumbfounded. Yi Xiaoqiu is dead. How did he die, eh? No idea, we have no clue what just happened. Master Liao and his group were stunned. With their level of perception, they had no idea what had just happened. They only saw Yi Xiaoqiu, who had thrust his sword with an ultimate move at that young man, suddenly stop moving. Big brother, did you see clearly? No. Tang Xiangdong and Tang Wenquan brothers exchanged bewildered glances, feeling their scalps tingle. Even they hadn't seen it clearly. These two uncles of Jiang Ning were both 9th grade experts. If even they couldn't perceive what had just happened then. Suddenly a terrifying thought sprang into the two uncles' minds. In that large compound there is a grandmaster. Tang Wenquan looked at the Taoist temple, his eyes filled with terror. Definitely a grandmaster. Tang Xiangdong, who was even stronger, felt even more horrified. And not an ordinary grandmaster. This woman's strength has reached the level of miraculous mastery. With just a single tinder leaf, she can instantly kill a peak 9th grade expert. Even our family's old master couldn't do that. So that Taoist temple not only had someone living inside, but also concealed a mysterious grandmaster. Just now no one had detected anyone inside. They all thought that dark-skinned man was Jiang Ning's master. On the other side, the 3 grandmasters, Yao Jingtao, Wei Wuji, and Lin Fifan, were also so shocked that they couldn't speak for a long time. With their keen eyesight, they had managed to catch a trace of the flying trajectory of that tender leaf. But they only saw it fly out of the courtyard in the blink of an eye. Not to mention blocking it for Yi Xiaoqiu, they didn't even have a chance to react. After a brief moment of shock, Wei Wuji became enraged. Who exactly are you to dare kill my personal disciple right before my eyes? If you don't give me an explanation today, I will fight you to the death. Wei Wuji, with disheveled hair, strode forward and roared angrily at the Taoist temple. The opponent was strong, frighteningly strong. Perhaps even stronger than himself. But Wei Wuji was not afraid. Yao Jingtao stepped forward, squinting his old eyes, and shouted toward the courtyard. You kill someone in front of us without even a greeting. That is going too far. Lin Fifan also stepped forward, fuming. Do you think we are invisible? The 2 grandmasters stood behind Wei Wuji, their stance clear. At present, they had 3 grandmasters on their side. In addition, the second young master of the Tang family, who had already reached a mutually beneficial alliance, led hundreds of martial artists, all armed with rainstorm pear blossom needles. Even if the opponent was a standout among grandmasters, what could they do? With this confidence, Wei Wuji became calmer and angrily provoked. Do you even have the 3 of us grandmasters in your eyes? No. A very casual reply came from the courtyard. Yao Jingtao, Lin Fifan, Wei Wuji, Master Liao, and his group couldn't hold it together. This woman's voice was so light and ethereal, like a celestial melody. Even without meeting her, one could sense an extraordinary aura. But this attitude. Look, she had made the 3 grandmasters' faces flush red with anger. Outrageous. Lin Fifan was furious. I have never seen such an arrogant and supercilious person as you. Even Yao Jingtao, who was deeply scheming, could no longer remain calm. Then you have seen one today. A faint laugh came from the courtyard belonging to Su Qingxian. Yao Jingtao. Clearly Su Qingxian had no intention of coming out to meet them, as if all the commotion outside had nothing to do with her. From beginning to end, only Jiang Ning could sense her presence. And this was not because Jiang Ning was exceptionally powerful. It was because Jiang Ning could feel a pair of eyes as tender as water seemingly watching over him at all times. Since you won't come out, I will break in and tear down this shabby Taoist temple to avenge my Xiaoqiu. Wei Wuji was completely enraged, roaring and taking a deep breath. In an instant, mist surged in the surrounding forest, clouds moved with the wind, as if a vast amount of energy was gathering around this grandmaster as its core. At the foot of the mountain, seeing the fierce wind and dark clouds halfway up the mountain, the Lu family grandfather and granddaughter were both dumbfounded. Oh no, his master has completely infuriated them. Lu Lin exclaimed in dismay. The wrath of a grandmaster is not easy to quell. Old Master Lu smiled bitterly. Next, a fierce battle is inevitable. The old man himself was also a grandmaster. Once upon a time, he was revered and feared wherever he went. Anyone who dared provoke him would be killed with a single palm strike in his rage, without any hesitation. But now he was old, with half his body already in the grave. To protect the Lu family for a few more years, he was no longer so arrogant, and had become low-key. including this time. Actually, the old man hadn't come here purely for the spectacle. Urged on by his granddaughter Lu Lin, he came to see if there was a chance to protect the 7 stars and snatch some great advantage. But reality forced the old man to bow his head. The Yao family had prepared thoroughly, deploying 3 Grandmasters, including Yao Jingtao, at once, along with the far-traveled covetous second young master of the Tang family. If he stuck his head out now, it would be a waste, even if he lost his old life. And he didn't have high hopes for that child's master either. After all, anyone who could become a Grandmaster was no fool. To fight alone against 3, too difficult. But Bai Jiner, who was standing nearby with her arms crossed, couldn't help but laugh. What fierce battle. It's just moths flying into the flame. As soon as she finished speaking, the conflict halfway up the mountain erupted. Wei Wuji, eager to avenge his disciple, took the lead, channeling his true qi to the fullest and thrusting both palms forward. Whoosh! A fierce gale swept up sand and stones from the ground, covering the sky and earth, blowing toward the 2 doors of the Taoist temple. The gale even carried rocks as large as a human face. Such astonishing destructive power might not collapse the mountain, but after this battle, the Tianyin temple built on the cliff halfway up the mountain would likely fall apart. Master Liao and his group were dumbfounded. Is this the power of a wind element Grandmaster? But the next second, as soon as the gale reached the gate, it seemed to be hit by a terrifying pressure and suddenly lost its forward momentum. Wei Wuji's old eyes narrowed sharply. Not good. Seeing this, Yao Jingtao and Lin Fifan immediately rushed to assist. One wildly swung his fishing rod, and the flying fishing line, as if endowed with spirit, tied up the waterfall hanging from the nearby cliff, dragging it and pouring it over the Taoist temple, intending to flood it. One thrust his bamboo pole fiercely into the ground, and wisps of purple-black smoke suddenly writhed and gathered from the surrounding bushes. Poisonous mist. The mountain was filled with countless poisonous plants. This Lin Fifan was clearly a Grandmaster of the Forest Star Soul, and he took a unique path, able to control those poisonous plants and have their juices and toxins obediently serve him. No wonder he was known as the unparalleled marvel. The 3 Grandmasters struck simultaneously, each unleashing their signature moves without any arrogance. However, whether it was the wind and sand, the waterfall, or the poisonous mist, none could cross the wall and enter the courtyard. In fact, they were all suppressed by that terrifying pressure a mere 3 meters away from the gate roof and walls. How is that possible? The 3 old men were greatly shocked. What kind of terrifying strength was required to achieve this? The next second, a light laugh came from within the courtyard, and the 3 forces were simultaneously repelled back. Bang! Wei Wuji was swept up by the returning wind, and sand, his body crushed and exploded. Yao Jingtao was pierced through the chest by the waterfall, his ribs and internal organs washed clean away. No! Lin Fifan roared as all the poisonous mist backflowed into his body, instantly corroding him into a pool of blood. An eerie silence fell. 3 Grandmasters were just gone. They had been clamoring to storm the Taoist temple, to tear the roof and smash the beams of Jiang Ning and his master's dwelling, reducing it to ruins. And yet, they hadn't even entered the gate, hadn't even laid eyes on anyone. Master, she's really something. Jiang Ning swallowed hard, utterly stunned. Suddenly, Jiang Ning's hair stood on end. Before he could dodge, 2 massive hands had already seized him. The attackers turned out to be 2 elderly men with white hair and beards. Young master, forgive us. Your father worries about you. Come with us. The 2 elders gripped his shoulders from either side, their aged eyes brimming with excitement, as though they had captured something precious. Who are you old wretches to grab me? Let go. Jiang Ning struggled desperately, but soon discovered in horror that he could not move an inch. The aura radiating from the 2 elders was identical to those 3 formidable masters from earlier. Grandmasters. Jiang Ning's expression darkened with dread. While the mantis preyed on the cicada, the oriole waited in ambush. 2 Grandmasters had been concealed nearby. Judging from their demeanor, they did not seem aligned with the Yao family. Once they secured Jiang Ning, they showed no intention of lingering for even a moment. The scene they had just witnessed was terrifying. These 2 certainly did not want to follow the fate of those 3 old ghosts from the Yao family. Fortunately, their mission required no confrontation with the figure at the Taoist temple. Simply delivering the boy back would suffice. They hoisted Jiang Ning between them and leapt into the air, plunging toward the cliff below. As they departed, one cast a backward glance with a smile. We are friends, your father engaged to watch over this child. There is no need to pursue us. But before the 2 old rogues could flee far, an invisible force erupted, wrenching both men and Jiang Ning back with tremendous power. We are. The 2 elderly men stammered in terror, desperate to identify themselves. It does not matter anymore, Su Qingxian spoke coldly. Those who lay hands on my beloved disciple deserve death. In the next instant, bang, bang, both anonymous Grandmasters exploded into crimson mist right where they stood. Everyone's hair rose in terror, paralyzed with dread. Everyone knew that woman had struck, but how she had slain 2 Grandmasters none could fathom. They simply could not comprehend what had unfolded. To be honest, even Jiang Ning was utterly dumbfounded. As the master's cherished disciple, he admitted he could not understand it either. His goddess master dispatching grandmasters seemed as effortless as slaughtering chickens. No, easier still. Just days prior, Jiang Ning had killed chickens to host Ma Teng and the others, and one had even scratched him. Yet these so-called grandmasters could not so much as brush against his master's robe. Don't move. As Jiang Ning drifted in a daze, he found himself seized once more, and the one who held him was none other than his own maternal uncle. Tang Xiangdong had crept behind Jiang Ning, while Su Qingxian was eliminating those two grandmasters, pressing a poisoned pear blossom needle against his kidneys. Seeing his elder brother succeed, Tang, when Chuan approached with a grim expression. Little brat from my fourth sister's family, I'm sorry. With your temperament, I doubt you would ever willingly call me father. Today we must drag you back. The Tang family has mobilized entirely for you, and with my fourth sister's written claim as evidence, we cannot return empty-handed under any circumstances. Tang Xiangdong grinned broadly. As long as you do not resist, your uncle guarantees your safety. But if you dare struggle, don't expect to see tomorrow's sun. Jiang Ning seethed with anger, yet felt deeply wronged. Having lived 2 lives, he knew precisely what his goddess master was thinking. Master, help me. Jiang Ning instantly transformed into an obedient child. I'm so scared. Inside a faint blush colored Su Qingxuan's normally cold features. This wayward disciple had seen through her thoughts. She could not understand why his spirit was so mature, so utterly unlike any 18-year-old youth. Yes, she was doing it intentionally. She merely sought an excuse to kill. With a backward flick of her hand, the elm tree in the courtyard shuddered violently, its tender leaves scattering like rain. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, blood sprayed everywhere and corpses littered the ground. At the moment of death, Tang Xiangdong truly pulled the trigger with bitter hatred. But a single leaf sliced clean through his entire arm. The Tang brothers believed that holding Jiang Ning hostage would threaten the master within, but they failed to realize this was a trap. At the tea house below the mountain, Lu Lin and his grandson sat rooted to their seats, as if glued motionless for a long time. Finally, Lu Lin spoke blankly. Grandpa, it's over. But the old man shook his head with a bitter smile. No, this is not the end. The tides of Yun City have shifted. The elder side. I had thought the strongest in Yun province was either from the First Martial Arts Academy or the military. It seems I was short-sighted. The show is over, everyone may disperse, Bai Jiner called out. The grandfather and grandson were startled to find the locals leaving in an orderly manner, their expressions remarkably calm. Wait, Miss Bai, did you know this would happen? Lu Lin could no longer contain himself. I told you, you have caused trouble. Bai Jiner glanced toward the mountain. I advised you that day not to go to Tianyun Mountain, and certainly not to provoke them. Then what happens next? Lu Lin trembled with anxiety. Things will only get worse, Bai Jiner said gravely. That master and disciple were conducting their affair in private. What business was that of yours? Isn't it better to be alive? Now it is all exposed and bloodshed is inevitable. Lu Lin's face went pale. At the Jiang family mansion. What? 3 grandmasters went up the mountain together to shamelessly bully my brother. 3 grandmasters are dead. Is this true? What? Another 2 grandmasters appeared, kidnapped my brother. And they're dead too. Jiang Yusher's information was lagging behind. Listening to the reports from across the phone, the 2 sisters felt as though riding a roller coaster. They had wanted to throw 300 million at countering the crisis the Yao family had provoked. But nobody dared to accept their offer. Meanwhile, the Yao family had only spent 100 million and still managed to hire 2 grandmasters. One side could not spend their money, the other could not afford enough. This filled them with fury, humiliation, and despair, yet the final outcome was so shocking and unexpected. When they heard the crisis had ended in such a manner, they felt as though dreaming. Are you certain this master of Anings is truly a young, stunning beauty? Jiang Yusher gazed blankly at Jiang Shuning, beginning to doubt her younger sister's eyesight. Jiang Shuning did not know how to respond. She herself was numb with disbelief. This child actually stood by and watched his master kill both your eldest and second uncles. Tang Rou came running, tears streaming, having received the news. It was devastating. Wu, how am I supposed to face the family? Jiang Yusher had been looking for her and demanded angrily, Mom, you're just in time. Tell me, how did 700 million suddenly disappear from the company accounts? Who diverted it? Don't tell me you did not know. Your father took it, Tang Rou said evasively. He needed 200 million, and Zixian also needed 500 million. I thought we were all family, so I signed off on it. Is that such a big deal? Not a big deal. Jiang Yusher was beside herself with rage. If she had not checked the accounts while raising funds, she would still have been in the dark. Major company transactions required signatures from at least 2 of the 3, the CEO, her father, and her mother. To put it bluntly, you have been used as a pawn to siphon family assets. Do you understand that? Jiang Yusher was apoplectic. That is hardly necessary. Tang Rou still could not believe it, grumbling. All right, I admit I have favored Zixian somewhat, mainly because the child is so filial, not like a Ning who only knows how to make me angry every day. If a Ning were half as filial as Zixian, I would not be so inclined toward him. Sis, I can't take this anymore. Jiang Ning's eyes blazed with fury. They had planned to confront their mother about that incident once they found that wicked woman, but after everything that had happened, she could not hold back any longer. Filial? Huh. She let out a cold laugh. Jiang Zixuan is the illegitimate son your husband had with our former nanny. And you actually believe that bastard would be truly filial to you? What are you saying? Tang Rose staggered as if struck by lightning. She's saying that Jiang Zixuan, the child you have cherished above all others, is actually your husband's illegitimate son by another woman. Jiang Yushi had no desire to maintain this pretense any longer and screamed in fury. Tang Ro's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed unconscious. Woo! Tang Ro, revived by the pressure on her philtrum, immediately dissolved into a torrent of tears, weeping as if her heart would break. Amid her sobs, she pounded the sofa and hurled curses. That bastard Zhang Longhao. If it weren't for my help back then, would he be where he is today? He actually dared to sneak around behind my back, fooling around with another woman, and even secretly sired a bastard. I must have been blind to marry such a heartless scoundrel. Wu. And that little bastard Jiang Zixuan, father and son in cahoots, playing their roles so perfectly all these years. Making a fool of me. Wu. Clearly this revelation had struck her a devastating blow. She was almost beyond consolation. Mom, enough. Crying won't do any good now. Think about what we should do next. Jiang Yushi, both irritated and unwillingly sympathetic, pulled a tissue and handed it to her. Uff. Tang Ro took the tissue, blew her nose, her eyes bloodshot. Glaring at the door, she fumed. What else can we do? Call him, tell him to get his ass back home. I want a divorce. Divorce? Jiang Yushi's face turned pale. You're getting a divorce. Mom, think it through. This is no joke. As the eldest daughter, Jiang Yushi detested the man, but he was still her biological father. Adhering to the notion that every family has its troubles, and that one should encourage reconciliation rather than separation, she was reluctant to see her parents go down this path. I support Mom's divorce. Jiang Ning shouted loudly. Recently, due to Jiang Ning's matter, the mother and daughter had been at odds. Now Jiang Ning surprisingly agreed with her mother. Unlike her elder sister, who was burdened by caution, Jiang Ning was the type who couldn't tolerate a speck of dust in her eyes, unable to accept extramarital affairs for any reason. But Jiang Yushi tried to persuade them. No buts. Tang Ro got up herself, grabbed a tissue, and wiped her eyes. You have no idea what really happened between your father and me and to your brother A Ning. How could we not know? Jiang Yushi retorted. Back when A Ning was just a month old, the nanny following your orders went to the hospital to pick him up, but swapped the babies. And you, greedy for vanity, chose to turn a blind eye. Even if Dad orchestrated the whole thing, you as a negligent mother can't shirk the blame. Now are you still trying to make excuses? I'm not making excuses. Tang Ro shook her head. This blow had suddenly sobered her up, and she decided to hide nothing. In front of her two daughters, she recounted the whole story. The baby swapping. I let you down, I let A Ning down. I have nothing to say. But you only know half the story. Do you know? When I was pregnant with A Ning, there was actually another child inside me. That is, originally. You should have had another sister. A sister? Jiang Yushi and Jiang Ning were stunned. So their mother had given birth to twins, a boy and a girl. They had never heard of this before. Where is our little sister? Jiang Ning asked excitedly. Where is she now? She's gone. Tang Ro's face darkened with extreme pain. When I gave birth to A Ning and his sister, I had a difficult labor with massive hemorrhaging. The baby girl died right after birth. Little sister. A pang of grief struck Jiang Yushi and Jiang Ning. Tang Ro continued. Do you know why I care so much about my son's talent? In our generation, the Tang family had 3 elder brothers and 6 sisters. Before I married, my 3rd sister, 5th sister, and 6th sister had already started families. The children they bore were each more talented than the last. 8 with 3-star talents, 5 with 4-star, 2 with 5-star, and even 1 terrifying 6-star. My 3rd sister and the others earned great praise from Grandpa and received plenty of benefits from the Tang family. This earned me countless scornful looks. Behind my back, they mocked me as an old maid who couldn't marry and sneered that even if I had children, they would never be as good as theirs. What's more infuriating is that after I married into the Jiang family, the situation was exactly the same. The Jiang family's children also produced many outstanding talents. Saying this, Tang Ro looked at her 2 daughters and sighed deeply. Especially after giving birth to you 3 girls one after another, I was mocked so much that I couldn't hold my head up. I fell into a depression. Blame us then. The 2 sisters blushed and rolled their eyes. Indeed, the 3 sisters' martial arts talents were mediocre at best. The strongest was the eldest, Jiang Yushi, who had only awakened a 3-star level. Tang Ro said awkwardly, I'm not blaming you. What I mean is, later, in order to please my in-laws and to prove to Grandpa that I could also produce a genius, I thought I must have that slice of bread, even if I don't need the steam, and so I did some foolish things. Like what? The sisters perked up their ears. After I became pregnant with a Ning and his sister to ensure the children developed well, I took a lot of supplements. Tang Rou was ashamed. Extreme measures, the kind where I gorged myself every day. So you caused little sister's death? No. Tang Rou looked aggrieved. I only tortured myself. For the 2 babies in my womb, I did thorough research. The supplements I took were all strictly selected. I was poisoned by someone. Poisoned? The sisters gasped. There was such a thing. Yes, I was given a slow-acting poison. Why else would a Ning be so frail at birth? Why else would I have a difficult labor? Why else would your little sister have died? Woo-woo. At this Tang Rou began to cry again, pounding the sofa in anguish. My child, she was killed so senselessly before she even saw a single ray of this world. Mother failed you, mother was so helpless, woo-woo. Mom, stop crying. Who poisoned you during your pregnancy and harmed little sister and a Ning? Jiang Ning was frantic. The sisters were also furious. Thinking of the little girl they never got to meet, their hearts ached. I don't know. Tang Rou became somewhat hysterical, tearing at her hair. I asked your father to investigate back then, but the matter was eventually dropped. I wish I could dig out the poisoner and cut them into 1,000 pieces to avenge my son and daughter. But no matter how much I searched, I couldn't find a single clue. I don't know. All right, Mom, calm down. Jiang Ning quickly went to soothe her. Jiang Yusher stroked her chin deep in thought. Mom, are you telling us this to hint that Dad might be involved, though? Yes, it's him. That heartless beast harmed me. Tang Rou tugged at her hair, eyes bloodshot, face twisted. That bitch Lu Qingshu was his arrangement to work as our nanny. She was the one who took care of my meals during pregnancy. She was the poisoner. Jiang Zishuan is the bastard born of that disgusting pair. I'm sure of it. My poor daughter, my poor Ning Wu. The sisters exchanged glances. Well, their mother seemed unhinged by the painful memories. First, they were still investigating whether Lu Qingshu was their father's mistress and the mother of Jiang Zishuan, and whether she was the same woman who had taken a Ning away. There was no evidence yet. They didn't even know Lu Qingshu's current whereabouts. Their mother's insistence was somewhat delusional. Still, they say a woman's intuition is sharp. Perhaps as the party involved, this was exactly the script. What do you think, sis? Jiang Ning asked urgently. If we ask Dad, he'll never admit it. Jiang Yusher slapped her thigh. I've got it. We can ask a Ning. There must be photos of Lu Qingshu at home. If we show them to a Ning, the truth will come out. As she finished speaking, the sound of the door opening came. It was Jiang Longhao and Jiang Tingjio returning. Elder sister, you're back. Jiang Tingjio walked in first, looking at the strange scene, especially the table full of paper balls, and asked with confusion, Mom, big sister, what's wrong with you? Jiang Yusher didn't say it directly, but sneered sarcastically, did you enjoy fishing? Not really. Jiang Tingjio shrugged, seemingly oblivious to her sister's sarcasm. I only caught 2 sea bream. Dad had it worse. He got skunked all day, seemed out of sorts. Oh, and Director Yang caught a big grouper. As she spoke, she glanced back at the entrance, put a finger to her lips, and made a shushing gesture. Shoo. Don't talk about this anymore. Dad's already upset. Jiang Yusher was speechless. When will this girl ever grow up? Was someone upset because he didn't catch a big fish? It was clearly because all his schemes had failed. He didn't see Ning driven to desperation, begging for forgiveness on his knees, so he suffered a heavy blow. No, it was more than a blow. He was probably also terrified by the master's fearsome strength. Sure enough, Jiang Longhao shuffled over in slippers, his face drained of color, his steps unsteady. He looked wilted like an old eggplant hit by frost. Dad, where's Ning? Didn't you bring him back subdued? Jiang Ning asked knowingly, twisting the knife, pouring salt on the man's wound. You? Jiang Longhao raised his hand, furious. What, you got humiliated by Ning, and now you want to take it out on me at home? Jiang Ning puffed out her chest defiantly, her eyes red, and thrust her face within inches of his hand. Go ahead and hit me. Go ahead and hit me. Let me see what kind of head of the household you are. Hit me. Jiang Yusher also glared at the man with venomous hatred, as if she would lunge at him if he dared to strike her second sister. You? Jiang Longhao's arm dropped limply. By now he had no strength left even for anger, utterly exhausted. I'm going to lie down in my room. Nobody bother me. Jiang Longhao tossed out the words and started upstairs. Jiang Longhao, stop right there. Suddenly Tang Rou's roar rang out. At the same time, she grabbed an antique vase from the display cabinet beside the sofa and hurled it directly at him. Tang Rou, who had been disoriented instantly, went berserk at the sight of this man. Smash! Jiang Longhao dodged frantically, looking at the shattered Ming Wanli Famille Rose vase worth millions, his heart aching. He roared, Wife, what the hell is wrong with you? Who's your wife? Tang Rou's voice was even louder, shaking the beams. Jiang Longhao, you heartless, ungrateful bastard, I want a divorce. Divorce? Jiang Tingjio was stunned. Mom, don't. At worst, Dad won't go fishing anymore. Jiang Yusher and Jiang Ning were speechless. But Jiang Longhao had already realized this was no simple matter. His eyes were murderous as he glared at his 2 daughters. You told her everything. Jiang Ning retorted without flinching. What, you have the guts to cheat on your wife and father a bastard, but you don't have the guts to face the consequences. Second sister, what are you talking about? Jiang Tingio was bewildered. I don't understand a word. What did dad do to you? Jiang Zixuan is his biological son. Jiang Yushir had to reveal the truth. I know that. Zixuan has always been our good little brother, mom, and dad's good son. What's the problem? Jiang Tingio didn't catch on immediately. Get out of here. Jiang Yushir grabbed her by the clothes and tossed her onto the sofa. If you can't understand, go play somewhere else and stop meddling. Locking eyes with Tang Rou's furious gaze, Jiang Longhao fell silent. After a long moment, he spoke in a hoarse voice. All right, I agree. He knew perfectly well what he had done. Paper can't wrap fire forever. Deep down, he had already rehearsed the arrival of this day. I want you to leave with nothing. Tang Rou refused to relent. Impossible. Jiang Longhao's eyebrows shot up. At most, I'll give you and the girls a bigger share of the assets, but I will never leave with nothing. After venting, Jiang Longhao forced himself to be patient and sighed. Xiaoro, I'm sorry about this. I can take nothing for myself, but Zixuan is innocent. You know the child is exceptionally gifted with boundless prospects. I must consider his future. Don't worry, I won't take more than what belongs to me and my son. Dream on. Tang Rou threw another antique inkstone at him, furious. I won't give a single cent to that little bastard. Everything I have I'm leaving to my son, to Ning. You won't get a penny. Jiang Tingio lay on the sofa completely dumbfounded. This morning Zixuan was still mom's darling, so how did he suddenly become a little bastard in her mouth? The next second, Jiang Tingio suddenly covered her mouth. Her sluggish brain finally caught up. She looked at her father in horror. Dad, could it be? Zixuan is my biological son born from another woman. Jiang Longhao admitted coldly. Who was that woman? Jiang Yushir seized the opportunity. Lu Qingshu, right? Sure, don't waste your effort. Do you think I'll tell you who Zixuan's mother is? Jiang Longhao, an old fox indeed, saw through his daughter's scheme instantly. As a member of a prestigious family, his extramarital affair had already violated the moral code. If he revealed everything, wouldn't that be like sending himself and the child's mother to prison to sew clothes? Even if you don't tell, what can you do? Not only will I make you leave with nothing, I will also uncover the truth of that year. I will find that bitch and she will pay blood for my daughter. They say that once a woman is unreasonable, even 9 oxen can't pull her back. By now Tang Rou was convinced that Lu Qingshu was the culprit who had poisoned her back then. She no longer needed evidence. Ning must not suffer 18 years of bullying and injustice in vain. Our little sister must not have died in vain. Jiang Yushir said angrily. You want to hide her? We'll fight you to the end. Jiang Ning was resolute. The two sisters stood with Tang Rou showing their stance. So you want me dead? Jiang Longhao's face darkened, speaking each word deliberately. Under the cover of night, Tianyun Temple had returned to tranquility. Uncle Mai, who had been innocently dragged into this, didn't come out empty-handed this time. Su Qingxian gave him a cultivation technique, saying calmly, if you practice this for a few months, you can heal your old wounds and recover your former realm. Uncle Mai was overjoyed, tears of gratitude streaming down. Before leaving, he even eagerly cleaned up the corpses at the scene for the master and disciple. Back in the room, Ning. Su Qingxian seemed to want to say something. Master, I will cultivate diligently and not let you down. Ning. Master, at worst, I'll only sleep 3 hours a day from now on. Ning. Master. Jiang Ning was in despair. Master, are you trying to push your disciple to death? Ning, look. Su Qingxian smiled at him, opening her palm. An amber pendant. I thought about it for a while and decided it would be a pity to sell it. Su Qingxian lowered her head shyly. This was what she really wanted to say. Help me put it on. Master. Jiang Ning was deeply moved. So Master had been locking herself in her room these days, ignoring him, because she was struggling with her own heart. No words were needed. Master's small step forward was the giant leap he had been dreaming of. Without a word, Jiang Ning rushed back to his room, fetched the chain, threaded the pendant, went behind his master, and held both ends, bringing them together. Master's jet black hair cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall. Her neck was smooth as jade, delicate and fair. Her back view was enchanting. Jiang Ning's gaze traveled lower. From this angle, looking down, Master was so voluptuous. It seemed to tower into the clouds, glimpsed through a slit in her collar. Jiang Ning was mesmerized. Cough. Su Qingxian cleared her throat in embarrassment and annoyance. This wicked disciple, where were his eyes looking? Master, you're so big. Oh no, I mean you're so beautiful. Jiang Ning looked infatuated. It's no exaggeration to say you're as beautiful as a celestial. After fastening the clasp, Jiang Ning didn't hurry to step back. Instead, he leaned and closed his breath warm. Master, I want to ask you something. Go ahead. Su Qingxuan's ear tingled, feeling a bit uncomfortable from the warm breath. You told those people earlier that I am your beloved disciple, right? Is there a problem? Of course not. Jiang Ning grinned smugly. As Master's beloved disciple, I'm very proud. As Master's beloved disciple, I'm very proud. What exactly are you trying to say? Su Qingxian frowned. Well, Master, can you call me beloved disciple one more time? Jiang Ning wore an intoxicated expression, utterly lost in those two words. Master, call me. Why won't you? There's no one else here. Get lost. Su Qingshuan's face flushed crimson. Was the term beloved disciple something to be said face to face in private? Huh. Jiang Ning hopped back a step, looking down at his master's breathtaking beauty with the pendant on, praising endlessly, so beautiful. Then he gazed at his master's delicate earlobes, longing to bite them. If only you had a pair of beautiful earrings, it would be perfect. At this moment, a burning desire to earn money, support the family, and buy jewelry, bags, and clothes for his beautiful master arose within him. They say women dress up for those who appreciate them. But once a man meets his beloved goddess, the motivation to earn money naturally arises, doesn't it? Ning. Su Qingshuan suddenly turned to look at him. You've grown up. You're an adult now, right? Yes, yes, master, I'm already 18. I'm no longer a minor. Whatever you want to do to me is legal. Jiang Ning was instantly excited, his mouth dry. At this moment, he was willing to fulfill all of his master's demands. Seeing that his fairy master showed no intention of undressing, Jiang Ning, who had already pulled his shirt halfway off, felt a bit awkward. Master, that's not what I was thinking. Jiang Ning felt somewhat disappointed. Sit down, Su Qingshuan scolded in annoyance, her pretty face flushed. Though she was ignorant of matters between men and women, she could guess what this unruly disciple was thinking. Oh, Jiang Ning obediently returned to his seat. Originally bold enough to dare a spanking, yet recalling the cruel and cold task ahead, Su Qingshuan's beautiful eyes filled with tenderness again. Ning, you are already an adult, and you must face things on your own. To be honest, back when I brought you up the mountain, I sealed a small fragment of your memory. Now you have two choices: either pretend I never said anything, or let your master unseal it for you. Jiang Ning's eyes widened. Having lived 2 lives, he had never known about this. That could only mean that his master's seal had remained effective even after his death in the previous life. That memory. Does it hurt? Jiang Ning's body began to tremble inexplicably. Yes, it hurts deeply. Su Qingshuan nodded gently. Back then you had nightmares every night. Countless times you woke up from it, even did things that harmed yourself. For instance, cutting your hand with a piece of glass, running through the forest all night until you collapsed from exhaustion. I couldn't bear to watch, so I sealed that memory. I understand, master. Please unseal it. I can bear it. Jiang Ning also calmed down. The truth might be cruel, but having lived 2 lives, his heart was far more mature than anyone knew. Whatever happened next, he would not run away. Su Qingshuan raised her hand, her jade-like finger lightly tapping his forehead. In an instant, countless ancient thoughts surged into Jiang Ning's mind. It was a clear afternoon. What the weather was like outside didn't matter to him, because everything around him was hazy. His fragile life had just taken shape, immersed in amniotic fluid. All perception of the outside world could only be conveyed through his mother's body. Sharing the same umbilical cord with him was another tiny life. Aya, where's this? Where doesn't matter. Call me big brother. Aya. I woke up first. I'm the big sister, you're the little brother, hee. I'm the big brother. I woke up long ago. You can't deny it, can you? No, I won't admit it, humph. The first communication between the 2 tiny lives turned into a dispute. Their way of arguing was also unique. Immersed in their mother's amniotic fluid, they couldn't speak, but through the umbilical cord connecting them, they could communicate telepathically. If anyone could have intruded into this small world at that moment, they would have been stunned by the sight. For it meant that this pair of twin dragons and phoenixes were both extraordinary geniuses. The 2 tiny lives were at a stalemate over who was older, arguing in their mother's belly for a full 6 months. Aya. Then whoever is born first will be the elder. Okay. In the end, the little girl proposed a fair solution, and they made peace. The little girl was adorable, but also mischievous. She often rolled around and made trouble, causing Tang Ro's fetal movements to be violent, and then blamed it on Jiang Ning. She often stretched her little foot over to tickle Jiang Ning's belly. Jiang Ning, with the thought of a doting elder brother, didn't bother to argue. Who? Aya. No fun at all. You won't wrestle with me. You're enough trouble by yourself. If we both move around, Mom won't be able to handle it. Mom can handle it. She eats that medicinal paste every day, and it makes her strong. Mom is a bit silly. With such strong medicinal power, if it weren't for us digesting it, her body would have collapsed long ago. Every time she takes the medicine, I feel so warm all over. Mommy loves us so much. I sense that we have 3 older sisters. Aya. Then we need to grow up quickly so Mommy can kiss us and our sisters can hug us. The 2 tiny lives yearned. Until that day. What's wrong? Jiang Ning saw the little girl curled up. I'm a bit sleepy, so sleepy. The little girl was listless, unable to muster any energy. Sleep if you're tired. At first, Jiang Ning didn't realize the problem. But soon. No. He also began to feel drowsy, forcing himself to keep his eyes open. Mom took the wrong medicine. You can't sleep. Wake up, you can't sleep. His tiny hands, as delicate as bamboo shoots, shook the little girl vigorously. Yeah, but I'm really too sleepy, I can't hold on. You can't sleep. If you fall asleep, you won't wake up. Wake up. Jiang Ning was very anxious, shaking her constantly. In the following days, whenever the mother's body took the medicine, he would kick violently against her belly, trying to tell her that the medicine was harmful. Outside, Tang Ro was very dissatisfied. Sitting on a park bench, she rubbed her belly and complained, "These two children are really worrisome, constantly making a fuss." At that moment, a woman approached. Through the senses connected to the mother's body, her fox-like face gave Jiang Ning an inexplicable fear. She came to support Tang Ro. "Madam, it's time to take your medicine." "Emma, let's go." "Oh, I'm so tired." "Don't eat it. Stop eating it." Jiang Ning couldn't speak, only shouting helplessly in his heart. He tried every possible way but couldn't stop this tragedy. As the days passed, the little girl's movements grew weaker and weaker. Often for days on end, he couldn't hear her voice. She was sickly. The two tiny lives, once almost the same size, gradually became one big and one small. "Sister, sister, don't sleep. Wake up, please." Jiang Ning could only coax the little one in this ridiculous way. Finally, wah wah wah, amid the siren of an ambulance. Soon a bright white light appeared before the mother's eyes, and she was lifted onto an operating table. Soon the corridors were filled with noisy footsteps. People were panicking. "The madam is having a difficult labor with heavy bleeding. The two children may not survive." A doctor shouted. "Then save the mother, prioritize the mother. Save the mother." That man spoke, his tone firm and resolute. By then blood had already poured back into the amniotic fluid. In the crimson murk, there was utter silence. One big and one small tiny life curled up together, motionless. A few days earlier, Jiang Ning had already begun to falter. In the moment of fading consciousness, he pulled the little one into his arms. Just then, "Brother, why are you asleep too?" The dying little one opened her eyelids, her tiny hand gently tickling him. "I'm so tired I can't go on either." Jiang Ning felt he had reached his limit. All will to survive had become futile in that moment. "Brother, you have to get out. You still have a chance. I can't go on. Mommy and our sisters are waiting for you." The little one was already extremely weak, somehow still clinging on. Suddenly, limited vitality began to transfer from one end to the other. "Mr. Jiang, one of the children can be saved." "It's a boy. It's a boy." Cheers erupted in the corridor outside. The noise faded as if the whole world had suddenly gone silent. Only the ethereal "Aya" sound echoed in Jiang Ning's ears. "Brother, you have to live for me. Mommy and our sisters will dote on you as you grow up. Grow up." When Jiang Ning emerged from his painful memories, 2 bottles of wine had already been placed on the table. Su Qingxian gazed at him calmly. Without a word, Jiang Ning grabbed a bottle and gulped it down. He had never been a good drinker. After a few swallows, he slumped forward, and Su Qingxian caught him just in time. "Child," Jiang Ning murmured, lying in his master's arms, hiccuping and reeking of alcohol, already drifting into a daze. Su Qingxian's delicate face flushed crimson. This unruly disciple lying in her embrace and asking for a child. What did he mean? Back then, little one and I were just children. We couldn't do anything. Jiang Ning swayed, his words slurred. Su Qingxian was speechless. But soon she felt a wave of heat emanating from Jiang Ning's body. It seemed he was using his true qi to dispel the effects of the alcohol. Su Qingxian nodded silently. Ning has truly grown up. Little one. Unbeknownst to her, tears had already started streaming down Jiang Ning's face. Drowning sorrows in wine could numb the pain, but he did not wish to slip into oblivion and sleep until dawn. Jiang Ning was now an adult. He also carried the experience of 2 lifetimes. Though his heart ached, he would never be broken, nor would he succumb to passivity. Ning, no matter what you wish to do in the future, your master will stand by your side. Su Qingxian took out a silk handkerchief and wiped the corners of his eyes. I want to kill someone. Jiang Ning suddenly straightened up, gazing into the dark night outside, grinding his teeth. I will not spare any of the hidden hands behind this, especially that venomous woman. A surge of hatred he had never felt before welled up in his heart. That venomous woman had raised him for 10 years, abusing and tormenting him daily, trying every possible way to kill him. Ma Teng and the other young friends had witnessed it all. And that was not the end. When he was 10, she tricked him into going up a mountain, and catching him off guard, pushed him off a cliff. Then there was little one's death. This was a blood debt that had to be repaid. Good. Su Qingxuan's eyes glistened with tender affection as she spoke that single word. Back in his room, Jiang Ning found a piece of wood and began carving it with a small knife. Eventually, drawing from his blurred memories and his own imagination, he shaped it into an exceedingly cute little girl. Jiang Ning gently stroked the delicate round face of the carving with his fingertip, sighing softly. Little girl, you were wrong. They didn't love me, nor did they pamper me as I grew up. Then Jiang Ning's expression softened into a silly, benevolent smile. But it doesn't matter. From now on, you, me, and Master, we are a family. I'll spoil you, little sister. Let me sing you a song, okay? Silver boat swaying, bending, and curving, hanging in the fluffy sky. Your worries scattered and blue settle in my deep heart. The wanderer is exiled to the border as if entering the 5th season. You dare not think of tomorrow. I refuse to say goodbye. Some say that with every farewell a star in the sky goes out. Jiang Ning looked out at the starry sky, his gaze deep. We siblings are both ill-fated. To borrow a popular saying from another world, if the heavens forsake me, I would rather become a demon. But I still have master. And I know you don't want me to give up, right? Among the countless stars aside from the seven fate stars, one star shone especially brightly. Jiang Ning felt as if it were winking at him. That night, he spoke many heartfelt words to the wooden doll. On the eaves outside the door, Su Qingxian reclined half-lying facing the bright moon, her beautiful eyes radiating a color that transcended all worldly concerns. If her beloved disciple became a demon, she would not remain a pure immortal alone. The night was deep, but the hall of the Jiang family villa was still brightly lit. They had been arguing from dusk till now, both sides hoarse from shouting. Jiang Longhao deeply regretted making this trip today. Not only had he failed to achieve his wish and subdue that rebellious son, but when he returned the household had already turned upside down. So where did the 700 million that you and that little bastard moved go? Seeing her father's stubborn attitude, Jiang Yushi decided to counterattack by retreating. Her mother was too impulsive and only flew into a rage. As the eldest sister, she had to seize the crux of the matter and proceed step by step. I used 200 million to bribe the Grandmasters, intending to teach that rebellious son a lesson, but you all know the result. Jiang Longhao had no choice but to compromise, admitting this shameful matter. So it was you who orchestrated the two Grandmasters who tried to forcibly take Ning away. Jiang Shuning laughed coldly. Huh, you never expected that Ning's master didn't even regard Grandmasters as a threat. Jiang Longhao burned with rage. Just thinking about it made him feel aggrieved. He had originally thought that the rebellious son's master was just a mediocre martial artist, but he had underestimated the situation. 200 million down the drain, and two Grandmasters lost. If the Grandmasters' families came to demand an explanation, he wouldn't know what to do. And the other 500 million? What did that little bastard use it for? Jiang Yushi pressed on. The child only told me he needed a large sum of money recently. I don't know exactly what he used it for. Jiang Longhao's face flushed with anger. Regardless, Jiang Zishuan is your own younger brother. Can you stop calling him a little bastard? Ha! He's no brother of ours. We don't have a brother with such a venomous heart. Jiang Shuning saw through the man's thoughts. Don't think I don't know. Taking that 500 million, that little bastard is definitely plotting something against Ning again. Tang Rou fumed. No matter where you've hidden that vixen, I'll find her. I'll have people watch you and that little bastard around the clock. I don't believe you two will never meet her again. Jiang Longhao's face darkened. This was undoubtedly striking at his weak point. Jiang Longhao had no choice but to drop another bombshell, sneering coldly. To be honest with you, if you keep digging, once you get to the bottom of Zishuan's mother's background, it will only bring disaster upon you. Take my advice. Let this matter rest here. What do you mean? Could Lu Qingshu actually have some kind of background? Jiang Yushi refused to back down. Huh. Her background is such that even if the Tang and Jiang families combined, they could only look up to it. Jiang Longhao said smugly. Otherwise, how do you think I managed to enlist two Grandmasters? The three women's faces changed drastically. The more they thought about it, the more terrifying it became. Just on that woman's account, two Grandmasters were willing to risk their lives for this man. Wow. What kind of background does Zishuan's mother have? Jiang Tingjiu lay on the sofa, exclaiming, clearly enjoying the drama. Jiang Shuning still refused to accept it. Fine. Then we can ask Ning's master to help. And what good would that do? Jiang Longhao was full of contempt, as if the woman's background gave him immense confidence. The strength of Zishuan's maternal uncle is beyond mortal reach. Even Grandmasters are only worthy of polishing his shoes. What a... The three women turned pale. The more this man spoke, the more frightening it became. The next day, on the highway leading into Haiyue Port, a Rolls-Royce sped along. Mom, you should go back. We'll talk to Ning ourselves. Almost there, but Jiang Yushi wanted to send Tang Rou back. Don't come and make things worse. Jiang Shuning also strongly objected to Tang Rou's insistence on coming. I'm going to divorce Jiang Longhao. From now on, all my attention will be on Ning. I have to go and make it clear to him. Tang Rou argued vehemently. Soon the car pulled up at the entrance of Qingshan Tavern. They had learned from Li Yuanfa that Jiang Ning had finally come again today. In fact, Jiang Ning had come to resign. He had retrieved his master's pendant, so there was no need for him to linger any longer. I've copied all the lyrics into this little notebook. You've listened to them for so long, you must know how to sing them by now. Bai Jiner had just taken the little notebook from Jiang Ning when she saw Jiang Shuning appear at the door, and she exclaimed in surprise, idle. Jiang Shuning nodded to her, then quickly walked over to Jiang Ning and greeted him. Ning, come out for a moment. We have something very important to discuss with you. I don't want to hear it. Jiang Ning's attitude was cold, and he refused outright. Perhaps they had already learned the truth about the baby swap at the hospital years ago. But Jiang Ning no longer cared. Son, a sorrowful voice rang out. Tang Rou spread her arms and ran over, already crying profusely before she even reached him. Don't call me that. There's no son of yours here. Jiang Ning stepped back and easily dodged her. With his current agility, even if this woman were a martial artist, she wouldn't be able to touch him, let alone hug him. Tang Rou missed her target, her face full of grievance. Ning, are you really not going to acknowledge me? I am your mother. That's right. I stopped acknowledging you long ago. Jiang Ning's words pierced her heart, his face cold, without any intention of reconciliation. Ning mom is going to divorce that man. Jiang Yushi couldn't bear to watch and hurried over to explain. Besides, mom has finally seen the true face of that little bastard Jiang Zixuan. She came this time to apologize to you. No need. Jiang Ning remained unmoved. Some people, precisely because they always have sorry on their lips, are the reason there are so many heartless people in the world. Every time she did something wrong, this woman would always find all sorts of excuses to absolve herself completely, putting on an air as if she were also a victim. Jiang Ning had long since become numb. There was no way he would be deceived again. Seeing Jiang Ning's reaction, Tang Rou looked heartbroken and cried out, "Even if I have 1,000 faults, I am still your mother. No matter what, you are a piece of flesh that fell from my body. Back then I carried you for 10 months and already lost one child. Must you also abandon me?" It would have been better if she hadn't mentioned the little one. The moment she brought it up, Jiang Ning could no longer suppress his fury. Jiang Ning glared at her. "You're right. I was born of you, and that is a fact I cannot change." Hearing this, Tang Rou's heart was just about to rejoice. But the next second Jiang Ning changed his tone, his voice seeming to be squeezed through his teeth. "But as the old saying goes, to give birth without raising one can repay by cutting off a finger. I will return it to you." Saying this, Jiang Ning reached back with his hand and instantly drew the knife used for cutting fruit from the bar counter. In front of everyone present, he swung the blade and sliced. "No!" Jiang Yushi and Jiang Shuning screamed loudly, but it was too late. Splat! Blood splattered. His index finger flew off. Everyone was stunned into silence. "Ning baby." The receptionist Xiao Wan and the bartender Lin Simon rushed over in panic, trying to stop the bleeding. "Don't bother with me." Jiang Ning seemed to feel no pain, his face full of ferocity. He paused, then raised the knife and cut off another finger, his voice like ice. "This one. I return to you on behalf of the little one. From now on we owe you nothing." Woo. Tang Rou covered her mouth and collapsed into tears. From beginning to end, she never believed that this son would completely sever ties with her. She only thought Jiang Ning was throwing a childish tantrum, assuming that after a while, with a little coaxing, everything would be fine and he would return to her side. "Get out!" Jiang Ning roared. He would never forgive. Back then, out of jealousy toward others, she ruthlessly abandoned him and left him to that vicious woman. 17 years later, when he returned to that home, not only did she show no remorse, but she also repeatedly ostracized and despised him to appease Jiang Zixuan's feelings. With such deeds, how could he forgive? Jiang Ning believed that if the little one were still alive, he would never forgive either. "How could you treat me like this? How could you?" Whoa. Tang Rou staggered backward, looking utterly hopeless. The two sisters supported her. Jiang Yushi hurriedly called out to Secretary Su and the driver, "Take my mother away quickly. Send her home first." "Yes, Miss Jiang." "Madam, let's go." Don't provoke Master Jiang Ning anymore. If they had known things would come to this, they would never have agreed to let their mother come along. To put it bluntly, their mother was a typical refined egoist. Most of the time, she wasn't truly stupid. She was pretending to be. The things she had done in the past, even as fellow women, made Jiang Yushi and Jiang Shuning feel suffocated. If it weren't for Jiang Zixuan's illegitimate identity being exposed this time, she might not have truly reflected on herself. After sending Tang Rou away, the two sisters immediately crouched down and each picked up one of the severed fingers from the ground, afraid of bacterial infection. "Ning, 1,000 wrongs are our fault. We shouldn't have brought her here." Jiang Yushi was extremely distressed. "A doctor? Where is there a doctor here? Call an ambulance quickly." Jiang Shuning panicked and frantically searched for her phone. "It's too far from the city. Send him to Huichun Hut." Xiao Wan reminded them. "Huichun Hut? Is the doctor there any good?" Jiang Yushi looked worried. Huichun Hut was a local partner of their company. According to Li Yuanfa, in that shabby building there was only a barefoot doctor surnamed Ji and a young apprentice. "Mr. Ji is the best physician in all of Haiyu Port," Lin Simon remarked. "He's far more skilled than those experts from your city." Soon Jiang Ning, surrounded by the crowd, arrived at Huichun Hut. Mr. Ji took out a set of golden needles, reconnected the meridians for Jiang Ning, and sutured the severed finger. He's a miracle doctor. Truly there are masters among the common folk. His superb medical skills left the two sisters dumbfounded. Mr. Ji shook his head with a smile. "I dare not claim to be a miracle doctor. Reattaching a severed finger is not difficult, but for complete recovery, without any lasting effects, we'll need this." As he spoke, Mr. Ji took out a small medicine bottle from his bosom and began sprinkling it on the wound. "Can it really leave no after effects?" Jiang Yushi asked incredulously. Although a severed finger can be reattached, the meridians have been severed. Even after reattachment, whether it can move freely in the future remains a big question mark. It can't, Mr. G said with full confidence, casting a casual glance toward the door. After everything was properly handled, Mr. G watched them leave. At this moment, the apprentice, Xiao, who leaned in full of doubt. Why didn't you tell him that it was a secret medicine his master sent ahead of time? Mr. G gave a wry smile. Since he prefers to worry from behind the scenes without showing himself, he must have his reasons. Let's not spoil the scene. In the old district of Yunqing City, a young woman wearing a mask walked through a filthy alley. Soon she entered a dilapidated hotel hidden in a dark corner, approached the front desk, and knocked loudly. Thump, 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 thump. She knocked 5 times on the counter. I want someone killed. Help me put out a bounty. Inside the counter, a wrinkled, old woman whose face resembled a cat's cackled eerily when she saw that the woman had matched the secret code. We don't take jobs targeting anyone below the Grandmaster level. I know the rules of your Shashing Hall. No jobs below Grandmaster. The woman removed her mask, revealing a charming face, and gave a playful smile. The person I want to kill, though not yet a Grandmaster, is a 7-star. So you should be interested, right? 7-star? Interesting. The cat-faced old woman grinned, revealing 2 rows of nearly toothless, terrifying black teeth. What's the price? 500 million. But you must issue a 1 billion bounty. I know the rules. The corpse is yours afterward. Take care, guest. Transfer the money to the designated account as soon as possible and await good news. The cat-faced old woman saw the woman off, then took a small knife and carved the name and price onto a wooden plaque. She tied it to a hemp rope hanging from the ceiling, then gave it a tug. Swish. The other end pulled, and the wooden plaque, resembling a spirit tablet, was drawn through countless crisscrossing pipes. Soon it was transported to a mysterious basement in the old district. Inside the basement, the light was dim and the air was thick with smoke. The table was piled with banknotes, and a group of good-looking young men were frantically counting money. An old man who looked like a supervisor sat on a chair ahead, his face ferocious, sweating profusely while chewing betel nut and smoking. Hearing the noise, the old man tossed away his cigarette, but grabbed the wooden plaque from the delivery port, glanced at it, then picked up his phone from a small table beside him and shouted, "Target Jiang Ning. Issuing a Jianghu death warrant with a 1 billion bounty." Since he was chewing betel nut, his speech was not very clear. Hearing this, the group of young men all looked up. One of them had a strange expression. "Boss, what you just said sounded like Jianghu rape and kill order. On the way back home. Sis, why didn't you tell him the truth?" Jiang Shuning couldn't fathom it. This time they had come to consult Jiang Ning to join forces against that wicked woman, yet just as the words were about to be spoken, her elder sister balked again. Ning won't be on our side." Jiang Yusher's face darkened. "Even if I say it, it won't help. Ooh, I don't want to provoke him any further. It's true. It's because we hurt him too deeply in the past." Jiang Shuning wore a wounded look. She had once hoped that through this matter their relationship might ease, but now it seemed she had been fooling herself all along. "So what should we do next?" Jiang Shuning sniffed. "Investigate. Keep digging. Thoroughly uncover the backgrounds of that villainess and Xiao Yizhong." Jiang Yusher put aside her sorrow, a look of determination on her face. "Aren't you afraid, sister?" Jiang Shuning was puzzled. The usually cautious elder sister had suddenly grown so resolute. "Afraid? Of course I'm afraid. Father said all that stuff about a Grandmaster only being fit to fetch shoes for her brother. Even hearing it makes me shudder." Jiang Yusher's eyes were complex. "But I thought all night we're already involved. Think about it. Xiao Yizhong has already been secretly moving the family assets, which means he's already targeting us. At this point, is fear going to help? Unless we surrender everything and lay down our arms to Xiao Yizhong, otherwise, even if we do nothing, he won't let us off." "You're right, sister. Xiao Yizhong's vile heart would drive him to do anything. Ooh, perhaps the villainess behind him is mastermind her schemes as well." Jiang Shuning gritted her teeth. "We cannot simply wait for death. Daddy's threats last night also betrayed a few telltale signs." Jiang Yusher pulled a beer from the car fridge, tipped it back with a fierce gleam in her eyes. "He says that the villainess's elder brother has official backing from the military. If there's official backing, then it's easily handled. Dad and that villainess had an affair during their marriage and produced Xiao Yizhong. That alone violated propriety. We just need to uncover everything, expose it all, make a big scene. The public reaction will surely make these people think twice. If that's the case, we might still have a glimmer of hope. Then let's do it this way. If needed, we'll burn it all to ashes." Jiang Shuning agreed wholeheartedly. As long as she keeps emotion out of it, her wits remain sharp. Turning back, Jiang Shuning gazed at her and couldn't help feeling once again a twinge of sadness. "If Ning could cooperate with us, that would be even better." Over the next week, Jiang Ning's fingers recovered at astonishing speed. When he returned, he didn't know how to explain things to Master, and Su Qingxian didn't press. But Su Qingxian did not overlook his injuries. "Don't move." Jiang Ning stood by the courtyard pond wanting to wash his hands. Su Qingxian rushed over to stop him, wrung a damp cloth and gently wiped his hands, palms, backs, and between the fingers, until they were clean, carefully avoiding letting him touch water. Because his right hand was injured, Jiang Ning had to eat with his left hand, and even the chopsticks were awkward. Is there a spoon here? Jiang Ning looked around and found there was no small spoon at all. So he lifted the bowl and tried to drink the food down directly. Cough, cough. The result was a face smeared with food rice grains shoved into his nostrils, making him cough violently. You really are a little fool. Who taught you to eat like this? Su Qingxian was amused by this ridiculous scene, laughing softly as she wiped him clean. Then using her own chopsticks, she picked a piece of fish into his bowl, removed the bones, and offered it again, open wide. Jiang Ning hurriedly opened his mouth. Happiness flowed through him in an instant. Master, I've given you my first. After a few more bites, Jiang Ning was deeply moved. What are you talking about? Su Qingxian blushed slightly. I mean, from childhood to now, no one has ever fed me before. Jiang Ning's mouth was stuffed full, and he looked up with earnest gratitude. Then you should eat more for me. Su Qingxian teased a twinge of affection in her heart for this mischievous disciple and a certain satisfaction in the act of feeding him. Suddenly, cough, cough. Jiang Ning clutched at his throat, mouth gaping as he coughed. Did a fishbone get stuck? Don't move. Open your mouth wide. Su Qingxuan's calm demeanor turned to alarm as she hurried to fetch tweezers to help remove the fishbone. But when she pried Jiang Ning's teeth apart, there was no sign of a fishbone in the reddened throat. Could you have swallowed it? Su Qingxian looked on with remorse, leaning in closer to inspect. Her absolutely beautiful face swayed before Jiang Ning's eyes. Long lashes fluttered in the doorway, breezed those clear eyes like a tranquil lake, so captivating, a refined nose strikingly handsome. Jiang Ning gave a sly smile, quickly pecking her delicate lips. The ambush was successful. Well, now, you rogue disciple. How dare you fool me? Su Qingxian leapt back, covering her mouth, flushed with shame. She had been tricked. How could she claim she had been so meticulous just now if a fishbone remained? So that rogue disciple had deceived me after all. I just wanted master to taste the fish's freshness. Jiang Ning spoke, gravely lecturing with the gravity of a master. Master, you can't live on vegetables alone. Fish is rich in protein, unsaturated fats, and many vitamins and minerals. Eat more to stay healthy. Don't push it. Su Qingxian blushed with embarrassment. In her heart, memories of that night, when the rogue disciple returned, kept surfacing unbidden. After dinner, they went to the courtyard. Su Qingxian continued to wipe his hands with the wrung-out cloth. Jiang Ning looked toward the bathroom and suddenly said, Master, I want to bathe. Su Qingxuan's cheeks burned, then a smile tugged at the corner of her lips. Sure. Really? Jiang Ning was ecstatic, racing to the bathroom and with one hand stripping himself bare. Moments later, the door swung open. Who is it? Jiang Ning glared at the little dwarf in front of him, utterly disappointed. God. Xiao Xiantong. During his recovery, Jiang Ning had not been idle. A revenge plan had already begun to simmer in his mind. That day, though Miss Jiang hadn't spoken, Jiang Ning had already guessed their aim. If Jiang Ning's memory serves, at this moment in the previous life, the benefactor of Xiao Yizhong had already appeared. At their first meeting, the other party laid eyes on Jiang Shunning, intending to win her over. A few months later, Jiang Shunning, unable to bear the humiliation, jumped to her death. Before that, Jiang Yushi had already been stripped of power at the company, removed from the presidency, expelled from the board, unable to endure the blow, and she threw herself into the Panlong River. Yet in this life, things seem to have changed a little. Those two big fools appear to have sensed it in advance and are preparing to strike back. Jiang Ning indeed has no intention of cooperating with them. He resolves to pursue revenge on his own. That venomous woman seems to have quite a background too. I wonder where she's hiding now. Jiang Ning frowned deeply. That night he had asked his 3 childhood friends about it. According to Ma Teng and the others, the old hag had moved away 8 years ago and was definitely no longer in Longjiang County. Makes sense. After all, the old hag had pushed him off that cliff back then. Guilt and fear would have sent her running long ago. Moreover, the old hag must have already learned he was still alive from Jiang Zixuan, that bastarding whelp. In his previous life, she had only dared to surface after he perished from that evolution potion. That day, Jiang Ning asked Uncle Mai to summon the blacksmith shop owner. The latter circled the black stone amidst the bamboo grove, his expression grave. Such a massive piece of dark iron stone. I simply cannot afford it. Then he shifted gears. But I could recommend a reliable buyer for you. Before long. Splash. Li Yuanfa, who had been leisurely listening to storytelling at the tea house below the mountain, spat out a mouthful of tea. Damn it. Has my cover been blown? Helpless Li Yuanfa immediately rallied his team and headed up the mountain. It's definitely premium dark iron stone. The exposed portion should weigh 8 or 9 tons. As for how much lies buried underground, we'll need to dig to find out. Upon arriving at the mountain, Li Yuanfa pretended to evaluate the stone for a while before standing up. Gazing at the uneven mountain path below, he furrowed his brow. This slope. A crane won't be able to come up. No sooner had he spoken than Su Qingxuan, who was hanging laundry in the courtyard, casually flicked her hand behind her. Boom. The entire black stone was yanked straight out of the earth, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Li Yuanfa glanced at the courtyard wall and swallowed hard. Your master is incredibly powerful. Such a massive chunk. Jiang Ning was also speechless. The portion buried underground far exceeded everyone's imagination. At least 5 times what was exposed. At least 40 or 50 tons. A subordinate beside Li Yuanfa was thrilled. Dark ironstone was a rare mineral under government control, and such a massive deposit was unprecedented for them. Make an offer. Jiang Ning rubbed his hands together. He urgently needed funds to purchase crystal cores for engraving chips. Then grow stronger, build his foundation for this revenge plan, and secure a future with his goddess master. The current market price for dark ironstone is 3,000 per kilogram. You have approximately 47 or 48 tons here. Li Yuanfa had his team measure with a tape and quickly estimated the price. I'll round it up to 50 tons and offer 150 million. How does that sound? Of course, the condition is that your master helps us hurl it down the mountain. We'll arrange our own transport afterward. Deal. Impressed by their straightforwardness, Jiang Ning agreed readily. After shaking hands and signing the papers, Li Yuanfa handed the check directly to Jiang Ning. Stay for a meal. No need, we have other matters to attend to. Then I'll treat you to drinks another time. All right. Li Yuanfa's heart raced with anxiety. On the way back down the mountain, President Li, the current market price for dark ironstone doesn't reach 3,000 per kilogram. Whether it's worth it or not is not for us to decide, Li Yuanfa sighed. Stop pretending. I know you've all already betrayed President Jiang and pledged allegiance to young Master Jiang Zishuan. And what about you, President Li? Several purchasing managers dropped their pretense, smirking. Same here. Li Yuanfa's expression was complicated. He who adapts to the times prevails. It's clear as day who runs the Jiang family now. Huh. So President Li is one of us too. With this dark ironstone, young Master Zishuan won't have to worry about forging a battle armor. The group had just reached the bottom of the mountain. Boom. The massive black stone was hurled down, crashing into a soft sandy area near the mountain path. Li Yuanfa and the others looked up at the mid-mountain slope and gasped again. Call a crane to move it. Hurry it up. Li Yuanfa kept urging. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning filled in the hole and was about to head back inside with satisfaction. Suddenly, he froze. The fine print on the check made Jiang Ning's pupils contract. The payer was clearly written as Fengyuan Group. Damn it, Jiang Ning realized he had been tricked. This Li Yuanfa is actually a spy sent by that family. Though he urgently needed money, he would never do business with that family. And the residual aura on this check felt incredibly familiar. At that moment, Su Qingxuan's voice reached his ears as well. Aiming, this person is indeed suspicious. When Jiang Ning rushed down the mountain in a panic, Li Yuanfa was already directing the crane to load the truck. Classmate, you're here just in time. I'll treat you to drinks once I'm done. Li Yuanfa feigned surprise, smiling at him. Who exactly are you? Jiang Ning strode forward, his gaze terrifyingly sharp. Fine. Li Yuanfa took a deep breath toward the sky, wearing the expression of an undercover agent whose identity had been exposed, deeply helpless. I confess, I was sent by your sister to spy on you. In the past, hearing such words would have sent Jiang Ning into an instant rage. He despised being deceived above all else. But now, Jiang Ning's lips curled slightly. So where do you plan to transport this dark iron stone? Li Yuanfa shrugged and grinned. Do I need to ask? Of course we're taking it back to the company to sell on the market. You don't honestly think the current market price for dark iron stone reaches 3,000 per kilogram, do you? Let me be straight with you, this stone is worth at most 100 million. The extra 50 million comes from President Jiang, your sister Jiang Yushi, out of kindness as compensation. If you don't believe me, call her yourself. Saying this, Li Yuanfa pulled out his phone and handed it to Jiang Ning, adding with a bitter self-mockery. I've been figured out. My cover's blown. I'm going to get fired by your sister when I go back. Foolish woman. Meddling in matters that don't concern her. Jiang Ning reached for the phone, but the next moment, he suddenly reversed his grip and seized the man's wrist with force. Ow, ow, my arm's going to dislocate. Li Yuanfa cried out in pain. Young Master Jiang Ning, please be gentle. I'm just an ordinary person. I can't withstand the rough treatment from someone like you, a martial artist. Is that so? Jiang Ning's eyes held a mocking glint. Rather than loosening his grip, he pressed harder. I'll ask again, exactly who are you? Over the past 2 weeks, though his fingers had been injured, Jiang Ning had not wasted time and had continued his cultivation. He had now reached the 6th rank. Such was his power that even experts at the 7th or 8th rank could not withstand it. For an ordinary civilian, his grip alone would shatter the hand joints. However, the other party did not allow his hand to be broken. Instead, he suddenly exerted force, and a layer of slimy secretion similar to the skin of a loach quickly emerged from the pores on his hand. Then, like a slippery fish, he effortlessly wriggled free from Jiang Ning's grasp. Young Master Jiang Ning, must you press so aggressively? Li Yuanfa retreated several steps, his eyes glowering coldly at him. At the same time, countless fish scale-like spots began to emerge across half of Li Yuanfa's face. An evolved one. Jiang Ning smiled in astonishment. Who exactly are you? Want to know who I am? Go ask the King of Hell. Li Yuanfa's expression turned vicious. His raised right hand suddenly twisted into a reptilian claw, the razor-sharp talons emitting a chilling gleam. With a mere flick of his wrist, the company's salespeople nearby, already frozen in terror, had their necks wrenched and fell dead to the ground. You could have simply pretended I was your sister's spy. That would have been enough. Why expose me? Wouldn't it be better to let me live? He was confident that with full power unleashed, killing this 7-star youngster would be effortless. But the next instant, is that so? From atop the mountain, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Who gave you the courage to threaten my beloved disciple right under my nose? Upon hearing that voice, Li Yuanfa felt as if struck by lightning. He had witnessed the strength of that person the other day with absolute clarity. 5 Grandmasters had ascended the mountain to provoke a conflict, yet they could not even catch a glimpse of his face. Li Yuanfa stared coldly at Jiang Ning, his mind rapidly calculating. The vertical distance from here to the mountainside is at least 300 meters. Even if she leaps down without being killed, it will take time. And it will take me at most 2 seconds to subdue this brat. I can still take the risk. Having calculated everything, Li Yuanfa felt confident again. Thus, ignoring the warning from Jiang Ning's master, he paused only for a moment before lunging at Jiang Ning without hesitation. Your master may be formidable, but she is still flesh and blood. With such a distance, I don't believe. Li Yuanfa charged like a mad beast, claws outstretched and eyes blazing with ferocity. But the moment he took a step forward, bam! Both knees slammed heavily onto the ground. Wait! We're enemies right now. Why are you paying me such a grand courtesy? Jiang Ning stared blankly at the man kneeling before him. Li Yuanfa's face twisted in agony, 1,000 curses surging in his heart. Just as he was about to scream insults, bam! This time Li Yuanfa's back arched forward, his forehead smashing violently against the ground, cracking the bluestone tiles into a spiderweb of fractures. Soon, from Jiang Ning's perspective, the man was no longer merely kowtowing. He was practically using the earth as a facial mask. Horrifyingly, his head kept sinking. Maybe you should just give up, Jiang Ning said, looking up at the mountain, then down at the man, his expression peculiar. He knew it was his master's doing, but how she did it the beloved disciple could not fathom. Mercy! Mercy! Li Yuanfa, heeding the advice, immediately began slapping the ground repeatedly with his hands, executing the iconic gesture of an UFC fighter's shameful surrender. At that moment, he felt as if an invisible Mount Tai was pressing down on his back. He was absolutely certain that if he did not yield, the other party would press him into the soil and bury him alive on the spot. The next second, that force vanished abruptly. Huff! Huff! Li Yuanfa rolled over, collapsed onto the ground, wiped the dirt from his face, and spat out the gravel lodged in his nostrils. He panted like a bull, greedily gulping down fresh air. Alive! What a blessing! Li Yuanfa raised his head, his gaze complex and despairing, fixed on Jiang Ning. You win. Do with me as you wish. Kill me or flay me. Who sent you? Jiang Ning approached, his voice cold. Jiang Zishuan. Li Yuanfa admitted frankly. A couple of days ago they turned me. Since then, all your tracking information has been passed in duplicate to both your elder sister and that father-son duo. What else? Jiang Ning pressed on. This time the acquisition of that mystic iron stone was nominally ordered by your sister, but in truth Jiang Zishuan had his eyes on it. If nothing unexpected happened, we would have packed it up and sent it to him later. All the losses would be pinned on your sister, giving them a chance to win over other shareholders and oust her from the board. He expected Jiang Ning to be shocked. But to his surprise, Jiang Ning's face remained impassive. That woman was shedding crocodile tears, and his timely discovery had indirectly thwarted a conspiracy. Consider it even. Don't try to downplay it. Jiang Ning stared intently at the scales on the man's face and the cold-blooded claws. You took the evolution potion, and you succeeded in gaining unimaginable power. Who is your real master? Speak. Li Yuanfa's face darkened. He had hoped to muddle through with the tale of sibling rivalry, but he underestimated Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning's heart was now sealed in cement. Apart from his goddess master, no one could stir his emotions. With the maturity of 2 lifetimes, he easily seized the crux of the matter. Li Yuanfa was an evolver, and a powerful one at that. The so-called #1 quick sword who had died on the mountain earlier might not even be his match. Yet he had played the pig and eaten the tiger, posing as a lowly errand boy working for the foolish Jiang Yushi. Even the bastard father and son were likely kept in the dark. So this scoundrel must have another identity. I come from the Evolution House. Li Yuanfa dejectedly revealed his background. Evolution House. Jiang Ning's brows twitched. It's an organization that specializes in recruiting evolver prodigies. In our great Xia, the only organization that can rival it is the Hall of Slaughter, which takes in maniacs and psychopaths. Li Yuanfa explained, looking at Jiang Ning with a strange, wistful gaze. You know, if things had gone as planned, you would have been a top recruitment target for Evolution House. The research team that developed the evolution potion for the Jiang family back then was introduced by me. That potion was extremely potent. If Jiang Zishuan hadn't tampered with it, and you had taken it normally, your power after successful evolution would have been no less than mine. Are all the members of this organization monsters like you? Jiang Ning was startled. He had just witnessed Li Yuanfa's terrifying strength. If not for his goddess master suppressing him, a fair fight would likely be a 7-3 split. He 3 the other 7. Losing fertility, bodily mutations, and the risk of sudden death. If this doesn't make one stronger, who would be willing to drink such expensive potions? Li Yuanfa boasted proudly, like a gold medal salesman for insurance or gym memberships, his eyes blazing. If you're interested, I can introduce a reliable research team. As long as you have the money, they can brew a potion that grants you strength comparable to a Grandmaster in one step. How about it? Before he could finish, a terrifying coldness descended from above. Li Yuanfa's heart nearly stopped. He immediately ceased his sales pitch, forcing a dry laugh. Cough. Just talk. A 7-star prodigy like you with such a formidable master doesn't need to become a monster. Jiang Ning stroked his chin, looking at the man thoughtfully. Ain't you want to control him? Su Qingshuan, understanding him, while transmitted her voice into his ear. Jiang Ning nodded. Master, do you have a way? He thought silently. This scoundrel is cunning and treacherous, a triple agent. If used well, he might help me track down that poisonous woman. The next second, whoosh. 3 streaks of cold light descended from the sky, piercing into Li Yuanfa's crown without resistance. Li Yuanfa shuddered, his face drastically changing. Life gate ice needles. At the same time, another voice reached his ears. Listen to my beloved disciple. In the future, I will help you dissolve the potion's effects and return you to normal. Otherwise, I will send you to the afterlife right now. Do you agree? Yes. Li Yuanfa nodded frantically. His life motto was to be a wise man who knows when to yield. This is my personal number and home address. Whenever you need anything, just give me a call. Before leaving, Li Yuanfa left a note for Jiang Ning. As for the dark iron stone, after some discussion, Jiang Ning agreed to let him find someone else to transport it to avoid tipping off their enemies. Li Yuanfa climbed into his battered Santana, floored the accelerator, and vented his frustration on the car. Through the rearview mirror, watching the rapidly receding figure, Li Yuanfa felt utterly dejected. What kind of situation is this? Jiang Ning stood in place, listening to the engine's roar, as if it might fall apart, scratched his nose, and found the whole thing rather amusing. According to what this guy just said, Evolution House sent him to infiltrate Fengyuan Group barely 2 days ago, only to be double-crossed by Jiang Yusher's foolish girl, then forced into betrayal by the father-son duo known as the Little Bastard, and now he's been reduced to mere lackey under the Divine Master's intimidating pressure. Truly a quadruple agent in every sense. The protagonist of Infernal Affairs himself never had it this miserable. Jiang Ning cast a sly glance at the black stone in the sand, a malicious smile crossing his lips. But I can't let that little bastard off scot-free. I'll plant a bomb for him. The next morning, he went to a bank near Haiyue Port to cash the check and transferred some money to Ma Teng and the others. A few days later, Brother Ning, open up. Bang bang. Jiang Ning had just woken up and was brushing his teeth when he heard the knocking. Blub blub blub. Jiang Ning quickly rinsed off the foam and rushed to open the door. Good morning, Brother Ning. Ma Teng Du Fan and Li Yinbin arrived out of breath, laughing and barging in, carrying quite a few items. Fruits, roasted meat, braised chicken. Of course, beer was a must. Morning. Make yourselves comfortable. After opening the door, Jiang Ning went back inside. He was still wearing flip-flops and oversized shorts. The 3 had barely set their bags on the stone table in the courtyard when a breathtakingly beautiful figure walked past them. A fairy. The 3 buddies rubbed their eyes and froze. Her beauty and aura made them feel as though they had stumbled into a realm of immortals. Su Qingxian gave the 3 a gentle nod before stepping into the meditation courtyard. By the time Jiang Ning came out and changed clothes, the 3 were still zoning out foolishly. What are you staring at? Jiang Ning walked over and sat on a stone stool. The 3 slowly turned their heads and chorused, There's a goddess sister here. I know. Jiang Ning smiled tenderly. That's my master. Master. Their expressions instantly became a masterpiece of shock and awe. Last time they hadn't seen her true face, only her ethereal voice. Today they felt this trip was worth their entire lives. They finally understood what beauty like a heavenly maiden meant. Brother Ning, did you save the galaxy in your past life? Ma Teng gritted his teeth enviously. I think that wicked woman didn't torture you enough back then. Li Yinbin said with a thoroughly annoying grin. THTH, this is what we call fate. Fate decreed by heaven. Du Fan adjusted his glasses and began stuttering earnestly. He was naturally introverted, and sudden stuttering meant his brain CPU was overheating from excitement. He Jiang Ning grinned smugly. I like what you're saying, Fancy. Keep it up. When Jiang Ning was first rescued from the mountain hollow by his divine master, he'd had roughly the same reaction. If not for the thick skin he'd cultivated across 2 lifetimes, Jiang Ning would never have had the courage to look such a fairy-like master in the eye. Lunchtime was lively. Come, cheers. Brother Ning got the money. Our dreams can finally set sail. Cheers. Jiang Ning took a bite of chicken leg. Where are the blank crystal cores you were supposed to buy? Right there. The big truck at the foot of the mountain. Ma Teng pointed with his chin. Brother Ning, should we find people to haul them up? Li Yinbin asked. No need for the trouble. Jiang Ning shared his plan. We'll buy a piece of land near Haiwa Port and build a small factory. Build a factory. Their eyes lit up. That sounds great. All 3 of us applied to Yunqing University of Technology. It's only 30 to 40 kilometers, not far at all. We can come over on weekends to help out and learn from you, Brother Ning. Oh, by the way, I found a group of like-minded part-time programmers online who are helping us write the micro-message code. Li Yinbin added, and I had my dad use his connections to source some servers. If everything goes smoothly, micro-message will go live next month. That's cool, right, Brother Ning? Yinbin's dad works in sales at the Tianqi Century branch in Yunqing. He has channels for this and can get a decent discount. Ma Teng said with his mouth full. No problem. Jiang Ning nodded with a smile. Use Tianqi servers for now. Also register a company under your names. The future will belong to us. This world was different from the Blue Star. There were no Intel or AMD, no Apple or Nvidia. All electronic hardware and software were almost monopolized by a tech giant called Tianqi Century. Founded in the great American country, its branches now span the globe. Its comprehensive influence was equivalent to the combined might of Intel, AMD, Apple, Nvidia, TSMC, and ASML on the Blue Star, and then some. The future will belong to us. Really? Ma Teng, Du Fan, and Li Yinbin, whether drunk or dazed, had sparkling eyes and rosy cheeks. Really? Jiang Ning smiled calmly. Tianqi Century's best processor core was only 512 megabytes, and the largest phone storage was just 8 gigabytes. Such pathetic specs meant nothing to Jiang Ning. Moreover, this world had no Moore's law. Don't assume entering the market now would put them behind. That pathetic technology had taken a full 20 years to upgrade chips from 256M to 512M. Haha. From now on, we follow Brother Ning to conquer the world. The future belongs to us. Cheers. Inspired by his confidence, the 3 buddies' blood boiled with excitement. After a few rounds of drinks, Ma Teng and Li Yinbin slowed down, clearly stuffed. Only Du Fan kept drinking straight from the bottle. Jiang Ning saw right through him, patted his shoulder, and smiled. Heartbroken. If Jiang Ning remembered correctly, Du Fan had a first love named Yanzi. I went to see her that day, and she brought up the breakup herself. She said she didn't want to affect my studies. Du Fan gave a bitter smile. She found someone better. Jiang Ning said bluntly, hitting the nail on the head. Brother Ning, what should I do? Du Fan looked lost. Being introverted already, he would likely become even more so. Jiang Ning could not stand by and do nothing. Having experienced soul transmigration himself, he had a proven method for treating heartbreak. Women are naturally drawn to strength. It's a gene evolved from the animal kingdom. Don't overthink it. But I'm introverted and can't talk my way out of a paper bag. Du Fan's eyes filled with bitterness. Kid, what's the big deal, eh? Jiang Ning interrupted him, shaking his head with a smile. The moment you step out of a Maybach, you won't need to say a word. The Maybach will speak for you. Even if you're naturally introverted and don't talk much, a woman will see nothing but virtues in you. Brother Ning, I get it. Light returned to Du Fan's eyes. Brother Ning, what if I stepped out of a Yadea electric scooter instead, eh? Ma Teng touched his nose and blurted out. Then you still won't need to say a word. Li Yinbin jumped in, delivering the killing blow. Because speaking would be a waste of breath. Huh. They all burst into laughter. Afterward, Ma Teng stealthily glanced toward the meditation courtyard and poked Jiang Ning's back. Brother Ning, you just said women are naturally drawn to strength. What about your fairy master? It seemed like a dangerous question. But Jiang Ning was unfazed. Jiang Ning looked over with deep affection. My master scorns everyone. Except me. The 3 single fellows suddenly clutched their chests, desperately in need of some quick-acting heart pills. Farewell. Bye-bye, don't contact us anymore. Brother Ning, how could you treat your brothers this way? The 3 wailed in chorus. Huh. Jiang Ning laughed aloud. Inside the Zen courtyard, Su Qingshuan's cheeks flushed warm. Was she overthinking it? Her unruly disciple had such thick skin, she really had no need to worry. Revealing her strength wouldn't frighten him away. That afternoon, Brother Ning, it's getting late. Shall we go buy groceries? Ma Teng and the other 2 called out from the bamboo grove. Having spent the entire afternoon gaming in the courtyard, the 3 looked greasy and drained. The signal on the mountain was decent enough, but the mobile game they were playing failed to hold Jiang Ning's interest after a single glance. Such an old-fashioned RPG. The graphics quality resembled that browser game Legend on Blue Star. Yes, the kind where someone boasts, I'm Jia Jia Hui, if you're a true brother come slash me. Jiang Ning actually felt quite sympathetic toward these youngsters. A youth without World of Warcraft, without Dota, without Crossfire, without League of Legends, and even less so, without King of Glory or PUBG. How pitiful. Let's go. I'll take you to buy some bedding and linens along the way. Jiang Ning wiped the sweat pouring down his face. He had been practicing martial arts all afternoon and was thoroughly exhausted. There was still some time before they started school, and the construction project was short of hands. Jiang Ning planned to rent them an apartment in town and later buy a car. Li Yinbin had already completed his driver's license exam. He had barely reached the doorway when a voice called out, "Yo, guest at home." Uncle Mai strode up the hillside with laughter greeting them. "These are my childhood buddies." Jiang Ning introduced them with a smile, then noticed the invitation in Uncle Mai's hand. "Uncle, are you planning to start a second spring?" Cough. Uncle Mai nearly stumbled and tumbled down the hillside. "Your Uncle Mai hasn't even married yet. I'm still single. Where would a second spring come from? Wow, Uncle, even someone as burly and robust as you couldn't find a wife until now." Ma Teng and the other three suddenly felt a deep sense of crisis. They had heard that in today's society women far outnumbered men. How terrifying. And facing this grim reality, the three could not help but shoot Jiang Ning a withering glance. "When you get married, Uncle, I'll definitely come celebrate." Jiang Ning touched his nose. Although he had no worries about finding a partner, the scene stirred in him a sudden urge to settle down and build a home. Hand in hand with his goddess master walking into the marriage hall, guests arriving from all directions, creating a sensation across the world. The very thought made Jiang Ning's heart itch with longing. "What are you dreaming about?" Uncle Mai rolled his eyes, yanking Jiang Ning back to cold reality as he handed over the invitation. "Old Master Song passed away a couple of days ago. His family asked me to inform your master." A funeral invitation? Jiang Ning and his three companions looked utterly bewildered. Well, when they attended elementary school in Longjiang County, some rural villages did indeed send invitations for both weddings and funerals. After delivering his message, Uncle Mai departed with an embarrassed expression. Jiang Ning took the invitation back to the courtyard, pushed open the Zen room door, and walked in alone. Gazing at his master sitting in meditation upon the cushion, he whispered softly, "Master, a relative of yours has passed away. Someone delivered an invitation on their behalf." Su Qingxian cast a casual glance with her luminous eyes and replied somewhat irritably, "Nonsense. I have no relatives." "Then they must be your friend." Jiang Ning guessed. "Over 100 years ago, I merely offered a few words of guidance." "They hardly count as a friend," Su Qingxian said without a flicker of emotion. "Wait. Hold on. Master's words carry far more weight than she lets on." Though she had guided in those days had long since grown old and died, yet she remained untouched by time. Her skin as delicate as porcelain, her figure youthful as a maiden. "Amazing. Truly remarkable. Still, we are acquainted. You may go on my behalf." Su Qingxian regarded him calmly. "No problem, leave it to me." Jiang Ning patted his chest confidently. "Goddess Master, aloof as you are and unwilling to venture out from now on, if any social matters or worldly affairs arise, this devoted disciple will shield you." Su Qingxian was rendered speechless. Back in the courtyard, Jiang Ning declared, "Come on, brothers. Dinner is settled. I'll take you to the banquet." Jiang Ning waved his hand grandly. "A banquet? That sounds wonderful. Let's go." The three grew excited. Since coming to the city for school, they had not attended a banquet in ages. Soon Jiang Ning led his companions to town and headed straight for the guest hall. The so-called guest hall was a venue in the township used by villagers to host wedding and funeral ceremonies. Such halls were rare in these days. However, Haiwei towns still preserved this tradition, and on such occasions they would often invite Master Yu, the head chef of Yunxiang restaurant, to cook personally. The guest hall was already packed, bustling, and noisy. Tables of 10 were mostly full, everyone craning their necks, eagerly awaiting the dishes. "Ning Baobao, over here." Suddenly a voice called out. Xiaowan bounced through the crowd waving at him. Zhou Qingshan, Lin Simon, and Bai Jiner were already seated at that table, saving 4 empty spots for them. "Is Master Yu cooking?" Jiang Ning asked anxiously as soon as he pulled out a chair and sat down. "Absolutely," Xiaowan nodded vigorously. "Not just Master Yu, but also Xiangxiang." The little herb-gathering girl who had been watching the spectacle at the tea house that day, big dark eyes sparkling, everyone called her Xuan Xuan, had her small carrying basket resting beside her. "Master Yu's cooking is superb, trouncing any 5-star hotel chef in town. But his daughter Xiangxiang is even more impressive. She can make tofu taste like abalone." Jiang Ning turned to introduce them to his friends. Everyone nodded eagerly. Ning Baobao isn't exaggerating at all. You outsiders are in for a real treat. Just thinking about the father-daughter duo from Yunxiang restaurant made everyone's mouths water. Jiang Ning had barely sat down when he suddenly remembered he still had business to attend to. He quickly rose. "Boss Zhou, please keep an eye on my buddies. I'll go take a look at old Master Song's house. Be right back." Before attending the banquet, one was expected to first visit the mourning family's home, offer some money as a gesture of condolence. That was the rule. Jiang Ning had nearly forgotten. "Go ahead, Ning Baobao," the girls agreed readily. Jiang Ning did not know where old Master Song lived, so he cleverly invited Uncle Mai along before setting out. Under Uncle Mai's guidance, the two soon arrived at a courtyard house in town. White lanterns hung high at the entrance with wreaths placed on both sides. Entering the courtyard, Jiang Ning immediately located the family and presented 1,000 yuan he had prepared. Please accept my condolences. Thank you for your kindness. The old gentleman passed peacefully. Please convey our regards to your master on our behalf. Old Master Song had been blessed with a prosperous family. Sons, daughters-in-law, and grandchildren filled the house. All dressed in mourning garments, they warmly greeted Jiang Ning. After offering his condolences, Jiang Ning was about to leave when a playful girl's voice echoed from the main hall. Little apprentice of Tianyin Temple, don't rush off. Come in and chat a while. Uncle Mai, go enjoy the banquet first. I'll join you shortly. Jiang Ning dismissed Uncle Mai and walked alone into the main hall of old Master Song's house. The morning hall inside was simply arranged, a coffin resting on 2 long benches. Beside it, seated on a chair, was a petite girl with a light brown high ponytail. Her delicate features made her appear a year or 2 younger than Jiang Ning. Dressed in red and white, she carried herself with heroic spirit, cradling a spear with a fiery red tip against her chest. With sleep-heavy eyes and a drowsy expression, she had likely been sitting there for a long time. She had stopped Jiang Ning simply because she was bored and wanted someone to talk to. Miss Ning, why aren't you at the banquet? Jiang Ning approached with a smile. He recognized her, the chatterbox from the reincarnation hall. Back then in his naive youth, he had stumbled into the cremation site and scattered freshly burned ashes. This little gossip had cheered him on from the sidelines and probably got plenty of beatings from the old hall master afterward. If I go to the banquet, then who will guard this place? Years had passed since they last met, yet the chatterbox immediately launched into a terrible joke. She glanced around furtively, pointing the spear tip toward the coffin head with a mischievous grin. What if old Master Song suddenly jumps out from inside? With the hall master here, at least there won't be any major disasters. You agree, right? You agree, right? What the hell? Can you not tell such a lame joke in broad daylight? Jiang Ning broke into a cold sweat. It had been a few years, and this little chatterbox had learned to scare people. Wait. Jiang Ning looked at her curiously. You just said this hall master. What about your grandfather? He left last year. Yanning pouted slightly. Now sitting before you is the 99th hall master of the rebirth hall. My apologies, Jiang Ning said awkwardly. I offer my condolences. Condolences, my foot. The reason funerals are so sorrowful is precisely because of mundane people like you, obsessed with yin and yang, life and death, entangled in joys and sorrows. The little chatterbox seemed utterly indifferent. Otherwise, Jiang Ning sweated. He, a time traveler composed of a 17-year-old plus a 28-year-old package, was being lectured by a little girl. Funerals should be lively, especially for someone like old Song, who died of old age. If you ask me, we should arrange music, firecrackers, gongs, and drums, and have friends and family come together to see him off. The little chatterbox looked regretful. Too bad I talked my throat dry yesterday, and the family didn't agree. Jiang Ning was stunned. Music and firecrackers and friends and family setting off firecrackers to see him off. What was wrong with this girl's head? What normal person would agree to that? I mean, just because the family didn't buy your farewell package, there's no need to bring your weapon and block their door. I mean, block their coffin and cause a scene. Jiang Ning looked at the fiery red spear and was utterly speechless. What? Are you trying to stop old Song from being buried? Old Song cannot be buried in the earth. The little chatterbox blinked her big eyes at him. He must be burned. Until then, this hall master must stay by his side to prevent any mishaps. Mishaps? Jiang Ning stumbled back several steps in fear, pointing at the coffin. Is old Song going to rise from the dead? If he does, will it be a flying zombie or a walking zombie? Will chicken blood and peachwood swords still work? How terrifying. He needed to hide in his fairy master's arms and beg for a hug. You have quite the imagination. The young master of the theater, a lie, is writing a strange tale novel. I'll introduce you to him sometime. The little chatterbox suddenly lowered her voice. To be honest, this hall master is not guarding here because I'm afraid of old Song rising, but because I'm afraid some petty thief will come to steal the body. Steal the body? Jiang Ning's eyes widened. It was such a chilling term, even more terrifying than old Song rising from the dead. Are those thieves you mentioned that desperate? Jiang Ning expressed his confusion. Organ trafficking rings. Perverted cannibals. Little apprentice of Tianyin Temple, you're dancing dangerously close to the forbidden boundaries of yin and yang. The little chatterbox looked mysterious. As the surrounding candle flames flickered without wind, she built up an icy atmosphere, then suddenly burst into laughter. Ga ga ga. All right. This hall master called you in actually, just to ask you to bring me a meal after you finish the banquet. Saying this, she put on a hungry, pitiful expression. Pretty please. I really can't leave. Oh, by the way, I heard, master, you made braised pork hock today. And also Xiang's specialty stir-fried shrimp with oil. I want that too, and also. Jiang Ning was stunned again. After the banquet, it was already dark. As the crowd dispersed, when Bai Jiner saw the lunchbox in Jiang Ning's hand, she chuckled. Is that dinner for the hall master? How did you know? Jiang Ning asked in confusion. Uffed. Several young ladies burst out laughing. Oh, so he wasn't the first unlucky one. That little chatterbox often did this. Can you guys go back first? Jiang Ning helplessly hailed Ma Teng and the other two. During the banquet, he had already asked Boss Zhou to rent a house for them. See you tomorrow, Ning. The three waved to him. After parting with the group, Jiang Ning set off for Old Song's house. Most of the buildings in Haiyue town were ancient with poor infrastructure and no streetlights. Jiang Ning walked alone through the dark alley. The silence around him was terrifying. Croak, croak. It was summer and the sounds of toads and crickets filled Jiang Ning's ears. Meow. Occasionally wild cats chased big rats darting past him. Damn. It was all that little chatterbox's fault for telling those creepy jokes. He needed his master's hug again. By the time he reached Old Song's doorstep, Jiang Ning's back was drenched in sweat. Well, it was mainly because of the heat. Now the area around Old Song's old house was eerily quiet. There was no sign of the family in the yard. They had been entertaining all day and were probably in the guest room eating leftovers. From a distance, he saw the little chatterbox dozing off. The next second, as if smelling the food in her dream, Yanning suddenly sat up straight, her big shiny eyes sparkling. You're finally here. This hall master's stomach is starving. She snatched the lunchbox from Jiang Ning's hand and began to wolf down the food. While eating, she still remembered to be hospitable. Have a seat. After I finish eating, we'll go work together and finish early. Seeing that the little chatterbox was still holding the fire-tipped spear, even while eating, Jiang Ning teased, will someone really come to steal Old Song? Of course. Those little thieves are so annoying. The girl's fair cheeks were puffed out like a squirrel's. She was indeed a quirky, lively, and adorable girl, acting as if they were old friends. He had only met her once before. Yes, that time when they scattered ashes. Wait. Jiang Ning suddenly realized. You want me to work with you? No, I can't do that. Didn't Uncle Mai tell you? Yanning put on an innocent expression. Besides, the coffin is so heavy. If you don't lend a hand, how can a little girl like me move it to the wilds to cremate it? You can lift it with one hand. Wait, you said Uncle Mai. Jiang Ning suddenly understood, and his face darkened. Damn, I've been tricked. No wonder Uncle Mai had been drinking heavily during the banquet, and then came over arm around him asking him to do a small favor and help the hall master. So Uncle Mai the porter had expanded his business to carrying coffins for the rebirth hall. Jiang Ning had no choice but to sit down. After the little chatterbox finished eating, it was already late at night. The two of them, one in front and one behind, carried the coffin out of the yard. The coffin was heavy, but luckily both were martial artists, so it wasn't difficult. Jiang Ning, following behind, could manage it with one hand, and the little chatterbox could too. Where have you been this past year? How is your master doing lately? You're really particular. Old Song only died 2 days ago. It's not like he's leaking any unidentified fluids. All along the way, the little chatterbox's mouth never stopped. Jiang Ning felt a bit awkward. Before leaving, he had grabbed a newspaper to put under his hand, and she had noticed. Before long, the two arrived at a hill to the east. This area was called Forgetting Soul Slope, not far from the town. Tombstones were everywhere, the forest was dense, and the atmosphere was eerie. It had been Haiyue town's ancient burial ground. As soon as the coffin was set down, the little chatterbox chose a spot and began digging a pit with great enthusiasm. Well, it was a cremation pit. With only one hoe, Jiang Ning could only stand idly by, arms crossed, watching curiously. For someone like Old Song, since he's already in a coffin, why not just dig a hole, put him in, sprinkle some lime and realgar to keep away snakes and insects, and bury him deep? Why go through all this extra trouble? The little chatterbox looked up at him with a mysterious smile. This is the VIP service of Rebirth Hall. For an expert like Old Song, he can't be buried directly. He must be burned to ashes to find peace. The same goes for you. When you die someday, this hall master will personally provide the service. Considering we're friends, I'll give your master a 30% discount. Jiang Ning was nearly choked. This damn brat, what a thing to say. Snap. Suddenly the crisp sound of a twig breaking reached their ears. Both of them looked up and exchanged glances. The little chatterbox giggled. See. What did I tell you? Just as this hall master is about to finish up, those little thieves can't contain themselves. Saying this, she executed a stylish kick, sending the fire-tipped spear on the ground spinning into the air, then caught it with a backhand. Her big eyes sparkled. Watch closely, brother Jiang Ning. It's time for this hall master to put on a show. This is my main business. Jiang Ning. Several dark figures were hidden in the large trees of the dense forest. Their eyes, like jackals, were coldly fixed on the two people in the clearing. Report. I accidentally slipped my foot. The black-clad man who had just broken the twig muttered weakly. Baka. The leader, speaking with a terrible Chinese accent, cursed. Mr. Sun, your ninjutsu is not qualified. You need more practice. Hi. Nakano-kun, target confirmed. It's her. Another black-clad man beside him was holding a portrait, comparing it from a distance. Flower girl. The leader stared at the red tassel in the clearing, his eyes filled with evil greed. Tender skin kawaii. I like it. No one take her from me. He was about to leap forward. Wait, Nakano-kun. The black-clad man with the portrait looked again. Wrong. The target is not the flower girl, it's the young man beside her. The Jianghu kill order. Young man. Nakano-kun and his group of subordinates were instantly petrified, sinking into deep thought. After a long time, Nakano-kun patted Mr. Chen on the shoulder, his tone heavy. Mr. Chen, the time has come to serve the organization and make your mark. The rest of us will handle the killing. You, Mr. Chen, will handle the other part. I'm responsible for the indecency. Chen Sang was sweating profusely. Had the organization's economic situation become so dire, they dared to take on any bounty mission now. It's settled then. Let's go, Nakano-kun said without further ado. Chen Sang was on the verge of tears. In the clearing. Here they come. Listening to the rustling in the woods and watching the dozen or so shadows darting like cats and rapidly approaching the little chatterbox actually grew excited. Whoa, so many petty thieves. Old song is quite popular. Jiang Ning, little brother, step back. Let this hall master show you how I'll poke holes in these thieves' butts. With that, the little chatterbox swung her spear behind her, wiped her nose, and stood gallantly in front of Jiang Ning. Then go ahead. Jiang Ning smiled, unwilling to meddle in the affairs of this hall master, and stepped back to watch the fun with folded arms. But soon, Jiang Ning felt something was wrong. Why were those black-clad thieves staring straight at him? Especially one pair of rough eyes that made Jiang Ning's heart tighten with inexplicable unease. The next second, damn, they're coming for me. Jiang Ning's fears came true. The shadows emerged from the woods like a pack of ravenous ruffians, ignoring the woman before them, splitting into several groups and encircling Jiang Ning. Hey, you corpse-stealing thieves, what's wrong with your eyes? Old song is right here. Yening stamped her feet in urgency. The moment the enemy rushed out, she instinctively charged forward to protect Old Song's coffin, leaving her dozens of meters away from the battlefield after the black-clad men bypassed her. By the time she realized and wanted to retreat, a conflict had already broken out there. There's a huge coffin right there. Are you blind? Jiang Ning cursed verbally, but his body was far from slow. Facing the poisoned darts thrown by several shadows, Jiang Ning reacted instantly, moving like a phantom on lotus leaves, swiftly changing positions to evade the rain of cold glints. This footwork my master taught me is amazing. While dodging, Jiang Ning noticed with delight that the wind was whistling beneath his feet. This technique, carefree roaming cloud steps, was a secret method imparted by his master during his recent convalescence. According to his master, it was only meant for him to glimpse now, but he would need to reach the Grandmaster realm to formally cultivate it. But Jiang Ning couldn't wait, and had secretly practiced a bit in the past 2 days. Jiang Ning knew his practice was somewhat unorthodox, far from mastering the essence of the footwork, but even so it seemed enough to toy with these petty thieves. Jiang Ning wasn't just dodging. Seizing the opportunity, he flashed forward and clenched his newly healed right fist. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang Ning struck with heavy punches, showing no mercy or hesitation. Each blow aimed straight for the opponent's heart. Uffed. Several black-clad men who had been throwing hidden weapons didn't even get a clear look at him before their hearts were shattered, killing them instantly. After the last incident, Jiang Ning had been lectured by his master. His master said martial arts are the art of killing. Always use the simplest, fastest method to strike the enemy's vital points and eliminate them. Jiang Ning faithfully followed his master's teachings. Good, no after effects. He relaxed his fist and flexed his fingers, quite satisfied. Suddenly a glint of cold light flashed among the leaves beside him. With a sharp tearing sound, a sharp samurai blade sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whistle as it descended toward him. It turned out that the earlier group of shadows had been throwing darts at long range to cover for this person. Good coordination. Jiang Ning had no weapon, so he simply used his bare hands to catch the blade. Clang. He caught the blade firmly between his palms. As expected of a target with a billion bounty, you're quite something. The assassin, face covered, revealed only his eyes, which showed surprise. 8 billion bounty. Jiang Ning was stunned. You're not corpse thieves. You're here to kill me. We're not just here to kill you, the assassin sneered evilly. We're also here to take your chastity. It's the employer's request, so accept your fate. With that, the assassin gripped the hilt, kicked his legs up like a frog, and gathered all his strength into his arms, pressing down madly, trying to split Jiang Ning in half like a watermelon. Where did you sick freaks come from, actually eyeing my innocence? Jiang Ning was utterly disgusted by the assassin's twisted idea, so much so that he didn't react immediately. But even without moving, his palms still clamped the blade like pliers. This was an 8th rank expert. In the last incident, exchanging dozens of moves with a 9th rank without defeat was already his limit. As for 8th rank, he could win, but not kill. Now facing an 8th rank, Jiang Ning was more than capable. Jiang Ning, little brother, don't panic. This hall master is here. Just as the two were entangled, the little chatterbox arrived with her spear. Her speed surprised Jiang Ning. She dragged the spear behind her, the crimson tip scraping sparks off the ground. As she closed in, she swung the spear, and the tip conjured a ball of crimson flame. Gale Spear, first layer spear intent. Scorch the fire. The girl's technique was dazzling. With one thrust, the flame at the tip expanded instantly. How cool! Jiang Ning exclaimed. At the same time, he didn't waste a moment. He kept the blade clamped between his palms, leveraged his strength to drag the assassin back, and then down, exposing the assassin's back to the little chatterbox. I'll leave this one for you. Jiang Ning smiled. The little chatterbox didn't hesitate and thrust her spear. But the next second, the dead leaves on the ground stirred, and a shadow suddenly emerged from the earth. Earth escape. The shadow had apparently been tunneling to ambush Jiang Ning, but the little chatterbox's arrival forced it to jump out early to aid its comrade. Unfortunately, this one was also 8th rank. Even with a round shield, it couldn't block the little chatterbox's brilliant strike and was pierced through the chest, turning to ash. The little chatterbox's momentum was checked. She tried to swing her spear again to help Jiang Ning with the enemy in front of him. Stop her, a shadow shouted. No need. Nakano Kuin, hiding in the shadows, sneered and shouted into the woods. Reserve team, to move out. Carry that coffin away. As the words fell, another dozen shadows leaped out from the woods. But following Nakano Kuin's orders, they didn't reinforce the battlefield. Instead, they headed for Old Song's coffin. Jiang Ning was taken aback. What? There's a reserve team. These black-clad assassins were no ordinary foes. They had even devised tactics and arranged reserves before acting. Moreover, the assassin leader was exceptionally calm and observant, instantly spotting the little chatterbox's weakness. As expected. Hey, don't go too far. The sudden attack on her home base threw the little chatterbox into disarray. She stood there with her spears, stomping her feet in panic, torn between aiding Jiang Ning and retrieving the coffin, frozen in indecision. Jiang Ning found it amusing. This little chatterbox was strong, but not very clever. You handle your business, I don't need your help here. Jiang Ning reminded her proactively. Can you manage? The little chatterbox asked doubtfully. Jiang Ning didn't waste words. Lightning suddenly flickered in his eyes and tiny arcs surged from his pores, crackling and gathering into streams of current as thick as chopsticks along his arms, instantly turning the 8th rank assassin before him into a fireball. What do you think? Holy crap. You're actually quite fierce. It's only been a little over a month. Seeing this, Ning was dumbfounded. Last time she had afternoon tea with Bai Jiner, she heard the girl mention that this guy had just awakened his life star and had even wasted a bottle of 5th-tier source liquid from Boss Zhou. How long had it been? Like master, like disciple. I'll be off then. You have fun with them. Ning muttered, turned, and sprinted again. Returning wind spear. 2nd layer spear intent, chasing the clouds. You little thieves, stop right there. Dare to steal this home master's client. I'll poke 100 holes in you. Her angry voice faded into the distance with the firelight. No sooner had the little chatterbox left than Nakano Kuin emerged from the shadows, sneering. Young man, letting her chase the coffin is the biggest mistake of your life. 9th rank. Jiang Ning's expression changed slightly. And more than one. This little jerk was a 9th rank himself, and the 2 black-clad men beside him were also 9th rank. Our killing hall always analyzes the target's intelligence before making a move. Nakano Kuin straightened his collar smugly. Your limit is sparring with a 9th rank. Sending 3 9th ranks to hunt you is already an honor. Jiang Ning grew excited and suddenly attacked. Your outdated intel really needs an update. Jiang Ning executed a flawless 360-degree sweeping kick, his movements ethereal and the rock element surging through his calves. The strike was swift and devastatingly powerful. With a series of resounding thuds within a single exchange, the dozen black-clad assassins encircling Jiang Ning had their temples shattered, collapsing like dominoes, all perishing instantly. You? How ruthless. Nakano's pupils contracted. This young man's attacks combined speed, precision, and brutality, striking fatal points. It was a waste for him not to join their killing hall. My master taught me. Jiang Ning lifted his foot, dusted off the debris from his leg, and without any hesitation lunged forward. Wind release, air pressure wave. The 2 9th rank experts beside Nakano unleashed their ultimate techniques to intercept Jiang Ning simultaneously. Their methods were identical. Both rapidly formed hand seals, drawing the surrounding air and compressing it into a violent torrent of air pressure. The summer night air was humid. Tens of cubic meters of air compressed by the 2 9th rank ninjas coalesced into a visible white mist-like air wave. Moreover, the 2 air waves merged upon release. With a thunderous boom, the destructive force did not merely double, but surged over threefold in an instant. It was enough to obliterate 9th rank experts of the caliber of the Tang brothers. Even Yi Xiaoqiu, renowned as the fastest sword in Lingzhou, would likely hesitate to withstand it. Yet Jiang Ning showed no fear. He charged ferociously, catching the combined air wave with a single palm mid-air, then, as if taming a wild beast, he twisted it, kneading it into a crystalline sphere, composed of ice crystals, liquid nitrogen, and liquid oxygen, and hurled it back. The impact was immense, producing an effect akin to a fuel air explosive on the two men. Both Wind Attribute 9th rank experts were blasted into pieces, leaving no trace of their remains. 9th rank. Nakano was astounded. So you are also a 9th rank expert. Earlier you deliberately played a cat-and-mouse game with my 8th rank subordinate. This is called luring the snake out of its hole. Jiang Ning smiled. He had been confident in eliminating the assassins who surfaced within the briefest time. But those hidden in the shadows would have been a different matter. If he had revealed his true ability from the start, the enemy would certainly have fled. Mr. Jiang, you are truly cunning. Nakano was furious. They had been careless. The young man's actual skill level drastically deviated from the intelligence gathered by the organization just over half a month ago. The intelligence indicated that 21 days prior, the horrifying incident of 5 Grandmasters being murdered had occurred on Tianyin Mountain near Haiwa Port. The outside world currently knew nothing about the entity within Tianyin Temple. All that was known was gender female, a voice ethereal like a celestial, achievement capable of instantly slaying a great Grandmaster. And that was all. Thus no faction dared to investigate the matter or seek justice for the 5 slain Grandmasters. As for this young man, everyone knew he was the beloved disciple of that entity. The pair seemed intent on challenging the ritual and moral taboos that no one had dared to touch for millennia. On the day of the incident, the young man had displayed a martial cultivation of 4th rank. However, due to his 7-star monstrous talent, he could leap 4 ranks to fight 8th rank opponents and exchange dozens of blows with 9th rank experts. Against this backdrop, the organization's strategist think tank had boldly estimated that over the past 20-plus days the young man might have advanced rapidly, reaching the 6th or 7th rank, at most not exceeding the 8th rank. Therefore, as long as they lay in ambush in the town awaiting the opportunity, while not alarming his master, deploying 3 9th rank assassins leading a group of battle-hardened death warriors would make the mission effortless. But reality dealt them a harsh slap. The strategists had been too conservative, gravely underestimating the terror of the 7 stars. Mr. Jiang, don't call me so affectionately. I'm not familiar with you. Perhaps due to his past life reincarnating on Blue Star and being born in Huaxia, Jiang Ning felt an inexplicable aversion to the bloodline of the other party. After obliterating the 2 9th rank Wind ninjas, he did not stop. He landed and immediately struck out with a palm. Strangely, the opponent did not dodge or evade, allowing Jiang Ning's palm to land squarely on his forehead. With a dull thud, Jiang Ning's palm felt as if it had struck something soft. The opponent's body deflated like a leaking balloon, rapidly shrinking. Suddenly, a chill ran down Jiang Ning's spine, and he instinctively sidestepped. The gleaming willow leaf blade streaked past a foot from his chest at lightning speed. Whoosh! As Jiang Ning was about to steady himself, a piercing sound of cutting air rang out. Another blade came. Whoosh! And then another. Within less than a second, it felt as if 3 assassins had launched attacks at him. The speed of the swordsman was astonishing, leaving only a faint afterimage. Such swift swordplay. Jiang Ning touched his temple and found a strand of hair had fallen. He was certain it was not 3 people, only one had struck. The next second, water release mist concealment. Thick fog suddenly rose around, severely obstructing Jiang Ning's vision. Water release cold current shadow. Triple shadow. Quintuple shadow. 9-fold shadow. In the blink of an eye, as the opponent chanted like an incantation, 9 afterimages darted rapidly through the dense fog. It was impossible to discern which was the real body. This guy is quite capable. Jiang Ning's heart skipped a beat. Among 9th rank powerhouses, this one was not only more formidable than the 2 subordinates he had just killed, but also seemed stronger than Yi Xiaoqiu. If he had encountered this combination of techniques during the previous incident, Jiang Ning would have been hard-pressed to defend. What was the so-called fastest sword in Lingzhou province? Empty vessels make the most noise. Indeed, it was the same everywhere. Kid, let's see how you see through my mist concealment ninjutsu 9-fold phantom kill. The 9 afterimages all spoke simultaneously, taunting Jiang Ning. Nakano did not rush to attack. He had only one chance. The opponent was a 7-star. A legend had it that within the 9th rank a 7-star could leap ranks to kill enemies. Now that Jiang Ning was also at the 9th rank, to win, Nakano could only seize on Jiang Ning's youthful impatience and eagerness to win, striking a fatal blow. You sure know how to bide your time. Jiang Ning smiled. The opponent was clearly trying to lure him into attacking one of the afterimages, or to exhaust his energy by making him miss repeatedly. Somewhat clever, but not much. Let me raise the stakes. Jiang Ning's eyes turned cold. He did not charge forward to attack any single afterimage. Instead, he spread his arms wide and clenched his fists with force. Suddenly, thunder rumbled through the forest. Electric currents crackled and writhed like earthworms through the soil, weeds, and branches. Divine thunder art. Summon lightning. Jiang Ning roared, and the serpentine currents, as if sensing the call of their king, converged furiously around him. Previously, with his low cultivation, Jiang Ning could only perform the basic version of this divine thunder art, preliminary combat technique, with his fists and feet. Now with the foundation of the 9th rank, he could finally unleash something new. You? Mr. Jiang, how can you use the general's secret art? Nakano was terrified. What frightened him was not only the destructive aura suddenly erupting from Jiang Ning, but also the technique Jiang Ning was displaying. General, what are you saying? Jiang Ning was puzzled, but his ultimate move was already unleashed and could not be recalled. With a thunderous crash, a bolt of lightning as thick as an infant's arm under his control struck directly downward. The thick fog became a natural conductor, and the 9 afterimages instantly burst into flames. Whether they were real or fake no longer mattered. Total annihilation. The air was thick with smoke and the smell of scorched flesh. Jiang Ning turned his head, coldly glaring at the masked man, who was still crouching in the bushes, too terrified to show himself. Do you know why I left you alone? And no, I don't know, Mr. Chun crawled out, trembling, his eyes filled with panic. You've been staring at my ass the whole time. What the hell do you want? Jiang Ning strode forward and demanded angrily. Lord Nakano ordered me to wait for an opportunity to stab you. Mr. Chun removed his mask, revealing a bearded face with a look of despair and reluctance. He might have wanted me to pass on an STD to you. Jiang Ning was horrified. How vicious could that be? What's your name? Jiang Ning barely held back from striking this perverted bastard dead on the spot. My name is Chun Lin, but asking is pointless. All my personal information has been erased by the organization. The man's face was ashen. In his palm, he tightly clutched a small pill, as if wrestling with some inner turmoil. You want to take poison? Jiang Ning, experienced and perceptive, saw through his intention at a glance and sighed. Indeed, people like you must have undergone brutal training. Chun Lin nodded with a bitter smile. Brutal training is an understatement. Every time we're sent on assassination missions, we're forced to swallow a poison that takes effect in 7 days. If captured and we dare betray the organization, not only do we die, but our families also suffer. It seems I kept you alive for nothing. Jiang Ning felt a twinge of regret and raised his hand to end the man's life. Wait, Chun Lin suddenly shouted. Aren't you going to ask if I'm willing to be used by you? Jiang Ning sneered. Are you that afraid of death? I have a condition. Chun Lin's eyes turned fierce. Either way, I'm dead. If you help me fulfill one wish, I'll do whatever you say. Name it. Jiang Ning was a little surprised. For a moment, he couldn't tell if this guy was a coward or a tough nut. Kill my wife. Jiang Ning was utterly shocked. Well, earlier Jiang Ning had wondered, even if this guy was afraid of death, what about his family? To live just 7 more days at the cost of his family's lives, it wasn't worth it. Now the mystery was solved. My parents are already dead, and there's hardly anyone left in my family. Chun Lin ground his teeth. That bitch is my only relative, but I wish she were dead. Did your wife cheat on you? Give you a cuckold's crown. Jiang Ning chuckled, making a bold guess. For a man to harbor such hatred and resentment toward a woman, it could only be because he'd been cuckolded. No. Chun Lin's eyes blazed with fury. That bitch offered me to our boss bear just to climb the ranks. Huh. Jiang Ning's jaw nearly dropped. Your boss bear? A man? Chun Lin's voice choked with tears. He bit his lip and turned his head away forcefully. 5 years. 5 whole years. Do you have any idea what I've been through? Jiang Ning was speechless. It seemed his imagination still wasn't bold enough. Too conservative. If Jiang Ning remembered correctly, according to the laws of this world, such things were not allowed either. Probably the moment the chrysanthemum bloomed, the heart of the man before him had already died. Fine. You lure the snake out of its hole, and I'll kill that woman for you. Jiang Ning narrowed his eyes coldly. But he wasn't about to trust this guy easily. Jiang Ning absorbed moisture from the air with his fingertip, quickly forming 3 thin ice needles, and without warning drove them into the man's crown. This was a technique he had recently learned from his master. Life Gate Ice Needle. Chun Lin shuddered. Then the two discussed the best way to lure the snake to fake a successful assassination. Chun Lin would bring Jiang Ning's corpse back to report, thereby drawing out the mastermind who had placed a billion bounty on his head and wiped them all out in one fell swoop. Brother Jiang Ning. The voice of little Chatterbox suddenly came. Find a place to hide first. Once I've arranged things, I'll go back with you to report. Jiang Ning quickly instructed. Okay. Chun Lin turned and ran into the woods, disappearing without a trace in no time. Jiang Ning straightened his clothes and turned to walk toward the direction from which the firelight was approaching. Where are those little thieves? Little Chatterbox rushed up, holding a spear, her body wreathed in flames, her face flushed, both fierce and adorable. I've taken care of them all. Jiang Ning pointed at the corpses on the ground. Where's Old Song? I've sent him off. Little Chatterbox pouted. By sent off, she probably meant cremated. Then Little Chatterbox stared at Jiang Ning with a strange expression. The thieves from the Killing Life Hall have set their sights on you. If you don't want to be sent off by me, you'd better stay alive. What exactly is your relationship with them? Jiang Ning had wanted to ask earlier. For thousands of years, our Reincarnation Hall and that Killing Life Hall have been sworn enemies. Little Chatterbox no longer concealed it and spoke mysteriously. Killing Life Hall is an assassin organization under the Resurrection Society, glorifying slaughter and using ruthless methods. And its parent organization, the Resurrection Society, is obsessed with studying the dead, refusing to let the departed rest, trying to reverse the cycle of life and death, and creating monsters to plague the world. At this point, little Chatterbox straightened her back, brimming with pride. Fortunately, the successive masters of our reincarnation hall have held the line, maintaining the balance of yin and yang, preventing those bastards from causing great chaos. So how about it? Are you worshipping me now? Is your blood starting to boil? Do you want to join the reincarnation hall? Follow me to expand our business, make a fortune grandly, and guard the world gloriously. As soon as she finished speaking, thud, a small stone flying from who knows where fell from the sky and hit little Chatterbox right on the head. No, don't drag me into this. I have absolutely no interest in the funeral business. Jiang Ning quickly waved his hand to refuse. Well, to be honest, your reincarnation hall's employees, including you as the master, don't even add up to 2 hands, do they? How dare you openly confront such a massive organization? Jiang Ning couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought. Ouch, that hurts. Little Chatterbox rubbed her head, looking disappointed. Too bad. I was hoping to trick you back to let our old master take a look at you. He always said you have a broad forehead and a square chin, and that at such a young age you can scatter ashes so high you're bound to achieve great things. Jiang Ning was speechless. That old master of yours sure knows how to compliment people. After bidding farewell to little Chatterbox, Jiang Ning walked up the mountain in the dark, his mind heavy with thoughts. When he got home, the light in the meditation courtyard was still on. Jiang Ning walked over quickly, pushed open the door, and said as soon as he entered, "Master, I want. You want to seek revenge?" Su Qingxuan's beautiful eyes sparkled, as if she could see through his thoughts. Yes. Jiang Ning nodded firmly, baring his teeth. I've set 2 moves now. Maybe I can use these as threads to unravel the mystery and pick out those who once harmed me and little one by one. Su Qingxian nodded gently. With your current skill, you are unmatched below the Grandmaster level, truly invincible. So, Master, you agree to let me go? Jiang Ning was thrilled. Things must be resolved sooner or later. Su Qingxian murmured softly. Jiang Ning ran over and hugged her from behind, rubbing his face against her neck. Master, I don't know how long this trip will take. I really hate to leave you, woo-woo. Jiang Ning wasn't crying. He was taking the chance to inhale his master's fragrance. Warm, soft, and ample. Since you're going out, you'd better go pack your things. Su Qingxian blushed, raising her delicate hand. Got it. Jiang Ning fled. Awake, he would wield power over the world. Drunk, he would recline in the arms of a beauty. Once he had avenged the blood debt, he would cling to his master every day and inhale to his heart's content. Su Qingxian stared at his retreating figure through the candlelight, her eyes gradually growing distant. Below the Grandmaster, you are invincible. Above the Grandmaster, I will kill for you. The next morning before dawn. Ning, when you're out. Master, don't worry. When I'm out, I won't flirt with anyone. What are you thinking? I mean, when you're out, don't let anyone bully you. If anyone does, kill them if you want. I'll have your back. Jiang Ning stood at the door, stunned for a full half-minute. Originally, he had planned to keep a low profile this time and try not to cause trouble for his master. But it seemed his master wouldn't allow it. Got it. Jiang Ning dashed off. Watching this unruly disciple run down the hill, Su Qingxian gently bit her rosy lips and vanished from the spot in an instant. It's so dangerous out there. I'll just follow him secretly and keep an eye on that brat. After all, it wasn't the first time she had done this. What was there to be embarrassed about? On the way down the mountain, Jiang Ning quickly composed a text message and sent it to the 3 of them. Matang. I have some urgent business and will be away for a few days. Regarding the land purchase and factory construction, you guys get things started. For any problems, seek out Boss Zhou at Qingshan Tavern for assistance. If you are truly unable to resolve them, wait for my return. The guys are probably still deep in their dreams right now, so no replies yet. Chirp. Jiang Ning arrived near Wanghan Slope and blew a whistle. Are you ready? Soon Shenlin emerged from the forest. Jiang Ning looked around, unable to help but ask, what happened to the corpses of your companions? Did you clean them all up? Shenlin explained, not me. It was that Master Yin of the Flame Hall. After you parted ways last night, she stayed behind and burned all the corpses. She even complained, such a cold guy. He just kills and doesn't even bother burying them. What if a plague breaks out? Despite his bulky appearance and rough demeanor, this guy had an uncanny talent for mimicking a woman's voice. He could perfectly replicate that chatty cute girl tone. If he were on Planet Blue, he would undoubtedly become a cyber scammer, conniving money and affection from countless lonely netizens. My illusion techniques aren't refined enough, so she spotted me, Shenlin admitted embarrassingly. She didn't take you? Jiang Ning asked in surprise. Didn't that little chatterbox despise these low-level thieves of the Shengsheng Hall? She pretended not to see me and just stepped on my head before leaving Chun Lin's side. Probably didn't want to ruin your important plans. I may have underestimated her. Jiang Ning reconsidered his earlier thoughts. Although this kid came across as carefree and blunt, he was actually quite clever. I just reported to the organization that the mission was completed successfully using Mr. Nakano's satellite phone. Chen Lin reminded. Boss Xiong demanded that we immediately transport you back for the report. Soon enough, a black minivan was indeed speeding toward them on the distant highway. According to Chen Lin's description, it was a specialized vehicle from the funeral home. After every assassination mission, they liked to use this method to transport corpses and throw people off the track. Hey, you know how to play dead, right? How difficult could that be? In his past life on Planet Blue during his college years, Jiang Ning had worked as an extra at Hongyan for a few summers. Most of his roles involved playing corpses. Without hesitation, he dropped to the ground in a classic pose, limbs sprawled stiffly. To make it more realistic, he rolled around in the weeds and mud, then held his breath. Within minutes, all color had drained from his face. Shadow number 38, why are you alone? Where is the leader of your hunting squad? The black minivan soon pulled over, and two coroners in white coats stepped out. One of them had a stern expression, clearly suspicious of the scene. That girl from the Zhuansheng Hall has us in her sights. Mr. Nakano is leading our people in a diversion while she pursues us. They sent me ahead to arrange removing the target first. Chen Lin calmly produced his fabricated tale. There's a trace of fire elemental energy around. That girl truly is persistent. The two coroners exchanged glances and quickly dismissed their suspicions, mostly because they firmly believed that Chen Lin had already consumed the 7-day soul-severing powder before the mission. Absolutely no nerve to play any tricks. Is this the legendary Peerless 7 Stars? The man who had previously questioned kicked at Jiang Ning on the ground. He's quite handsome, isn't he? What a pity. If we could have delivered him alive to Boss Xiong, we'd be set for life. Jiang Ning had stopped his breathing and pulse entirely. But hearing this remark, he nearly couldn't resist leaping up and kicking the guy's face in. Soon Jiang Ning was lifted onto a stretcher and loaded into the black minivan, speeding toward the city. Halfway there, Chen Lin pretentiously answered a call and informed the two, Boss Xiong wants us to bring this kid back directly for his personal inspection. That goes against protocol. The man accompanying them in the rear compartment guarding Jiang Ning frowned. According to regulations, we must leave the body at the funeral home for 2 days before the client inspects it. Only then can we dispose of it ourselves. Boss Xiong's rules are the rules. Chen Lin snapped. What, you want to defy Boss Xiong? The escort and driver exchanged a glance and sneered. Fine, you win. You're the favorite of Boss Xiong. We won't argue with you. Your call. You? The mockery cut deep into Chen Lin's pride, but for the sake of revenge he swallowed his anger. Old Town. Deep in the dim basement, the air reeked of sewage. This was a secret stronghold of the Zhuansheng Hall's Yunqing Office 6, hidden within the sprawling underground drainage system, almost impossible for ordinary people to find. In the sweltering summer, it was particularly stifling below ground. Those pale-faced petty clerks surrounding the long table, counting money, sweated profusely, while the old ceiling fan wobbled overhead. The overseer, an old man resembling a supervisor, sat in a chair with his legs crossed. At that moment, a seductively dressed woman in a tight skirt walked in, carrying a glass of chilled watermelon juice. Her figure was fiery, her attire daring. The hem of her skirt barely covered her thighs, swaying with each step. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The old man snatched the watermelon juice and downed it in one go, his burning gaze returning to the sweaty clerk. Secretary Ma, you're dismissed. Leave. He hadn't even glanced at the provocative woman, as if the damp silhouettes of those pale-faced clerks were far more alluring. Secretary Ma slung her arms around the old man's neck from behind, coquettishly whining. Oh my. It's so humid today, I'm practically dying. My dear Boss Xiong, how about I join you for a cold shower to cool down? Boss Xiong brushed her arm away and licked his lips. I've got no interest in women. Send your husband over later to serve me. A flash of resentment flickered in Secretary Ma's eyes before she pouted. Boss Xiong, shouldn't this billion-yen bounty you posted be a bit off? The target is a young boy, yet you issued a Jianghu lust murder decree. The organization just called to question us. Boss Xiong chuckled sinisterly. Must have slipped my mind when I spoke. Secretary Ma and the surrounding clerks looked thoroughly disgusted, thinking, yeah right. Deliberately slipped, did it? Boss Xiong. Just as Secretary Ma was about to ask how to explain this to the organization, she spotted her husband appearing at the doorway. Bring it in. Chen Lin, expressionless, signaled the two coroners to carry the sheet-covered stretcher into the basement hall. You're finally back, you bastard. Boss Xiong's been waiting for you to serve him. Secretary Ma retorted, irritably, strutting over, without caring about her revealing posture, and crouched down to yank off the white cloth. Upon seeing Jiang Ning's face, the woman licked her lips and extended a grasping hand, tracing down along his pectoral muscles. Such a handsome young man. Boss Xiong, what do you plan to do with him? How about letting me practice on him for a night or two first? This is a 7 stars worth $1 billion yen. You want to practice on him? Keep dreaming. Boss Xiong sneered, coldly cursing under his breath. Even his cloudy eyes filled with regret upon seeing Jiang Ning's features. Something's wrong. But the next instant Boss Xiong's expression twisted dramatically. He glared viciously at the two coroners. How dare you violate organization protocol and bring him here prematurely? Mr. Chen requested it. He said it was your order. The two coroners panicked. Meanwhile, Secretary Ma's wandering hand, which had reached the corpse's abdomen, was suddenly gripped tightly by a cold palm. Where do you think you're going with that hand? Brother Xiong, he's still alive. Secretary Ma shrieked. Jiang Ning struck without warning, and with a crisp snap, he broke the woman's wrist. Then with a swift kip-up he sprang from the ground, as if resurrected from the dead. Instantly chaos erupted on the scene. The clerks instinctively tried to flee. Bang! Two heavy iron doors were slammed shut by a pair of arms. It was Chen Lin. The moment Jiang Ning made his move, he rushed over and performed this action. Husband, how could you? Secretary Ma, clutching her deformed wrist, stared at him in disbelief. Xiong Laoda, however, instantly realized the truth and flew into a rage. You rotten bastard, daring to betray me, betray the organization. Are you tired of living? Kill. Chen Lin, his eyes already blazing with fury, looked at Jiang Ning. Kill them all. I'll take you to get the employer's files. It is said that even a rabbit will bite when cornered. At this moment, this truth was manifested in this man to the extreme. When he brought Jiang Ning here, he had never planned to leave alive. All for the sake of cleansing his humiliation. Jiang Ning wasted no words. The first thing he did upon standing was to kick the heads of the two undertakers until they burst. He had endured those two for too long. Not only had they kicked him, but they had also just looted all the money on Jiang Ning's person, behaving like bandits. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly a series of gunshots erupted around them. The effeminate clerks, seeing the doors closed, pulled submachine guns from their drawers and fired wildly at Jiang Ning and Chen Lin. Is that all? Jiang Ning chuckled, thrusting out a palm. His formidable true chi diffused through the confined space of the basement. Not only did it blow away the bullets hurtling toward them, but it also slammed all those effeminate men against the walls, smashing their heads bloody and killing them instantly. Fools. Thinking a few rusty guns could gun down a 9th grade, utter idiots. Seeing his harem of young men grievously wounded, Xiong Laoda felt a pang of pain and burst into curses. Firearms are not entirely useless against martial artists. It depends on the situation. Submachine guns like these are among the weakest in the spectrum of firearms. They are not much more powerful than pistols. They might be somewhat effective against low-ranking novices of the 3rd or 4th grade, but attempting to use them to kill a high-ranking martial artist is pure fantasy. At the same time, Xiong Laoda finally discerned Jiang Ning's true strength. 9th grade. This was vastly different from the intelligence gathered by the organization's staff strategists. He was now completely on par with Xiong Laoda. 9th grade also has minnows and true dragons. You actually dare to walk into the tiger's den and act wild on my turf. I'll tear you apart with my bare hands today. Xiong Laoda went berserk. His towering frame, over 2 meters tall, was already oppressive enough. He stomped his feet, shattering the floor tiles into large chunks. Simultaneously, his explosive muscular body was coated with orange glowing sand and dust that rose from the cracks in the floor, as if he were rapidly donning a thick, heavy stone armor. Whomp whomp whomp. The next moment, Xiong Laoda, like a resurrected stone statue, sprinted forward with terrifying strides, charging at Jiang Ning. Each step left a footprint in the hard floor tiles. The entire basement shook with the vibrations. Jiang Ning's expression shifted slightly. What a violent earth element maniac. It was hard to imagine how Comrade Chen Sang's frail body could withstand that monster's torment. That beast Xiong Laoda has gone mad. Chen Lin stood by, helpless, his heart in his throat. Last night, he had witnessed with his own eyes how Nakano Koen and a group of experts were annihilated by this young man. But he was uncertain whether Jiang Ning could defeat Xiong Laoda, because this was an underground chamber, narrow and confined, limiting the range of movement. Such an environment was unfavorable for agile-type martial artists. It was also unfavorable for experts who could unleash powerful destructive martial techniques, as they could easily be interrupted while gathering power. Conversely, earth element power-type martial artists held the advantage. Die, you little minnow. In this place, I'm invincible below Grandmaster. Xiong Laoda roared, and as he closed in on Jiang Ning, he leaped high into the air, his arm thicker than an ordinary person's leg, pulled back, then unleashed a domineering flying punch, as if a mountain were crashing down. This was also Xiong Laoda's confidence. He had personally killed over a dozen 9th grade experts here. With such an impressive record, he had developed the arrogance that below Grandmaster no one could rival him. If you're invincible below Grandmaster, then what am I? Jiang Ning neither dodged nor evaded, his eyes narrowing into slits. He stepped back with one leg bent, his waist retracted, and contracted his right arm, gathering orange earth energy on his fist, and also unleashed an explosive punch. Facts proved that the words of the goddess master were trustworthy. Invincible versus invincible, one lie shattered instantly. And the price for Xiong Laoda's shattered confidence was also extremely brutal. Boom. The moment their fists collided, his arm, thicker than a normal person's thigh, burst apart entirely. Half his shoulder was gone. Blood and flesh splattered across the surrounding walls. Xiong Laoda screamed in agony, collapsed to the ground, and bled to death. Chen Lin stood frozen in shock, momentarily unable to distinguish who was the true embodiment of power. And no, don't kill me. Secretary Ma cowered in the corner, terrified out of her wits. The patron she had sacrificed her husband's chastity and schemed so hard to please was gone just like that. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Jiang Ning flashed a sinister smile at the woman. Thank you. I'll do anything you ask. Secretary Ma thought she had survived, even casting flirtatious glances and posing seductively at Jiang Ning. Suddenly, a short sword pierced through her heart from behind. The woman turned her head, her face full of disbelief. Husband, you died, Chen Lin said coldly, twisting the sword hilt with force. He had always been an assassin. Today, he finally graduated. Dropping the woman's corpse like discarded trash, Chen Lin, expressionless, walked to the wall and fumbled for a moment, finding a mechanism. Come, I'll take you to get the employer's confidential files. Watch out. Jiang Ning's expression changed, and he dashed over at lightning speed, shoving Chen Lin aside. The next second, boom, flames burst forth. The entire archive room had been detonated from within. Chen Lin scrambled up, his face covered in dust, and stared at Xiong Laoda's corpse on the ground, raging. Damn it. That beast had a trick up his sleeve. Just as Jiang Ning was fuming, the phone in Xiong Laoda's waist pouch rang. Chen Lin scrambled over, snatched it, and answered hello. After finishing the call, he looked at Jiang Ning with some excitement. The employer wants to come and inspect the body in person. Let's go to the funeral home and lie in wait. Good. Jiang Ning's face hardened. Let's see if that venomous bitch is still clinging to her delusion and wants my life. Shortly after they left. Crack, crack. A terrifying sound came from inside Xiong Laoda's corpse. With a squelch, a dwarf-like creature no bigger than a monkey burst out of the chest cavity. That kid nearly beat me, Xiong Laoda, to death. Good thing I know the turtle breathing technique. Who could have imagined that the real Xiong Laoda was a dwarf less than 90 centimeters tall, hidden inside a burly man's body? I'll report to the organization, capture that Qixing brat, and shove it up his ass. Xiong Laoda's eyes were sinister. He tore a piece of cloth from the corpse and used it as a towel to wipe the blood and mucus off his body. He had originally entered the giant's belly that way. He had a taste for it, and he was always on the lookout for a better host. Now he had his eyes on Jiang Ning. He was about to open the secret passage and leave. Boom. An overwhelming, terrifying aura descended like a mountain. SP, spare me. Xiong Laoda crashed to his knees, his face filled with terror as he tried to lift his head to see the stunningly beautiful figure that had suddenly appeared out of thin air. But the next second, the dwarf dissolved into a pool of blood on the floor. The martial world is treacherous. Ning is still inexperienced and unaware of such cunning tricks. I have to keep an extra eye out for him. That's reasonable. After muttering to herself, she vanished silently. Soon the two arrived at a funeral home on the outskirts of town. Chen Lin, using Xiong Laoda's token, sent all the staff away. Jiang Ning found a bed and lay down. An Audi A6 pulled up by the roadside. Several young men with dyed multicolored hair got out of the car. The leading blonde knocked on the counter, claiming a corpse. Please show your identification. Chen Lin was dressed as a staff member. Hurry up, don't keep me from drinking. The blonde threw a stack of documents on the counter arrogantly. Among them were Jiang Ning's birth certificate and household registration booklet. Follow me. Chen Lin confirmed everything and silently led the group into the back hall. Jiang Ning, lying there, recognized the voice from afar. Lipei Huang. Why is it this guy? Jiang Ning was stunned. The guy was a local thug back when he lived in Longjiang County. When Jiang Ning was young, that guy had taken bribes from the venomous bitch and beat him black and blue every few days. The blonde led a group of thugs in, and seeing Jiang Ning on the ground, they got excited. So this kid really kicked the bucket. He was so tough when he was little. We beat him so many times, but he never begged for mercy once. We couldn't beat him to death, but now he's dead, haha. He's stiff as a board. Let's go, we can go back to Brother Hua and report to claim our reward. Amid the gloating voices, Jiang Ning recognized a familiar scent. Great, all old acquaintances. Wait a minute. The blonde seemed dissatisfied. He walked up close, looked at Jiang Ning's face, and reached for his zipper. Since we came all this way without bringing any offerings, and I've recently been suffering from diabetes, I'll give you a little taste of sweetness. Chen Lin watched without intervening, his face twitching with pity as he looked at these little bastards. There are many ways to court death, but they had chosen the stupidest one. With a sharp tearing sound, just as the yellow-haired man's zipper slid down, Jiang Ning burst into action lightning fast and kicked out with his foot. Boom. His size 42 shoe sole hit the bullseye, sending the man and his crotch flying. The yellow-haired man crashed heavily onto the cabinet by the wall, then scrambled up, clutching his groin and curling into a ball, letting out a pig-like scream. Ow! His testicles were shattered, his member broken, and even the urine that had just been forced out was forced back and instantly bursting his bladder. Boss! A group of young thugs were terrified. Then one of them, looking as if he had seen a ghost, stared at Jiang Ning in horror. You're not dead, oi. You. Become a martial artist. A martial artist. Gasp. Seeing Jiang Ning cripple the yellow-haired man with one kick, the gang of thugs finally reacted, and the next second they all fell to their knees begging for mercy. Spare us, master. This has nothing to do with us. Jiang Ning had become a martial artist. Regardless of his cultivation level, this fact alone scared the thugs out of their wits. Such was the pressure a martial artist exerted on ordinary people. These bullies, who usually lorded over others and extorted protection fees, were like mice before a cat when facing a martial artist. Which brother Hua? That kid Lu Hua. Jiang Ning immediately guessed who they meant. Yes, that's your little cousin Lu Hua. It was brother Hua who sent us to check the body. The Audi A6 at the door was also lent to us by brother Hua. He told us to come see if you were dead. Although these thugs usually talked about being loyal, when trouble came they all passed the buck. Spare me, good sir. If you have a problem, go confront your cousin. He's at the Big Dragon nightclub in Longjiang County tonight, having a party. The one who caused the trouble is the one to blame. Go find him. The Audi at the door is yours. In the corner, the yellow-haired man, desperate to survive, endured the pain and spoke hoarsely, cold sweat on his forehead, pulling out the car keys from his pocket. Of course I'm going to find him. Jiang Ning's gaze was cold and stern. As for you, if it were just because you ran errands for that guy, I might spare you. But have you forgotten what I said before? What you said? The yellow-haired man and his gang turned pale. Back then they had taken money from Lu Hua's aunt and would find excuses to beat Jiang Ning every few days. Each time Jiang Ning was bruised and battered, but he never begged. Instead, like an indestructible cockroach, he would swear viciously, I'm still young and can't fight you now, but one day I'll make you pay back 100-fold. But back then, who would take the words of a scrawny schoolboy seriously? They all treated it as hot air. Now, it's time to fulfill my oath. Jiang Ning suddenly vanished from his spot, his figure swift as the wind. His fists rained down like hailstones, one punch per person. Bang, bang, bang. In a few moves he killed them all. Killing one is the same as killing many. Facing such pests, Jiang Ning showed no mercy. After dealing with the thugs, Jiang Ning and Chen Lin returned to the funeral home front desk. That venomous woman finally showed herself. Seeing the documents Chen Lin handed over, Jiang Ning gritted his teeth, his killing intent surging. It was the birth certificate and household registration book that had been kept at home when he was a child. Jiang Ning knew at a glance that the venomous woman must have given them to the thugs to pretend to be his family and claim the body. The woman was indeed cunning, not coming in person. However, sending these thugs to him through Lu Hua was a mistake. The two walked out of the funeral home. Chen Lin said calmly, go ahead. I'll handle the aftermath here. I'll try to buy you as much time as possible. I'll report to the organization that you died. Take care. Jiang Ning saw in the other's eyes the relief of a dying man. The man had avenged his great hatred, but he had taken the 7-day soul-scattering powder and contracted an STD. His life was likely short. Jiang Ning got into the Audi by the roadside and started it with the key. The sky was darkening. He stepped on the accelerator and the car sped off. Little cousin. Damn cousin. Before he was 10, the venomous woman had kept him by her side ostensibly as his foster mother, but in reality, she was taking out her anger on him to avenge the Jiang Longhao family. She subjected him to all kinds of beatings, torture, and abuse, and tried every means to make him die naturally. Not only that, but the venomous woman also colluded with her family to bully him in every way. Take this Lu Hua for example. He was the son of the venomous woman's brother. Since he was idle all day, a complete playboy, and not favored by his family, he was sent to Longjiang County to be raised by the venomous woman at a young age. And Lu Hua's greatest hobby was bullying Jiang Ning in every way imaginable. Jiang Ning drove with one hand on the steering wheel, casually lifting the hem of his left trouser leg. On his knee, a scar from a burn was clearly visible. That bastard had learned to smoke at 6 or 7. Once, to tease Jiang Ning, he stubbed out a cigarette, but on Jiang Ning's leg while he was napping. Lu Hua, I'm coming for you. Jiang Ning stared at the rows of streetlights, speeding backward, muttering to himself, his eyes filled with rage. In a Western restaurant on a bustling commercial street in the city center, facing the steaming hot steak served by the waiter Jiang Yusher, and Jiang Shuning had no appetite at all. The dishes are all here. Big sister, second sister, why aren't you eating? Only Jiang Tingio was feasting. What did mom say? Jiang Shuning was troubled. She's already in Hangzhou. How the negotiations with the Tang family will turn out is unpredictable. Jiang Yusher rubbed her temples, looking exhausted. Earlier, Li Yuanfa had told her that the black ironstone received from An Ning had been intercepted by some people in the sales department on the way back. Upon investigation, it turned out to be the work of the little bastard and his father. After several confrontations with Jiang Longhao over the past 2 days, the latter had finally agreed to pay the fee separately, not counting it as company expense. At the same time, she realized that many people in the company had become the pawns of this father and son pair. She was currently trying to set things right, battling the pair to regain control of the company. Mom thinking of relying on the Tang family to win the divorce case is nothing but wishful thinking. Jiang Ning gnashed her teeth. She can't beat Dad the old fox, and even less can she beat that little bastard. As soon as she finished speaking, second sister, it's only been a few days, and you're already cursing like that. Jiang Zishuan walked in from the door with a smile, accompanied by a handsome man in a white suit. Zishuan. Jiang Tingjio stood up cheerfully to greet him. Third sister. Jiang Zishuan responded, then introduced with a smile. Let me introduce you. This is young Master Yun from the Beijing Circle. Before he could finish, Jiang Ning snapped, I'm cursing you. From now on, don't call me second sister. Don't disgust me. Jiang Yushi also coldly nodded. I am no longer your big sister. You? Jiang Zishuan's handsome face twisted, his eyes filled with resentment. Over the past 2 days, his uncle had introduced him to this young Master Yun, the crown prince of the Beijing Circle, with the intention of ingratiating himself. He had learned that this young Master Yun was very fond of beautiful women, but they had to be pure and charming enough. So Jiang Zishuan immediately thought of his second sister Jiang Ning, who was not only beautiful and pure-looking, but also a somewhat famous actress, exactly to young Master Yun's taste. He had intended to make an introduction, but Jiang Ning's harsh words had ruined his face. Ning, let's go. Jiang Yushi didn't want to waste words on the little bastard either, and pulled Jiang Ning to leave. How out with the new in with the old? Seeing this, Jiang Zishuan laughed cruelly. I know you two only have Ning in your eyes now, but unfortunately that guy's fate is harsh, he's gone. Hearing this, the sisters' bodies trembled, and they turned back to glare. What do you mean? Never mind. Tomorrow I'm going to report to my uncle for military special training. Before I leave, I might as well be merciful and let you two pitiful creatures in on a little news. Jiang Zishuan dropped the act. He came clean, sneering with bitter mockery. If you hurry to Qingsong funeral home, now you might still make it in time to see your dear little brother's corpse. What Ning is dead. No, that's impossible. This cannot be. Jiang Yushi and Jiang Ning wept uncontrollably before breaking down and storming out the door. Wait. Eldest sister, second sister, hold on for me. Jiang Tingjio hurriedly chased after them. Watching the retreating figure, young Master Yun narrowed his elongated eyes. Your second sister is quite remarkable. Jiang Zishuan's gaze darkened. But she despises me utterly now. Whether you can win her over depends entirely on your own capabilities. Young Master Yun raised his head proudly. Could any woman caught by Yun Fifan's eyes ever escape my grasp? Jiang Zishuan offered a sycophantic smile. You're right. With your status and background, young Master Yun, countless top-tier actresses have fallen at your feet. I had actually intended to ask for your help in dealing with that brat Jiang Ning, but it's no longer necessary. My eldest cousin only spent a mere 500 million to eliminate him for me. Young Master Yun's expression soured. With 500 million, I could have toppled your Yunzhou governor Xietianao. No, I cannot have come all this way for nothing. Snap. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers, and 2 elderly men instantly emerged from behind him. Go. Find out where that boy's corpse lies, scatter his remains to 10,000 pieces, and feed them to the dogs. If he has already been cremated, find some rural outdoor latrine, and scatter his ashes to the winds. As you command. The 2 elderly men vanished into the night after receiving their orders. Young Master Yun smiled, patting Jiang Zishuan on the shoulder with satisfaction. For such a trivial matter, I shall only charge you 100 million. Remember to transfer it to my account soon. I'll even accept stock from your Fengyuan group as payment. Jiang Zishuan's face twitched violently, but he dared not voice his resentment. This vulture truly was a bloodsucker. In the main hall of Qingsong funeral home, Chen Lin was cleaning up the premises. The tires screeched as a Bentley came to an abrupt halt at the entrance. His nerves tensed, and his hand instinctively drifted to the dagger concealed within his coat. Where is my brother? Where is he? Jiang Yushi and Jiang Ning burst in through the doors, tears streaming down their faces. Who are you looking for? Chen Lin asked, his expression unchanged. Jiang Ning. Jiang Yushi tremblingly spoke the name. Chen Lin quickly replied, his family has already claimed him. Jiang Ning wailed in uncontrollable sobs. Impossible. That's impossible, we are his family. Chen Lin hesitated, then murmured softly. It was family from Longjiang County. Family from Longjiang County. Jiang Yushi's face drained of color as a horrifying realization struck her. It must be that wicked woman Lu Qingshu who took Ning away. Jiang Ning was already a drowned woman in tears, unable to accept it. Could that venomous woman be using Ning's corpse to blackmail us? It's quite possible. Jiang Yushi's eyes burned red, her teeth clenched in fury. Let's go. We're heading to Longjiang County to take Ning back. Let's go. Chen Lin watched the 2 sisters storm out and pile into the Bentley, feeling utterly speechless. He wasn't sure if his choice was correct. It couldn't be helped, he was hardly acquainted with the boy and didn't even have his contact information. Besides, he was a dying man with only 7 days left to live. Why should he involve himself in such nonsense? If only I had siblings. Chun Lin sighed heavily and buried his face in his cleaning. If I had family, I never would have boarded that horse ship and become an assassin. In the darkness outside, the two elderly men exchanged a glance. The boy's corpse isn't here. Let's go. We'll finish it in Longjiang County. If we return empty-handed, young master will surely fly into a rage. In the county town of Longjiang, neon lights flickered and swirled at the entrance of the Dalong nightclub. As night fell, the area grew exceptionally lively with countless young people flooding in and out. The dancers, clad in revealing attire, posed and preened impossible to ignore. The tires screeched as an Audi A6 skidded to a halt by the roadside. Jiang Ning climbed out of the driver's seat, his expression grim, and strode purposefully toward the entrance. Jiang Ning, a short rotund man handing out small flyers by the roadside, suddenly called out to him. You're Fan Xiaoping. Jiang Ning turned to look at the man studying him. The face seemed vaguely familiar. Oh, he remembered now. A hyperactive lad from the neighboring apartment in their old residential compound. He'd forgotten the boy's real name, but in Jiang Ning's memory, everyone called him Fan Xiaoping. That's right, it's me. Fan Xiaoping's face lit up with excitement. He glanced at Jiang Ning, then at the Audi A6 parked by the road, his eyes brimming with envy. A few days ago, Tengzai and the others came back and said, you've made it big. You're here now, making a triumphant return home. The remark left Jiang Ning momentarily at a loss. Triumphant return? Didn't this bastard notice the killing intent radiating from me? Jiang Ning cast a glance at the small card in the man's hand. The provocative cover girl and the so-called pink mandarins playing in Water 998 package made him instantly understand. What are you doing here? Handing out flyers? Pimping? Fan Xiaoping gave an awkward smile and hastily hid the cards behind his back. Unlike you, I never studied well and failed to get into university. I've just been picking up odd jobs lately to earn some spare cash. In a couple of days, I'll head to the provincial capital to find proper work. How about you? You're here to drink with your cousin, aren't you? Jiang Ning's eyes grew cold as he smiled teasingly. Yes. Do you know which private room he's in? Come, I'll take you. Fan Xiaoping, ever the enthusiastic type, seized Jiang Ning's arm and dragged him inside, without further discussion heading upstairs. Along the way, that Audi A6 of yours is absolutely stunning. If you like it, you can have it. Jiang Ning casually tossed the car keys to the kid over his shoulder. Holy crap. Brother Ning, you've really hit the jackpot. Fan Xiaoping was thrilled beyond words, basking in the euphoria of having linked up with a super tycoon. The fat man immediately hurled all the flyers into a trash bin and hovered attentively. Brother Ning, mind the steps. Upon reaching the upper floor, he was the first to dart ahead and announce their arrival at the private room marked 888. Inside the private room, the air was thick with smoke and haze. A young man with a pompadour dyed the color of watermelon rind sat with a beauty clinging to each arm, belting out a song at the top of his lungs. What brings tears to my eyes is not merely the wine of last night. What makes me reluctant to part is not just your tenderness. Walking through the corridor, Jiang Ning's eyelids twitched. This asshole was actually singing a song he had brought over from Blue Star, and singing it this terribly. It sounded like a dog barking. Then again, Qingshan Tavern over in Highwayport sees foot traffic every day. The speed of this cultural spread was truly astonishing. Inside the private room, bravo, Brother Hua sang beautifully. Come, let's all raise a glass to toast Brother Hua. Cheers. The local delinquents and rich second-generation heirs applauded enthusiastically. Brother Hua, you've been glued to your phone all night. What are you looking at? A young man next to him flattered. I sent Lai Pai Huang to the provincial capital to snap a few photos of the deceased, but there's been absolutely no word from him until now. Lu Hua's brows knit tightly, an ominous premonition stirring within him. What's so fascinating about pictures of dead people, eh? Two dancers coquettishly whined from his embrace. You wouldn't understand. That's a Porsche we're talking about. Lu Hua puffed out his chest with pride. Too lazy to go himself, he had delegated the task to Lai Pai Huang and his gang, promising them 10,000 yuan upon completion. Brother Hua, an excited voice suddenly echoed. Fan Xiaoping burst into the room shouting loudly, Brother Hua, I've brought your cousin along. What the hell? What are you doing? Why did you bring him back here? Lu Hua failed to process it for a moment, his legs kicking out in terror as he scrambled onto the sofa. I only told you to take a few pictures of a corpse. The very next second, as Jiang Ning appeared in the doorway, Lu Hua's eyeballs nearly popped out of his sockets. What's wrong? Aren't you welcoming me? A ghost? Lu Hua leaped onto the sofa and let out a shriek. Impossible. This is impossible. Sister Wu explicitly told me that you brat was already dead. How could you possibly appear before me? You must be some wandering specter, right? An eerie silence fell over the entire private room. A group of local rich kids and petty delinquents stared at him blankly. Brother Hua, don't scare us. Fan Pangpang also turned his head to look at Jiang Ning with a strange expression. Your cousin doesn't seem very welcoming. That's not his call. Jiang Ning's face turned ice cold. In a flash he appeared before the sofa. A martial artist. Run. Brother Hua, run fast. He's a martial artist. Lu Hua's cronies finally snapped out of it, scrambling over each other in terror and scattering like birds and beasts. It was plain for all to see that Jiang Ning had come specifically for Brother Hua, and not with goodwill. They were nothing but drinking buddies and hostesses shouting, "Brother Hua, run!" Yet each fled faster than a rabbit, clearing the sofa in an instant. Jiang Ning, my dear cousin, long time no see. Lu Hua stood all alone on the sofa, trembling with fear. Forced onto his terrified face was a weak smile. Why don't you sit down and have a couple of drinks? I'll have them open a bottle of XO for you right away. In truth, Lu Hua himself was a martial artist, but his aptitude was dull, and he spent his days idle and shiftless. His first-rank cultivation meant nothing before Jiang Ning, no different from an ordinary person. Jiang Ning moved like lightning. One strike, and his fingers locked around Lu Hua's throat in an iron grip. Speak. Where is your aunt? Jiang Ning had no patience for scum like this, and went straight to demanding the poison woman's whereabouts. My aunt. She went missing. This fool had clearly never penetrated the inner circle of that poison woman's family. He knew nothing and stammered evasively. I heard from my father. She may have been hidden away. Seeing Jiang Ning's piercing gaze and unmistakable displeasure, the coward hastily added, I'm not the one who wants you dead. I merely accepted Sister Wu's favor and took on the task of examining your corpse. I was too lazy to go myself, so I gave Lai Pai Huang and his bunch 10,000 yuan to run the errand for me. I really don't know anything else. He felt as though a python were constricting him on the verge of suffocation. Lu Hua would never have dared to believe in his wildest dreams that the pitiful little boy from his aunt's household, the one they had all freely mocked and bullied, could now turn the tables and dare to fight back. The same boy he used to torment by pressing cigarette butts onto his knees. The boy who could crush him to death at any moment. Lu Hua did not know whether he had ever instilled fear in this kid back then, but now he was consumed by absolute terror, for he knew exactly what he had done in the past. Brother Ning. Fan Pang reached out a hand, then immediately pulled it back. As a former neighbor, he of course knew what had transpired over those 10 years. Back in the day, Lu Hua's aunt and her entire clan made their greatest pastime out of tormenting Jiang Ning in ever more inventive ways. He was forbidden from dining at the table, and the slightest provocation brought whips and fists. In short, no matter who from the neighborhood bullied Jiang Ning, Lu Hua's aunt would never care. Conversely, if anyone dared show Jiang Ning even the smallest kindness, such as tossing him a couple bites of their leftover bread, they would be met with Lu Hua's aunt's vicious verbal abuse. Bullying Jiang Ning had apparently become that family's source of guilty pleasure. Your fifth sister, Lu Muchen. Jiang Ning frowned, and instantly the image of that girl with a sweet face but a heart as vicious as a serpent flashed through his mind. When they were children, that girl, driven by vanity, actually ordered Jiang Ning to crawl on the street and serve as her horse right in front of her group of older classmates. When Jiang Ning refused, she flew into a rage. First, she hid his school bag, causing him to be late for class and punished with standing. Then, still unsatisfied, she deliberately left the bathroom door open and falsely accused Jiang Ning of peeping at her while she bathed. As a result, Jiang Ning was hung from the beam by his father and brutally beaten throughout the entire night. Yes, it was my fifth sister who gave me this task. She even promised to buy me a Porsche once it was done. Lu Hua felt Jiang Ning's grip loosening slightly and assumed he was in the clear, so his saliva flew freely. My fifth sister is coming to Wanhu Mountain Villa tomorrow night to host a birthday celebration. How about? I take you to meet her, and she can apologize to you in person, okay? Crack. The sound of a snapping neck echoed through the private room. The excitement on the fool's face froze in that very instant. Jiang Ning tossed him onto the sofa with a cold snort. Is this something an apology can fix? Fan Pang covered his mouth behind him, both terrified and inexplicably thrilled. He had lived next door back, then lying awake at midnight under his blanket hearing those horrific screams. He had once secretly cursed, your family doesn't treat him like a human being. You'll reap what you sow sooner or later. Now his words had come true. Fan Pang felt he could enter the fortune-telling business. In the corridor. Why are you following me? Jiang Ning strode away quickly with Fan Pang close behind. You just saw me kill someone. Aren't you afraid I'll drag you into this? The bigger the wind, the pricier the fish. Fan Pang clutched the Audi keys in his waist bag tightly and grinned. Don't think I don't know. Disputes between martial artists are none of the police station's business. Even if someone files a report, it only goes to the martial law court. Whether they send troops to arrest you, offer a bounty for your capture, or step in to mediate, it remains to be seen. And you have many paths to choose from. You could turn yourself and flee overseas, or join one of those shadowy organizations and live free as an outlaw. Jiang Ning smiled faintly. You know quite a bit. To be honest, Jiang Ning had not given any of this a second thought, but he knew that as long as one possessed strength beyond the Grandmaster realm, matters like this would typically be swept under the rug. Simply put, the world was as it was. Those people weighed pros and cons before every action. Just as it had been so long, no department dared to ascend Tianyin Mountain to investigate Master Goddess. Until they summoned a powerhouse capable of rivaling Master Goddess, they would not dare act rashly. How about, you stay at my place tonight, and tomorrow evening I'll take you to Wanhu Mountain Villa to find Lu Muching. I know that place well. Fan Pongpong's eyes darted. That works. Jiang Ning readily agreed. He also wanted to return to that residential complex to see if the poison woman had left any clues. Not long after the two drove to Xiqing residential quarter. Row upon row of 7-story low-rise buildings came into view, all in a state of utter decay. This old complex should have been demolished long ago. Most residents moved out last year. Since no one paid property fees, the stairwells were pitch black. Fan Pangpang pulled out his phone to use as a flashlight. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Fan Pangpang fumbled for his keys. Jiang Ning glanced at the half-open door across the hall and walked over. I'll take a look over there. Stepping inside, broken furniture and garbage were everywhere. Jiang Ning crawled into his former bedroom. A low-ceilinged room so oppressive he couldn't even straighten his back. That small wooden bed, cobbled together from scrap furniture pieces, had long since rotted away. Sandwiched between walls front and back, it measured less than 1.5 meters, too short even for an 8 or 9-year-old child. He could not stretch his legs and had to sleep hunched over on his side for years on end. And this was the kennel Jiang Ning had lived in for a full 10 years. The mottled bloodstains on the surrounding walls remained visible to this day. Each stain marked a brutal beating. Before I met Master Goddess, every day was worse than death. Jiang Ning's nose tingled with emotion. What kind of belief had sustained him to cling to life against all odds? The answer was naturally those words from the little one. Brother, you have to live on for me. Brother. A fat, shifty-faced peer suddenly poked its head through the doorway. Fan Pangpang held a flashlight and waved a small card. Brother Ning, I've made up the bed. Should I call you a woman? A woman. The kind that's guaranteed disease-free. Jiang Ning couldn't help but curse, get lost. Fan Xiaopang suddenly covered his rear, his chubby face showing a look of terror, as if he had let a wolf into the house. What are you thinking? Jiang Ning said angrily. I already have someone in my heart. Don't get any crooked ideas. If I hear any shady women knocking at the door in the middle of the night, I'm leaving immediately. Oh, Fan Xiaopang felt regretful. Back at his own home, the fatty cooked 2 bowls of noodles sprinkled with chopped green onions and brought them over, instantly filling the room with a fragrant aroma. Brother Ning, come have some midnight snack. Tastes good. Jiang Ning crouched in front of the coffee table and took a bite, feeling the flavor was not bad, though it couldn't compare to his goddess master. It was clearly a skill honed by staying home alone for a long time and cooking for himself. Looking around at the typical otaku belongings on the sofa and bed, Jiang Ning couldn't help but ask, where are your parents? They divorced long ago. Now each has remarried. I don't care to live with them. Fan Xiaopang was quite optimistic, not at all sad about those two. Jiang Ning nodded and said nothing more. Slurp. Fan Xiaopang took a sip of noodle soup, looked up at him, and asked, any findings? Jiang Ning said helplessly, all the valuable clues were burned by that venomous woman. As soon as he entered, he had seen traces of burning on the floor. That vixen did set a fire on the night she moved away. You know? Jiang Ning was surprised. Brother Ning, let me show you something. Fan Xiaopang put down his chopsticks, rushed into the room, and rummaged through everything. Soon he came out holding a wooden box and placed it on the table. What is this? Jiang Ning asked hurriedly. That vixen left in a hurry before the fire was out. I sneaked into your house originally intending to grab something valuable and dug this out of the fire pit. Fan Xiaopang was quite frank, not hiding anything. As he spoke, he pried open the wooden box, forcefully took out the contents, and placed them in front of Jiang Ning. A yellowed piece of rice paper and a voice recorder appeared before Jiang Ning's eyes. The paper was densely covered with handwriting, and the title prominently read, Letter of Guarantee. Jiang Ning's pupils contracted. From the handwriting, it was clearly that venomous woman's script. A letter of guarantee. To whom had she written it? Due to the passage of time, much of the writing was barely legible. Jiang Ning simply pressed the play button on the voice recorder. I, Lu Qingshu, swear to heaven that from now on I will treat this child well and take care of him diligently. If I break this oath, may I die a miserable death and my family be wiped out. Jiang Ning immediately recognized it as that venomous woman's own words. Then she seemed to say a few off-topic remarks to someone. Old master, you should be at ease now, right? I've already sworn to heaven. From the voice recorder, another weathered voice then sounded. You wretch. Listen carefully. If you dare to go back on your word and bully my grandson Jiang Ning, when I, Jiang Yuangong, return from the expedition, I will tear you to pieces and annihilate your entire family. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Old master, what are you saying? I've already sworn a deadly oath. Why don't you trust me? After listening to this recording, Jiang Ning fell into silence. There was no need to read the words on the paper. The content was similar. It was the letter of guarantee that venomous woman had written to an old man. Brother Ning, who is this old man to you? He has quite a fiery temper. Fan Xiaoping asked cautiously, clearly having heard this recording more than once. That is. Jiang Ning felt a bit complicated. My grandfather. I've never met him. It said that in the year of my birth, he went off to battle on the battlefield. From this recording, it seemed that the old man had seen through the trick of swapping the child back then, but due to the imminent expedition or some other reasons he couldn't set things right, and could only force the venomous woman to sign this letter of guarantee. But obviously the venomous woman took it seriously at all. At first she might have been wary, wanting Jiang Ning to die naturally. Later, seeing how tenacious and hard to kill he was, she simply dropped the act. Brother Ning, I haven't asked you yet. Fan Xiaoping emptied the soup from his bowl. Where have you been all these years? She tricked me into climbing a mountain and pushed me off a cliff. Jiang Ning gave a brief account. This? Fan Xiaoping's small eyes widened, and he said angrily, these people deserve to die. Night fell. Not sure if it was because he wasn't used to the bed. Jiang Ning lay on the fatty's bed, sleeping restlessly. He kept feeling some discomfort in his legs. Sometimes numb, sometimes burning hot, sometimes icy cold. On the other hand, Fan Xiaoping, who had given up the bed to him and slept on the sofa, could sleep like a log. Snore, snore. The whole living room was thundering with snoring. In a daze, a scent of incense entered his nose. Jiang Ning's muscles finally relaxed gradually, and he fell into a beautiful dreamland. This little fool, I told him not to practice the wandering cloud steps recklessly without reaching the Grandmaster realm, but he just won't listen. In the darkness, a faint, gentle sigh sounded. A pair of fair jade-white hands reached out, fingertips glowing faintly, and gently began to massage the acupoints on his legs. Suddenly, the sound of wings flapping sounded outside the window. At some point, a huge white egret appeared on the balcony. In the egret's beak was a banana leaf curled into the shape of a cup containing sparkling, translucent jade liquid. Miaoyan, I owe you a favor. The owner of those jade hands slowly rose, took the banana leaf cup, and poured the jade liquid into Jiang Ning's mouth along the corner of his lips. Your disciple is already exceptionally gifted. Feeding him a mortal dew so early is simply too unfair to those mundane martial artists. The big white bird actually spoke human language, complaining like a gossipy woman. Those beautiful eyes radiated cold pride, and the corners of the mouth couldn't help curling up. Where is there absolute fairness in this world? Since he is my beloved disciple, he should be free to do as he pleases, and be invincible, shouldn't he? If you haven't changed at all. The big white bird was left speechless. Early the next morning. Jiang Ning got out of bed, stretched, and walked to the window. He had intended to yawn, but for some reason, he wasn't sleepy at all. He felt extraordinarily energetic throughout his body. Subconsciously, he reached out and supported himself against the wall. Without exerting any strength, his hand pressed a deep, large palm print into the fatty's cement wall. This. Jiang Ning looked at his palm in utter disbelief. Could my cultivation level have already? Good morning, Brother Ning. Fan Xiaoping came in yawning. Did you sleep well last night? Not bad. Jiang Ning walked to the sink and began to wash up. And you? I didn't sleep well. Despite such loud snoring, Fan Xiaoping claimed he didn't sleep well. He leaned lazily against the door as if muttering in a dream. I had a dream last night. I dreamed that a fairy sister came to visit my home, and there was a huge bird that landed on my balcony. I think you're still not awake. Jiang Ning came over and flicked a drop of water from his fingertip onto the fatty's forehead. Let's go. Take me to Wanhu Villa. After finishing breakfast together, the two drove off. Fan Xiaoping was at the wheel. Brother Ning, I've come across a lucrative opportunity, though it's a bit risky. Are you interested? No interest. All right, then let me put it another way. Fan Xiaoping's eyes darted. Wanhu Villa is on an island in the middle of the lake. As it happens, a friend of mine is chartering a boat to go there for a team-building event today. I'll take you along for a free ride. That way we save a lot of hassle and don't have to pay for scenic area tickets. What do you think? You decide. Jiang Ning understood the fatty. This guy had a hard time earning money, so he'd save wherever possible. Soon the fatty drove Jiang Ning to a secluded spot in the county town. From a distance, Jiang Ning saw a large shed built of color steel tiles crowded with people. Countless spirited young men were inside shouting, hung ha hey, and brandishing knives and staves. It looked like a martial arts hall, and an extremely low-end one at that. Even among county-level martial arts halls, few were so shabby. At the entrance, a banner with red background and white letters brazenly proclaimed, all under heaven are brothers. Everyone can practice martial arts. Everyone can practice. Dream on. Even ordinary universities in the provincial capital could only produce 20 or 30 martial arts students a year at most. Jiang Ning felt as if he had walked into the headquarters of a scam operation. As soon as the two got out of the car, a man in a peaked cap holding a megaphone approached. Fatty, who's this guy? He demanded. Director Yang, he's my friend, Fan Xiaoping introduced. Brother Ning, this is Supervisor Yang, Director of Personnel at Aolong Martial Arts Hall. Director Yang sized up Jiang Ning's physique with a dissatisfied expression. Xiaoping, your friend looks frail and scrawny. Not an ounce of meat on him. Is he up to it? As he spoke, he reached out to pinch Jiang Ning's biceps and chest, but Jiang Ning dodged. Scrawny. The way this guy was looking at him was very strange. This so-called Aolong Martial Arts Hall. Could it be a male escort agency disguised as a martial arts hall? The so-called chartered boat to the island for team building. Was it actually going to Wanhu Villa, a high-end club, to work as male escorts serving wealthy women? Jiang Ning's imagination ran wild, and he couldn't help but feel a chill of disgust. Suddenly he wasn't so keen on saving money. Hostile, a shy little boy. Seeing that Jiang Ning wouldn't let him touch, Director Yang left awkwardly and agreed to the fatty's request without looking back. Alright, count him in. Same as usual, 200 per head. There might be special operations today, so an extra 100 per person. Take him to change clothes quickly. We're about to leave. Hearing this, Jiang Ning's mouth twitched. He immediately grabbed the fatty's clothes and angrily said, "Damn it. You fat bastard, you're not trying to trick me into selling my body, are you?" Fan Xiaoping looked innocent and raised 3 fingers. "Brother Ning, I swear your chastity will be absolutely safe tonight." Jiang Ning had just breathed a sigh of relief when the fatty added, "As for whether there will be blood, I can't guarantee that. It depends on how tough we are." Speechless, Jiang Ning wanted to kick him into the sky. Just then, over a dozen Toyota Hiace vans pulled up in front of the martial arts hall. Damn, the legendary Fight Mobile had arrived. Sure enough, a crowd of spirited young men surged like a tide, scrambling into the vans. The seemingly small compartment somehow squeezed in 20 or 30 people. You tell me this is supposed to be a team-building event? Brother Ning here. Fan Xiaoping came over carrying a red hoodie and handed it to Jiang Ning. What the hell is this? Jiang Ning wrinkled his nose in disgust. The thing was dirty and stinky. Strangely, all those martial arts hall young men had changed into the same thing. Looking around, there was a vast sea of red. Battle robes. The fatty had already put his on and added mysteriously, "Brother Ning, you'd better put it on too, otherwise you might get slashed by our own people later." Huh. Jiang Ning. Director Yang, megaphone in hand, was calling people to board. Seeing Jiang Ning and the fatty, he didn't forget to give them special attention. "Hey, someone get a sharp watermelon knife for this new little brother." What a... Jiang Ning. Over a dozen Toyota Hiaces set off in a grand procession. Inside, Jiang Ning and Fan Xiaoping were squeezed into a corner, unable to even stretch their legs. Feeling Brother Ning's murderous glare, Fan Xiaoping quickly soothed him. "Brother Ning, don't panic. We're just there to fill a spot, basically just to show support for those big bosses. This part-time job sounds dangerous at first, but actually, it's very safe. Every time it's all thunder and no rain." Then why did they give you an extra 100? Have you thought about that? Jiang Ning delivered a soul-searching question. Hiss. Brother Ning, you mean tonight might be the real deal? Fan Xiaolon's face tensed, then he smiled mysteriously. "No worries. Even if it really comes to blows, I have an emergency plan." He then nudged Jiang Ning with the red vest. "Brother Ning, you really not going to wear it?" "Or my ass." Jiang Ning was seething, nearing his breaking point. At that moment, if anyone in the van dared to let out a silent fart, Jiang Ning would definitely lose his temper. Wanhu Villa was a bit far from the county town, located on Panlong Lake, 30 kilometers south of Longjiang County. To reach the island, one had to enter the Longhu Scenic Area and buy a boat ticket. By the time the dozen Toyota Hiaces arrived, it was already afternoon. A man in a suit and tie with a refined face was already waiting eagerly at the scenic area's main gate. "Manager Bao, we're here." After getting off, Director Yang immediately walked over. "Manager Bao." "Good afternoon, Manager Bao." Those spirited young men also waved and greeted warmly. Manager Bao, maintaining his airs, merely nodded slightly to these people. "This is Manager Bao, the nominal head of Aolong Martial Arts Hall in Longjiang County." Fan Xiaoping whispered in Jiang Ning's ear, his eyes full of envy. "They say he has an annual salary of $1 million, and he's keeping 2 female college students." A Maybach drove towards them. In the back seat sat an old man in white training clothes, exuding an imposing aura without anger. The epitome of a master's demeanor, as if it were written all over his face. The window rolled down, and the old man greeted casually. "Xiao Bao, tell them to hurry up. Don't keep Boss Wu waiting too long." "Yes, Master Jiang, I'll arrange it immediately." Manager Bao's face instantly transformed into a fawning, flattering expression when facing this man. Then Manager Bao led the crowd into the scenic area and boarded the ferry. In less than half an hour, several hundred people had swarmed onto the island in the lake. "Is this Wanhu Villa? How magnificent. I heard this is the private backyard of the provincial capital's tycoons. If your net worth isn't over 100 million, you're not even qualified to apply for a membership card. Then how much would it cost to have a meal inside? My uncle cleans toilets there. He told me that tonight a young lady from a wealthy family in the provincial capital is hosting her birthday banquet. She put down a deposit of several million, just like that." Staring at this grand, elegant, and exquisite mountain and water estate, the group of spirited young men chattered like country bumpkins who had never seen the world. "Silence." Manager Bao roared. Fortunately, the opponents they were about to confront hadn't arrived, yet otherwise the prestige of their Aolong Martial Arts Hall would have been ruined by these part-time minions. After venting his anger, Manager Bao adopted a more conciliatory tone, smiling as he sought to bolster morale. Upon entering, stand at attention and remain as quiet as possible. Maintain your composure. Do not be afraid. If matters come to blows, the numerous martial artists we have enlisted will lead the charge. As you should have just witnessed, even Master Jiang, the chief instructor of our Aolong Martial Arts Hall, has personally come to oversee proceedings. Give me face, everyone. When work is done tonight, I'll treat you all to late-night snacks. Each of you gets a big chicken leg. Hooray! The energetic young men erupted in cheers at the prospect of free food and an extra chicken leg. Brother Ning, I'll be right back. Fan Xiaoping hesitated for a moment before calling out to Jiang Ning and striding toward Manager Bao. Approaching him, Fan Xiaoping lowered his voice. Boss Bao, my friend, is also a martial artist. 300 yuan plus a meal box doesn't align with the market rate, does it? His implication was clear. He wanted to secure more benefits for Jiang Ning. Manager Bao glanced over at Jiang Ning, a palpable contempt in his eyes. Him? A martial artist? What rank is he? Why isn't he wearing proper attire? For rapid-fire questions, each dripping with arrogance. Fan Xiaoping glanced back and forced a nervous laugh. I'm not entirely certain of his rank. 3,000. Manager Bao's opening bid seemed like an insult, as dismissive as giving alms to a beggar. Only 3,000. Can you add a bit more? 3,000 is the max. Take it or leave it. He's only worth that much. Manager Bao wore an expression of utter impatience. In his view, not knowing the specific rank implied a lack of honor in claiming one's strength, a mere nobody. Fan Xiaoping had no choice but to take this offer and rush to consult Jiang Ning. A few seconds later, he returned and relayed Jiang Ning's exact words. Manager, he told you to get lost. Actually, Jiang Ning had only said one word, get lost. Fine. He's got guts. He's lost his wages. Manager Bao, furious, directly ruled that Jiang Ning would receive neither his payment nor his chicken leg. Manager Bao didn't even bother considering what rank Jiang Ning might be. As a martial arts hall manager, he'd encountered many practitioners of Jiang Ning's age and wondered what capability they could possibly possess. Third or fourth rank at most. Not worth mentioning. Hundreds of people led by Manager Bao flooded into Wanhu Villa. They stormed into the banquet hall and lined up on one side in formation, displaying their imposing presence. Before the crowd, 2 rows of chairs were arranged facing each other, a clear display of confrontational negotiations. Yet currently, only Manager Bao's side had assembled a large force, while the opponent's seating area remained empty. On the row belonging to Manager Bao's party, the small old man who had arrived in the Maybach was already occupying a seat. The little old man leaned back in his chair, seemingly resting his eyes. 2 young beauties stood behind him, massaging his shoulders and back, occasionally feeding him fruit from the table. Gurgle. In the crowd, Fan Xiaoping swallowed hard. Master Jiang really knows how to enjoy life. Fan Xiaoping nudged Jiang Ning beside him and continued whispering in his ear. Brother Ning, you still don't know, do you? This is the chief instructor of Aolong Martial Arts Hall, known as Master Jiang, the Thunderbolt Hand. Jiang Ning nodded inwardly. Among all these ordinary people, there was finally a legitimate martial artist, and a 9th rank one at that. Jiang Ning was about to reconsider his opinion of this Aolong Martial Arts Hall, but the next thing the chubby man said made him laugh. There are 38 martial arts halls under Master Jiang's name nationwide, all like Aolong Martial Arts Hall. Jiang Ning generally didn't mock people unless he really couldn't hold it in. Just a mere 9th rank and dares to take charge of 38 martial arts halls. This is ridiculous, isn't it? It wasn't that Jiang Ning looked down on 9th rank cultivators. Rather, at this level, if an expert joined a top-tier martial arts hall in a major city, they would indeed be a scarce resource. Whether they could serve as chief instructor was uncertain, but they would certainly be treated as distinguished guests. If they joined a large cross-provincial chain martial arts brand, they would only be considered slightly more capable workers. Not to mention, serving as chief instructor, they might not even qualify as instructors in a specific martial arts lineage. According to Jiang Ning's knowledge, for those well-known top-tier chain brands in Daxia, such as Jifeng Martial Arts Hall, Longting Martial Arts Hall, and Shini Martial Arts Hall, their chief instructors were none other than Grandmasters, or even titled Grandmasters. The competition among martial arts halls in this regard is far more fierce than that between martial arts families. With a Grandmaster presiding, one can be called first-rate. Without a Grandmaster, they are second or third-rate. Without a Grandmaster, yet engaging in large-scale chain expansion is simply padding the numbers, below standard. What are you laughing at? Manager Bao showed dissatisfaction. I laugh at someone who would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Jiang Ning didn't mince words. Upon hearing this, Master Jiang, who had been closing his eyes to rest his old face, twitched severely. This remark was also Master Jiang's most criticized aspect among industry insiders. Master Jiang raised his hand, just about to order his disciples to teach the brat a lesson, when a portly old man entered the doorway, followed by a group of bodyguards in black, all quite impressive. Boss Wu. Master Jiang hurriedly rose to greet him. Manager Bao glared viciously at Jiang Ning. You brat, you dare to speak ill of our chief instructor behind his back. I don't care which martial arts hall sent you as a spy. Disrespecting him is opposing all 38 Aolong martial arts halls across the country. You're finished. With that, he waved his hand and hurried to greet Boss Wu. It's not like that, manager Bao. Don't throw around accusations. Fan Xiaoping wanted to chase after and protest. Let him accuse. Jiang Ning paid it no mind, looking around. Where's Lu Muching? Probably coming a bit later. The chubby man was also looking around in all directions, as if observing the enemy situation. I heard this woman is now the sophomore campus beauty at Yunzhou University with countless sycophants around her. Tonight's birthday banquet, there are people competing to pay for her. Jiang Ning was surprised. You're well informed. That's a must. In our line of work, you can't pick the wrong side. Fan Xiaoping pointed with a look of satisfaction at the group of young men in red uniforms around them. The two sides negotiating tonight have both been recruiting people in the county town these past 2 days. One is Aolong Martial Arts Hall, the other is Heiyun Martial Arts Hall. I had 2 offers, gathered intelligence from multiple sources, thought about it all night, and finally decided to accept the substantial offer from Aolong Martial Arts Hall. During their exchange, Master Jiang and Manager Bao had already led Boss Wu to their seats. This Boss Wu is our benefactor, the wealthiest man in our Longjiang County. The chubby man leaned close to Jiang Ning's ear. Boss Wu had some business conflict with others and invited them out tonight to negotiate. It said he spent 100 million just on Master Jiang this time. 100 million. Jiang Ning was stunned. In the previous incident, the Yao family spent 200 million to deal with himself and his goddess master, producing 2 Grandmasters from other provinces, and even threw in Yi Xiaoqiu the fastest sword in Lingzhou. Though the bonus was somewhat watered down, he had to admit that package was quite practical. What's going on? In less than a month have Grandmasters' prices gone up? Spending 100 million and only managing to hire a 9th rank expert. Could it be that his goddess master's actions drove up Grandmaster prices? Less than 5 minutes after Boss Wu and the others arrived, the opposing party for negotiations finally appeared. Just like on their side, several hundred people rushed in dramatically, all wearing black vests. In an instant, the banquet hall was filled with these 2 large groups, one in red, one in black, creating a stark contrast with powerful visual impact. However, the red vests noticeably outnumbered the black ones at least by a third. Seeing this scene, the chubby man wore an expression of pride. See, only a fool would choose Heiyun Martial Arts Hall. Hardly had he finished speaking when 3 elderly men in training uniforms appeared, flanking another portly old man, and took seats in the chairs across. Master Jiang's old eyes instantly narrowed. 3 9th ranks. Hey, fat guy, it seems you've joined the wrong side, Jiang Ning said, nudging the chubby man. Jiang Ning poked the fat man's greasy belly, mocking him for being overconfident and choosing the wrong patron. But the next moment, Jiang Ning witnessed something bizarre. Choose the wrong side. Don't be absurd. By some unknown means, the red vest on the fat man's body had vanished, replaced by a pitch-black vest. The fat man still wore an arrogant expression. As an external employee of the Heiyun Martial Arts Hall, I'm done pretending. I'll lay all my cards on the table. Brother Ning, I must admit your decision to reject the red vest just now was extraordinarily wise. Jiang Ning was utterly speechless. His own rejection of that vest was purely because it was hideous. He simply couldn't bear to throw those unsightly, stinking clothes over his body. What about the fat man? Underneath that red vest, this fellow had actually concealed a black vest. Looking around, Jiang Ning realized it wasn't just the fat man. Out of their entire formation wearing red vests, fully 1/3 had vanished in an instant. Looking down, the ground was littered with freshly discarded red uniforms. Impressive. The speed at which these fellows shed their clothes and switched uniforms was absolutely unmatched. You folks truly know how to read the wind, Jiang Ning said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. This is called composure in crisis, Fan Xiaoping argued emphatically. Could we really risk our lives for a couple $100? Meanwhile, across the venue. Bang! Boss Wu's face turned ashen. He slammed his hand on the table, leapt to his feet, and pointed at the opposite side, cursing vehemently. Why, you've got some nerve. It was agreed each side would hire only 1 external fighter, yet you brought 3 Jiupin cultivators to challenge me directly. Don't you have any shame? Boss B sat down, crossed his legs, took a sip from his teacup, and sneered mockingly. Boss Wu, we've known each other for years. We both understand each other thoroughly. Let's drop the pretenses. If you had the ability to recruit more experts, would you have shown me any courtesy? You? Boss Wu was left speechless. Indeed. He wasn't unwilling to recruit more formidable figures. He simply couldn't. At first, he had planned to hire a Zongdashur to bolster his position. But after half a month of spreading the word, nobody responded. Even raising the price to 150 million, not a single Zongdashur gave him the time of day. Now the market rate for Zongdashur had skyrocketed, and they were simply unavailable at any price. Brother Ning, let's go. I have connections on that side too. If we join them now, we'll even get extra chicken legs for dinner. Seeing his patron already furious and flustered, Fan Xiaopan's conviction to switch sides only intensified. He grabbed Jiang Ning, eager to flee across to the other camp. Jiang Ning remained rooted to the spot. He fixed his gaze on the three Jiopin cultivators for a moment, then shook his head and smiled. Hold on. Having the numbers advantage doesn't necessarily intimidate your chief instructor. True enough. Three Jiopin cultivators, so what? Instructor Jiang suddenly spoke up, sitting there with an air of supreme arrogance. People are divided into ranks and classes, and Jiopin is no exception. You dare belittle us. Upon hearing this, the elderly man brought by Boss B erupted in fury. With palms striking, fists pounding, and legs kicking, the three of them surged toward Instructor Jiang simultaneously. Though ostensibly a negotiation between the two sides, the truth was they primarily settled matters with their fists. Whoever threw the harder punch called the shots. Instructor Jiang well knew that unless he subdued these three Jiopin cultivators, he could not justify himself to Boss Wu, and that 100 million would slip through his fingers. Bang! Facing the ferocious assault from all three directions, Instructor Jiang slammed his palm onto the table. The chair beneath him slid outward like a sleigh, scraping sharply against the floor tiles with a piercing sound. Carrying himself and the chair together, he rushed straight into the midst of the three opponents, casually continuing to sip the tea in his hand. Only when the three fighters closed into striking distance did his old eyes suddenly sharpen. In the blink of an eye, he tossed his teacup high into the air and launched his hands into action, rapidly shifting between crane, snake, bear, monkey, eagle, and a dozen other stances. With this sequence, he not only effortlessly deflected their combined assault, but also unleashed overwhelming force, slamming each of them in the chest and sending them flying one by one. Incredible strength. No wonder he's the chief instructor of the 38 martial arts halls. We concede defeat. All three collapsed to the ground, blood spurting from their mouths. Staring at Instructor Jiang in utter terror, they lost all courage to continue fighting. Instructor Jiang reached out, steadily catching the falling teacup, took another sip, and smiled proudly. You aren't weak either. It's just a pity you encountered this old man. If this were 10 years ago, you might have managed 3 or 5 moves against me. Both groups of young warriors in black and red vests were dumbfounded. Instructor Jiang, we're lucky you came, Boss Wu said, extremely emotional. Think nothing of it, Instructor Jiang replied, bowing his head to taste his tea. Brother Ning. Lucky you warned us. From within the crowd, the fat man swallowed hard and quickly retracted his upper body, which had been poking half out of the formation. Instructor Jiang. So incredibly powerful. We were careless. Those around him, who had instantly switched sides alongside the fat man, wore mournful expressions, glaring resentfully at him. The fat man offered a faint smile, his lips curling upward. You still haven't grasped my true essence. With that, his hands immediately seized the hem of his clothing and yanked it upward with great speed. Holy crap. This guy's got another layer underneath. Their eyeballs nearly popped out. Don't take it off. Jiang Ning tried to stop him, but was half a beat too slow. When it came to undressing, the fat man truly possessed extraordinary talent. Something Jiang Ning couldn't restrain even if he tried. Redonning the red vest, Fan Xiaopeng winked at Jiang Ning. Brother Ning, honestly, my feelings for Aolong Martial Arts Hall run deeper. My time with Heiyun Martial Arts Hall was merely acting. Jiang Ning. At the center of the arena, the tea in Instructor Jiang's cup had already been drained to the last drop. Just then, Manager Bao arrived, trotting along with a teapot, groveling obsequiously. Chief Instructor, your prestige remains undiminished. With you presiding over Aolong Martial Arts Hall, our rise to dominance is only a matter of time. Please enjoy some tea. I've had enough. Instructor Jiang raised his hand, blocking the spout of the teapot, and smiled. Let's call it a day here. Instructor Jiang's heart was far from at ease. Just moments ago, he had struck with devastating force, desperately showing off, aiming to intimidate Boss Wu at first sight, and then promptly retreat. But Instructor Jiang knew well that Yunzhou was a place where dragons and tigers hid. A month ago, in the clash at Yun City's Haiyue Port, 5 Zone de Shur had perished directly. Since then, the Zone de Shur in the surrounding areas of Yunzhou province, who had previously been swayed by money, had either locked themselves away or begun demanding outrageous sums. If not for that mysterious existence atop Tianyun Mountain, suppressing the market rates for Zone de Shur, Boss Wu's 100 million would never have fallen to him as such an easy prize. What, you injured my people and now think you can just walk away? Just as Instructor Jiang rose to prepare his departure, a majestic voice suddenly echoed from the inner hall of the banquet. Immediately afterward, an elderly man draped in a dark blue cloth gown approached with his hands clasped behind his back. Though his steps were unbearably slow, he covered dozens of meters in merely 3 or 4 strides, appearing before everyone. Master. The 3 elderly men who had just been defeated by Instructor Jiang in a single strike hurried forward to greet him with cupped fists. Old man Lu, you've arrived. Boss B grew even more respectful and courteous. You must be Senior Lu Zhixiang. Instructor Jiang's pupils contracted sharply. This old man is indeed he. Lu Zhixiang nodded calmly. Upon hearing that name, the management teams from both Aolong and Heiyun martial arts halls froze with astonishment. Lu Zhixiang of the Golden Bell Shield. The one rumored to be the #1 expert below Zhong De level in Yunzhou. Is it really him? We're finished. Manager Bao and Director Yang sensed great trouble approaching. Their chief instructor and the figure before them were both masters devoted to ancient boxing arts. Yet the latter's reputation was plainly far more renowned. Then this old man shall come to test your formidable skills. Knowing he had no way to retreat, Instructor Jiang sprang from his chair. Midair, his fists and palms interlocked, unleashing his Xingyi ancient boxing art to its absolute limit as he attacked. Lu Zhixiang's old eyes narrowed slightly. Maintaining his posture with hands clasped behind his back and orange-tinged earth, Qi instantly surged upward from the ground, between his ankles flooding through his entire body. Clang! When Instructor Jiang's ultimate strike landed upon him, it produced a thunderous sound, like a striking bell. Instructor Jiang was blasted backward, stumbling unsteadily. Old man Lu Zhixiang, however, didn't budge an inch. In an instant the winner was decided. Fan Xiaoping lifted the hem of his clothing only to discover that beneath the red vest remained nothing but a ring of belly fat like a swim ring. Panic flashing in his eyes, he desperately cast a pleading glance toward Jiang Ning. Brother Ning, what color are your boxer shorts? Black. What are you planning? Could you please lend me a pair quickly? If I squeeze these fats in tight enough, I should still be able to wear them. Don't be so disgusting. Jiang Ning massaged his forehead, thoroughly disgusted by this shameless fellow. It's better to be humiliated than to get a thorough beating. Fan Xiaoping's face fell. Didn't you say this route was safe? Jiang Ning glanced at him sideways. I meant, there's no danger to life. Although this occasion is mostly a contest among you martial artists, for us nobodies who are just here to fill the ranks and save face, if we stand on the wrong side, we're also very likely to get beaten up. I have a few colleagues who are still lying in the hospital. Jiang Ning sneered, knowing all along that there was no such thing as a risk-free venture in this world. Don't worry with me here, you're safe today. Jiang Ning patted his shoulder and said with a smile, don't take on these side gigs anymore. Fan Xiaoping only took this as empty reassurance. Think about it, the chief instructor of 38 martial arts schools, a 9th-rank grandmaster, was defeated. Your Ningji may be tough, but can he be stronger than Master Jiang? Fan Xiaoping tugged at Jiang Ning, looking around furtively. Ningji, I think our generous sponsor's show is about to fall apart today. I'll teach you a survival skill. When the two sides start fighting, we'll squat down and cover our heads. Don't resist at all. Staying alive is the priority. I'm thick-skinned and tough, but at worst I'll just lie on top of you. Jiang Ning was speechless. In the arena, Master Jiang was sent flying by his opponent's Golden Bell Shield, completely unable to break through the defense. He walked over, turned his head, and conceded with a cupped fist salute. Lord Lu, as the pillar of our ancient boxing school, I Jiang admit defeat. Just luck. Lu Zhixiang stood with his hands behind his back, composed and serene, with a faint smile. Actually, you're not weak. With a few more years of practice, you might be able to exchange a few dozen moves with me. The crowd was stunned. Those words sounded so familiar. Master Jiang's eyelids twitched violently. He could see that this old coot was just like him. Extremely fond of face and showing off. But since he was outmatched, he could only swallow the old coot's sermon. On the other side, old Wu, you're old and blind, yet you actually dared to hire such a mere charlatan to fight me. Boss Bai was also taunting Boss Wu without mercy. I haven't even exerted myself, and you're already done. How boring. You? Boss Wu was fuming with rage. Fine, you surnamed Bai, just wait. Trying to swallow my mind. No way. We'll meet again. Let's go. Seeing that the negotiation had broken down and his side was at a disadvantage, Boss Wu cursed and blustered, then turned to slip away. Trying to leave. Boss Bai wouldn't allow it. With a wave of his hand, he ordered, seize them. At once. The bodyguards behind Boss Bai immediately charged out. Make a move. Boss Wu also gave a fierce order to the people around him. Although Boss Wu had lost in the arena, that didn't mean he would admit defeat. He had spent a fortune to hire these people. They weren't here for nothing. Master Jiang knew this as well. He had taken the money and must protect the client. The moment the conflict erupted, Master Jiang pushed off the ground, leaped high, performed a backflip in midair, and landed behind Boss Wu, clearly intending to cover his retreat. Escort Boss Wu out first. Master Jiang's face was tense as he called out to Manager Bao, Director Yang, and the other martial arts school personnel. As for the group of energetic young men in red vests, Master Jiang hadn't even glanced at them from start to finish. However, the two groups of energetic young men also weren't idle. The sponsor's shout of, make a move, was like igniting a powder keg, and the conflict between them erupted immediately. Go. Beat those red-vested morons. I'll take on 10 of them. The scene was extremely chaotic. Jiang Ning saw several hundred black-vested men on the opposite side grabbing tables and chairs, charging in like they were on stimulants, and he was utterly speechless. They were all cannon fodder. Why should cannon fodder make it hard for cannon fodder? The two sides quickly tangled into a brawl. Jiang Ning and the other man were at the back and weren't caught up in the initial wave. Ningji, run. Fan Xiaoping, as if possessed by a clever imp, dragged Jiang Ning and shouted, the sponsor and Master Jiang are holding the front. I'll take you out through the back door. They can't hold. Jiang Ning shook his head and chuckled. Because Jiang Ning had already seen that the Golden Bell Shield user wasn't going after Boss Wu, instead he stood there with a mocking smile on his old face. At the same time, Jiang Ning sensed several powerful auras outside rapidly approaching. Sure enough, the next second, boom. Master Jiang's figure like a spring-loaded puppet flew backward through the main entrance with a loud crash, slamming heavily onto a dining table, smashing the glass turntable and the table itself to pieces. Damn it. Master Jiang scrambled up, pulling glass shards from his old face's eyes filled with deep shock. There are more experts. They had just gone out and were blocked at the door by a large group of masters. The strength of the person who struck him was no less than that of the old geezer, Lu Zhixiang. Soon, Boss Wu manager Bao Director Yang and the others were also forced back like a receding tide. So many people. All of them are experts. How could this be? Each of them was equally terrified, no doubt stunned by the scene before them. Then 3 distinguished figures dressed in splendid attire strode into the banquet hall with the gate of dragons and tigers. Strong men cleared the way ahead and experts covered the rear. Judging by their bearing, they were clearly not ordinary. 8th Master Tang, 6th Master Jiang, Director Park, you finally arrived. Please come in. Boss Bai hurriedly rushed forward with a flattering smile. Then he turned his head and sneered at Boss Wu, old Wu. Let me introduce you. This is 8th Master Tang of the Tang family in Hangzhou. This is 6th Master Jiang of the Jiang family in Beizhou. And this foreign friend is the head of the Sanqing martial arts school from the country of Gali. The 3 distinguished figures upon being introduced wore in different expressions, clearly not deigning to acknowledge these small-time county-level bosses. The Tang family of Hangzhou, the Jiang family of Beizhou, and the head of the Sanqing martial arts school. Before Boss Wu could speak, Master Jiang's old face began to twitch. Without any hesitation, Master Jiang, looking utterly defeated, rushed to Boss Wu and said loudly, President Wu, Jiang can't handle this matter anymore. You're on your own. Boss Wu's face turned ashen and his heart was filled with bitterness. The Tang family of Hangzhou, the Jiang family of Beizhou, and the Sanqing martial arts school, all were renowned entities within and beyond the province. None of them was something he, the small richest man of Longjiang County, could afford to provoke. But Boss Wu couldn't understand why his mysterious ironstone mine aroused such covetousness. At this moment, Boss Bai smugly revealed the truth. Old Wu, it's not that I can't tolerate you, but that you're standing in the way of others. My backer 5th Master Lu is currently organizing an alliance to monopolize the mysterious iron ore in the southwest of our Yinzhou province. Your eastern suburb mine dared to remain independent. How ungrateful. So we had no choice but to deal with you. 5th Master Lu. Boss Wu's pupils contracted. Was it that 5th Master Lu from the Lu family? Boss Wu had heard of that Lu family. It was said that they originated in Longjiang County, and later, when a real dragon emerged from the family, the entire clan rose to power, with even the dogs and chickens ascending to heaven. Now they were a mighty clan that could shake the entire provincial capital. The eastern suburb mine was passed down from my ancestors. How can I just hand it over? Besides, mysterious iron ore is a wartime resource under government control. If you form an alliance to monopolize the market, aren't you afraid the prefectural government will come after you? Boss Wu tried to resist. The prefectural government. Huh. Don't worry about that. Our 5th Master dares to take the lead naturally with the confidence to obtain the approval from the prefecture. Boss Bai's arrogance was blatant, but clearly his backer had given him immense confidence. Fine. The eastern suburb mine is yours. Boss Wu, upon hearing that even the prefectural government could be handled, instantly deflated like a punctured ball and had no choice but to concede. And what else? Boss Bai, relentless in victory, pointed mockingly around. This lake villa is the property of our 5th Master's friend, Mr. Yao. You brought people here to cause trouble and broke so many tables and chairs. Fine. I'll pay. Boss Wu ground his teeth. I'll take responsibility for everything that's broken. Is that enough? Of course not. Boss Bai turned and looked at the 3 distinguished figures, smirking. With so many big shots visiting for the first time as the richest man in Longjiang County, shouldn't you host a banquet to show your respect? Don't push me too far. Boss Wu was furious. Boss Bai fanned the flames toward the 3 dignitaries, speaking sarcastically. 6th Master Jiang, 8th Master Tang, Director Park. Old Wu doesn't seem to be showing you the respect you deserve. Then that's not proper. It was 6th Master Jiang who spoke. The old man over 50 knitted his brows, instantly terrifying Boss Wu into submission. Fine. I'll host the banquet. Name your price. Boss Bai shrugged. This is Lake Villa, and you know how expensive it is, Old Wu. Just leave a check for 10 million yuan. The gentleman will dine first, and if it's not enough, we'll come back to you for more. You? Boss Wu nearly exploded with rage. At this moment of extreme humiliation, a crazy thought flashed through his mind. If only a Grandmaster would appear and annihilate these bastards for me, I'd give up my entire fortune. But a fantasy was still a fantasy. Under their coercion, Boss Wu had no choice but to pull out his checkbook and with trembling hands begin to fill in the numbers. By now the brawl between the two groups of energetic young men had also ceased. In the crowd, Fan Xiaoping whispered to Jiang Ning, "Poor Boss Wu, he can't fight them, so they're riding on his head and shitting, and he still has to say the shit tastes good." Jiang Ning disagreed. In the turbulent mortal world, money alone isn't enough to stand firm. You need strength or a backer. Otherwise, Boss Wu before them was the best example. Wait a minute. Just as Boss Wu was about to hand over the completed 10 million yuan check, a young girl's sharp voice rang out from the entrance. A sweet-looking girl with a college student demeanor wearing a magnificent black evening gown strode in with a swaggering gait, surrounded by a group of young men and women. She looked at Boss Wu mockingly. "Hey, you're only paying for Uncle Jiang and Uncle Tang. Tonight is my birthday, I'm holding a banquet here. All the expenses go on your tab." "It's settled." The crowd gasped. An angelic face, yet her words were so aggressive, like a queen ordering everyone around unreasonably. Jiang Ning's eyes narrowed. "Lu Muqing, you finally arrived. I don't even know you, why should I pay for you?" Boss Wu was extremely angry. The barbaric girl's demand was beyond his comprehension. The little princess, upon hearing this, couldn't bear such humiliation. She stomped her LV leather shoes on the floor, pouted, and said, "Grandpa, he's bullying me." Lu Zhixiang walked over with his hands behind his back. Everyone thought this venerable ancient martial arts master would be sensible and intervene. But unexpectedly, "If you won't spend a little money, then leave your life here." Lu Zhixiang's aged face was indifferent, his tone icy. Master Jiang, manager Bao, and others sighed inwardly. Since the Lu family had produced a true dragon, they had become increasingly arrogant. Even this old scoundrel, once renowned for virtue in the ancient boxing world, now looked down on everyone with overbearing pride. Fine, I'll sign. The expenses for Mrs. birthday banquet tonight are on me too." Boss Wu, trembling with fear, could only take out his checkbook again. The simps around the little princess were displeased. "Ching, didn't we agree that I'd pay tonight?" A young man in AJ sneakers with a middle-part hairstyle shouted discontentedly, yelling at Boss Wu, "Are you trying to steal my thunder, young Master Tang? Believe me, I'll kill you right now." Then another slick-haired Rolex-wearing boy sneered, "If you dare to disrespect me, you won't see tomorrow's sun." Another boy, who conspicuously hung his Ferrari key fob on his waist, was even more arrogant. He rushed over, snatched Boss Wu's pin, snapped it in two with a bang, and smugly declared, "This Wanhu Manor is my family's territory. When Cheng has a birthday, it's not your turn as a cheap boss to spend money on her." Faced with the aggressive declaration of sovereignty by these three young masters, the other young men and women around the little princess wisely shut their mouths, not daring to compete. At this moment, 6th Master Jiang, 8th Master Tang, and Director Piao had already taken their seats under the respectful guidance of Boss Bai. 6th Master Jiang and 8th Master Tang looked a bit embarrassed. Among those simps, too, were juniors from their own families. If they could win over this girl, it would be fine, but they knew very well that their juniors were just spoiled brats who were being led around by the nose by that little girl. All right. Tang Lei Jiangchong Yao Honggong, I know you're good to me, but don't be so aggressive, you're making me shy. The little princess naturally took the role of peacemaker, clearly smug, but still speaking in a passive-aggressive, sweet-talking manner. She pouted at Boss Wu, "Fine, I won't make you pay. Just give me a birthday gift. Let me think. Okay, just buy me a Lamborghini Aventador." Boss Wu felt like dying. Suddenly, "Lu Muqing," a cold voice came from the crowd. The spirited young men, hearing the voice come from beside them, quickly scattered like a tide, clearing a path. "Brother Ning." Fan Xiaoping stared blankly at Jiang Ning, utterly confused. Just moments ago, the fatty had been desperately trying to find a place to hide, afraid of being discovered by that little demon. Jiang Ning said nothing, walked straight through the aisle of young men, and arrived at the center. "Who are you? Where did this wild boy come from? Do you want to pursue Chengqing too?" The three simps, seemingly oblivious to the murderous intent on Jiang Ning's face, actually mistook him for a rival in love. "Pursue her?" Jiang Ning stepped forward, a cold smirk curling on his lips. "I'm here to take your dog's life." "What, eh?" The three simps and Lu Muqing's classmates were greatly alarmed. "It's you, eh?" Lu Muqing's face showed shock. She lifted the hem of her evening gown and quickly trotted over, looking Jiang Ning up and down. "Aren't you supposed to be dead?" "Damn it. You're not dead." "Oh no, my 20 million is gone. I'll go find big sister to settle this later. She lied to me." Then she looked at Jiang Ning and the following Fan Xiaoping with a mocking smile, and said arrogantly, "Fine, you came just in time. I know you two are both poor and can't afford decent gifts. I don't care about your paltry offerings." With that, she pointed at Fan Xiaoping's forehead. "You fatso, get down and bark like a dog." Then she looked at Jiang Ning. "As for you, just kneel down and let me ride you like a horse." After all these years, she still held a grudge against Jiang Ning for refusing to be her horse. "If you two can amuse me, I'll let you off for sneaking in and following me. Maybe I'll even reward you with a bite of cake." Brother Ning, what do we do? Fan Xiaoping cautiously looked at Jiang Ning. Are you deaf? I told you. Seeing Jiang Ning unmoved, Lu Mukin grew angry and raised her hand to point at Jiang Ning's forehead. The next second, crack, a fair slender finger was instantly snapped by Jiang Ning in front of everyone. Oh! Lu Mukin screamed, shrilly, stumbling backward in panic. In her haste, she stepped on her gown hem and fell flat on her face. Splat! The girl's chest hit the ground hard, and everyone vaguely heard something cracking. It seemed to be silicone. Holy crap! You even got breast implants. Fan Xiaoping was stunned. Truly a vain, hypocritical bitch, already getting breast implants in her sophomore year to attract attention. Jiang Ning took the opportunity to step on the girl's heel, preventing her from crawling away, and said with a smile, "Weren't you going to ride me? Why run now? What are you waiting for? Kill him." Lu Mukin, lying on the ground, was humiliated and furious. She sobbed and screamed, "Kid, let go of Chengsheng. No matter who you are, if you dare touch my Chengsheng, I'll skin you alive. Go to hell." The three simps thought their chance to rescue the damsel in distress had come, and they charged forward with shouts. Judging by their stance, they were also martial artists. Their cultivation level no longer mattered. Bang! Jiang Ning, as if swatting flies, backhanded them, sending the three simps flying. Their flesh and blood splattered on the wall, and they didn't fall for a long time, dead beyond dead. Master Jiang's pupils contracted sharply. To be able to send a living person flying and smash their bones into the wall. This person's palm strength. SSS. Director Yang swallowed his saliva and weakly reminded trembling Master Jiang he seems to be one of us. One of us. Boss Wu was overjoyed. How much did you pay to hire him? Why didn't you ask him to act earlier? No problem. I'll pay whatever it costs. I offered him 3,000, Manager Bao said, terrified and despairing. He didn't take it and told me to get lost. 3,000. Boss Wu wanted to strangle this idiot. On the other side. Later, Chonger, 8th Master Tang and 6th Master Jiang sprang up from their seats in fury. Although the two juniors were good-for-nothings in their families, they could not tolerate outsiders killing them so wantonly. Young man, you are committing murder openly in Wanhu Manor. Do you have any respect for me? Lu Zhixiang's aged face trembled violently, his rage blazing. He dashed forward first. Grandpa, save me. Lu Mukin, unable to move, with Jiang Ning stepping on her ankle, howled and screamed, "Kill him. Grandpa, hurry and kill him. He's the one big sister wants dead." So that's it. Hearing this murderous intent surged even more in Lu Zhixiang's old eyes. He stomped the floor, frantically absorbing earth energy, and unleashed a martial technique shaped like a giant stone bell, smashing down with a boom. Golden Bell Shield. Crushing mountain fall. The old man was confident that this move, with both offense and defense at their peak, could easily kill that old man Jiang in one blow if used earlier. But the next second, bang! Jiang Ning caught his descending foot with just one hand. The surrounding floor cracked, tables and chairs shattered and broke apart, dust flying, yet Jiang Ning stood as immovable as a mountain. Then Jiang Ning twisted his hand, exerting force from his fingers and wrist simultaneously. Bang! 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 The old man instantly endured a violent torque. His robe, even his flesh and bones, exploded with a sound like firecrackers. After landing, his entire body was twisted like a tangled rope. He died on the spot. Old man Lu is just gone. Master Jiang pressed his palms together over his mouth and nose. The chief instructor of 38 martial arts schools, his reaction in this moment was as comical as a startled woman watching a horror film. Yet to Zhang Aolong's eyes, the scene unfolded exactly like a horror movie. That golden bell barrier on old man Lu's body, which he himself could never budge, was as fragile as paper before a 17 or 18-year-old youth. Incredibly fragile. Grandfather. Staring at the twisted corpse before her, Lu Mucheng let out a trembling scream, her mind completely blank. Why had the little brat who was bullied by everyone in her aunt's family suddenly become so ferocious? What on earth had happened over these years? Let her go? Who exactly are you? Lord Jiang VI and Lord Tang VIII finally lost their temper, coldly demanding Jiang Ning's origins. His name is Jiang Ning, that illegitimate bastard of my aunt's family. As if she had found a savior, Lu Mucheng instantly snapped out of her terror. She dropped to the ground, reaching out with a hoarse, desperate voice to lodge complaints before the two elderly men. He killed Tang Lei and Jiang Chong. Uncle Jiang, Uncle Tang, quickly bring him to justice, save me. Crack. If you dare insult me again, I'll cut your tongue out. Jiang Ning commanded, coldly pressing down on his foot until he cracked several of the girl's toe bones. Oh! Lu Mucheng screamed in excruciating, heart-rending pain. Cheng Cheng. The group of sycophantic boys who had come to celebrate her birthday saw their goddess being trampled, and their minds snapped. Was this man a devil? Cheng Cheng was so beautiful, with such a perfect figure, yet he showed not an ounce of mercy or chivalry. Jiang Ning. Hearing that name, Lord Jiang VI hesitated for a moment, then his furious expression darkened further. You're that child from the Longhao family, the peerless 7-star prodigy. Do you know who I am? I am your sixth granduncle. Kneel before me at once. He is my family's Xiaoro's son. If anyone is kneeling, it's to me. Lord Tang the Eighth burst into jealousy. You stinking kid, I'm your eighth granduncle. Come here and address us properly. Upon learning Jiang Ning's identity, the two old men instantly assumed the authoritative posture of elders. As senior members of the main branch, both were accustomed to lives of luxury and ease. Wherever they went, younger relatives from the splintered branches would flock to flatter them. Where did these two old dogs come from, daring to bark insolently before me? Jiang Ning spat on the ground. Oomph, what a reckless delinquent. You dare show no respect for your elders. Then don't blame me for abandoning all family ties. Originally, Lord Jiang VI and Lord Tang VIII had hoped to intimidate Jiang Ning at this gathering to save face. But hearing such utter disdain directed at them, they instantly flew into a rage of humiliation. The two exchanged a glance with their attendants, and four shadowy figures immediately leaped out from behind them. Zhang Along's expression shifted slightly. The servants of both lords are about to make a move. Just now it was one of them who struck me down in a single move and sent me flying all the way back from the main gate. Manager Bao struggled to comprehend. How terrifying can mere household servants possibly be? You understand nothing. Zhang Along rolled his aged eyes upward. Calling them household servants is an understatement. Beasts of slaughter would be far more fitting. These four are no ordinary martial artists. They are monsters forged through demonic elixirs. Each one is a treasure cultivated by the two great families at enormous financial cost. Moreover, they require constant sustenance of vast quantities of source fluid and medicinal drafts. Their lifespan rarely exceeds 30 years. Boss Wu nodded. I've looked into the secrets of enhancers. It's a deep and treacherous pursuit. Not only does it burn through money, but they are also extraordinarily difficult to control. Squandering hundreds of millions might indeed produce one or two monsters capable of rivaling a ninth-rank Grandmaster. But as a mere ordinary person, keeping such creatures by my side is far too dangerous. Before I know it, they might just snap my neck while I'm asleep. Jiang Along agreed. Without a secret art of control, it's best not to raise enhancers at all. Great clans like the Jiang family of Beizhou and the Tang family of Hangzhou have thrived for generations precisely because besides their complete system for nurturing talented martial artists, they also possess classified techniques for commanding enhancers. Such secrets are never passed outside. While they whispered amongst themselves, the four household servants had already surrounded Jiang Ning completely. In the blink of an eye, their physical structures began to mutate, revealing horrifying visages. Countless thick white hairs erupted across their skin like vicious weeds, instantly engulfing even their faces. At the same time, their torsos and limbs thickened several times over. How terrifying! Is this the legendary enhancer expert? This is too horrifying. Whether it was the tough guys on either side or Lu Muqing's friends, everyone was scared into retreating continuously. Brother Ning, be careful. Fan Xiaoping swallowed hard. Subdue him. Lord Jiang VI and Lord Tang VIII roared in unison. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The four monsters lunged forward simultaneously. No flashy martial techniques. Only a terrifying burst of speed and power pushed to their absolute limits. Witnessing this, Boss Bai crawled out from under the table, rolling and scrambling back to his seat, laughing boisterously. It's always satisfying to see Lord Jiang VI and Lord Tang VIII in action. With such servants guarding them, it's truly domineering. Just moments ago, frightened by Lu Lao being instantly killed by Jiang Ning, Boss Bai had panicked and hidden directly under the table. At this moment, the only major figure still seated among the guests was Director Park. After the conflict erupted, he acted as though it concerned him, not producing a digital camera and sitting there taking continuous photographs. One couldn't tell what scheming he was plotting. Director Park set his camera down on the table. Where is Lord Lu V? My fifth lord went to welcome an important guest and will arrive shortly. Boss Bai replied with an obsequious expression. Meanwhile, at the center of the conflict, Jiang Ning noticed that the four figures' eyes held nothing but ferocity and slaughter. Humanity had been completely extinguished. He leaped upwards, soaring into the air. Just as the four charged at him, Jiang Ning suddenly looked up. Although I know you are also pitiful souls, since this has already come to pass, let me grant you a release. With that, Jiang Ning swept his leg horizontally through the air. Like he was practicing on a punching bag, he kicked down each one that rushed up. In less than 0.1 seconds, 4 kicks were delivered. The speed of his strike was so swift that his right leg actually left overlapping afterimages right before everyone's eyes. Furthermore, Jiang Ning's kicks were not merely fast and accurate. Each one carried surging colossal force, several times more violent than the blow that had instantly slain Lu Zhixiang moments before. It was so powerful that although the four servants were struck squarely in the chest, their flesh and skin exploded outward from their backs. Still suspended in midair, they were already breathless, their internal organs utterly shattered. In the blink of an eye, the four corpses were launched out of the banquet hall. After landing, Jiang Ning settled steadily precisely before his two so-called distant relatives. What do you intend to do? Lord Jiang VI and Lord Tang VIII felt their guts churn with terror, constantly shuffling backward, too frightened to even speak. Indiscriminately concocting demonic enhancement elixirs and enslaving others must be quite amusing to you, huh? At this moment, Jiang Ning seemed possessed by a bloodthirsty azura, a grim smile curling his lips. He took a single step forward, flicked his hand backwards, and slammed both decrepit old men against the wall, executing them on the spot. The entire banquet hall fell into a deathly silence. Overcome with horror, everyone clutched their mouths, terrified of making even the slightest sound. No one could fathom just how deeply Jiang Ning despised demonic enhancement elixirs. Suddenly, the 4 servant corpses that Jiang Ning had kicked away, already long dead, suddenly streaked back, like meteors arcing over everyone's heads and flying back toward them. My! Jiang Ning's gaze shifted slightly. The very next moment, ignite! An authoritative command, as if issued by a human, echoed from outside the door. In an instant, the 4 corpses erupted dramatically in midair, blossoming into 4 lotuses of fire. The scorching heat released in a split second reduced the corpses to ashes. Countless black ashes and lingering embers swirled throughout the banquet hall, as though a fierce fire had just ravaged the place. Everyone's vision blurred with dizziness. What manner of technique was this? This was simply too horrifying. Zhang Aolong stumbled and rolled off his chair, trembling with sheer terror. Fire manipulation. What terrifying elemental power could this be? Grandmaster realm. A Grandmaster. Everyone was startled by head instructor Jiang Aolong's words. Just moments ago, the successive bouts among the 9th grade experts had already thrilled the crowd, making them exclaim in awe. Especially Jiang Ning's performance. He had killed a 9th grade ancient fist Grandmaster and 4 henchmen comparable to outstanding 9th grade experts, leaving everyone utterly astounded. But before this wave subsided, another arose. Someone at the entrance threw the 4 henchmen's corpses back in and burned them to ashes before Jiang Ning's eyes, a clear provocation. Judging from Instructor Zhang's reaction, the provocateur seemed to be a great Grandmaster. Young man, don't be too reckless. You slaughter 9th grade experts like dogs, but have you ever thought that others could kill you just as easily? Accompanied by a hearty lecturing laugh, a middle-aged man in an orange-red long gown walked into the hall with a smile. A flicker of flame still lingered on the man's fingertip. He was undoubtedly the one who had acted. Following him, a balding middle-aged man in a suit also entered. 5th Master. Boss Bai was overjoyed. Dad. Lu Mukin, lying on the ground, let out a pained and emotional cry. Seeing his daughter's wretched state, Lu Laowu's mouth twitched wildly. He turned to Jiang Ning and roared. No matter what Aunt Qingshu raised you for 10 years. Mukin is your cousin. How can you bear to harm her like this? You're right. Jiang Ning pondered, looking down at the girl on the floor. Since you're here, I have no reason to keep her. Jiang Ning lifted his foot and casually kicked a piece of glass on the ground. With a dull thud, it flew unerringly across the girl's throat. Blood splattered everywhere. You. How cruel. Lu Mukin clutched her neck, which gushed like a breached dam. As death approached, memories flashed through her mind like a slideshow. You little wild boy, get down and be my horse. When I'm done, I'll let them ride too. Are you deaf? I said get down. Get lost. Where's my backpack? Where's my backpack? I hid it, hee. Where did you hide it? I won't tell you unless you be my horse. Ride your mother. Fine, you dared to curse me. You're doomed. Ah, Aunt. That wild boy of yours peeked at me while I was bathing. Dad, that wild boy peeked at me. I can't live anymore. I have no face to see anyone. I'll never get married, boo-hoo. You beast. Kneel down. Qingshu, don't stop me. Why would I stop you? If you don't give him a lesson, he'll tear down the roof. Just go ahead, old 5. I won't ask for medical fees. The final image in Lu Mukin's mind was Jiang Ning being beaten until his skin was torn, hanging from a beam, while she hid behind a door, gloating. For a long time, she had grown accustomed to everyone around her indulging, pampering, and obeying her. She never imagined there would be someone who regarded her as a weed, killing her without a second thought. Her wide eyes, with fake eyelashes falling off, grew still in the pool of blood. Mukin, seeing his daughter killed, Lu Laowu went berserk. He turned and roared in fury. Vice President Wei, kill this little beast for me. I want him dead. I'll agree to any condition you name. Upon hearing this, Jiang Aolong's face changed drastically. Vice President by the surname Wei. Could this be the second Vice President of the Cloud City Martial Arts Association, Wei Yongkong? Manager Bao exclaimed, even such a big shot is here. Jiang Aolong smiled bitterly. It seems the Xian Ironstone mine along the Dragon River has attracted too many greedy eyes. People like me don't even qualify to get involved. Wu Boss trembled. Is this Vice President Wei really a great Grandmaster? Will my brother Ning be in danger? Fan Xiaoping rushed over, looking nervous. Because of Jiang Ning, the others dared not look down on the chubby boy anymore. But Jiang Aolong could only tell the truth. This Vice President Wei should not have reached the great Grandmaster realm yet. Just as Fan Xiaopeng and Wu Boss were about to rejoice, the old man changed his tone, but he's only half a step away. His ability to control fire is the best proof. Martial artists below the 9th grade can only channel elemental power. A great Grandmaster governs elemental power. That's a world of difference. Although this Vice President Wei cannot fully govern the power of fire, his earlier move shows he has truly touched the threshold of the great Grandmaster realm. His strength far surpasses us ordinary martial artists trapped at the 9th grade stage. Basically, he can kill us with a single move. Wu Boss and Manager Bao gasped. No wonder everyone admired great Grandmasters. Even a half-step Grandmaster was a different species from the 9th grade. Faced with Lu Laowu's plea, the half-step Grandmaster Wei Yongkong naturally seized the opportunity to drive a hard bargain. He smiled. I can act, but since 6th Master Jiang and 8th Master Tang are gone, their share should go to me. Deal. 5th Master Lu was willing to stake everything. It's a deal. Wei Yongkong nodded, then suddenly flashed before Jiang Ning, squinting with a smile. Young man, I'm sorry. Although we have no enmity, the truth is, 5th Master offered too much. As he spoke, he brought his arms from behind his back to the front. Flames blazed between his palms, illuminating the pallid faces around. Uninvolved people scrambled backward, fearing they might be caught in the fire. Suddenly, 2 wild laughs rang out. Stop. You're not the one to kill. Then everyone saw 2 dusty old men rush and moving like phantoms, dust swirling at their feet. 2 more half-step Grandmasters. Zhang Aolong was going mad. What was happening tonight? Ruthless experts kept appearing one after another. 2 friends, what is the meaning of this? Wei Yongkong clenched his fists of flame on alert. We too have been ordered by our young Master Yun to settle this young man's affairs. The 2 old men spoke in unison, their voices reverberating painfully. So you 2 are also friends, ha? 5th Master Lu grinned savagely. 3 half-step Grandmasters wanted the little beast dead. How could he survive? Even Jesus couldn't save him. 5th Master Lu glanced painfully at his daughter's body on the ground, then roared to the sky. Orange, your revenge will soon be avenged. You can rest in peace. The 2 old men approached Jiang Ning, their eyes full of delight. We've been chasing you for a whole day and night, and finally we've caught you. Ha! You're not dead. It seems we can bring a surprise back to our young master. Your young master? Yun Fifan. Jiang Ning was startled. When the other party said the words, Young Master Yun, Jiang Ning guessed who it was. That was Jiang Zixuan's patron. In his past life, Jiang Zixuan relied on this man to become a prominent figure in the Great Xia within just 20 years. This Yun Fifan was also a beast. Not only did he collude with Jiang Zixuan to carve up the Jiang family of Cloud City, but he also snatched a piece of land from Jiang Longhao. That land was precisely the Tianyun Mountain Resort Development Project. Because after his death, his goddess master went mad and disappeared, the beast also demolished the Tianyun temple, building a brothel under the guise of a high-end club in its place. The room where Jiang Ning used to live was turned into a toilet. Therefore, this Yun Fifan was also on Jiang Ning's kill list when he descended the mountain. How dare you? You country brat, how dare you utter our young master's name? The 2 old men were enraged by Jiang Ning's reaction. They moved ahead of Wei Yongkong, stepping on swirling dust, and grabbed at Jiang Ning from left and right. They wanted to capture him alive to claim the reward. The chandelier on the ceiling suddenly dimmed. The energy flowing through all the circuits in the walls vanished instantly. I'll kill you first, then deal with the rest one by one. Jiang Ning raised his head abruptly. From the depths of his pitch-black pupils, dazzling electric light burst forth like the sun. A terrifying aura instantly flooded over everyone's heads. Among the crowd, Zhang Aolong's legs gave way, and he collapsed into the arms of Manager Bao, and others shrieking in a trembling voice, a Grandmaster. A true great Grandmaster. Grandmaster? How can this be? Becoming a Grandmaster at such a young age is unrealistic. The crowd, who had retreated dozens of meters away, was startled by the sudden dimming of the scene, yet they found it utterly impossible to accept the chief instructor's judgment. Master Jiang, don't scare us. Where did this Grandmaster come from? Even Manager Bao, that sycophantic fellow, had his eyelids twitching wildly. According to what I know, the youngest Grandmaster in the history of Yunzhou Province held the record at 29 years, 6 months, and 3 days. The youngest Grandmaster in the history of Great Xia was recorded at 21 years, 3 months, and 15 days. The youngest Grandmaster in all recorded human history was 20 years, 1 month, and 8 days. As expected of a professional manager in the martial arts gym business, he could recite various official data fluently. At the same time, Manager Bao enumerated a terrifying statistic. Young people who train to the 9th grade are actually quite numerous. According to incomplete official statistics, in just the past year alone, our country gained tens of thousands of new 9th grade martial artists. Among them are prodigies in their early 20s, or even 15 or 16. But historical experience has proven that 999 of these people will ultimately be trapped at the 9th grade for their entire lives. Between the ninth grade and the Grandmaster lies a chasm. For thousands of years, countless aspirants have wept in frustration and died of sorrow. Becoming a Grandmaster before the age of 20 has been regarded as the most difficult breakthrough for humanity in the 21st century. Manager Bao, while rattling on, looked at Jiang Ning's back and shook his head, but from his appearance he is definitely under 20. Fan Xiaoping couldn't help but interject, "My brother Ning's birthday is May 1st, 2006. He just turned 18 this year. How can he be 20? At these words, everyone turned to Jiang Aolong in horror. Their eyes seemed to say, "With this you still dare to judge that he is a Grandmaster? If what you say is true, then this person has not only broken the human record, but has also achieved a terrifying, precipitous crushing of it." Facing everyone's doubt, Jiang Aolong gave a bitter smile. "I know this matter is very mysterious and dreamlike, but the facts are right before our eyes. If you don't believe me, watch closely. If he wanted to kill those 3 half-step Grandmasters, it would only take a raise of his hand." Another raise of his hand. The crowd was dumbfounded. Just now the chief instructor had also said that a half-step Grandmaster could kill him with a raise of his hand. However, different people have different perspectives when facing a Grandmaster. When that terrifying aura emanated from Jiang Ning, the 2 retainers of young Master Yun immediately halted their charge. "Grandmaster. This aura. It's unmistakable." The 2 stood frozen in place, their expressions petrified. They dared not advance a single step. Only Wei Yongkong, the vice president, seemed unwilling to believe this. "What young Grandmaster? Just a bluff." Wei Yongkong walked over with his hands behind his back, sneering loudly. He didn't doubt the power of a Grandmaster, he doubted that Jiang Ning truly possessed the realm of a Grandmaster. Wei Yongkong, the second-ranked vice president of the Yunqing Martial Arts Association, was 37 years old. Approaching 30, he had only barely touched the threshold of the Grandmaster realm. But one must know that Wei Yongkong was once the martial champion selected by the Yunzhou Martial Academy. At 19, he had already cultivated to the 9th grade, earning great fame with media from all over the country rushing to interview him. Moreover, at that time the media boasted that he would break the record of Yunqing, and even Great Xia, becoming the youngest Grandmaster in history. But what happened later? The journey from the 9th grade to half-step Grandmaster took him a full 18 years. If you can become a Grandmaster at under 20, then my 18 years have been wasted. Wei Yongkong's eyes grew fierce, and the more he spoke, the more enraged he became. The flame at his fingertip ignited again. 18 years. He had experienced marriage and fatherhood, and now his child was in middle school, yet he still hadn't achieved the boast the media had made for him. Moreover, despite his glamorous exterior, esteemed as the vice president of the Martial Arts Association and possessing the half-step Grandmaster realm, the bitterness in his heart was known only to Wei Yongkong himself. Perhaps this was all he would ever be. Only those who have truly climbed know that the half-step Grandmaster is not a ticket to the Grandmaster realm. Between the two lies a vast canyon. Therefore, Wei Yongkong decided to stake his lifelong honor and past experience on a desperate gamble. If he won, he would be the hero who exposed the false and revealed the true. The next moment, Wei Yongkong gathered power in his palms, shifting his feet left and right, and hurled a massive fireball viciously at Jiang Ning. The temperature at the center of the fireball instantly soared to tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. It could melt all ordinary metals in the world. But such a terrifying technique appeared as a joke in Jiang Ning's eyes. You burn your primal qi to forcibly control fire elemental power, only ever increasing the temperature. This is truly putting the cart before the horse. It seems you will only ever reach this level and can never enter the realm I am in now. Jiang Ning's eyes flickered, seeing through the other's true nature at a glance. As he spoke, Jiang Ning raised a finger and pointed. The movement seemed slight, but the raging fireball, flying through the air like a beast whose fur had been smoothed, came to a standstill the moment it touched his fingertip. Then at a speed visible to all, it collapsed at Jiang Ning's fingertip into a marble-sized crimson ball. This is the correct way to control fire elemental power. Jiang Ning flicked his finger, and the crimson ball shot out. The moment it struck Wei Yongkong's body, the latter disintegrated into ashes before everyone's eyes. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone now understood what it meant to kill with a mere raise of the hand. And Jiang Aolong, the chief instructor, discovered an even more terrifying truth. Sir, just now you were clearly manipulating the surrounding electric currents, controlling thunder and lightning. Why did you suddenly switch to controlling fire elements? Jiang Aolong cried out in extreme disbelief. Jiang Ning's cold gaze swept over, and Jiang Aolong shivered, hastily lowering his head to explain. I mean, no offense, I am merely curious. Huh. At this moment, the 2 retainers of young Master Yun suddenly let out awkward laughs. One of them said seriously, a prodigy like you buried in a small place like Yunzhou is truly a pity. If you join the Yun family of the capital, you will surely become the right-hand man of our young master. The other quickly added, if you are interested, we too would be honored to recommend you. The crowd was speechless. You 2 old rascals, weren't you just trying to kill him? How can you change your faces faster than turning a page? Moreover, everyone clearly saw that these two old rascals were sweating profusely. They claimed to be securing a path for Jiang Ning to curry favor with the powerful, but in truth, they were simply cowards afraid of death, trying to divert attention. Weren't you trying to kill me? Jiang Ning smiled and took a step forward. Hurry, leave. This place is not safe. The two old rascals saw the situation was unfavorable, turned around, and fled, raising a cloud of dust as they disappeared. They got away, oi! Fan Xiaoping exclaimed in astonishment. How could they escape? Zhang Aolong shook his head with a bitter smile. Within 20 paces, it is the domain of inevitable death for a Grandmaster. Even these two wind attribute half-step Grandmasters daring to approach within 10 paces of a Grandmaster would face certain doom. Unless your friend did not wish to kill them. As his words faded, the two corpses were tossed back. Jiang Ning had vanished from his spot, pursuing and slaying the old scoundrels so swiftly that none could see clearly. Opt. Even more terrifying, it was only after the corpses hit the ground that the two screams echoed in belatedly. Zhang Aolong marveled inwardly. A wind attribute half-step Grandmaster at full burst can cover about 700 meters per second, though not sustained yet enough for those two to flee Wanhu Villa and reach the waterside. Their bodies were not a bit wet. Sigh. He is more than 5 times faster than a half-step Grandmaster specialized in wind. Even a wind attribute Grandmaster would find it hard to gain an advantage over him in speed. What kind of divine being was this? Zhang Aolong's mind was blown. The entire scene froze. No one dared to move. Only Fan Xiaoping grinned and rushed to Jiang Ning, pointing at the two corpses on the ground. Ningji, they claimed to be from the Yun family of Jingdu. At that moment, the spirited youths in black and red vests nearby looked at the fat man with envy, as if he were a mountain king. I know. Jiang Ning spoke calmly. I not only know what the Yun family of Jingdu is, but also that their young master has likely already arrived in Yunqing by now. The crowd was horrified. This was killing with full knowledge. Lu Laowu, who had originally intended to flee when he saw the situation, but the two wind attribute half-step Grandmasters hadn't even managed to escape, was utterly despondent. His body trembled violently, as if fitted with a large massage wand. Ning, I am your fifth uncle. For the sake of Sister Qingshu. You wouldn't kill your fifth uncle too, would you? Seeing Jiang Ning unmoved, Lu Laowu pleaded in terror. I know your fifth uncle might have been harsh to you before and beaten you a few times. How about this? I'll find a bundle of thorny twigs and let you beat me too to vent your anger, okay? As he spoke, he hurriedly untied his belt, pulled out that 7 Wolves leather belt, and gave a dry, ingratiating laugh. Or you can use this to hit me. Boss Wu, manager Bao Boss Bai, and other local big shots were dumbfounded. Fifth Master Lu, who had stirred up Long Jiang into chaos, turned out to be nothing but a coward afraid of death. Just a moment ago, he was clamoring to avenge his daughter, and now that a Grandmaster has appeared, he shamelessly tries to claim kinship. Ridiculous. Boss Wu looked at these people and sneered. Have you forgotten what he used to be? Manager Bao thought for a moment and said, I heard he was a dried fish seller. His wife ran off with someone else. He was a chronic drunkard, often beating his children. Later, a true dragon emerged from their family, and he transformed into the current fifth master. With that explanation, everyone understood. A common street thug, a petty man elevated to power. No wonder he was so arrogant and overbearing. Now that Jiang Ning had beaten him back to his original form, his cowardice could no longer be hidden. Where is your sister Lu Qingshu? Jiang Ning asked coldly. After all these years, this was the first time Jiang Ning had mentioned the venomous woman's name. Sister. She is missing. Lu Laowu knelt down with a thud, knocking his head on the floor. Brother hid her away, saying that when Jiang Zishuan grows up and is capable of protecting his mother, she will be released. Your brother? Jiang Ning frowned slightly. He had met most of the Lu family members of Lu Laowu's generation, but had only a vague impression of this elder brother they mentioned. It seemed he had only visited the venomous woman's house once or twice. In Jiang Ning's memory, that person was very cold and aloof, always carrying a terrifying aura of blood. Brother is the true dragon of our Lu family. Everything we have today is thanks to his blessings. Mentioning this elder brother, Lu Laowu suddenly became proud and emboldened from his wretched state, declaring boastfully, Brother is a pillar of the nation, always busy. We barely see him 2 or 3 times a year. Where is he? Jiang Ning demanded sternly, regardless of whether this man was a national pillar. His whereabouts are classified. I don't know either. Lu Laowu stammered. He is not in the country, is he? Jiang Ning sneered. Otherwise you would have taken me to him and used his hand to kill me on the spot. Seeing his little scheme exposed, Lu Laowu straightened his back. Brother will come back eventually. Things have gone this far, you should be satisfied. If you let me go, I will mediate in the future so that brother does not pursue your killing of Mukin and Xiaohua. Perhaps I can even secure you an important position in the military. Jiang Ning, having lived 2 lives, almost laughed. Let me translate for you. What you really mean is if I let you go today, you will surely incite your brother to tear me into pieces, right? Lu Laowu's eyes widened. Did this kid have a tapeworm in his stomach? It doesn't matter anyway. Jiang Ning waved his hand backhandedly, sending a powerful gust of wind that swept the old scoundrel into the air. Then Jiang Ning raised his hand and sucked, and the hanging rope of the chandelier in the hall coiled like a snake around one of his legs, suspending the old scoundrel in midair. What? What are you trying to do? Lu Laowu cried out in terror, feet up and head down, nearly suffering a stroke on the spot. That day you believed your daughter's false accusation against me, hung me from the beam of the venomous woman's house, and beat me for over 2 hours. Jiang Ning picked up the 7 Wolves leather belt that had fallen on the ground, folded it into a horsewhip, and patted it in his palm. Today I will strike you only once. If you can withstand it, I will spare your life. I promise not to use elemental power. Jiang Ning added another sentence. Really? Lu Laowu's face lit up with joy. At that time he knew Lu Mukin was lying, but he was drunk and in a foul mood, looking for a punching bag to vent. And this kid could really take it. He hung him from the beam and whipped him for 2 hours without dying, instead exhausting himself. In the end, a neighbor called the police, and he was taken to the hospital. Ning Ji used some force. Fan Xiaopang cheered loudly from behind. It was their family that had called the police back then. Jiang Ning had been beaten to a bloody pulp by that thug, and that scene had left a deep shadow on his young heart. Jiang Ning slowly raised his hand and lashed out. Whack! The belt cut through the air, accelerating as it descended sharply. Oh, woo! Lu Laowu screamed in agony, his back struck as if by a steel rod as thick as a baseball bat. He coughed up blood and died on the spot. That day, as he watched the nurse's trolley move away, he remembered the little boy lying on it, his lips moving slightly, but he couldn't make out what was said. At the moment of death, as if a flash of insight struck, he finally understood the lip reading. One day I will surely kill you. Zhang Aolong's eyelids twitched wildly again. He had just testified for the deceased Lu Laowu that Jiang Ning had indeed not used elemental force earlier. With nothing but sheer hand strength, he had killed him with a single whip strike. Boss Wu rushed forward, fell to his knees with a thud, clasped his hands, and exclaimed with fervor, "Your martial prowess is extraordinary, sir. You have preserved my mine. Please accept my bow. I wish to offer you the mine in the eastern suburbs. Kindly accept it. You're afraid the Lu family will come after you for revenge, so you want to use me as your patron, aren't you?" Jiang Ning spoke, calmly, piercing through the provincial tycoon's thoughts. Boss Wu, fearing he had angered this god of slaughter, and that his life was at stake, trembled in terror. Yet he could not refute the words, for that was precisely his true intention. As the richest man in Longjiang, the day's ordeal had taught him a harsh lesson. Without strength, even a mere girl would dare to step on his head. Very well. From now on you may use my name. Jiang Ning suddenly smiled. In return, when I require your services, you must exert yourself. Yes. Boss Wu was ecstatic. With a Grandmaster backing him, the richest man in Longjiang would no longer have to grovel and beg for favors with money whenever trouble arose. Zhang Aolong, not to be outdone, stepped forward and knelt on one knee. I am also willing to offer half of my 38 Aolong martial arts halls to you, sir. What do you think? Jiang Ning showed hesitation. He had accepted Boss Wu for his financial resources, but this old scoundrel's 38 halls were nothing but a rabble. Apart from numbers, Jiang Ning could find no merit. Wait. Numbers. Jiang Ning narrowed his eyes. How many men do you command? Zhang Aolong quickly cupped his hands. Each of the 38 halls has about 100 registered martial artists, and the hangers-on and cronies who rely on us number no less than 50,000. Jiang Ning nodded with satisfaction. Good. From now on you may publicize that your halls have a Grandmaster's backing, but do not reveal my real name. Then he also addressed Boss Wu. The same goes for you. It wasn't that Jiang Ning enjoyed showing off, but because his infatuation with his divine master had already been exposed. If they used his real name as a banner, these fellows would likely be drowned in the torrential condemnations of those guardians of propriety. Unless one day his strength became so overwhelming that no one could restrain him. Then using the name, Jiang Ning, would trigger a herd effect, shaking the earth and subverting the ideology of this world for all anyone knew. Just as Zhang Aolong was overjoyed and about to rise, Jiang Ning glanced at the rabble behind him and said, "Wait." Zhang Aolong asked puzzledly, "Does the master have any other instructions?" Jiang Ning smiled with amusement. "Before you pledge allegiance to me, shouldn't you first purge the traitor by your side?" "A traitor?" Zhang Aolong looked around. "Where? Who is the traitor? Step forward, old man." "It's him." Jiang Ning pointed at Manager Bao. "Grandmaster, sir, even if I have offended you, you cannot wrong an innocent man." Manager Bao's legs gave way in terror, and he knelt on the ground to plead his innocence. Zhang Aolong spoke seriously. "Xiao Bao has been with me for so long and has always been loyal. Moreover, he is an ordinary man, not even a martial artist. How could he dare to betray me?" "Is that so?" Jiang Ning did not explain, but instead waved his hand, sending a phone flying out of Manager Bao's pocket. Zhang Aolong picked up the phone and read the text messages. He flew into a rage. "You beast. You sold me out, invited a wolf into the house, and tried to swallow my 38 halls. Tell me who is your master. If you don't, I'll split you alive with one palm. I don't know, Manager Bao said in despair. The ringleader always wore a mask when we met. Damn it. Jiang Ning beat his chest. What's the hurry? Jiang Ning looked toward the seats of the Heiyun Martial Arts Hall. Isn't the glutton who wants to devour your halls sitting right across from us? Surnamed by Boss Wu shouted. Well, so you play both sides, not only colluding with Lu Laowu to steal my eastern suburb mine, but also conspiring with outsiders to take over his martial arts halls. I was only the go-between. It was Director Park. Boss Bai was terrified and hastily looked around, but there was no one beside him. At the main entrance on the other side, Director Park was forced back step by Jiang Ning, yet still wore a gentle smile. The youngest Grandmaster in history, I believe there is a misunderstanding between us. It is true that I want to swallow the 38 Aolong martial arts halls, but that has nothing to do with you, does it? Jiang Ning said coldly, you've been secretly photographing my face with that camera. Do you think I'm blind? Director Park spread his hands. That only proves that our Sanqing Martial Arts Hall values talent and wishes to expand overseas. I bear you no ill will. No ill will. Jiang Ning laughed. With a backward wave of his hand, a piece of paper floated in from outside the door. On the paper was clearly written Mysterious Youth. Cultivation method unknown. Realm peak of 9th grade. This line was later crossed out. Realm Grandmaster. Note the record for the youngest Grandmaster in human history has been broken by this person. At all costs, we must obtain his cultivation method. If successful, our great Goryeo will rise. Send powerful experts immediately. Action priority higher than the plot to seize control of the 38 Aolong martial arts halls. Seeing this paper, Director Park was shocked. You intercepted and killed the man I sent to make a satellite phone call. I killed him along with those two old fools. Jiang Ning flicked the paper lightly. I'd say you people are addicted to stealing. Knowing my strength, you still want to steal my cultivation method. Fine, since the matter is exposed, I won't beat around the bush. Director Park pulled out a checkbook from his pocket and said in broken Chinese, the government of Great Goryeo is very interested in your cultivation method. Name your price. Jiang Ning found it amusing. Despite the similar geographical environment, the two groups of people on Blue Star and this world shared the same shameless nature, seeing something good that belonged to others and wanting to take it for themselves. Hearing no price from Jiang Ning, Director Park's pen tip suddenly tore through the checkbook. He looked up in horror. Are you trying to kill me? Correct answer. Jiang Ning swept his palm, knocking the man to the ground, shattering his nasal bone and jawbone and killing him on the spot. He has some official background from Goryeo. Aren't you afraid of causing a diplomatic dispute? Jiang Ning swallowed hard. So what? If I find him displeasing, I kill him. I don't need to care about his identity. With your timidity, no wonder you never became a Grandmaster. Jiang Ning didn't want to bother with this trivial matter. The other party had already set their evil designs on him, and they would surely try to harass him and his master by any means later. Your lesson is well taken. This time Jiang Ning knelt on both knees, his eyes burning with fervor, and clasped his hands. I, Jiang Ning, have muddled through these years, and my martial spirit has been worn down. Today, witnessing your invincible might has truly inspired me. I am willing to rekindle my passion and lead the charge for you to expand our territory. With that, he turned his face filled with murderous intent toward Manager Bao, Boss Bai and their group and roared, these treacherous, useless trash do not deserve to dirty your hands. I will discipline my own household. Jiang Ning nodded. A martial artist without bloodlust might as well go home and hold a baby. Suddenly, bang, a 12.7mm armor-piercing incendiary bullet flew from the hotel building opposite the banquet hall, heading straight for Jiang Ning's forehead. Jiang Ning's lips curled into a faint smile. I was about to go looking for you, and you come to me on your own. A bullet fired from a sniper rifle at a muzzle velocity of 180 meters per second was sufficient to kill a 9th-grade martial artist. Moreover, the assailant had used a 12.7mm armor-piercing incendiary round possessing the immense power to penetrate 30mm thick steel plates. Even a half-step Grandmaster would be in danger if caught off guard. But facing Jiang Ning, who stood at the Grandmaster realm, this was as futile as an ant trying to shake a tree. Jiang Ning turned his hand and effortlessly caught the bullet. On the 7th floor of the opposite hotel, the sniper, named Fei Ying's eyelids twitched violently as he blurted out in shock, a Grandmaster. This person is definitely a Grandmaster. Otherwise, there's no way he could catch his bullet. After all, a conventional sniper rifle has a muzzle velocity of only about 900 meters per second. It was he who had driven wind elemental power, doubling the bullet's lethal kinetic energy. In other words, Fei Ying was no ordinary sniper. He was a top-tier wind elemental shooter with 9th-grade cultivation as well as an assassin. He had once boasted the impressive record of assassinating 7 half-step Grandmasters. Fei Ying lowered his head, intending to fire a second shot, but in the scope the target had suddenly vanished. Not good. Fei Ying keenly sensed danger and threw away his sniper rifle, intending to escape through the window. But the next moment Jiang Ning had appeared behind him like a phantom. Boom. A figure crashed through the window glass, plummeting heavily from the 7th floor, dying on the spot. Jiang Ning had only given a gentle push from behind. A top 9th grade shooter capable of hunting half-step grandmasters at long range. Once engaged in close combat, his combat power was inferior to that of an ordinary 9th grade. Jiang Ning leaned out the window looking down at the ground below, and sneered. This is the drawback of relying too much on external aids. Across 100 meters in a building of the office area, 2 men and 1 woman were peeping through night vision binoculars. Not good. Fei Ying's assassination failed. Seeing this, the 3 siblings were terrified, their faces pale, as if sensing the arrival of doom. I told you relying solely on a top 9th grade shooter could never assassinate a grandmaster. It was Big Brother who insisted on trying. What use is it to say this now? Hurry, enter the secret room to hide. These were the 3 siblings, Yao Chun, Yao Ping, and Yao Yuhui. On the day of the Tianyun Mountain incident, the 3 siblings, confident of victory, did not go up the mountain. Instead, they went to negotiate with the garrison and police near Haiwei port, claiming their actions had been approved by the prefecture, and thus managed to slip through the net. Afterward, the 3 siblings not only failed to reflect, but also embezzled all the funds from the Waterwolf Martial Arts Academy's accounts, and came here to act as accomplices. On the hotel rooftop, the pitch-black night could not block Jiang Ning's powerful perception. Found you. Jiang Ning's lips curled slightly through the reflection of the lenses he had already locked onto these 3 vermin. Boom. Just as the 3 siblings fled into the secret room in the office building, the titanium alloy door, over a dozen centimeters thick, emitted a terrifying sound. A fist mark bulging inward was shocking. It's over, this door can't stop him at all. Yao Ping's face turned pale with fright. This secret room leads to the dock. As long as this door holds until we escape and board that sightseeing submarine, we'll be safe. Yao Chen optimistically thought, and turned to leave. Boom. The fist mark from before was directly blasted through by the second strike from outside. An arm like the Grim Reaper claiming a life reached and grabbed his neck and lifted him up like an eagle catching a chick. Spare me. The man's feet left the ground as he desperately begged for mercy. Crack. Yao Chen's spine snapped, and he died on the spot. Split up. Yao Yuhui and Yao Ping, both terrified by the oppressive pressure, their legs weak, screamed and fled in different directions. Having blasted open a gap, Jiang Ning didn't waste any more energy. Through the hole in the door, Jiang Ning saw a potted plant on the table inside. Then a faint green light flickered in his eyes, and the branches of the pine bonsai suddenly extended wildly, as if injected with growth hormone. Clank. Soon, like a Trent's arm, it turned the internal mechanism for him. The door rose with a rumble. Yao Yuhui was frantically fleeing through the dark and damp secret passage, while comforting himself with calculations. Those 2 punches he just threw must have consumed a lot of his true qi. Even if he is a grandmaster, to blast a gap large enough for a person to pass through it would take at least half an hour. Fortunately, the old master was wise. When designing this blast door, he used the ultra-high specification of anti-grandmaster armor. Otherwise, Yao Ping and I would have lost our lives today. Thinking of the deceased old master, Yao Yuhui couldn't stop his regret. With the old master a top grandmaster guarding us, the Yao family was thriving, and even the prefecture government had to show us respect. Why the hell did we provoke that master and disciple? The master being that terrifying is one thing, but even the disciple is this monstrous. Just as Yao Yuhui was grumbling and cursing, a figure suddenly appeared right in front of him, blocking his path. Yao Yuhui was decisive. Ignoring the mud and stinking ditch under his feet, he knelt with a thud, clasped his fists, and said with a dry laugh, Jiang, we have no deep-seated hatred. You should hate the Lu family, that vicious woman Lu Qingshu. How about this? If you spare my life, I will be at your command in the future and help you overthrow the Lu family. You know quite a lot, don't you? Jiang Ning let out a cold laugh. Yao Yuhui's face changed drastically, suddenly realizing he had accidentally let something slip. From the moment I left Haiwei town, you siblings have been scheming against me, haven't you? Jiang Ning with a smile slowly spoke. You must have investigated my childhood records, knowing that the first target of my revenge from the mountain would be the beasts of the Lu family in Longjiang County. So, posing as the master of Wanhu Villa, you proactively offered your services, arranging the business negotiation of Lu Laowu and Lu Muqing's birthday banquet for tonight. Even the 2 half-step grandmaster retainers sent by Yun Fifan were lured here by you, weren't they? And all your painstaking efforts in doing this were simply to set up a trap to kill me. Since you saw through our plan, why did you still dare to come to the island? Yao Yuhui's mind exploded. How could someone possess such monstrous martial arts talent and such deep cunning? What do you think? Jiang Ning did not answer the question because the answer was obvious. Yao Yuhui smiled bitterly. Yes, you have become a grandmaster. Even if I set up a trap with 3 half-step grandmasters and a top 9th grade shooter before your absolute power, they are nothing. Boom. Knowing that his path to survival was cut off, Yao Yuhui struck his own crown with a palm, crushing it, and died by his own hand. On the other side, shortly after the titanium alloy door rose, a sneaky figure emerged from the safe in the adjacent side room. Good thing I'm as clever as I am beautiful. Yao Ping was disheveled, her dress torn, and only one high heel remained on her foot. Yet a smug smile appeared on her face. Big brother, thank you for leading that little demon away from me. Rest in peace, little sister will avenge you all. Just as she was about to step out of the secret room, seeing Jiang Ning suddenly appear before her, the woman looked as if she had seen a ghost. You. Why didn't you follow the secret passage to the dock? If you hadn't been so clever throwing a high heel at the entrance of the second secret passage to mock me, I might have fallen for it. Jiang Ning said with a teasing smile and tossed back the very crystal high heel of the woman. You. Seeing Jiang Ning fling the high heels at her feet, Yao Ping finally understood where she had gone wrong. Her crystal heels with several straps across the instep spoke of meticulous design. If she had twisted an ankle in the panic of fleeing and the heels had come off, those straps would have already snapped, not as they are now perfectly intact. You are terrifying. Yao Ping fixed her trembling gaze on Jiang Ning. The usually aloof and radiant face of this beauty now brimmed with despair. Faced by the threat of death, the woman's mind whirled. After a long moment of thought, she realized there was only one thing she could offer that might move him. Yao Ping dropped to one knee at once, a chillingly seductive smile on her elegant face. I am willing to submit to you, to call you master. From now on you may do as you wish with me. And then with a coy blush she gathered her already burnished hair into a wave and said, to tell you the truth, I'm 24 this year, but I'm still perfectly intact. If you need, I can hand everything over to you right now. Bang! Jiang Ning snapped his wrist and sent this icy beauty crashing to the ground. A shameless harlot, how dare you covet my first time? Jiang Ning looked at the corpse, his words oozing with contempt. Nonsense. Truth be told, Jiang Ning was no saintly gentleman either. In those days, every night he dreamt of his goddess master stepping out of the bath, their rooms shared as they faced each other in a private reverie. Yet as a man accustomed to gold and glory, he would not be moved by scraps from a beggar's bowl. Since Jiang Ning woke after being saved, the goddess master's exquisite beauty had permanently redefined his tastes. Compared with the goddess master, even this urban beauty before him was but a dull common face. Moreover, 2 lifetimes of experience had sharpened his love beyond mortal bounds. After Jiang Ning settled the Yao siblings, he returned to the mountain villa's main hall and found Zhang Ilong and Boss Wu entangled in a clash. Turns out the reinforcements for Lu Mucheng had arrived, led by the 2 pampered sons of the Lu Laowu clan. Lu Laowu, once a salt fish seller and a heavy drinker, had only Lu Mucheng left in the house beside 2 other fools. These 2 fools had dropped out of school years earlier, followed a shady Huang around, and when the Lu family rose, they posed as a security company to dominate Longjiang like a local tyrant. The 3 big fools even carved up the town's turf into thirds, writing on Lu Laowu's name, so that powers like the Aolong Martial Hall didn't dare offend them. At this moment, the 2 idiots led men onto the island, storming Wanhu Villa. Among the youngsters who had come to celebrate Lu Mucheng's birthday, someone must have tipped them off. But the informer had apparently already been dragged out and killed by Jiang Olong, leaving the 2 fools clueless, rushing in with a band of bodyguards. Little brat, what happened to Mucheng? The hall elder said, you're dead. So you're alive after all. Oh fine, cut him down and take him to the hall elder to claim credit and the 20 million. The 2, upon seeing Jiang Ning, pointed their blades from afar, fierce and ferocious. As Lu Mucheng's 2 bullying elder brothers, they had not rarely contributed when Huang harassed drug-addicted women and blocked Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning's murderous intent surged. Zhang Aolong stepped forward and with a single palm crushed one of them. Bang! Boss Wu also drew a pistol and killed the other. Jiang Ning looked at them with a wry smile. Very well. It was clear they were presenting themselves as his fealty. After this encounter, they bore the Lu family's blood on their hands, bound to Jiang Ning's war chariot. Such an arrangement naturally has its ups and downs. The downside is that if Jiang Ning falls in the future, they will not escape the Lu family's reckoning. The upside is that henceforth Jiang Ning can truly treat them as his own people. Master Jiang, my people have found many secret passages nearby. Zhang Aolong hurried over. Wanhu Villa once belonged to an old friend of mine, but the Yao family in the provincial capital took it by force. If you can help him reclaim Wanhu Villa, he will henceforth follow you with unwavering loyalty, never wavering. As for the earlier killing of Lu Laowu's 2 bullying sons, neither of them had much to say. Smart people all know that to win a Grandmaster's genuine protection, you must cast aside hesitation and half measures. The Lu family's true dragon is terrifying indeed, but their master is the youngest Grandmaster in history. If you do not pledge loyalty now, will you wait until the master's prestige shakes the realm to kneel later? I've dealt with the Yao family's 3 siblings. Jiang Ning nodded, surveying the surroundings. Have people clean this place up, and later I'll fetch some diagrams of mechanism arts to transform this island properly. When mechanism arts were mentioned, Jiang Ning's mind turned to the enigmatic Aunt Miao Yun. Jiang Ning didn't even know her real name, only that whenever his master brought him to visit, she was addressed as Annie. That day from his master's words, Jiang Ning learned that the little immortal child was indeed the handiwork of Aunt Miao Yun. Jiang Ning and Fan Xiaoping boarded a small boat, slipping away under the night's shadows, returning to the shore. Ningji, you killed a lot of people tonight. Fan Xiaoping hesitated to finish his sentence. Not only tonight, I've been killing people these past few days. Jiang Ning stood at the bow facing the wind and the waves, his eyes as dark as night. And there will be more to kill. He knew what the other was asking. And he knew precisely what he was doing. I walk a path that stands against the current of the world. Even if I do nothing, the world will not tolerate me. A weariness settled over Jiang Ning's brow. The world won't tolerate you. Then, Fan Xiaoping seemed to sense what he meant. I want to marry my master. Fan Xiaoping's chin nearly dropped into the water, and after a long moment, the plump fellow cried softly, very well. Compared to this, killing a few people doesn't count. Brother Ning, I can only wish you luck. Just as Jiang Ning reached the shore thousands of miles away at the Hangzhou Tang family's mansion, Tang Ro found herself surrounded by elders, spit flying from their words. Xiao Ro, it isn't that we won't help you, but it's just that helping you, what's in it for us? Supporting you to fight over the family assets means contending with the Jiang family from Beizhou. You should understand that. Even the clan has hundreds of mouths to feed. Helping you didn't seem a problem, but your son Jiang Ning is too much. He lets his master kill his own uncles. We were heading east and to Wenchuan to stand up for your son. This is a disaster. Our family has suffered heavy losses. How should we settle this account? Tang Ro had come seeking help from her natal family to win the divorce case against Jiang Longhao, but arriving, she found herself treated like a criminal, surrounded and interrogated by the elder men. Tang Ro could offer no defense. She sat there repeatedly wiping her eyes. Suddenly a servant burst in, shouting, young Master Lingfeng has used the family's private plane and is heading to Yunzhou. What a... The elders of Tang family frowned in shock. In recent days the name Jiang Ning had been on everyone's lips. As the most outstanding heir of the Hangzhou Tang family, Tang Lingfeng has been the darling of the clan since childhood, cherished above all. If this child had not sired a peerless 7-star across the marriage, their attention would never have shifted from Tang Lingfeng. That child must be jealous. Child. Tang Lingfeng is already 27. Tang Ro's face went pale. What is Tang Lingfeng going to Yunzhou for? The elders smiled, but said nothing. In their hearts they were rejoicing. With Lingfeng's half-step master level, this trip carries little risk. We've learned that the terrifying woman atop Tianyun Mountain rarely leaves her chamber. If Lingfeng can use a bout of provocation to lure her out for a fair fight, winning would not be difficult. Also, let Lingfeng curb this boy's arrogance, lest he grow to regard his maternal family with contempt. While the Tang family in Hangzhou was embroiled in a heated dispute, a similar scene unfolded in the Jiang family compound in Beizhou. That rebellious son may be a 7-star, but he refuses to be disciplined, not even heeding my words. You want to subdue him? Don't dream of it. Facing a group of elders from the main branch, Jiang Longhao's demeanor was arrogant, devoid of any humility expected of a lesser branch member. After taking over the Yunqing Jiang family from second master Jiang Longquan in 20 years, he transformed a source liquid distribution company worth tens of millions into the Fengyuan Group, now valued at over 10 billion, and he considered himself highly meritorious. Zishuan is the future of the Jiang family. Only by pouring all our resources into Zishuan alone can the future Jiang family remain invincible. Jiang Longhao spoke with righteous indignation. Unlike Tang Ro, his return to the main family this time was not merely to win the divorce case. His primary goal was to secure the full support of the Beizhou Jiang family, a great martial arts clan, for Jiang Zishuan. In fact, ever since Jiang Ning rebelled and left that home, Jiang Longhao had secretly vowed that he would raise Jiang Zishuan to be a peerless prodigy, surpassing that brat. Especially when Jiang Ning was revealed to be a 7-star, and then it came out that he had a terrifyingly powerful master. Jiang Longhao felt an unprecedented pressure and sense of crisis. Jiang Zishuan was his life's work. He was also the only spiritual support he had left. He must not lose. No. An old woman seated on the high seat adorned with precious jade ornaments smiled and asked, Longhao, I've heard that the golden dragon of the Liu family has acknowledged this child. This old woman was Jiang Longhao's stepmother, wielding authority second only to the family head. Jiang Longhao dared not act rashly and replied respectfully, Yes, mother. That one has stated that as long as Zishuan obtains a title before the age of 25, he may inherit his legacy. The old woman praised repeatedly, then we can rest assured. However, regarding Beichen. Upon hearing the old lady mention the name Jiang Beichen, the elders present also showed awkward expressions. If the Jiang family wanted to fully support Jiang Zishuan, they first had to placate Jiang Beichen. After all, before this, Jiang Beichen had been the post-90s prodigy nurtured with the family's full effort. Tang Lingfeng of Hangzhou and Jiang Beichen of Beizhou, two prodigies connected by a family marriage alliance, had always been mentioned in the same breath and discussed with relish by outsiders. Old madam, something terrible has happened. Young Master Bachin has set off for Yunzhou. He said that he and Tang Lingfeng have made a bet on who can first subdue that 7-star. At that moment a family member came running and shouting. Since Jiang Longhao's family had never publicly acknowledged Jiang Ning's identity, let alone the main branch, the entire main family's impression of Jiang Ning was still based on Jiang Longhao's one-sided assessment, which could be summed up in 3 points. Lack of upbringing, refusal to accept discipline, unorthodox and obsessed with a master-disciple romance, trampling on propriety. The elders could tolerate the first 2, but the third was truly unbearable. The Jiang family did not want to bring trouble upon themselves. The old lady stamped her cane and laughed sinisterly. Very well, let Bachin go and discipline this son of yours properly, saving you the trouble of doing it yourself. As Jiang Ning's nominal step-grandmother, the old woman had never regarded Jiang Ning as a grandson. On the contrary, she came from a distinguished family and placed great importance on family rules and etiquette. When the family had wanted to go to Haiwa town to pick him up from the mountain, she had strongly opposed it, fearing it would disgrace the Jiang family's reputation. But Jiang Bachin is already a half-step grandmaster. How can he? Jiang Longhao felt a pang of reluctance, but then he thought again and nodded harshly. Fine, that rebellious son brought it upon himself. Back in Longjiang County, Jiang Ning and Fatty Fan did not return to that shabby apartment. Instead, they checked into the hotel that Boss Wu had arranged in advance. When did I become a grandmaster? Jiang Ning lay on the bed, resting his head on one arm, feeling strange. He had left in such a hurry yesterday morning that only now did he finally calm down and seriously ponder this question. But after thinking for 2 whole hours, he still couldn't figure it out. Until drowsiness overwhelmed him, Jiang Ning finally reached a conclusion. Master. Anyway, no matter the reason, this matter was definitely closely related to his goddess-like master. In this world, only my master treats me unconditionally, well, spoils me, loves me. Holding a pillow, a faint smile of happiness on his lips, Jiang Ning fell into a deep sleep. After only 2 days away, he had already begun to miss his master. The next morning, Jiang Ning was awakened by Fatty's knocking. Brother Ning, are you going back to the provincial capital? Fatty Fan could tell that Brother Ning had no more attachment to Longjiang County. I'm going to find that woman Lu Yuan and settle the score. Jiang Ning took off his bloodstained clothes and reached for the new clothes sent by Boss Wu's messenger. Lu Yuan, the eldest cousin of Lu Mucheng and Lu Hua. Fatty Fan stared at Jiang Ning's 8-pack abs with envy. I heard that woman has become the president of a big company in Yunqing, right? Old Wu said it's called something like Black City Security Company. Jiang Ning put on the new clothes, took a sip of mineral water, and said, last night Lu Mucheng and her 2 idiot brothers all mentioned that woman, saying that if the job was done, they would pay 20 million or something. It seems that woman Lu Yuan paid the Shashing Hall to have me killed. Then Brother Ning, you must be careful. Fatty Fan said worriedly. I heard that security companies these days are no pushovers. I know. Jiang Ning did not take it lightly. In their world, security companies were not like those on Blue Star. They were not shell companies that sent out elderly gatekeepers or neighborhood guards. In this world where martial arts flourished, how could they hire weaklings to provide security for the wealthy and powerful? In fact, security companies and martial arts schools were almost in an upstream-downstream business relationship. A top-tier security company would often have long-term close cooperation with several, even dozens of martial arts schools. The 2 of them had lunch together and then parted ways. Fatty Fan was going back to pack his things. There was a factory being built at Haiwa Port, and Tung and the others were short of hands, weren't they? Through these 2 days of observation, Jiang Ning discovered that although this guy had no formal education, he was bold, meticulous, daring, and enterprising. A talent with potential. When Jiang Ning arrived at the hotel's underground garage, he immediately saw the car that Boss Wu had prepared for him. Mr. Jiang, please. A white-gloved driver and a young woman in an OL uniform had been waiting for some time. The young lady introduced herself as the little assistant that Boss Wu had arranged for Jiang Ning. In a sweet voice she said, Mr. Jiang, this Rolls-Royce Phantom was delivered overnight by our President Wu. We have prepared candies, pastries, champagne, and black caviar in the car to help you relax during the journey. Get in. Jiang Ning greeted calmly. But as soon as he sat down, he sensed a dangerous aura permeating the cabin. At the same time, the driver had just inserted the key. Get out. Without any hesitation, Jiang Ning grabbed the driver and the assistant with both hands, crashed through the car door, and leaped out. Boom. In the next second, the brand new luxury car exploded on the spot, sending sparks flying. The assistant and the driver were stunned, not understanding what had just happened. Who is it? Jiang Ning looked around and shouted sternly. He didn't think Boss Wu had installed a car bomb to harm him. First, Boss Wu had no reason to do so, and second, he didn't have the guts. As expected. Bachin, you lost. I told you this kid wouldn't be so easy to blow up. Even with your fire element enhanced bomb, the power wasn't enough. Damn, I underestimated him. I'll transfer the million to you later. 2 handsome young men walked out of the elevator lobbies on the left and right, both wearing arrogant smiles. One of them looked quite displeased apparently because he had lost $1 million in the bet. Behind the two followed a large entourage of attendants, as if serving a crown prince on a tour with a grand display. Where did you two pieces of trash come from daring to ambush me? Jiang Ning swept his angry gaze over them. He didn't recognize any of them. I am Tang Lingfeng, said the young man with a middle-part hairstyle wearing a khaki suit looking surprised. You haven't heard of me. I am Jiang Beichen. The young man with a lock of hair covering his eyebrows and a cold expression pointed at Jiang Ning and said in a commanding tone, You a little brat from a branch family, when you see the young master of the main family, shouldn't you come and pay your respects? Originally, they had wanted to restrain themselves out of fear of the one on Tianyan Mountain. But when they learned that Jiang Ning had come to Longjiang County, they completely let loose. They even skipped the formality of arranging a duel. Tang Lingfeng of Hongzhou, the little assistant, gasped, covering her mouth. Jiang Beichen of Beizhou, the driver, trembled. It seemed that the two often read tabloid magazines about the martial arts circle. They had heard of those two famous names and were frozen in fear. But then Jiang Ning gave them a very apt evaluation. Idiot. He dared to insult me. Brother Beichen, I can't stand it. I'll go first. Tang Lingfeng flew into a rage, clamoring to fight. We haven't agreed on who goes first, Jiang Beichen said, rolling up his sleeves, eager to try. Neither wanted to miss this golden opportunity. Although they were hailed as the strongest post-90s of the Jiang and Tang families, and even ranked among the top post-90s martial arts prodigies in the country, they had only awakened 6 stars. The difference of 1 star made them terribly jealous. Only by subduing him could they demonstrate their unshakable status in the Jiang and Tang families. Outwardly reckless, but in truth, they were really afraid of losing the family's resource allocation. After all, they had not yet ascended to the realm of Grandmaster. What are you arguing about? Before the two could decide who would go first, Jiang Ning's figure blurred, and in the blink of an eye he appeared before them. Jiang Ning grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Who goes first or both together? Isn't it the same? You? Bang, bang. Under the terrified gazes of the two, Jiang Ning struck like lightning, aiming for their faces. 1 slap, each directly knocking them to the ground. Young Master Lingfeng. Young Master Beichen. The entourage of the two screamed, clutching their heads. It all happened so suddenly. The two young masters who had traveled thousands of miles, even using private planes to come and assert their authority, had been knocked down in just one exchange by that little brat, who was much younger than them. You? The two covered their half-deformed faces and were just about to get up. Bang, bang. Jiang Ning's leg shot out like a lightning whip, kicking both of them on the spot, sending them flying and wedging them tightly under the chassis of a BMW across the way. I know you want to curse me, but I don't want to hear it. Jiang Ning stood still and said coldly. Two. The two were pinned under the car, spitting blood continuously. The shock in their hearts was beyond words. If they could choose again, they would rather go to prison, be exiled, or even endure the torment of a rough man rather than have embarked on this journey, coming all this way to be abused. How could this happen? This little brat wasn't even married yet, while their wives were already pregnant with a 2nd child. Seeing this, the entourage finally realized that the two young masters had provoked someone they shouldn't have, and their lives were in danger. Almost simultaneously, both groups made the same decision. Call home for help. Beizhou Jiang family. Pada. Zhang Longhao was eating when a group of elders suddenly burst in, startling him so much that his bowl dropped to the floor. Longhao, your son is about to beat our Beichen to death. Please quickly persuade him to spare his life. Beichen is a prodigy we've painstakingly cultivated over 20 years. If Beichen is gone, how can we old bones live on? The elders, with tears and snot as if they had lost their coffin lids, surrounded Zhang Longhao and begged bitterly. Say something, make him stop. Even the old lady spoke up, asking someone to bring a phone and hand it to Zhang Longhao. Zhang Longhao was utterly shocked. Being so valued by these old folks of the main family was a scene he had only dreamed of. Logically, he should be happy, but that rebellious son may not listen to me. Well, I'll try. Zhang Longhao's mouth was dry as he took the phone. At the same time, a similar scene unfolded in the Tang family of Hongzhou. Sharo, we were wrong. We shouldn't have let Lingfeng act recklessly. Quickly tell your son to stop. If anything happens to Lingfeng, I can't go on living. Tell him to stop immediately. You are his mother. If you speak, he has no reason not to give you face. To save Tang Lingfeng, the elders of the Tang family were desperate. Some even hugged Tang Rou's legs and wept bitterly. Tang Rou was flattered. As a peripheral daughter of the Tang family, she had held little weight since her marriage. Now this situation felt unreal to her. All right, I'll try. Tang Rou, excited and somewhat nervous, took the phone handed to her by the family. The scene. Young Master Jiang Ning, please show mercy. Your father wants to speak with you. Young Master Jiang Ning, your mother is looking for you. The entourage of the two young masters, after receiving promises from the other side, were overjoyed and quickly brought the phones to plead with Jiang Ning. To prove the authenticity of the calls, both sides bore the expensive mobile data charges and initiated video calls, putting them on speakerphone with the volume turned up to the maximum. Ning that Jiang Beichen is the lifeline of the Hangzhou Jiang family. You cannot act recklessly and harm him. Ning, child, I beg you, as your mother, spare Tang Lingfeng's life. If you kill him, the future of the Tang family's direct line will be hopeless. In the video, the couple spoke almost simultaneously. Tang Rou even wept and pleaded bitterly. But the response they received was a single cold word uttered from Jiang Ning's mouth. Get lost. Once upon a time, Jiang Ning regarded them as blood kin, yearning to communicate with them, more longing for the warmth of a home. Now Jiang Ning has seen through it all and will no longer debase himself. Words are useless. Beyond a single scram, uttering another word to them would only disgust Jiang Ning. As for their intentions, you wish to plead for those two arrogant prodigies, don't you? You want me to show leniency, right? Someone has come to plead for you. Jiang Ning smiled at the two beneath the car, their faces filled with terror and despair, then flipped his palm and struck down. But I refuse to listen. Boom. The violent palm wind, like a heavy object of 10,000 Gene, descending, instantly crushed the BMW 5 Series. As for the two squeezed under the chassis, the spreading pool of blood turned them into meat paste. Young master. Both sides cried out in heart-wrenching voices. Jiang Ning's eyes were cold as he walked over and patted the assistant's shoulder. Tell old Wu to get me another car. After taking 2 steps, he turned back and said, oh, and check the owner of that BMW. Have old Wu compensate them. Yes. Yes. The assistant snapped out of his daze, nodding vigorously, watching the departing figure with sparkling eyes. A brand new Phantom lost, and a BMW to compensate, yet the assistant felt no pity for his boss. Instead, he felt that President Wu, oppressed for so many years, could finally turn the tables with such a powerful backer. She was genuinely happy for President Wu. You, son. The 2 phones on the scene were knocked away by Jiang Ning's sonic wave, crashing heavily to the ground, and the signal was cut off. But the couple on the other end stared blankly at the screen, which had long gone dark, unable to lower their phones for a long time. Disaster. The young master Beichen Lingfeng has been killed. Bad news came one after another, reaching both families simultaneously. No. Fenger. Chinner. Uft. The elders on both sides burst into wails. Some, overcome with grief, spat blood and fainted. Ambulance. Call 120, 4th uncle has fainted. Both sides fell into chaos. The couple stared at the scene before them. Though far apart, they shared the same feeling. Once this child wanted to talk more with them, but they found it annoying. Now even a single extra word with him seemed like a luxury. Could this be retribution? West City District. Fan Xiaopeng had just unlocked the door when he heard urgent footsteps coming up the stairwell. Fan Xiaopeng tensed up, thinking it might be the Liu family's minions, so he rushed into the kitchen and grabbed a kitchen knife. Soon Jiang Yushi and Jiang Shunning, accompanied by Li Yuanfa, rushed up. It's here. Standing in the hallway, the sisters checked the apartment number 701 and stormed in angrily. The door lock was long broken and they entered unhindered. But the dilapidated, decaying scene before them left the sisters frozen in place. It seems this family moved away long ago. Li Yuanfa looked around, brushing off the cobwebs hanging from his hair. At least 3 or 5 years no one has lived here. Then where is Ning? Jiang Shunning asked with a trembling voice. I mean, where did that wicked woman take Ning's remains? How could she be so cruel as to not even let us bid him farewell? Wu. Jiang Yushi covered her mouth and nose, unable to hold back tears. Actually, Li Yuanfa hesitated. He knew that Jiang Ning was not dead at all. Earlier that morning, he had secretly sent a text to Jiang Ning confirming that the Shashing Hall had failed, and it was just a false alarm. But Li Yuanfa hadn't figured out how to tell the 2 sisters. As a multiple undercover agent, he had to be cautious. Are you looking for Brother Ning? Fan Xiaopeng walked in holding the kitchen knife. He had been eavesdropping outside, and was now convinced that these 2 beautiful sisters were not from the Liu family, and seemed very familiar with Brother Ning. Yes, do you know where Jiang Ning is buried? Jiang Yushi wiped her eyes and asked urgently. Brother Ning isn't dead, why would he be buried? Fan Xiaopeng said with a bewildered look. Really? The sisters trembled with excitement. 2 young ladies, I told you the news of Jiang Ning's death was just Jiang Zishuan's one-sided story. How could you believe it? Li Yuanfa chimed in quickly. This is wonderful. Ning has suffered so much since childhood. Even if heaven's eyes were blind, there's no reason for him to die young. This is great. Seeing the sisters embrace and cry, Fan Xiaopeng looked puzzled and asked, May I ask who you are to Brother Ning? I am his elder sister. We are his biological sisters. Jiang Yushi blurted out, then hesitated, lowering her head in shame. We are his unworthy sisters. Then feel free to look around. This is the place where Brother Ning lived for 10 years as a child. Here that shrew of a family bullied him terribly. Fan Xiaopeng sighed, pointing to the small room in the corner. There, that was his old bedroom. What? Jiang Shunning rushed over, looking at the extremely harsh conditions inside, covering her mouth, her pretty face turning pale. Ning lived in a place like this when he was little. The cramped space, the dog kennel-like makeshift bed, the remnants of bloodstains on the walls. Every detail stabbed like steel needles into Jiang Ning's heart, making her tremble uncontrollably. He was locked in here, you could say. Jiang Yusher walked over, tears streaming down her face, clenching her teeth. I almost fell for that old fox, our father. In the past 2 days, because of their parents' divorce and the division of assets, she had privately argued with Jiang Longhao many times. She told that man that Jiang Ning had been abandoned since childhood, and no matter what, Jiang Ning's share must be set aside and compensated to him. But the man argued that he had never abandoned his son, only entrusted him to another woman, and that he had regularly sent living expenses every month, even showing Jiang Yusher the transfer records. The implication was that he had fulfilled his duty as a father and owed Jiang Ning nothing. Jiang Yusher almost believed that man's lies. Only now, seeing the scene before her, did she understand what a huge lie it was. Jiang Yusher took out her phone, snapped pictures of the scene, intending to confront that man. Just then her phone rang. It was the third sister, Jiang Tinjiao. Hello, Jiao Jiao, I have good news. Ning is not dead at all. We were all fooled by that little bastard. Oh. The girl's indifferent reaction made Jiang Yusher furious. Say, oh, one more time, and see if I don't spank you when I get back. Alright, I get it, okay. Jiang Tinjiao was still evasive on the phone. I'm calling to borrow some money. I found a way to make money and plan to do a big deal. A deal, eh? Jiang Yusher became alert. Don't be reckless, you silly girl. Don't you know your own limits? Don't let yourself be cheated. Wait. Jiang Yusher suddenly thought of something. That way to make money you mentioned. It's not introduced by that little bastard Jiang Zishuan, is it? Who introduced me to this money-making opportunity? Your business. All you need to do is transfer 10 million to me right away. At this moment, Jiang Tinjiao was lying in the bathtub at home, soaking in bubbles, wearing a face mask, her legs crossed high in the air. Faced with her eldest sister's suspicions, she cunningly chose to deny everything. This deal will surely bring enormous profits, at least 10 times the return. Rest assured, I'll repay you with interest later. In fact, this financial opportunity had been introduced to her by Jiang Zishuan. That day, after their encounter at the Western restaurant, she proactively called Jiang Zishuan, and they talked until deep into the night. She made it clear that Jiang Zishuan would always be her good younger brother, and asked him not to let the divorce lawsuit between their parents bother him, promising to maintain a good relationship with him forever. Jiang Zishuan seemed deeply moved. Upon hearing that she was bored at home recently and wanted something to do, he proactively introduced her to this financial opportunity. The general transaction content was for her to prepare 10 million, find a supplier to purchase a batch of source crystals, and then transport them back to resell to a buyer. In short, both the supplier and the buyer had been arranged by Jiang Zishuan, but she only needed to bring money and people to complete the transaction. That batch of source crystals worth 10 million was actually worth over 100 million on the open market. So this round trip could net her at least 80 to 90 million. 10 times profit. To her surprise, Jiang Yusher exploded upon hearing this over the phone. You brat. You've definitely encountered a scammer, or there are enormous risks in this transaction. Jiang Yusher had run the company for years. This profit margin, more outrageous than loan sharks, easily raised her suspicions. She immediately refused harshly. I won't lend it. Eldest sister, if you act spoiled, it won't work. Jiang Yusher stated firmly. I'm doing this for your own good. We feed and house you well here. You don't need to earn money, so stop causing trouble. Since you're being unreasonable, I won't hold back either. Jiang Tinjiao climbed out of the bathtub naked, roughly wiped herself with a towel, wrapped herself in a bathrobe, and rushed out of the room. She leaned over the hallway railing, overlooking